Leisurely, joyful, golden finger, secret realm space. Kaixin, after an exhausting night of overtime, tragically succumbed to a heart attack while working, only to find himself unexpectedly transported to the courtyard at 93, opposite the cherished 95 courtyard. Here, he is surrounded by loving parents, affectionate siblings, devoted grandparents, simple villagers, and warm-hearted neighbors. This tale unfolds as we witness how Kaixin navigates through hard times, ultimately finding joy in life. Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In the bustling metropolis, at the early hours of dawn, 28-year-old balding and maturely Kaixin diligently typed away at his code in an office building. Kaixin is still debugging the code. The online adage holds true. Once accustomed to hardship, one is destined to encounter endless struggles, his colleague Lighthearted remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps you should focus on how to complete the supervisor's assigned tasks before 8 a.m. today, Kaixin replied, continuing his work. Ugh, don't remind me. We've been working overtime for nearly 2 days now. Those higher-ups are truly unbearable. Lighthearted's expression shifted from rage to exhaustion. Kaixin paused, resting his forehead in contemplation. Car loans, mortgage, no girlfriend, parents pressuring me for blind dates. With a deep sigh, Kaixin lamented his circumstances. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the office as if it were midday. Kaixin, momentarily startled by the thunder and lightning, felt a sharp pain in his heart and collapsed to the floor, his body stiffening. Colleagues rushed to his side. Quick! Call 120, Lighthearted shouted, supporting Kaixin's head in a panic. Kaixin felt his eyelids grow heavy and his consciousness fade. The surrounding voices gradually diminished until they vanished. Upon regaining awareness, Kaixin opened his eyes once more, feeling pain coursing through his body, particularly in his head, rendering him momentarily speechless. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally regained his composure. It was now autumn of 1959, the beginning of the 3 difficult years in the city of Xizhoucheng. The original inhabitant also bore the name Kaixin, a 16-year-old who had just graduated from middle school without qualifying for high school. While attempting to retrieve bird eggs from a tree, he lost his footing and fell, striking his head, leading to his untimely demise. In this era, Kaixin's family consisted of his parents, 3 siblings, and a large group of relatives from the countryside. His father had arrived in Xizhoucheng in 1952, securing a temporary position at the well-known Hongqing steel mill as a fitter. By 1956, as the government nationalized businesses, Kaixin's father, due to his skills, was promoted to a level 4 fitter, and his household registration was transferred to. The city to rumble from his stomach interrupted Kaixin's thoughts. He glanced at the faded clothes and the 3 bird eggs in the nest beside him, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Slowly rising, he collected the 9 eggs he had retrieved and staggered towards home. He turned into the green brick entrance of Courtyard 93. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to a scene unfolding at the entrance of Courtyard 95. Yan Bugui and Su Demao, 2 iconic figures of the Xizhoucheng, were huddled together, whispering. From a distance, Kaixin could not overhear their conversation, but he noticed a shrewd smile on Yan Bugui's face as he casually snatched 2 green onions from Su Demao's hands. Retracting his gaze, Kaixin stepped through the entrance of his own courtyard. This courtyard, though smaller than the renowned Xizhoucheng, comprised 2 sections. Guided by memory, he navigated through the front yard, noting the half-rolled curtain of the Sun family on the left and the potted greenery on the Zhao family's windowsill to the right. He proceeded directly into the inner courtyard. Upon stepping onto the flagstone floor of the inner courtyard, he immediately spotted his younger sister, Li Xiaoxiao, with a pale complexion. She had brought a small stool to sit beside the familiar door frame of their home. Surveying the backyard, he observed that the main house was occupied by the courtyard's caretaker, Uncle Wang Xiong, with the Liu family to the left and his own 3 small west-facing rooms to the right. 5 households in total exuded the unique ambience of an old Beijing hutong. Kaixin's 2 side rooms were divided into 4 small spaces, 1 for himself, 1 for his brother Li Kai, 1 for his sister Li Xiaoxiao, and 1 kitchen with their parents. Residing in the main house, suddenly, a bright voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Elder brother, you're back. Are those bird eggs you're holding? His younger sister sprang up from her stool, joyfully rushing towards him. Yeah, let's boil them for dinner tonight. I'm feeling a bit weary, so I'll head back to my room for a rest, Kaixin replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. Sure, I'll call you when Mom and Dad come back for dinner. She chirped happily, carefully accepting the bundle of eggs. With weary steps, Li Kaixin made his way to his room, almost collapsing onto the bed, his body feeling leaden. His gaze drifted toward the ceiling's old beams, and his thoughts wandered uncontrollably. How heartbroken must his parents be upon learning of their son's demise? Thankfully, there was still a younger brother in university, and surely the compensation for work-related injuries and insurance would ensure they would not have to worry about sustenance for the rest of their lives. Time flowed silently, and as Li Kaixin pondered, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Before long, the outside world grew lively, the sounds of returning workers and footsteps breaking the evening stillness. At that moment, creak, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Xiaoxiao and younger brother Li Kai entered, one after the other. The pair of twins, just graduated from elementary school, immediately spotted their elder brother deeply asleep on the con. Li Kai exchanged a glance with his sister, a mischievous glint in his eye, and discreetly nudged her, pointing toward Li Kaixin while mimicking a scratching motion with his hair. A grin plastered across his face. Understanding his intent, Li Xiaoxiao crept closer, taking a strand of her hair and delicately brushing it across Li Kaixin's nose. As Li Kaixin lay in a deep slumber, he felt an irresistible tickle at the tip of his nose and instinctively swatted away the troublesome hair, jolting awake in a daze. "Elder brother, wake up. Mom and Dad are back. It's time for dinner," Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, stepping back a pace, her voice ringing clear. Li Kaixin rubbed his eyes, focusing on the figures before him, and feigned a stern expression. "Oh, Xiaoxiao, you've grown quite bold, daring to tease your elder brother." "Elder brother, it wasn't me. It was little brother who made me do it." Li Xiaoxiao quickly pointed at Li Kai, eager to absolve herself. Upon hearing his sister betray him, Li Kai realized the predicament and, disregarding any rebuttal about who was the elder or younger sibling, dashed out, fleeing faster than a rabbit. "Hey, you!" Li Xiaoxiao, seeing her only accomplice abandon her, grew flustered, her face reddening as she hastily sought an excuse to, "Elder brother, I'll go help in the kitchen." Just as she finished speaking, she bolted from the room like a startled deer. Kaixin watched his siblings disappear in an instant, both amused and exasperated. Shaking his head with a smile, he tossed aside the thin blanket and gracefully leapt down from the Kong, a hint of helpless laughter accompanying him as he made his way to the main house. Chapter 2, Current State at Home. The system comes and goes, pushing open the creaky door of the main room. I enter to find my father, Li Ming, seated at the head of the table. This year, he had been promoted to a level 5 mechanic, earning a monthly salary of 56 yuan, which covered most of our family's expenses. To his right sat my mother, Qin Zayalai, who had just become a level 1 worker at the textile factory, earning 245 yuan. On his left was my younger brother, Li Kai, gazing longingly at the table. Upon the table lay only a bowl of boiled cabbage floating in a few drops of oil and a small dish of pickled vegetables. The cabbage was nothing more than boiled in plain water with a sprinkle of salt. At that moment, my younger sister emerged from the kitchen, carefully placing a bowl on the table. Inside were 9 round, steaming bird eggs. She took a seat beside my younger brother. Instantly, the gaze of my mother, the steady eyes of my father, and the yearning look of my brother were all fixed upon the bowl of bird eggs and my sister. "Don't look at me," my sister quickly interjected. "These were all brought to me by elder brother this afternoon." "Oh," my father responded with a note of curiosity. Li Kai promptly took a seat in the empty spot and added, "Yes, I found them in a tree this afternoon." My mother, Qin Zayalai, spoke with a tone of concern and a hint of barely perceptible reproach. "Did you get hurt? Come here, let me take a look." After glancing at the bowl containing the eggs, she continued, "Did you boil them all? This is enough for you siblings to eat 3 times. Originally from Hongxing Brigade. Kinji ago, Qin Zayalai held a rural household registration to transfer the household registration of their 3 children to the city. My father spent 300 yuan in early 1957 to acquire a precious tiger whip, using connections with logistics director Li Huade, and invested another 800 yuan to secure her a formal job at the textile factory. Subsequently, through Li Huade, he approached Director Wang of the street office, spending over 1,000 yuan in total to enable Qin Zayalai to obtain a job and change her household registration. Had Qin Zayalai possessed an urban household registration, the job could have been secured for around 800 yuan. The price was that the family incurred substantial debt during the famine. After repaying the debts at the end of last year, they faced a nationwide drought, leading to reduced grain production, a decrease in the standard of grain supply in the city, and the government's control over resources, necessitating ration tickets for many items. since the beginning of this year. They had to transport grain back home each month. Hence, my father needed to purchase high-priced grain from Gazi City, forcing the family to economize on their meals. Which was also the reason behind my sister's pallid complexion and the original owners' need to forage for bird nests to improve their diet. Mother, Kai called out, meeting my mother's gaze with sincerity. I'm Fine. We haven't had anything decent to eat in over a month. I found these today, so I cooked them all for the family to nourish us. My mother looked at everyone, seemingly wanting to say more, but was interrupted by my father, Li Minged, with a calm but firm voice. All right, Zayalai. They've been cooked, so let's divide them. Everyone should eat. As the head of the family, my father's words carried undeniable weight, and a hush fell over the room. The steaming bird eggs were distributed before everyone, 2 for each sibling and 3 for the parents. Li Kai stared at the coarse mush in his bowl, his stomach already growling with hunger. Unable to resist, he cautiously slurped a spoonful from the edge of the bowl. Cough, cough, cough. An indescribable rough texture and strange taste surged up his throat, nearly making him retch. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he recalled how this cornmeal was made by grinding both corn and cob, the granules coarse enough to scratch the throat. But looking around, he saw his parents and siblings quietly swallowing their portions without a word. Resigned to his fate, he held his breath and forced himself to swallow, bite by bite. In the heavy atmosphere, my father set down his bowl, his face clouded with worry. I went to Gazi City yesterday. Grain prices have risen again. Coarse grains are nearing 20 cents, almost matching the price of fine grains. Sweet potatoes are now 10 cents. Fine grains, 50 cents. My father sighed deeply. My mother followed, her voice laced with concern. I spoke with Aunt Zhao from the front yard. We agreed to go out of the city this weekend to forage for some wild vegetables to supplement our meals. Upon hearing this, even my younger siblings, who had been focused on their food, paused, their faces etched with unease. The meal concluded hastily amidst the gloomy atmosphere. My mother silently cleared the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. Just as I was about to leave, my father called me back. He said, looking at me with a grave tone. It's been almost a month since you graduated from middle school. Given our current situation, we truly lack the funds for a formal position. I will try to find someone who can help you secure a temporary job to at least contribute a bit. Once the family gets back on its feet, we can look into getting you a formal job. My father paused and added, by the way, tomorrow you need to go to your grandparents' place and bring them 15 gene of cornmeal and 5 gene of white flour. Okay, Dad, I replied. After I return from grandparents, I will also go to the street office to inquire if there are any job openings. After a brief exchange, I stepped outside into the yard, splashed some cold water on my face, and hurried back into my small room. Time passed unknowingly. The hard bed made my bones ache, and just as I felt drowsy, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding. The primitive tribe survival assistance system is ready for activation. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Activate immediately. I jolted up, my heart racing, the drowsiness vanishing in an instant. The legendary system. This was my chance to prosper. System activation successful. Welcome, host, to the primitive tribe world. The novice gift pack has been issued. Please claim it. Claim it. I want it now. I shouted in excitement within my mind. No sooner had I thought this than a stream of information surged into my consciousness. The novice gift pack included a secret realm space that could be accessed at will, one strong body pill that could significantly enhance physical attributes, and a legacy light orb containing the essence of the experiences and skills of a god-level hunter, a national-level physician, and a martial arts master. Without a moment's hesitation, I absorbed the 3 soft orbs of white light into the depths of my consciousness, a wave of intense dizziness washing over me. Struggling against the throbbing pain in my head, I promptly swallowed the pill, which emitted a peculiar herbal aroma. A warm current swiftly spread through my limbs, as if an inexhaustible power was slowly transforming my body. The immense joy nearly overwhelmed me. However, as I processed this information and regained my composure, I suddenly realized a significant contradiction and urgently questioned the system in my mind. Wait, system, this doesn't make sense. This is clearly the early years of the founding of the nation. How could it have transformed into the primitive tribe era? Have you made a mistake? Before I could finish, the cold voice in my mind turned sharp and distorted, resembling a broken gramophone. Warning, warning, severe conflict in dimensional coordinates. Core logic error cannot be repaired. Initiating system unbinding protocol. Unbinding countdown, 3:21. Unbinding complete. With a final piercing noise, silence enveloped my mind. I sat frozen on the bed, my mouth agape as if I could fit an egg inside. A profound sense of loss and absurdity washed over me like cold water. I slapped myself twice across the face, the stinging pain confirming that this was not a dream. No, don't go. Come back, I pleaded, dropping to my knees on the bed, my hands grasping at the air, my voice hoarse with despair and tinged with sobs. From the other side of the partition, my younger brother Lighthearted's groggy voice called out, "Elder brother? What's wrong? Why are you shouting?" I trembled at the sound, forcing myself to suppress the tumultuous emotions and steadied my voice as best I could. "It's nothing. Just a nightmare. Go back to sleep. Drained of energy." I collapsed back onto the cold bedding, my eyes vacant. A few minutes later, I suddenly sat up, rubbed my face vigorously, and took a deep breath, as if trying to persuade myself, or perhaps to submit to fate. Enough. Enough. One shouldn't be greedy. One must learn to be content. Though I spoke those words, the muscles in my face twisted uncontrollably. Then a thought struck me like lightning in the dark. I still have that secret realm space. Kaixin held his breath, concentrating his thoughts. Enter the secret realm. As the thoughts settled, the scene before him suddenly distorted and transformed. The earthen bed melted away like wax and vanished, enveloping him in a vast and unfamiliar expanse. Beneath his feet lay glossy, deep black fertile soil stretching as far as the eye could see, covering at least 100 acres. A clear, bottom-visible stream meandered through the landscape, while beyond the edges of the fertile land loomed an endless, churning abyss of eternal emptiness. Immediately, the core information of the secret realm surged into Kaixin's mind like a brand. This realm harbored no active spirits, split into two halves. One side, the fertile land beneath his feet, temperate and pleasant. The flow of time here was 10 times faster than the outside world. The other side, the endless abyss, where time stood still and silence reigned eternally. What made Kaixin's heart race the most was the absolute, almost divine control he possessed over this realm. With a mere flicker of thought, he touched the corner of the earthen table, which instantly vanished, safely falling into the secret realm. After multiple attempts, he confirmed that anything his fingertips brushed against could be instantly stored with a mere thought. After a considerable time spent verifying the capabilities of the secret realm, Kaixin shifted his thoughts and reappeared atop the earthen bed, slowly closing his eyes in satisfaction, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Chapter 3. Observations on the road. As daylight brightened the sky, Kaixin was awakened by the cacophony of various sounds in the courtyard. Rubbing his eyes, he crawled out of bed and pushed open the creaking wooden door. Outside, by the water trough, the steward Nanluoguxiang, Uncle Liu, and his father were lined up, rinsing their mouths noisily. Iron cups clashed against the enamel basin, splashing small droplets of water. "Good morning, Uncle Wang, Uncle Liu." Kaixin greeted them, still groggy from sleep as he approached. The three men turned to look at him in unison. Uncle Liu, with water in his mouth, could only mumble a vague response while nodding slightly. Uncle Wang, holding an iron cup and toothbrush, still dripping with water, scrutinized Kaixin from head to toe. "Hey, you little rascal, we didn't see you at all yesterday. Where did you run off to?" Kaixin's eyes twinkled mischievously, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Yesterday, I had important business to attend to at the Cloud maternal room." Uncle Liu nearly spat out the mouthwash. The two uncles exchanged bewildered glances, their faces expressing confusion over the boy's words. Before he could finish, a cool, damp hand slapped the back of Kaixin's head. His father glared at him, reprimanding, "Speak properly." He then turned to the two older men, exasperatedly explaining, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just went bird egg hunting." Uncle Liu and Uncle Wang suddenly understood, both chuckling as they looked at the energetic boy before them. Shaking their heads, they lamented, "We're getting old. Youth is truly wonderful." His father shot Kaixin another stern look and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Be quick. You need to go to your grandparents' house with 20 pounds of stuff. If you dawdle, the sun will be scorching." "Oh, got it." Kaixin Rabia, retracting his neck and hastily slipping into the kitchen to grab his toothbrush. As the sun rose higher and cicadas began to chirp, Kaixin carried 2 bulging bags of flour and 50 cents given by his mother, stepping lively out of the 93rd courtyard. Once in a secluded area, he placed the 2 flour bags into the secret realm, where time stood still. Approaching the bus by the moat, Kaixin leaned over to peer down, irritation washing over him. The online rumors of his past life were truly detrimental. He halted by the riverbank, muttering to himself as he stared at the scene before him. The riverbed was parched and cracked, the exposed riverbed glaring white under the scorching sun, and the few remaining puddles were murky green. Forget about fishing. Even the water plants seemed to have withered away. Just as he contemplated returning in a few days to catch some fish to nurture in the stream within his secret realm, a man fanning himself with a palm leaf fan approached from the same direction. He appeared to be a local resident. Quick as a flash, Kaixin stepped forward and grasped the old man's arm. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where one might still fish around here?" The old man was startled by the sudden grip, looking at the energetic young man before him with a furrowed brow. "Young fellow, in this heat, you're still thinking about fishing?" He gestured towards the cracked riverbed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Many places are parched." Kaixin's face quickly filled with earnestness, his eyes pleading as he looked at the old man. Observing Kaixin's unyielding hope, the old man paused, pondering for a moment before gesturing vaguely towards the north. "Well, you might try your luck at Bahai. The water there is deeper." The old man shook his head, his tone full of warning. "But young man, don't get your hopes up too high." "Thank you so much, sir." Kaixin's face brightened immediately, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he watched the old man's retreating figure. Once the old man was out of sight, the bus's horn sounded, prompting Kaixin to dash to the bus station, fumbling for a dime to buy a ticket. The old bus wheezed as it started, and Kaixin was swept up by the crowd onto the bus. A potent amalgam of sweat, cheap tobacco, engine oil, and an indescribable odor enveloped him instantly. Kaixin held his breath, his stomach churning, silently cursing. If this smell were to enter one's lungs, it would surely knock a person out. The cramped bus felt like a sardine can, quickly filling to capacity. Kaixin silently thanked his quick reflexes for securing a precious window seat. He pressed his face close to the window, greedily inhaling the relatively fresh air outside. The engine roared laboriously, and the bus, laden with silent or drowsy passengers, swayed and rolled away from the bustling metropolis of Siju City, heading towards the countryside. Outside the window, Kaixin's gaze swept over the parched earth along the route, once dotted with small ponds, now mostly reduced to cracked bottoms gleaming pale under the relentless sun, a scene of desolation. The bus jolted violently along the bumpy dirt road, every jolt feeling as if it would dislodge his insides. Kaixin gripped the iron frame of the seat in front, nearly rattled apart. An entire hour passed in this stifling heat, amidst the acrid odors and relentless jolting. When the faded stone monument inscribed with Red Star Commune finally came into view, Kaixin nearly stumbled off the bus. The Red Star Commune was still over 10 miles away from Lijia village, accessible only via a bumpy dirt road. Taking a deep breath, he braved the increasingly fierce sun, walking for nearly an hour before the familiar outlines of the earthen houses in Lijia village emerged from the shimmering heat. Thanks to the strengthening elixir he had consumed, his physical condition now rivaled that of an elite soldier, so he was not particularly fatigued. As he drew near the sparse poplar grove at the village entrance, he had barely pulled out the 2 flour bags when a figure emerged from behind a tree, clad in patched blue-gray fabric and slinging a well-worn rifle. It was his cousin Li Yongye. Kaixin quickened his pace, forcing a smile, his throat dry and scratchy. Out on patrol again in this blazing noon? "Oh, little Kaixin." Li Yong's face broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth as he recognized him. His gaze fell on the bulging flour bags slung over Kaixin's shoulder. Of course, under the autumn sun, even bugs and mice are restless, let alone people. The brigade has issued orders. Before the autumn harvest, the militia must remain vigilant, patrolling day and night. "Are you?" Li Yong nodded toward the bags. "Bringing supplies to the grandparents?" "Yes, my father asked me to deliver them," Kaixin confirmed, feeling the weight on his shoulder grow heavier. "I can't chat now. I need to quickly deliver the food to Grandma and Grandpa. It's too hot, and I worry it won't be good if I dawdle. I'll catch you later." "All right. Hurry along. Please send my regards to the elders." Li Yong waved his hand briskly, as if shooing away flies, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the distant ridge of fields. Kaixin slung the bulging sack over his shoulder and resumed his journey down the earthen path into the village. Flanking the road, his relatives were hunched over, weeding and thinning the crops, sweat trickling down their sunburnt necks. As Li Kaixin walked, he greeted them boisterously. Third uncle, take a break. Second aunt, are you busy? His steps did not falter as he circumvented several courtyards emitting wisps of smoke, making his way directly to a farmhouse at the village's edge. With familiarity, he pushed open the creaking gate, inhaled deeply, and shouted with all his might towards the wooden door. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Chapter 4. Visiting Grandpa and Grandma. Climbing the back mountain, the warm midday sun bathed the small courtyard. With a creak, the door to the main house swung open, and a kindly old grandmother leaned out. Upon spotting the Kaixin standing at the gate with his bulging sack, her eyes lit up, and she called back into the house, "Old man, come out and see. Our eldest grandson has returned." Before her words faded, Grandma Zhang Ziahua hurried forward, reaching for the sack on her grandson's shoulder. "Oh dear, you child, such a heavy load. Quickly, give it to Grandma." She affectionately patted Li Kaixin's arm. "How many times have I told you and your father, don't bring so much? You just recovered from the famine, and we're tight on resources. Your grandfather and I have enough food. Grandma, our home has plenty of food. Please don't worry about us." Li Kaixin smiled, sidestepping her reaching hands, the weight of the sack resting heavily on his shoulder. "These 2 bags are a bit heavy. I'll take them straight to the kitchen." He walked briskly toward the kitchen. At that moment, Grandpa Li Hungtao's somewhat bewildered voice came from inside. "Old woman, who's back? I can hear you shouting." Li Kaixin stepped out of the kitchen and replied cheerfully, "Grandpa, it's me. Kaixin has come back to see you both." Grandpa appeared at the doorway, and upon seeing his grandson, his face instantly blossomed with joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Oh, it's Kaixin. Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to have you back." He rubbed his hands together, his voice brimming with excitement. "Haven't you had lunch yet? Old woman, hurry. Steam some big buns with 2 parts flour and boil an egg for our grandson. Make it quick." Grandma hurried into the kitchen, moving with purpose. Seeing this, Li Kaixin quickly followed. "Grandma, let me help you with the fire." The fire crackled in the stove, and before long, lunch was served on the table. The bowls for Grandpa and Grandma contained a thin porridge made of cornmeal and wild vegetables, while Li Kaixin had 2 fluffy buns made with a mix of white and wheat flour and a perfectly boiled egg. He eagerly attempted to pass his buns to his grandparents, but was promptly stopped by Grandpa. Meeting their eager gazes, Li Kaixin felt his eyes warm with emotion, and he ceased to insist. He silently vowed, "In the future, I will ensure that Grandpa and Grandma enjoy the best." After the meal, just as Li Kaixin intended to clear the dishes, Grandma snatched them away. "Go on, go cool off outside with your grandfather. We don't need your help here." The grandfather and grandson then settled into an old recliner in the yard. "Grandpa," Li Kaixin turned his head, "do we have any seeds for planting?" Grandpa squinted, sighed. "In recent years, with communal meals, all the seeds from each household have been pooled together." "Why do you ask?" Li Kaixin's voice lowered slightly. "I was thinking, in that little courtyard in the city, I could use some bricks to enclose a small area and grow a few things." "Grandpa, do you know where I could get some seeds?" After a moment of thought, Grandpa pointed towards the east of the village. "Your third grandpa, the village chief and head of the Li clan, has the key to the storeroom." Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin sprang up from the recliner as if propelled by a spring. "Grandpa, I'm going to play for a bit. I'll be back for dinner. Be careful running. Watch your step." Grandpa's voice trailed after Li Kaixin as he dashed out of the courtyard. Without hesitation, Li Kaixin sprinted to the village chief's courtyard and called out cheerfully, "Third grandpa, are you home?" As the door curtain lifted, a sun-baked, lean old man peeked out. His face creased with a smile. "Oh, Kaixin has returned. What do you need from third grandpa?" Li Kaixin, panting slightly, replied, "Third grandpa, I'd like to buy some seeds. Any kind will do." The smile on third grandpa's face dimmed momentarily, his brows knitting together. "Seeds? Kaixin, it's not that third grandpa is stingy, but the village has very little left. We're counting on planting in spring." Li Kaixin quickly waved his hands in explanation. "Third grandpa, you misunderstand. I don't need much, really. Just a few kernels of corn, beans, and wheat, just enough for me to play around with in the little courtyard in the city." The furrows on third grandpa's brow relaxed, and he chuckled heartily. "Ah, is that all? No need to talk about buying. Come, let us go to the storeroom and grab some." At the storeroom, third grandpa carefully opened the bags and handed Li Kaixin a few plump seeds of each type. Li Kaixin took them with care, quickly producing 5 cents and thrusting it into third grandpa's rough hand. "Third grandpa, we can't take public property for free." before third grandpa could refuse, Kaixin, nimble as a rabbit, spun around and dashed out of the courtyard, his cheerful thanks echoing in the wind. With the seeds safely tucked away, Kaixin noticed no one was around and entered the secret realm. After planting the seeds and emerging from the realm, he recalled that there was a small stream near Lighthearted village. Without hesitation, he made his way to the stream. From past memories, he knew the stream stretched for dozens of kilometers, originating deep within the back mountains of Lighthearted village. Gazing at the water, Kaixin noted that it had diminished by half since his last recollection. Observing the aquatic plants along the bank, he recalled the emptiness of the secret realm and waded into the water. He bent down and grasped a cluster of water plants, concentrating his thoughts to collect them. In an instant, the vibrant green vanished, now taking root along the bank of the secret realm. Success! Kaixin bent over to search the stream, his fingers brushing against various treasures: algae, stones, fry, and small shrimp, all accompanied by the muddy streambed, seamlessly accepted by the waters of the secret realm. After about half an hour, fatigue washed over him like a tide. His vision blurred as he realized he had reached his limit. Kaixin decisively emerged from the water, shaking the wet cuffs of his pants before entering the secret realm. Observing the lively fry and small shrimp swimming in the secret realm's waters, he felt a surge of joy, anticipating that in about 10 days, there would be fish to eat. He didn't even think about fishing after entering the city. After replenishing his energy, Kaixin exited the secret realm, his gaze drawn towards the misty mountain peaks, igniting a desire to explore, protected by the secret realm. After some contemplation, he decided to follow the stream upward into the mountains. Chapter 5. Delving into the forest, encountering wild boars. The back mountains of Lighthearted village. A vast forest stretched for miles and had long been home to fierce beasts. In past years, many hunters from Lighthearted village and neighboring villages ventured into the mountains. Some returned laden with bounty, while others met tragic fates, their remains lost to the wild. Yet now, the number of figures traversing the mountain paths had dwindled significantly. This shift began in the autumn of the previous year. With a sudden drop in grain production, the villagers' bellies went empty, and all edible plants along the mountain's edge were stripped bare. With no food sources left on the outskirts, wild beasts retreated deeper into the mountains, where the terrain was more treacherous. The higher elevations, denser forests, and fiercer beasts deterred many hunters. After more than an hour of arduous trekking, Kaixin finally reached the boundary of the forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he understood why he hadn't encountered a single hunter along the way. The steep uphill paths and scorching sun could easily exhaust a strong man. Even with the physical prowess of a special forces soldier, Kaixin felt weary. Unable to endure any longer, he concentrated his thoughts, vanishing from sight and retreating into the secret realm. When he emerged again, it felt as though only an instant had passed in the outside world. Under the relentless blaze of the scorching sun, which seemed to have scarcely shifted from its position, the air remained oppressively hot, rendering it nearly suffocating. After a brief moment of reflection, Kaixin inhaled deeply and stepped formally into the inner sanctum of the mountain. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation emanating from the depths of his very bloodline surged forth, a colossal fragment of memory belonging to a divine-level hunter, akin to a slumbering behemoth abruptly awakening. Kaixin's gaze swept across the surrounding thickets like that of a hawk, precisely identifying several inconspicuous gray-green plants. With practiced skill, he harvested, kneaded, and extracted the viscous juice, meticulously applying it to his exposed skin. Recalling certain narratives from his previous life, where protagonists brazenly ventured into the depths of the wilderness clad in short sleeves and shorts. An involuntary twitch graced the corners of Kaixin's mouth. The experience of a hunter cautioned him. In this perilous forest rife with dangers, neglecting such protective measures could lead to being drained to the bone by ravenous mosquitoes and venomous insects within the span of an hour. With his defenses secured, Kaixin proceeded cautiously along the riverbank, guided by the sound of flowing water. Barely having walked a few minutes, a chilling rustle erupted from a pile of dry leaves ahead. A black and white venomous snake abruptly reared its triangular head, its cold, vertical pupils locking onto Kaixin, while its crimson tongue flickered menacingly, emitting a threatening hiss. In a flash, Kaixin's focus sharpened. Instinctively, he crouched down, seized a jagged stone by his feet, and with a swift flick of his wrist, hurled it forth. A muted, sticky explosion resounded. Upon inspection, the venomous serpent's head lay crushed, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, its contorted body writhing momentarily on the fallen leaves before becoming utterly still. Gazing at the lifeless serpent, a shiver coursed through Kaixin, yet he refrained from stowing it in his secret space. After calming his racing heart, he continued onward, melding once again into the verdant shadows of the deeper forest. Time passed quietly. As the interplay of light and shadow danced through the trees, Kaixin navigated expertly, reaping substantial rewards based on the knowledge lodged in his mind. Herbs for repelling insects, hundreds of pounds of wild yam, wild scallions, wild ginger, and more, all meticulously planted within his secret domain. However, the joy of his bountiful harvest was swiftly overshadowed by recurrent feelings of frustration. Wild rabbits startled from the underbrush, while wild chickens flitted through the trees. Further afield, he even glimpsed the agile form of a roe deer, which vanished in an instant, leaving no chance to approach. Concurrently, danger accompanied his gains, as he encountered venomous snakes and insects no fewer than a dozen times, coiled in the branches above or camouflaged beneath his feet. Had it not been for Kaixin's experience as a divine-level hunter, he might have met an untimely demise. The sun had quietly traversed the sky's zenith, casting increasingly slanted beams of light through the forest. Kaixin glanced up at the dappled sky, sliced by leaves, contemplating it was time to descend the mountain. Suddenly, a low, threatening sound echoed from not far away, a series of deep grunts emanating from the creek. Kaixin turned instantly, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. A massive wild boar, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, accompanied by a few half-grown piglets, was drinking from the stream. Kaixin licked his slightly parched lips, feeling the stirrings of his hunting instincts. He stealthily took a small step forward, only for the wild boar to abruptly lift its head, its water-slicked snout quivering as it scanned the surroundings, its fierce gaze piercing toward the thicket where Kaixin concealed himself. Cursing inwardly at the boar's keen sense of smell, Kaixin decided to abandon his concealment. He stood abruptly from behind the bushes, even waving provocatively at the wild boar. This action ignited a powder keg of fury. The boar's eyes turned blood-red. A furious roar erupted from its throat, and its massive form charged toward Kaixin. In that split second, Kaixin, embodying the prowess of a martial arts master, vanished as if by magic. The wild boar, deprived of its target, barreled past the spot where Kaixin had just stood, crashing into a small tree behind him, which shook violently. Disoriented, it halted, warily scanning its surroundings. At that moment, Kaixin reappeared, as if coalescing from the very air itself, materializing beside the boar with such swiftness that only a fleeting shadow remained. With a lightning-quick motion, his paw made contact with the boar's coarse, thick hide. With a mere thought, the 400 to 500 pounds of formidable creature, along with its enraged roar, vanished without a trace. The creek area descended into chaos. The smaller wild piglets, having witnessed the sudden disappearance of their larger companion, were struck with terror, emitting frantic squeals before fleeing into the depths of the forest. Attempting to escape, Kaixin's gaze sharpened. He propelled himself forward with the force of a released arrow, pursuing after them. A chase unfolded amidst the creek's wooded expanse. Kaixin displayed agility, yet the sheer number of smaller pigs allowed several to slip away, utilizing their small size to burrow rapidly into the dense underbrush. Regrettably, a significant portion of his quarry had evaded capture. Kaixin halted, clicking his tongue in disappointment. He chose not to pursue further, and with a mere thought, his form vanished from sight. Within his secret space, the enormous wild boar paced anxiously, emitting low, threatening growls, while the two fortunate piglets that had also been captured trembled against it, observing the bewildering scene of this large and two small creatures scurrying about in his domain. A satisfied smile crept across Kaixin's lips. Chapter 6. Descending the mountain after ensuring the wild boar was settled, Kaixin exited the secret space without delay, making his way downhill. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the periphery of the mountain, known as Lighthearted, gazing down at the vaguely visible village dwellings. A thought struck him. Most of the villagers bore the surname Li, leading lives of modest means, often experiencing hunger and fullness in alternating cycles. If his grandfather were to enjoy meat alone, it would undoubtedly incite envy among others, and a plan quietly formed in his mind. With a swift mental shift, the massive wild boar was instantly transferred from his secret space, plummeting toward the precipice below. As he watched the boar vanish over the edge, Kaixin promptly turned and sprinted down the rugged mountain path. Before long, he discovered the wild boar sprawled amid a pile of jagged stones at the base of the cliff. The formidable creature had not perished. It emitted pained grunts. Its stout limbs twisted at unnatural angles, evidently broken from a fall. Remarkably, it had survived. Kaixin mused, noting its thick hide was truly impressive. Seeing it unable to move, he turned his attention downward and took a deep breath before hastening toward his third grandfather's home. Like a whirlwind, Kaixin burst into his third grandfather's yard, his voice ringing clear yet breathless. Third grandfather. Third grandfather. Come out quickly. The door flap lifted, and third grandfather emerged. Concern etched on his face. What is it, Kaixin? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Regaining his breath, Kaixin's cheeks flushed slightly as he sheepishly scratched his head. Nothing's wrong. It's just me. I just came down from the mountain and encountered a wild boar. Wild boar? Third grandfather's voice escalated sharply, his expression shifting dramatically as he stepped forward, his rough hands anxiously searching over Kaixin's body. You rascal. Did you venture into the inner mountain? Are you hurt? Let me see. No, I truly didn't go in. Kaixin uriadly explained, gesturing toward the direction of the mountain behind the village. It was just down by Lighthearted, close to our village. I saw it from a distance. The mere mention of the wild boar acted like a magnet, instantly drawing the attention of several boys playing outside the village chief's house. They gathered around, their eyes wide with excitement, bombarding him with questions. Wild boar? Where is it, Kaixin? How big is it? Is it fierce? Kaixin, unable to provide detailed answers, recalled the urgency of the matter and spoke rapidly to third grandfather. Third grandfather, the wild boar looks off. It's lying there motionless. And I think its legs might be broken. We need to call the villagers to help carry it back. If the villagers catch sight of this, it would be disastrous. Grandpa San immediately grasped the urgency of the situation, his keen eyes locking onto a boy among the onlookers, whose dark skin and features bore a resemblance to Li Yong. He decisively beckoned to him. Xiao Yong, hurry. Run and gather your father, Uncle De Zhuang, Uncle Taizhu, and anyone strong enough to come to the village head's courtyard. Just tell them we found a huge piece of meat down by the cliff. Quick, bring ropes and poles. All right. The lad, named Xiao Yong, responded with enthusiasm, turning and darting away like a cannonball, swiftly disappearing from sight. Before long, several young men from the village, having received the news, gathered at the village head's home, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Seeing that the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Grandpa Sin wasted no time. Standing on the steps, he waved his hand and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Listen up, a few strong and swift-footed individuals. Follow me to Lighthearted. We got a great bounty waiting for us." A wave of suppressed cheers erupted from the crowd as everyone rubbed their fists in anticipation. Kaixin said little, merely nodding before leading several sturdy men towards the back mountain with great strides. On the way, Kaixin's second uncle, Li Mingkai, hurried to catch up, protectively inquiring, "Kaixin, are you all right? I heard Zhang Yang's son say you encountered a wild boar." As they walked, Kaixin patted his chest and grinned. "No worries, second uncle. I was far enough away. It was just lying there, unable to move." The group hastily made their way to the foot of Lighthearted, where the colossal creature lay before them. Heavens, is that not a small hill? They gasped collectively, the air thick with astonishment as exclamations filled the atmosphere. This is enormous. It must weigh over 500 pounds. It's almost the size of a calf. How lucky is Kaixin to have stumbled upon this? Grandpa San felt a jolt of excitement, but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Enough gawking. Let's get to work before it gets dark. Come, lend a hand." The strongest men stepped forward, skillfully tying the coarse hemp ropes around the wild boar's limbs and body, securing them to a sturdy wooden beam. They shouted in unison, 1, 2, lift. The heavy wild boar was gradually raised, and the group carefully set off on the journey back to the village. By the time they arrived at the open area outside the village dining hall, the sky had begun to darken. Villagers, elders, women, and children had gathered, their faces brimming with curiosity. Looking at the wild boar, which resembled a small mountain in the center of the open area, and then observing the eager gazes of the villagers. Grandpa San's expression turned slightly troubled. Approaching Kaixin, he rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. Kaixin, since you discovered this pig, according to village customs, half of it should be shared with everyone. You see, before Grandpa San could finish, Kaixin understood his intent. His clear voice rang out in the quiet space, unwavering and resolute. Grandpa San, is that even a question? Am I not part of Jia village? Bringing it back is for all of us. You decide how to share it. Grandpa San was taken aback for a moment. Then his face broke into a broad smile as he heartily clapped Kaixin on the shoulder. Right. It was my mistake. He turned abruptly and strode to the slightly elevated earth platform at the edge of the open area, projecting his voice. Did you all hear that? Kaixin, said this wild boar, is a blessing for our entire village. Then, stretching out his tone, he looked at the crowd that was now buzzing with excitement. A beaming smile on his face as he declared, Everyone, go back and grab your basins and baskets. Prepare the stove in the dining hall. Tonight, we feast. We will divide the meat. A resounding cheer erupted from the open area. Applause, shouts of approval, and expressions of gratitude surged towards Kaixin. The tranquility of Jia village was ignited by this unexpected joy. Chapter 7. Gathering at the village dining hall as the cheers in the open area gradually diminished. Everyone hurried home with anxious expressions. Shortly after, Kaixin entered his grandparents' small courtyard, pushing open the creaky gate. He called out loudly, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Immediately, there was movement inside. Grandpa pulled aside the curtain, followed closely by Grandma, her face radiating affection. Oh, my dear grandson, where have you been wandering this afternoon? You must be starving. Let me make you something to eat. She started heading toward the kitchen. Kaixin, quick on his feet, grabbed Grandma's arm, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Grandma, don't busy yourself. I encountered something incredible on the mountain today. Incredible? Grandpa furrowed his brow, stepping closer, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing his grandson. What would be so good on the mountain? Did you venture too far in? Did you hurt yourself? Grandma immediately tensed up, pulling on Kaixin's other arm to inspect him closely. I didn't go too far in, truly. I was just wandering around the outskirts. All is well. I found a wild boar. At the foot of Lighthearted, I discovered a wild boar. A wild boar. Grandpa and Grandma exclaimed simultaneously, their faces turning pale. That was no trivial matter. Seeing his grandparents frightened, Kaixin quickly reassured them. Don't worry. The wild boar hurt itself and was lying on its back at the bottom of the cliff, unable to move. It probably rolled down from Lighthearted. When I found it, it barely had the strength to grunt. The tension in Grandpa and Grandma's expressions eased slightly, but the worry in their eyes lingered. Just then, the curtain of the main room was lifted again, and Kaixin's third uncle, Mingyuan, stepped out. He had originally come to see his eldest nephew return from the city, hoping to snag a dinner. Now he was slapping his thigh, his face filled with dismay. Kaixin, what did you say? You found a wild boar with a broken leg, and you told the village? My foolish nephew, he lamented. That is a lot of meat. Why didn't you sneak it back? We could have kept it for ourselves. Think of all the braised pork we could have had. Come on, let us hurry and get it back before it's too late. Grandma opened her mouth but didn't speak, merely letting out a soft sigh, a hint of regret crossing her gaze. Smack! Grandpa, furious, slapped Mingyuan on the back of the head, the sound echoing ominously. You thick-headed fool. Get it back? Do you want to live in Jia village anymore? Most of the villagers are our relatives. You could drown in your own spit. We can't lose face. Uncle 3 shrank back from the force of Grandpa's slap, rubbing the back of his head and muttering under his breath, ultimately daring not to speak up again, turning away sulkily. At this moment, Kaixin stepped in to diffuse the tension. Grandpa, let us not discuss this now. Quickly, gather containers and bowls to take to the village dining hall for the meat. I want to see the pig being butchered. Uncle 3, realizing the urgency, glanced at Grandpa's expression and quickly added, Yes. Old man, I'll go call my wife and kids. Grandpa nodded slightly, seeing the old man's reaction. Uncle 3's eyes flickered, and he dashed away toward his home. Grandpa watched his third son run off, shaking his head, then turned back to Kaixin with a serious tone. Don't mind your third uncle's ramblings. You did the right thing today. Kaixin nodded in agreement. Responding to Grandpa, I understand, Grandpa. As Kaixin contemplated whether to share the news of the two smaller wild boars with Grandpa, he decided against it, thinking he still needed to prepare for the task at hand. Meanwhile, Grandma efficiently gathered her things and approached with a dustpan, interjecting, "Exactly, old man. Why are you still rambling? My eldest grandson knows what he is doing." As he spoke, he urged the grandfather and grandson to hurry outside, exclaiming quickly, "Let's head to the village canteen. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the warm meal." By the time Kaixin and his grandparents reached the village canteen, the atmosphere was already bustling with excitement. At the center of the threshing ground lay a wild boar, cleaved in two, while two robust men skillfully dissected the meat with swift motions. Nearby, two large iron pots simmered with pig bones and offal. Not far away, Ershu and Sanshu were engaged in conversation, with Ershu occasionally casting glances in the direction of Li's family. Suddenly, he seemed to want to say something but fell silent, standing upright and quiet. Unbeknownst to him, Sanshu continued to chatter animatedly. "Brother, did you not see? This wild boar was discovered by our Kaixin. My goodness, if we kept it for ourselves, our family could feast for over a year." In the midst of his enthusiasm, he noticed Shu's persistent grimacing. "Hey, brother, why are you silent?" Upon turning around, he found that Grandpa, Grandma, and Kaixin had approached. Grandpa's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Instantly, Sanshu fell silent, awkwardly calling out, "Father, Mother, you've come?" With a stern face, Grandpa spoke with undeniable authority. "Speak up. Why the sudden silence?" Observing the situation, Kaixin quickly interjected with a smile. "Grandpa, please don't be angry." Sanshu was merely venting his frustrations, concerned that our family might be at a disadvantage. Ershu discreetly kicked Sanshu, who immediately caught on and chimed in, Yes, father, that is exactly what I meant. Worried about the family." Grandpa cast a sidelong glance at the interplay between his eldest grandson and second son, snorted softly, and decided not to pursue the matter further. Before long, saw Wu Li and San saw Wang Hongmei arrived, leading several children. They greeted Grandpa with smiles, and saw's booming voice soon turned to Kaixin. "Oh, isn't this our great hero? Just returned and already accomplished something remarkable." Kaixin bashfully scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin, "Just lucky, purely luck." At this moment, Shu's two boys and Sanshu's daughter joined in, chattering excitedly. "Brother Kaixin, you're amazing. Tell us how you found that wild boar." Yes. Was it big? Did it scare you?" Saw's sons, 11-year-old Li Jun and 6-year-old Li Bing, bombarded him with questions, while Sansaw's 10-year-old daughter Li Mei gazed at Kaixin with admiration. Noticing the curious expressions from the two aunts and the incessant questioning from the children, Kaixin recounted the tale of encountering the wild boar once more. After his explanation, the inquiries ceased and he engaged in casual conversation with Shu and Sanshu. Chapter 8. Dividing the wild boar, meat time flew like a fleeting shadow, and soon the moon had quietly ascended the treetops. A massive pile of firewood blazed in the threshing ground, illuminating the smiling faces of the Li family and a few villagers. At that moment, San Yi, the village chief, strode confidently onto the platform, his voice booming, "Everyone, please quiet down." The once raucous crowd gradually hushed, leaving only the distant croaking of frogs echoing through the fields. San Yi, noticing the attention, cleared his throat and cheerfully inquired, "Do you all know why we are gathered here today?" Several young men, led by Kaixin's cousins, shouted in unison, "To divide the meat." Instantly, a chorus of voices rose in agreement, creating a lively atmosphere. San Yi chuckled and gestured for silence. "First and foremost, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Kaixin. It was he who discovered the wild boar." All eyes turned toward Kaixin, filled with appreciation. "Secondly, it's time to divide the meat. According to our village's custom, Kaixin is entitled to half." San Yi paused, raising his voice. "But this generous child wishes to share it all with everyone." Contemplating the situation, he continued, "I believe we shouldn't be too greedy. Let us allow Kaixin to take 50 pounds first, and then we'll distribute the rest. How does that sound?" "Yes, absolutely." The villagers responded enthusiastically, their faces alight with joy and agreement. Kaixin, witnessing their response, sincerely approached the village chief, saying, "San Yi, 30 pounds of meat is more than sufficient for me. Any more would go to waste." Sanshu, standing by, moved his lips as if to speak, but upon glancing at his father's expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. Sanyi intended to persuade further, but upon surveying the malnourished faces of the villagers, the words caught in his throat. As both the clan leader and village chief, he sighed, his tone laced with gratitude and regret. Kaixin, since you say so, it seems this time everyone benefits at your expense. On behalf of the entire village, I thank you. Kaixin quickly waved his hands, smiling warmly. Sanyi, there's no need for such formality. We are all family. No longer lingering. Sanyi turned and ascended the stone platform, announcing loudly, listen closely. This wild boar, after removing the entrails and bones, yields just over 300 pounds. Our village has 53 households, so each household will initially receive 4 pounds. For families with elderly and children, an additional half-pound will be allocated for each. After speaking, he beckoned to Kaixin, his face radiating kindness. Kaixin, please choose first. Kaixin, accita li responding, hopped onto the platform, and without hesitation selected a beautifully marbled piece of pork belly. Sanyi, seeing this, waved his hands in urgency. Oh child, don't be modest. Choose a fattier piece. You can render some lard and enjoy the cracklings. Kaixin, however, cheerfully replied, Sanyi, I prefer this cut. It's neither too fatty nor too lean, flavorful yet not greasy. Shall I cut a bit more? Sanyi inquired, concerned. No need, no need. Kaixin exclaimed, already leaping off the platform and returning to the crowd. Once all the villagers had received their portions of meat, they hurriedly returned home to store it. When they reconvened at the village canteen, it was already midnight. At that moment, a rich and enticing aroma of meat enveloped the entire village. The wild boar meat, simmering in the large pot, wafted through the air, enticing the villagers' appetites. Each person clutched their bowls and plates, lining up while trying to suppress their salivation, their faces lit with eager anticipation. At the canteen window, several ants stood ready with large ladles, brimming with energy. However, the frontmost position remained vacant, intentionally reserved, until Kaixin and his family arrived, laughing as they entered the canteen. The village chief promptly approached, guiding them to the front of the line. The ants wielded their ladles with precision, swiftly filling their bowls to overflowing, forming small mountains of food. The villagers waiting in line chuckled as they watched Kaixin's family depart with their bounty, and the canteen erupted back into lively chatter. Nowadays, villagers had grown accustomed to taking their meals home, so they each collected their portions with joy and strolled back home under the night sky. Upon returning to Grandpa and Grandma's home, Ershu and Sanshu's children were already waiting eagerly at the door. The moment they spotted Kaixin and his family, they leaped up, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement. Everyone gathered around the table with Grandpa seated at the head, grinning as he beckoned to Grandma. Dear, please bring me that jar of sweet potato wine we didn't tea finish last time. Before Grandma could rise, Sanshu darted out like the wind, quickly returning with a wine jar, exclaiming, I'll pour it, I'll pour it. Grandpa shot him a glance, shaking his head in amusement. Why haven't you shown such enthusiasm when working? As Sanshu cheerfully poured wine for Grandpa, he replied, well, Kaixin has returned, and he brought back so much meat. I'm just thrilled. Turning his head, he winked at Kaixin and gently nudged him with his elbow, suggesting, how about you join in? After all, we've graduated, and it's about time to find a wife. Upon hearing this, Kaixin's face flushed crimson, and he bashfully nodded, scratching the back of his head. At the table, everyone awaited the grandfather to make the first move with the chopsticks. The elder picked up the first piece of wild boar meat, and several pairs of chopsticks eagerly followed suit. Particularly the little ones, who had not tasted meat for months, stretched their arms impatiently. Kaixin also picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. In the village, wild boar meat is cooked without elaborate spices, simply sprinkled with a bit of salt, leading to a distinctly gamey flavor. A person from the 21st century might find it unbearable after just one bite. However, his body honestly reminded him that he hadn't had proper meat in quite some time. After chewing a few times before he could truly savor it, the meat had already slipped down into his stomach. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the table grew warmer, with everyone eating, chatting, and toasting, filling the room with warmth and laughter. As they neared the end of the meal, Kaixin engaged in conversation with his grandfather, second uncle, and third uncle. The grandfather set down his cup, wiped his lips with his hand, his eyes glimmering with a hint of reluctance, and spoke, Kaixin, can you stay a few more days this time? Come and chat with this old man. Li Kaixin set down his chopsticks and replied gently, "Grandpa, I have to return tomorrow. I need to focus on finding a job." He patted his grandfather's hand and assured him, "Once I settle down, I will definitely bring you something good." Everyone at the table turned their heads, their eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this, the grandfather nodded repeatedly, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Yes, yes, finding a job is important. One must not delay serious matters. At that moment, the third uncle interjected with a smile, gesturing as he spoke, "Kaixin, today's feast is truly grand. Next time there are any wild creatures on the mountain, be sure to call me." The grandfather couldn't help but glare at the third uncle, tapping him lightly with his chopsticks. "Next time? Do you really think wild game is something you can just come across casually?" The second uncle chimed in, serving a bowl of soup to Li Kaixin, his tone gentle yet earnest. "Kaixin, during this season, it's best to avoid going up the mountain. If you must go, never venture alone. Remember to bring a companion and some means of protection." Listening from the side, Grandma couldn't help but pat her chest, adding, "Yes, Kaixin, I heard you encountered a wild boar. I was truly frightened. If something were to happen to you, how could I bear it?" Both the grandfather and the third uncle nodded solemnly, and the atmosphere grew a bit heavier. Li Kaixin gazed into the concerned eyes of his family, feeling warmth in his heart, and sincerely promised while holding Grandma's hand, "Don't worry, I will be more cautious when going up the mountain in the future, and I will certainly bring weapons." The meal concluded with joy for both hosts and guests, everyone's bellies round and full. After tidying up the table, the second uncle and third uncle's families bid farewell to Grandma and Li Kaixin, carrying the portions of wild boar meat they had received. "Father, Mother, Kaixin, we're heading back," they said in unison. As night fell, Li Kaixin stood to see them off. "Be careful on the road, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, and third aunt." "Got it." The third uncle waved his hand, leading his daughter away, watching the two families gradually disappear into the distance. The night air was occasionally filled with the voices of the second uncle's two sons. "Dad, can we eat pork tomorrow?" Li Kaixin faintly heard the second aunt's playful reprimand, accompanied by the sound of gentle pats on their backs. "Want to eat again tomorrow? Just wait and see." Until they were completely out of sight, Li Kaixin slowly walked back to the house with Grandma and Grandpa. Chapter 9. Returning to the city. Visiting the street office, a ray of sunlight slipped through the window. Li Kaixin groggily opened his eyes. The previous night, hardly anyone in the village had slept well. After so long without indulging, many people's stomachs couldn't handle the sudden intake of meat and rushed to the restroom throughout the night. Although Li Kaixin's physique had been altered, he too was unable to withstand the noise from outside. Upon opening his door, he found Grandma sweeping the yard. As soon as she saw her grandson awake, she immediately set down the broom and rushed over, taking Li Kaixin's hand with a warm smile. "Kaixin, you're awake. Go wash your face. I've steamed some flour buns for you." After washing up, Li Kaixin wolfed down a bun. He had stayed up late the previous night and truly exhausted his energy. Having finished one in a single breath and seeing 3 more in the steamer, he turned to Grandma and said, "Grandma, you should eat too." Grandma chuckled. "I've already eaten. Your grandfather and I had some before you woke up. These are all for you." Seeing the steamer had just been opened, steam still rising, Li Kaixin knew Grandma was teasing him. Without further ado, he reached for 2 more buns, stuffing one in his mouth and the other toward Grandma's. "I'll be full after 2. You and Grandpa can have a rest." Grandma was taken aback for a moment, slowly accepting the bun with warmth in her eyes, repeatedly saying, Good, my grandson is truly filial." Just then, Grandpa walked in from outside. Li Kaixin quickly grabbed the last bun and handed it to Grandpa. Grandpa was momentarily surprised and then tried to return the bun, saying, "Kaixin, you eat. I've already had some." Li Kaixin patted his belly, insisting, "I'm really full. You should eat, Grandpa." Grandma chimed in, "Your grandson cares for you. Just eat it." At last, Grandpa smiled broadly, nodding as he slowly began to eat the bun, mumbling, Good, my eldest grandson knows how to care for others." Shortly after the meal, Li Kaixin packed his belongings. Grandma insisted he take all the wild boar meat, but he firmly refused. After much back and forth, he finally compromised and took 15 Jin with him. By the time he returned to the city, it was already afternoon, with the sun casting slanted rays. Li Kaixin walked along the stone-paved road, the incessant chirping of cicadas enhancing the tranquility of the afternoon. He arrived at the street office located in a renovated Saiheiwan with a high threshold. The red wooden door was ajar, and a guard, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, sat at the entrance. What do you need? The guard bellowed, his sharp eyes peering over his reading glasses. Kaixin hurried forward, slightly bowing, a smile on his face. Sir, I'm from this area and just graduated from middle school. I came to inquire about job opportunities. The guard scrutinized him for a moment, his fan continuing to sway, and waved him in. Go on in, but don't run around. Thank you. Kaixin expressed his gratitude to the guard. Stepping into the courtyard, he entered an office that had been converted from an open hall. 4 or 5 old desks were pushed together, piled high with documents and newspapers. The old-fashioned ceiling fan turned slowly, unable to dissipate the stifling heat within. A capable middle-aged woman in a gray uniform sat behind the desk at the back. She was the director, Wang. Her brow was furrowed, deeply focused on a document in her hands. The other clerks, heads bowed, busied themselves with their tasks, silence enveloping the room. Kaixin approached quietly, respectfully calling out, Director Wang! Director Wang! Wang looked up, momentarily startled to see a young boy, then squinted as she recalled. You're Li's boy, Kaixin, right? She had dealt with Kaixin's father, Li Minged, a few times and remembered him. Yes, that's me. Director Wang, you have a great memory. Kaixin smiled, his eyes crinkling. However, Director Wang was not in a mood for pleasantries. Waving her hand, no flattery. What do you need from me? Kaixin leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice. Director, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Firstly, do you want any wild boar meat? Director Wang's eyes brightened, instinctively glancing at the tattered bag behind him, only to lean back in disappointment. Is that all you have in that bag? Don't bother. Keep it for your family. Not that, Kaixin hurriedly explained. I'm talking about an entire small one, alive. Director Wang slammed her hand on the desk, abruptly standing up. Really? The loud exclamation startled everyone in the office, as several pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. Indeed, it weighs around 70 to 80 pounds. Kaixin nodded repeatedly, stating that it had just been brought back from the mountains in his village. Where is it? Hurry. Take me to see, Director Wang exclaimed as he began to head outside. However, Kaixin turned around and said, Director, you wait here. I will bring it to you right away. Before the words had left his mouth, he had dashed out of the courtyard, his footsteps echoing as he moved away. Unable to call him back, Director Wang halted, chuckling as he remarked, This lad is in quite a hurry. Other colleagues gathered around curiously, asking, Director, what wild boar? Is there really a wild boar? Where did it come from? Director Wang sat back down, took a sip from his teacup, and couldn't hide his smile as he replied. That lad from the Li family said he caught a small wild boar. Instantly, the office buzzed with low murmurs, and the previously dull atmosphere became lively. Meanwhile, Kaixin swiftly turned into a secluded alleyway, ensuring no one was around. With a thought, he seemed to blend into the air, and the next moment, he found himself standing in a mystical space. He had managed to knock out a relatively large wild boar and was now carrying it towards the street office. When he arrived at the street office's entrance with the boar, a group of people who had been waiting there burst into cheers. One bold woman stepped forward to touch the boar's belly and gasped, Oh my, this pig is still breathing. Director Wang, along with several colleagues, approached to take a closer look, and indeed, the boar's belly was slightly rising and falling. It was alive. She turned to Kaixin, her face lighting up with a smile, and pulled him towards the office, saying, Come, let us talk inside. Once inside, Kaixin was about to speak. Director Wang. Look at this, but Director Wang, thinking he was referring to the price, interrupted with a smile. Don't worry, I understand. Although our prices here can't compare to Dazhong Market, they are better than those at the collection station. The most important thing is safety. Our street office has the proper purchasing rights. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, For the boar you brought, I can offer you 80 cents per pound. How's that sound? Kaixin nodded almost immediately, not hesitating. The boar was meant to help him build connections, and with the current famine just beginning, the price of pork in Dazhong Market was already at $1.60, while the collection station was even lower at 60 cents. 80 cents for a whole boar was indeed generous. Seeing how agreeable he was, Director Wang's smile deepened. Look at you, don't call me director. Just call me Wang-yi. Her tone became more intimate. You mentioned there were 2 matters before. What's the other one? Kaixin felt a bit shy and rubbed his hands together. Angi, I just graduated from middle school and wanted to ask if there are any job opportunities available here. Director Wang's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Kaixin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but job openings are quite scarce these days. One position for one person. and our street office hasn't received any new job allocations for a long time. She paused, noticing Li Kaixin's expression darken, and then added, however, since you called me Wang Yi, I can't let you leave empty-handed. After pondering for a moment, she said, I have an old acquaintance who works as the deputy director at the transport station. I'll ask if there are any vacancies. Please wait a moment. With that, she picked up the phone and quietly communicated for a while. After hanging up, she turned back to him. By chance, there's an opening for an automotive apprentice. However, you will need to pay a little something to smooth things over. You'll need to discuss the specifics with Director Xie at the transport station. Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin was so excited he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Wang Yi, I want it. Thank you so much, truly. Chapter 10. Discussing work and finalizing the job before long. Hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. The door creaked open, and a young woman in her 20s rushed into the office, her face flushed with excitement, proclaiming, Director. It weighs 78 pounds. Director Wang let out a long sigh of relief, the wrinkles on her face easing slightly. Turning to Li Kaixin with a smile, she said, Now it's settled. We finally have meat for this year's street office tribute to the martyrs' families, and there is still plenty left. Kaixin, your timely contribution is quite fortuitous. Li Kaixin chimed in, grinning amiably. It's the blessing of our street. How else could I have stumbled upon this wild boar just as I returned to the village? Director Wang chuckled, pointing at him while playfully scolding, You rascal. Where did you learn this way with words? Share your secrets with me. Li Kaixin scratched his head sheepishly, about to respond when the curtain at the finance office was lifted and a bespectacled middle-aged woman emerged holding cash. She first handed the money to Director Wang, then eagerly asked, Director, how shall we handle the wild boar meat? The moment she spoke, everyone in the office turned their attentive gazes towards her. Director Wang glanced around, seeing the eager expressions, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Raising her voice, she declared, This is meant for the martyrs' families, at most. We can distribute half a pound to each person for a little treat. Though it was less than expected, everyone was still delighted. In these times, city residents only received 2 taels of meat ration per month, so half a pound of wild boar was quite a treat. Director Wang turned and handed a stack of cash to Li Kaixin. Kaixin, it totals $62.40. Please count it. Li Kaixin took the money, stuffing it into his pocket without even looking. With matters handled by Wang, what is there for me to worry about? You little rascal. Director Wang laughed while playfully scolding him. Then, in a serious tone, she added, You know the way to the transport station, right? Since it's still early, hurry along to the transport station. I've already spoken with Director Xie. Li Kaixin understood, quickly standing up. Then I want to keep you from your important work. As he spoke, he walked towards the door, but suddenly turned back, waving to everyone in the room. Uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, I'm off now. Before he finished speaking, he dashed away like a gust of wind. The office fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Someone shook their head and sighed. This lad is truly a talent. Director Wang gazed thoughtfully in the direction Li Kaixin had departed. Upon reaching the transport station, Li Kaixin immediately spotted an elderly man in an old uniform sitting on a bench soaking up the sun. He approached with a bright smile. Grandfather, you've worked hard. I'm here at the introduction of Director Wang from the street office to find Director Xie regarding something. The elderly man squinted as he appraised Li Kaixin from head to toe and nodded. Go on in. Director Xie has been informed. All right, thank you. Li Kaixin charafuli raplia. Stepping lightly into the courtyard. The door to the director's office was slightly ajar, and Li Kaixin knocked 3 times. A deep voice responded from within. He pushed the door open to find a square-faced, middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, with no one else in the room. Upon seeing the young lad, Director Xie's brow raised slightly. Young comrade, who are you? Li Kaixin quickly stepped forward, leaning slightly forward. Hello, Director Xie. I am Li Kaixin. Introduced by Director Wang from the street office. Oh, it's you, Li Kaixin. Director Xie's face broke into a smile, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Old Wang just spoke to me about you. Come, have a seat. He gestured towards a nearby wooden chair. However, Li Kaixin only moved half a step to the side, keeping his hands respectfully at his sides. I'll stand, so I want to take up your time. Director Xie didn't insist and casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his desk, lighting one. Amidst the swirling smoke, he offered the pack toward Li Kaixin, who quickly waved his hand, maintaining a polite smile. After finishing one cigarette, Director Xie leisurely began, Since you were introduced by Wang Yi, let us skip the pleasantries. For the apprentice position, the going rate outside is this much. He raised a finger to indicate the amount. You can secure it for 800. Kaixin internally marveled that this was nearly 200 less than the market price. However, he feigned hesitation on his face. Director, could I have a few days to gather the money? That's fine, Director Xie replied, brushing off the ash from a cigarette. But let me be clear. This position can only be held for a week. After that, don't blame me. I would never want to cause you any trouble. Kaixin quickly responded, his eyes sparkling. I'll ensure to have the money for you within the week. Director Xie nodded with satisfaction, poised to see off his guests. When he noticed Kaixin inching closer, whispering, Director Xie, there's one more thing. A few days ago, I had good fortune in the mountains and caught a couple of wild boars. I've already sent one to Aunt Wang, and I still have one weighing about 70 to 80 gene. I'm rather troubled about what to do with it. Director Xie paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily still. When he looked up again, the smile on his face deepened. You child, just call me Uncle Xie like old Wang does. Where's the wild boar now? It's in the abandoned yard up front, Kaixin replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Director Xie sprang to his feet. In this day and age, who dares to leave meat lying around? Lead the way. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door, turning back to urge. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. As they stepped out of the office, Director Xie called out to the courtyard, Xiao Lu, come over and lend a hand. A young man in his 20s rushed over, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing well-defined muscles. After a brief exchange, the three of them hurried outside. The old security guard, holding an enamel mug, watched their hurried departure and muttered, What is the rush for, old Xie? Navigating through 2 alleys, they turned into a dilapidated courtyard. Kaixin took a couple of quick steps ahead, and, while the 2 behind had yet to catch up, he discreetly retrieved the small wild boar he had rendered unconscious with his mind from space, swiftly tying it up with a grass rope and tossing it into a corner. Director, it's right here, Kaixin called out, waving his hand. Director Xie entered the yard, his gaze landing on the wild boar bound with the grass rope, and the corners of his eyes crinkled with delight. Xiao Lu crouched down to touch it, and exclaimed in surprise, Uncle, it's still alive. Be steady. Director Xie lightly kicked his backside. You're old enough to know better than to shout at a living creature. He turned to Kaixin and gave him a thumbs up. Kaixin, your skills are quite impressive. Rubbing his hands together, he lowered his voice. Let us get straight to the point. I have my eye on this pig. No need to weigh it. I'll deduct 200 from your apprenticeship quota. How does that sound? Kaixin's heart leaped with joy. This was clearly Director Xie extending an olive branch. Without hesitation, he agreed, I'll follow Uncle Xie's arrangements. Great. And you can give me that 600 whenever it's convenient for you, Director Xie said, patting him on the shoulder. You wait here. I'll go back and write a letter of introduction. After saying this, he pulled Xiao Lu over to the base of a locust tree, and the 2 chatted quietly for a while. Before long, Xiao Lu was seen carrying the boar away. Kaixin returned to the transport station with Director Xie. In the office, Director Xie took out the letter with the red stamp from his drawer and solemnly placed it in Kaixin's hands. Keep this safe. If it falls into the wrong hands, you'll have no place to cry. He added, and remember to come for your onboarding soon. Don't delay too long. Kaixin carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his inner pocket, grinning broadly. Got it. Thank you, Uncle. May I head back now? Off you go. Director Xie chided playfully, waving his hand. Stepping out of the transport station, Kaixin took a deep breath, feeling a sense of lightness as his work prospects solidified. Chapter 11. The surprise of many and the warmth of home as Kaixin approached the vicinity of Courtyard number 93 with a cloth bag in hand. 2 small figures darted out from among the children. Big brother is back. Xiao Xiao, with her pigtails, hugged Kaixin's arm tightly, her eyes glancing eagerly into the bag. The more boisterous Kai quickly snatched the bag and began to pry it open. Let me see what good stuff you brought today. Whoa. The exclamation from the young boy barely escaped his lips before Kaixin swiftly covered his mouth, resembling a rooster with its throat grasped. Little ancestor, keep it down. Kaixin glared at him, still feeling the warmth of his brother's breath on his palm. Xiao Xiao tiptoed to look, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. But she cleverly covered her mouth. Let us go home, Kaixin decided firmly, exchanging a glance with his sister. The 2 siblings each took an arm of the still-clutching bag Kai, and they stumbled toward the courtyard. The children playing nearby stared in awe, with one girl sporting a high ponytail, chewing on a sugar-coated hawthorn stick mumbling. What is up with Kaiji? He must have been naughty and got caught by Kaixin. The three of them clumsily passed through the flower-adorned gate, and Li Kai finally managed to pry open a gap between his fingers and whispered excitedly, "Brother, is there really that much meat? Am I seeing things?" Before he could finish, Xiao Xiao pinched his arm. "Are you going to shout again? Do you want to attract everyone?" Seeing his brother's face flushed from holding back, Li Kaixin couldn't help but laugh. They tumbled into the kitchen, and Li Kaixin glanced at the sky before rolling up his sleeves decisively. "Mom and Dad will be off work soon. I'll cook dinner tonight." Li Kai immediately moved closer, eyes wide with anticipation. "Brother, where did this meat come from? Can we eat meat tonight?" The questions from Li Kai came one after another. Sister Xiao Xiao looked at her brother with eager curiosity as well. Li Kaixin, seeing the desire and excitement on their faces, explained, "This meat was obtained through normal means. I'll explain everything when we eat." He then added with a smile, "We must eat meat tonight. I'll take care of the cooking." Upon hearing this, Li Kai forgot about where the meat came from and jumped up with joy, while Xiao Xiao giggled with her eyes crinkled. The siblings squeezed around the stove, eager to be the ones to start the fire. Li Kaixin pulled out the wild boar meat from a bag, swiftly slicing off more than 3 jin of the marbled meat. Taking advantage of the moment when his siblings weren't paying attention, he brushed his fingertips against the edge of the cutting board, summoning wild scallions and garlic from the secret realm, along with a few sprouting wild yams. Noticing the oil jar was nearly empty and the soy sauce bottle was half gone, Li Kaixin shook his head. "Looks like braised meat is off the table." As the water boiled, the rising oil bubbles made the siblings gasp, yet they remained silent, understanding the gravity of the moment. Once the meat chunks and yams began to simmer in the pot, Li Kaixin poked his sister. "Xiao Xiao, you're in charge of the cornmeal porridge. I can't figure out how much water to mix with that yellowish-white granular powder." As smoke spiraled upwards, the aroma of the meat wafted through the courtyard as if it had sprouted legs, drawing the neighborhood children from both front and backyards to the kitchen door, each one peeking in and swallowing hard. Just then, the adults returning from work began to trickle in, and the courtyard buzzed with excitement. Li Kaixin used chopsticks to pick up 3 pieces of meat, quickly cutting them into even smaller pieces, and handed a bowl to his brother. "Your friends outside are all drooling. Take this to share." Li Kai pouted as he held the bowl. "We don't even have enough for ourselves." Li Kaixin bent down and whispered a few words to Li Kai. Li Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed to the door, shouting, "Anyone who eats my meat today must recognize me as the big brother from now on." The other children stared at the glistening pieces of meat, their mouths watering. The second child from the Sun family in the front yard was the first to leap out. "Kai, I'll always be your number 1, little brother." The other 7 or 8 children swarmed in, including 2 who usually wouldn't yield. Li Kai proudly lifted his chin. "Line up, 1 piece for each, no stealing." After distributing the meat, the children ran home, each clutching their piece and shouting with glee. At that moment, Li Kaixin's parents entered the courtyard one after another. Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun in the front yard chuckled, expressing their gratitude. "Thanks to your Kaixin, our Pai Howsy got to taste some meat." The couple exchanged puzzled glances, smiling politely at Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sunday. As they hurried into the backyard, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, enticing their noses. Unable to resist, their mother inhaled deeply, exchanging a glance with their father, both filled with the same question. Where did this meat come from? Pushing open the kitchen door, they found all 3 children inside. Li Kaixin was busy serving food into bowls, and upon noticing the commotion at the door, he looked up. Seeing the uncontainable curiosity on his parents' faces, he understood. "Dad, Mom, before you ask, let us eat first, and I'll explain everything as we go." Once the family was seated at the dining table, the steaming pot of wild boar meat and yam was placed in the center, filling the air with its delightful aroma. The gazes of the parents and younger sister were fixed intently on Li Kaixin, creating an inexplicably tense atmosphere. Young brother Li Kai sat on the stool, his eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the solemn faces of their parents and then eagerly eyeing the bowl of meat, swallowing nervously. Noticing that no one was reaching for their chopsticks, Li Kaixin cleared his throat and began recounting his adventure of discovering wild yam on the outskirts of the mountain, encountering an injured wild boar, and the ensuing excitement of the village sharing the meat. He narrated vividly, deliberately omitting the dangers and emphasizing luck. Nevertheless, upon finishing his tale, his father's brow remained tightly furrowed, and his mother's face turned pale. Li Kai and Li Xiao, who had spent most of their time in the city, were largely unfamiliar with the ferocity of wild boars. At this moment, they simply admired their older brother, their eyes shining with reverence. "You reckless child! How dare you venture alone into the mountains?" Mother suddenly stood up from her stool, quickly moving to Li Kaixin's side, her hands gripping his shoulders as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Are you hurt? Did you get injured? Anywhere? Let me take a good look." Father's calm voice followed, laced with undeniable sternness. You must never take such risks again. Look at how frightened your mother is." Though he remained seated, his concerned gaze brimmed with care for his son. Only then did Li Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, gently shake Li Kaixin's arm. Her soft voice laced with pleading. "Big brother, please don't go to such dangerous places again. We can manage with less meat." Li Kai nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes. Big brother, safety is the most important thing." Feeling the unreserved worry in his family's eyes, a warm sensation flooded Li Kaixin's heart. He promptly assured them, "Father, mother, Xiao, you can rest assured. I will act prudently from now on and will never be reckless again." Hearing his promise, the tension in the room gradually eased. Observing the atmosphere lighten, Li Kaixin deemed it was the right moment. He took out a carefully folded letter of introduction from his bag and, presenting it with both hands to his father, spoke with a barely concealed excitement. "Father, mother, there is something else. Today I went to the street office and found a job as an apprentice at the transport station." Father's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the thin piece of paper. Mother leaned forward eagerly, asking, "Old man, what does it say? Is it true?" Father adjusted his non-existent glasses and leaned closer to the light, reading each word attentively before looking up, unable to suppress a smile. He nodded emphatically. "It's true. It bears the stamp of the transport station." "Oh my, this is wonderful," Mother exclaimed, her face lighting up as she wiped her hands on her apron, overwhelmed with joy. "Big brother, you are amazing," Li Xiao cheered, while Li Kai puffed out his chest proudly, as though the achievement were his own. Li Kaixin, witnessing the elation radiating from his family, felt a profound sense of fulfillment wash over him. With a smile, he urged, All right, the good news has been shared. Let us dig in before the food gets cold." At this, everyone seemed to snap back to reality. Father laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Wife, go fetch that bottle of wine. We shall have a toast to celebrate with Kaixin today." Mother replied with a smile and quickly returned with the wine. Once she poured for the father and son, the long-awaited dinner finally commenced. Li Kai, quick and nimble, snatched a glistening, thick piece of wild boar meat with his chopsticks. Li Xiao, not to be outdone, expertly picked up a piece, blowing on it to cool. Li Kaixin watched his younger siblings with a smile, leisurely taking a piece for himself. The meat had been cooked to perfection, though it still bore a hint of the wild boar's gamey flavor. It was far superior to the unblinked meat from the previous night. Dinner concluded amidst shared bites and inquiries about the elder-S family. Chapter 12. The kind neighbors after the meal, Li Kaixin and his father moved their stools to sit in the yard and enjoy the cool evening air. His younger brother was joyfully running around with friends, while mother and sister were busy cleaning the dishes. Observing this scene, Li Kaixin couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. The men of this era are truly fortunate. Once mother finished washing the dishes, her eyes fell upon the cloth bag in the corner, the very bag containing the wild boar meat Li Kaixin had brought back. Opening the bag and seeing it filled to the brim with meat, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing the commotion, Li Kaixin and his father thought something was amiss in the kitchen and rushed in. They found mother staring at the bag in a daze. "Mother, Zayalai, what is wrong?" The father and son chorused. Father hurried forward, concern etched on his face as he examined his wife. Mother snapped out of her reverie and smiled at them. "I just heard you say you brought back a lot of meat during dinner, but seeing it now, I realize how much there really is." Weighing the bag in her hands, she continued, "There is quite a bit here. I was thinking of giving half a pound to each household in the yard, cutting 3 pounds for Kaixin's grandfather, and pickling the rest. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Li Kaixin replied readily. Father looked at mother fondly. "Wife, do we really need to discuss this? You are the one who manages the household. Who would dare to disregard your wishes?" Hearing this, mother gazed at her husband, her eyes filled with warmth. Li Kaixin walked over to his sister, and the siblings exchanged smiles, teasing in unison. "Father, you're so sentimental. Aren't you ashamed?" Father's face flushed with embarrassment, and he feigned anger. "Go on. Go play. This is between your mother and me. Sister mischievously made a face and dashed out of the kitchen with her brother. Mother, witnessing this interaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Father scratched his head, also feeling a bit bashful as he smiled. Time flowed quietly amidst the laughter. Kaixin, come here. Mother called from the kitchen. Coming. Kaixin sprang up from a lounge chair and jogged into the kitchen. Mother instructed, you'll come with me to deliver the meat to each household. All right. Kaixin nodded briskly. Their first stop was at the home of the manager. Nanluoguxiang. Kaixin carried the meat while Mother approached the door to knock. Who is it? Came a voice from within, that of a middle-aged woman. With a creak, the door opened. Mother greeted with a smile. Aunt Wang, it's me, Zayulai. Seeing her visitor, Aunt Wang's face broke into a smile. Ah, it's Zayulai. What brings you here? Aunt Wang, my brother Kaixin returned to the village yesterday, and coincidentally, the village distributed wild boar meat. I brought some for you to taste. Mother explained, giving Kaixin a knowing glance. Understanding her cue, Kaixin promptly presented half a pound of wild boar meat. Aunt Wang waved her hands repeatedly. Oh no. How can we accept this? It's too precious. Your family just recovered from the famine and needs the money. Seeing her reluctance, Mother feigned a stern expression. Aunt Wang, if you refuse, it will seem as if you look down on our family. Besides, when we were buying the job, your family was the first to lend us money, and we haven't properly thanked you yet. With such reasoning, Aunt Wang could no longer decline, accepting the meat with gratitude. Well, then thank you for thinking of us. Thus, the mother and son delivered meat from home to home, receiving smiles and thanks along the way. By the time they finished delivering the meat, the sky had darkened. After washing up, the family settled in for the night. Lying in bed, Kaixin's mind raced with thoughts. Having crossed into this era for 3 days, he was gradually acclimating to this slower pace of life, and honestly, he was quite enjoying the comfort brought. Yet occasionally, he would think of his parents in the 21st century, feeling a twinge of concern. He also recalled the crops he had sown in the secret space yesterday, and the fish and shrimp he had caught from the stream. Realizing he hadn't taken the time to check on them amidst the busyness of the past few days. With a light pat on his forehead, he focused his thoughts and entered the secret space. In that small plot of land, various grains had sprouted green shoots. Kaixin contemplated. Once they matured, if he planted several more crops, he wouldn't have to worry about food. A smile crept onto his lips. Looking at the stream, the small fish and shrimp had also grown noticeably. Kaixin beamed with delight, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. Stepping out of the space, I reflected on the experiences of the past few days. The people of this era exude a sense of authenticity, whether they're from my memories or the villagers in the courtyard. However, after encountering some leaders, I have come to understand that flattery exists everywhere. Individuals like Director Xie are exceedingly amiable towards those with ability and connections, while ordinary citizens are met with a different demeanor. Moreover, the sum of money owed to Director Xie must be returned swiftly. Despite his jovial demeanor today, had it not been for Director Wang's introduction and that wild boar, he would scarcely acknowledge anyone. If the debt is not settled promptly, it could hinder my transition to a formal position as an apprentice in the future. Contemplating these matters, I concluded that the quickest path to earn money presently lies in venturing into the mountains once more. Kaixin, dismissing further thoughts, turned over and gradually drifted into slumber. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Kaixin's bed. A new day began, and the courtyard gradually filled with life. Sleepily clutching his toiletries, Kaixin ambled towards the sink. Uncle Wang, the caretaker, noticed him and jest, "Oh, who do we have here? Returning home and already looking so weary?" Kaixin, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Uncle Wang, you simply do not understand. This is called the self-regulation of youthful vigor." Hearing this, his father, who was nearby, interjected sternly. "How can you speak to Uncle Wang like that? Show some respect and apologize." Uncle Wang raised his eyebrows in amusement at Kaixin's expense. Frustrated, yet seeing his father's serious expression, Kaixin relented. "Uncle Wang, I apologize." At that moment, Uncle Lu emerged from the house, chuckling, "Just tease him a little." Feeling the playful banter directed at him, Kaixin hastily finished washing up and darted back into the kitchen, where the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. His mother was deftly serving cornmeal porridge and steamed buns at the table, where the family gathered together. After taking a bite of the steamed bun, his father suddenly recalled, Yesterday, we were so caught up in joy that I forgot to ask when you plan to report to the transport station. Li Kaixin pondered, perhaps next Monday, just in time to prepare over the weekend. Good, his father nodded, signaling to his mother to give him 20 yuan shortly, as new hires often require a little something to smooth their entry. Thank you, Dad, Li Kaixin replied with a smile. His father then turned to his mother with a gentle tone. This weekend, let us visit your parents. We can bring along 3 pounds of wild boar meat and some grains. His mother beamed. Whatever you say. She then turned to her children. How about you, Kaixin, Ziokai, and Xiao Xiao? Your grandfather has been mentioning you often. Li Kaixin scratched his head, chuckling. I have a few things to take care of today. I'll visit after I officially start at the transport station. That way, it will bring honor to you, right? Meanwhile, his younger brother and sister, having no particular plans, nodded excitedly at their mother. Amused by Li Kaixin, his mother gently tapped his forehead. You sure know how to charm. His father could not help but chuckle. This lad knows how to pick his moments. As laughter filled the air, breakfast quietly concluded. After the meal, his parents tidied up and took his younger siblings out. Li Kaixin stood at the courtyard gate, squinting slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. If he wished to earn quick money, he must venture into the mountains. This thought prompted a recollection of his previous awkwardness during the last expedition. I need to acquire a suitable tool, Li Kaixin murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, recalling that long-distance drivers during this era often carried equipment at their waists. It seemed I must bother Director Xie once more. A smile crept upon Li Kaixin's lips as he made up his mind and briskly headed towards the transport station. Chapter 13. Borrowing a gun, Li Kaixin once again arrived at the transport station. The courtyard on this weekend was notably quieter than the day before, with only a few staff members moving about. The elderly gentleman at the entrance, fanning himself, occupied his usual spot, squinting as if dozing off. Li Kaixin approached him with familiarity, greeting warmly. Good day, sir. Still on duty today? You must be working hard. The elder looked up, peering over his glasses, and after a moment, recognized him. Ah, it's you from yesterday. What brings you here again? It's Sunday. We're not working. Excuse me, sir, is Director Xie here? Li Kaixin inquired with a smile. The elder paused his fanning, lowering his voice slightly. You're in luck. Normally, Director Xie wouldn't be here on a weekend, but there's an urgent transport task today, and he has come in to work overtime. He's in the office now. Go on in. Great. Thank you, sir. Li Kaixin felt a surge of happiness, expressed his gratitude, and swiftly made his way inside. Upon reaching the office door, Li Kaixin adjusted his collar, took a deep breath, and knocked. Come in, came Director Xie's steady voice from within. Upon entering, Li Kaixin was taken aback to find that he was not alone. Seated on the sofa by the window was a middle-aged man of dignified demeanor, dressed in a sharp dark Zhongshan suit, sipping tea from a fine white porcelain cup. Director Xie was seated opposite him, appearing quite respectful. Director Xie, Li Kaixin grata pulitelli. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, Director Xie's face broke into a smile. But then he seemed to recall something, turning to the man on the sofa, and humbly introduced, Station Chief, this is the young man I mentioned to you yesterday. Li Kaixin. He then gestured towards Li Kaixin. Kaixin, this is Director Zhao from our transport station. Li Kaixin's heart skipped a beat. The station chief? This was the head of the transport station, a legitimate departmental leader. He immediately composed himself, straightened his back, and respectfully bowed to Director Zhao, greeting, Hello, Director Zhao? Director Zhao set down his teacup, his piercing gaze scanning Li Kaixin from head to toe, before he finally spoke in a low, resonant tone. Ah, so you are Li Kaixin? Old Xie just mentioned you. Quite impressive for someone your age to acquire wild game during these times. Director Xie added with a smile, Indeed. Station Chief. This young man is clever, bold, and meticulous. He has already agreed to join us as an apprentice. Li Kaixin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, leaders, for this opportunity. I will study diligently and work earnestly, ensuring I do not bring shame to the station or to you, Director Xie. Hearing this, Director Zhao nodded slightly, his tone imbued with the concern of a mentor and the authority of a leader. It is commendable for young people to have ambition. Once you join the transport station, focus on mastering your skills and performing your duties with diligence. Driving is a technical and responsible job, crucial for the safety of the nation and its people's property. One must not be careless. I hope you remain humble and dedicated, mastering your craft to contribute to the construction of our homeland. Yes, I will keep your words in mind and will not disappoint your expectations. Li Kaixin responded earnestly. Pleased, Director Zhao nodded again, lifted his teacup, and said to Director Xie, Old Xie, you carry on with your work. I'll go check on the task arrangements. With that, he stood up. Both Director Xie and Li Kaixin quickly rose to see him off. As Director Zhao reached the door, he seemed to recall something, turning back to Li Kaixin with a warm smile, patting him on the shoulder. Work hard, young man. The future is bright. He then stepped out of the office. With Director Zhao's departure, the atmosphere in the office noticeably relaxed. Director Xie returned to his chair and gestured to a seat beside him. Have a seat, young man. What brings you here today? Your official entry 1TB until next week. It is still the weekend, he teased. Li Kaixin did not take a seat but leaned closer to the desk, whispering to Director Xie. Director Xie, I came today to ask if I could borrow something. Borrow something? What do you need? Director Xie inquired, lighting a cigarette, a hint of curiosity in his voice. A gun. Li Kaixin lowered his voice and uttered a single word. Director Xie paused, his hand clutching a cigarette, and his brow furrowed in immediate disapproval. Nonsense. Is it something you can borrow, casually? What are you planning to do? Li Kaixin was well prepared with his explanation, gazing at Director Xie with sincerity. Uncle Xie. To be honest, during my school breaks, I often accompany my grandfather to hunt. I am quite familiar with the mountains and forests near my hometown and understand the rules of the wilderness. Observing Director Xie listening intently, he continued, I thought, since I possess this skill, I might as well venture into the mountains during these few days before starting work. I know that the long-distance drivers at the station sometimes carry firearms for protection, so I was thinking. Director Xie remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and fixating his gaze on Li Kaixin. Aware that mere words would not suffice, Li Kaixin pressed on, his tone a blend of earnestness and confidence. Uncle Xie, I understand the rules. I won't borrow without giving something in return. Regardless of my haul this time, I will bring you back a share of the mountain goods. If I happen to catch something substantial, you will receive the lion's share, which will help me repay the 600 yuan I owe you. This statement showcased his abilities, expressed his sincerity, and highlighted the mutual benefits. Director Xie appeared visibly tempted, flicking the ash from his cigarette and leaning back, his expression complex as he regarded Li Kaixin. The two engaged in a verbal tug-of-war, with Director Xie repeatedly confirming the authenticity of Li Kaixin's words. Ultimately, he extinguished the cigarette, seemingly having made up his mind, stood up, glanced outside, then closed the door and returned to his seat. In a lowered voice, he said, I can help you secure an old, unregistered gun, but I can only provide you with 50 rounds of ammunition. However, Director Xie's expression turned extraordinarily grave. First, you must never mention that you got the gun from me. Tell everyone it was left by your family and has been reported. Do you understand? Second, and most importantly, safety comes first. If you encounter any danger, your life is the priority. If anything happens, it is solely your responsibility and has nothing to do with the transportation station or me. Do you comprehend? His words were astutely diplomatic, offering assistance while distancing himself and the organization from any potential fallout, yet subtly reminding Li Kaixin of his favor. Uncle Xie, I understand. I am fully aware of the rules. Rest assured, I will not cause you or the station any trouble. I will bear all responsibility. A great weight lifted from Li Kaixin's heart, and he earnestly assured him. Humph, you rascal. Director Xie shook his head helplessly, yet a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. He opened a drawer, retrieved a sheet of stationery, swiftly scribbled a few lines, and then stamped it with a specialized seal from the transportation station's security department. This was a hunting permit, justified as a temporary collection of auxiliary supplies for the station's logistical needs. With this document, he could explain himself if questioned. Next, Director Xie made a phone call. After a while, a young man in work attire, looking efficient, entered carrying a long object wrapped in oilcloth. He set it down and left immediately. Director Xie pushed the item in front of Li Kaixin. Containing his excitement, Li Kaixin accepted the heavy oilcloth bundle and the ammunition. Thank you, Uncle Xie. I will remember your kindness. Li Kaixin's words came from the heart. Enough of that. Director Xie waved his hand, his tone returning to normal. Hurry and go. Use the small back door. Don't attract too much attention. Li Kaixin ceased his chatter and departed from the transportation station. Once in a deserted area, he concentrated and transferred himself to the secret realm. He then made his way to the bus station and purchased a ticket for the route to Logia village. Upon arriving near Logia village, Kaixin did not enter the village but instead took a small detour. Relying on his memory and extraordinary perception, he skillfully avoided any potential encounters with villagers, quietly re-entering the sprawling mountains like a seasoned hunter. Chapter 14. Abundant Harvest. Stepping once more into the heart of these mountains. Kaixin's mindset was markedly different from his initial exploration. Gone was the awkwardness of his first visit, replaced by a calm preparedness. First, he needed to familiarize himself with the weapon in hand. Finding a secluded spot backed by a stone wall, Kaixin unwrapped the oilcloth bundle, revealing a well-maintained Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. He retrieved 10 rounds from the secret realm. Aiming, he steadied his breath and prepped the trigger, targeting a scarred birch tree 50 meters away. Bang! The first shot veered slightly to the lower right. He adjusted his breathing, feeling the recoil, and savored the moment of firing. Bang! The second shot came closer to the mark. Bang! 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 After 5 consecutive shots, Kaixin had gained a clear understanding of the rifle's ballistic characteristics. With the remaining 5 rounds, he hit precisely where he aimed, splintering the tree bark. It appeared that whether due to the soul fusion from his crossing or the subtle influences of the secret realm, his learning and adaptability surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Kaixin officially embarked on his hunting journey. He retraced the small mountain stream in his memory, moving slowly against the current. The water babbled, and the forest birds chirped, teeming with life. Not far along, a series of coos and rustling in the bushes caught Kaixin's attention. A brilliantly colored wild chicken was pecking at the ground by the stream. Raising his rifle, he aimed, and a sharp crack shattered the tranquility of the forest, the wild chicken collapsing in response. In the ensuing hours, Kaixin exhibited the patience and precision of an experienced hunter. By midday, he assessed his spoils, 7 wild chickens and 5 hares, a bountiful harvest. He sought a spacious area near a water source and paused. His exceptional hunting experience allowed him to effortlessly kindle a small campfire, preparing a plump hare to roast until it sizzled and turned golden crisp. After relishing a delightful organic lunch and resting to regain his strength, he set out again for more hunting. Time passed without notice, and as he ventured deeper, the birdsong grew sparse, enveloped by an almost oppressive silence. Kaixin heightened his alertness, sensing an unsettling aura in this area. Suddenly, a violent rustling erupted from the bushes on his left, accompanied by a deep, terrifying roar as a massive black shape surged forth like a whirlwind. It was a formidable black bear. In a split second, Kaixin's body hair stood on end. Instincts for survival propelled him into action. Rolling instinctively to the side, just as the bear's massive paw brushed past his back. As the bear reared up, letting out a furious roar and preparing for a second charge, Kaixin advanced instead of retreating, daringly closing the distance. His right hand shot out like lightning, and at the moment of contact with the bear's muscular forearm, he silently commanded, "Capture!" The colossal bear vanished into thin air. Gasping for breath, Kaixin's heart raced like a drum, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Without a moment's delay, he plunged his mind into the secret realm. There, he found the bear bewildered, standing in the open space, seemingly disoriented by the sudden change in environment. Without hesitation, Kaixin focused on the target, manipulating the rifle stored in the realm to aim at the bear's vital points, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled shot echoed within the secret realm. The bear let out a mournful cry and crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Quickly retrieving his prepared knife, he extracted the bear's gallbladder, recalling that it was of decent quality, worth around 300 yuan. After such a thrilling encounter, he decided it was best to leave while ahead. Gathering his emotions, Kaixin hastily made his way back along the stream. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him, for on his return journey, he unexpectedly encountered a roe deer foraging in the woods. Steadying his breath, he raised his gun, aimed carefully, and with a single shot, secured this unforeseen bounty. By the time Kaixin, weary yet exhilarated, stood once more at the door of Director Xie's office at the transport station. The sun was setting in the afternoon sky. His face radiated an uncontrollable excitement, and even his knock on the door seemed unusually lighthearted. Come in. Kaixin pushed the door open to find Director Xie still engrossed in reviewing documents. Uncle Xie. Upon seeing Kaixin, Director Xie looked up in surprise. You're back so soon? What did you bring? Li Kaixin quickly stepped forward, gently placing his gun and ammunition on the desk before leaning closer to Director Xie and whispering, Uncle Xie, the gun is returned in perfect condition. I hunted a black bear. What? Director Xie dropped his pen onto the documents with a loud thud, splattering a few drops of ink. He sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice rising an octave. A black bear? You're not joking, are you? Where is it? Absolutely true. Uncle Xie, I wouldn't dare joke with you, Li Kaixin assured him, quickly explaining that creature was enormous, and I was afraid bringing it back would attract unnecessary attention. So I temporarily hid it in a secluded cave at the foot of Dongshan outside the city. Director Xie paced a few steps, the shock on his face gradually giving way to immense joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He clapped Li Kaixin on the shoulder with enthusiasm, his voice brimming with excitement. Well done, my boy. This is fantastic news. Just wait. I'll make arrangements immediately. He seized a phone on the desk, dialed a number, and spoke in a brisk, authoritative tone. Xiao Zhang, it's me, Xie Jiangguo. Bring the car to the backyard right away. We have an urgent task that requires us to leave the city. Yes, just you alone, and be quick about it. No sooner had he hung up than the office door swung open, and Director Zhao entered, having evidently heard the commotion. Old Xie, what else with all the urgency? You are even dispatching Xiao Zhang's car. Upon seeing Zhao, Director Xie's face lit up with a broad smile as he approached, speaking softly. Director, great news. This young fellow, Li Kaixin, has hunted a black bear in the mountains. Director Zhao's pupils narrowed in disbelief, and his stern expression softened as he turned to Li Kaixin. A black bear? Are you certain? Absolutely, Director. It's quite a sizable one. Li Kaixin raplia respectfully. Director Zhao inhaled deeply, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled Director Xie aside, whispering a few instructions. Director Xie nodded repeatedly. I understand, Director. Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately. Director Zhao, satisfied, cast a meaningful glance at Li Kaixin before departing the office, as if he were merely passing by. Shortly thereafter, Director Xie's trusted driver, Xiao Zhang, reported that the car was ready. Director Xie personally accompanied Li Kaixin, and the three of them swiftly boarded the old gasket truck from the backyard. The truck jostled as it drove out of the city, arriving at the foot of Dongshan. Under Li Kaixin's guidance, they stopped at a secluded spot. Director, the cave is just ahead. The vehicle cannot go in. I will retrieve it now, Li Kaixin announced. Be quick and careful, Director Xie instructed, anxiously waiting with Xiao Zhang by the vehicle. Li Kaixin jogged into Mountain Hollow, finding a cave hidden from view. After ensuring no one was around, he summoned the heavy black bear along with the game birds and hares from his secret space. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted the over 300-pound weight and steadily began his trek back. As Li Kaixin emerged from the shadows, bearing the black bear, game birds, and hares, both Director Xie and Xiao Zhang gasped in astonishment. Even with prior preparation, the visual impact was overwhelming. My heavens, it truly is a black bear, Xiao Zhang exclaimed, his mouth agape. Director Xie hurried closer, circling the bear's carcass and running his hand over its fur. He crouched down to inspect the wound on the bear's abdomen, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked up, a mix of curiosity and hope in his eyes. Kaixin, did you retrieve the bear's gallbladder? Understanding the significance, Li Kaixin beamed with a sincere smile, nodding vigorously. I did, Uncle Xie. The situation was urgent, and I feared if I delayed, the gallbladder would spoil. So I quickly took it out. He then produced a seemingly deflated cloth bag, from which he retrieved the gallbladder wrapped in oil paper, presenting it with both hands. Here it is. Take a look. Director Xie carefully unwrapped a corner of the oil paper, revealing a brown, plump gallbladder that made his face light up with joy, as if a flower had bloomed. He gingerly wrapped the gallbladder back up, clutching it tightly as though it were a rare treasure. Excellent. Good job, my boy. This gallbladder is a true iron gallbladder, Director Xie praised, then lowered his voice, his tone firm. Kaixin, I'll take this gallbladder. It's not easy to handle or sell on your end. Here's the deal. I 1T shortchange you. The market price is 350 yuan. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Li Kaixin nodded eagerly. Uncle Xie, whatever you say goes. I trust you. Delightful. Director Xie's smile broadened as he gestured towards the black bear on the ground. For the entire bear, I'll give you 650 yuan, plus the gallbladder, totaling 1,000 yuan. What do you think? 1,000 yuan? In an era when the average worker earned merely 30 to 40 yuan a month. This sum was indeed substantial. Kaixin suppressed his overwhelming joy, his voice trembling with excitement. No problem. Thank you, Uncle Xie. Director Xie's gaze shifted to the game birds and hares. Quick on his feet, Kaixin stepped forward with a grin. Uncle Xie, this successful hunt owes much to your lone gun and the permit you provided. These game birds and hares are fresh. Please accept them as a token of my gratitude. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly handed over 2 of the fattest game birds and a large hare to Director Xie. Hey, what are you doing? Keep them for yourself. Director Xie feigned reluctance, yet his hands accepted the gifts willingly, his smile deepening, clearly appreciating Kaixin's thoughtfulness. Turning to the waiting driver. Xiao Zhang, Kaixin offered him a game bird as well. Brother Zhang, thank you for your hard work on this trip. Please enjoy this small token of my appreciation. Xiao Zhang, taken aback by the kindness, accepted gratefully. Oh, Li brother, you're too kind. Thank you, thank you. Finally, Kaixin produced the best remaining game bird and hare, respectfully offering them to Director Xie. Uncle Xie, just a small gesture. When you have a moment, could you please pass these along to Director Zhao? Just a token of appreciation for his concern and support. Director Xie observed this series of thoughtful gestures with a growing admiration for Kaixin. All right, your thoughtful intentions are commendable. I will convey your regards to Director Zhao. Director Xie readily agreed, no longer dismissing the gesture. Together, they hoisted the heavy black bear onto the truck, which rumbled back towards the city. Rather than returning to the transport station, the vehicle took a winding route to a quiet, sizable courtyard. Evidently, this was where Director Xie handled private matters. Once the bear was brought into the courtyard, Director Xie promptly retrieved a thick envelope from inside, placing it into Kaixin's hands. Kaixin, this is 1,000 yuan. Please count it. Kaixin accepted the weighty envelope, feeling the thickness of the bills within. He pulled out 600 yuan from the envelope and returned it to Director Xie. Uncle Xie, this is the 600 yuan I owed you. Please keep it. With the remaining 400, I shamelessly accepted it. Excellent. The accounts are settled, and everyone is happy. Director Xie chuckled heartily, taking the money with gusto and giving Kaixin a hearty pat on the shoulder. Work hard from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek out Uncle Xie. Certainly. Thank you, Uncle Xie. Kaixin tucked the remaining 400 yuan into his secret space, repacked the 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits into his bag, and then bid farewell to Director Xie as he made his way home. Just as he reached the entrance of the alley where his courtyard was located, a shrill voice erupted like a broken gong. Hey, whose kid is this? Carrying so many good things. Kaixin looked up and felt a jolt in his heart. There stood Jia Zhenshi from number 95, that notoriously brash woman, a relentless opportunist. Hands on her hips, her beady eyes fixed greedily on the bag in Kaixin's hand, her avarice nearly spilling over. Kaixin wished to avoid trouble and attempted to sidestep her, mumbling an indistinct greeting, Aunt Jia. However, Jia Zhenshi nimbly stepped in his way again. A feigned smile plastered on her face, yet her voice carried an unmistakable coercion. You must be that Li family's boy, Kaixin, right? Tisk tisk. So many wild chickens and rabbits. Where did you, a mere child, get them? Surely, you haven't resorted to thievery? She intentionally raised her voice, drawing the attention of a few passers-by in the alley. Let me tell you, stealing public property is a serious crime. Since you're still young, I'll kindly overlook it if you share half of your spoils with me. Otherwise, I will summon someone. Kaixin's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the bag. Aunt Jia, your words are quite unpleasant. I hunted these fairly from the mountains. They are completely legitimate. Why should I share half with you? Hey, you little brat, dare to retort. Jia Zhenshi, seeing that gentleness was not working, immediately resorted to a tantrum, sitting on the ground and beating her thighs as she began to wail. Everyone come look. This boy from the Li family is bullying an old lady. He stole public property and refuses to admit it. What an unreasonable world. Her cries were like a thunderclap in the tranquil alley. Instantly, neighbors poured out from both courtyards. In the 93rd courtyard, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun were the first to rush out. Upon seeing the scene, Aunt Zhao immediately shouted, Zayulai, Ming, come out quickly. Your brother Kaixin is being blocked at the entrance. Kaixin's parents had just returned from his grandmother's house, and were inside, tidying up. Hearing the commotion, their expressions changed, and they rushed out with their son and daughter. Upon seeing Kaixin, who wore a distressed look while being obstructed by Jia Zhenshi in the middle of the alley, his mother hurried forward, grabbing his arm with concern. "Kaixin, what is going on? Did she harm you?" His father stood protectively behind Kaixin, casting a stern gaze at Jia Zhenshi. His younger brother and sister surrounded their elder brother, their faces filled with worry and indignation. At the same time, several prominent figures from number 95, known for their cunning, including the calculating elder Yin, the bureaucratic elder Liu, and the relatively fair yet biased elder Yi, also emerged. Elder Yin adjusted his glasses, eyeing the wild game in Kaixin's possession with envy, but remained silent. Elder Liu, hands behind his back, feigned disinterest. Elder Yi furrowed his brow and stepped forward to advise, "Sister, what are you doing? Stand up and speak properly. This is no way to behave in the alley." He then turned to Kaixin and inquired, "Li family boy, what is happening? Where did you get these wild animals?" Seeing the crowd gathering, Jia Zhenshi grew emboldened. Pointing at Kaixin, she shrieked, "Elder Yi, you must take charge. This boy doesn't know where he got all this. Suspected from dubious means. I asked him to hand it over, and he insulted me. Such a young age, and already he refuses to learn. You lie. My brother hasn't stolen anything." His sister retorted, her face flushed with anger. "Exactly," his younger brother chimed in. Kaixin patted his siblings on the shoulders, signaling them to remain calm. Facing the crowd, especially the three elders from number 95, he composedly retrieved the hunting permit stamped with the transportation station's red seal from his pocket. "Dear neighbors, take a look. This is a hunting permit personally issued to me by Director Xie from the transportation station. And Jia, you claim I stole? If that is the case, we can go to the neighborhood committee to settle this." The vividly stamped document held substantial persuasive power at that moment. Upon seeing this, the neighbors from the 93rd Courtyard felt emboldened and began to chime in. "Exactly. Kaixin has proof. And Jia, on what grounds do you speak so baselessly? I think you're just envious of the boy's abilities. Get up, don't embarrass yourself. Yes, let us go to the neighborhood committee." Adedeti, recognizing the validity of the permit, quickly signaled to Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huiru, who had just come out. "Dongxiu, Huiru, help your mother back inside. This is disgraceful." He then reproached Kaixin lightly. Such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble the committee. This time, Aunt Jia was in the wrong, but she is an elder. Jia Dongxiu appeared reluctant, while Qin Huiru, visibly embarrassed, stepped forward to assist Jia Zhenshi, saying, "Mom, get up. Stop this nonsense. He has proof." Seeing the tide turn against her, Jia Zhenshi stubbornly protested. "Proof? That could be fake. He is a thief. You're all ganging up on a poor widow." Kaixin merely smiled coldly, understanding both Elder E.S. moralizing and Jia Zhenshi's obstinacy. He chose not to argue further, simply securing the permit and deciding that confronting them now would tarnish his reputation. He would wait for a more opportune moment. Jia Zhenshi was dragged back to No. 95 by her son and daughter-in-law, cursing the entire way. Meanwhile, Qin Huiru, before departing, cast a glance filled with apology and helplessness towards Kaixin, quietly saying, "I'm sorry. My mother just has this temperament." Kaixin watched them leave in silence, not uttering a single word. Chapter 16. The bustling courtyard crossing the courtyard gate. His parents repeatedly expressed their gratitude to the neighbors while guiding Kaixin through the front yard. His younger siblings flanked him closely. Only upon reaching the main room of their own backyard and closing the door did the family finally exhale in relief. His mother pulled Kaixin down to sit on the edge of the Kong, her gaze initially scanning him from head to toe, ensuring he hadn't been harmed, before settling on the bag in his hand. Her tone carried a hint of fear and confusion. "Kaixin, tell me the truth. Did you really catch these? Did you encounter any danger?" After all, he had brought back wild boar meat yesterday, claiming it was from the village distribution, and now there were wild chickens and rabbits. It was hard not to worry. His father sat beside her, frowning slightly, silently smoking a cigarette as he awaited Kaixin's explanation. Kaixin understood his parents' concerns and had long prepared a response. Displaying a blend of luck and bashfulness in his smile, he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Actually, I went to the transportation station today to familiarize myself with the environment, and coincidentally, they were organizing a team to go to the mountains outside the city for some work. Director Xie saw that I was clever and that I was about to start as an apprentice, so he asked if I wanted to join, and he even issued me a permit. I thought it would be a good opportunity to get closer to the masters, so I went along. Kaixin pausa momentarily. Continuing to weave his harmless lie, I just followed the example of the hunters back in the village, set a few traps, and hoped for the best. I didn't venture deep into the mountains. Unexpectedly, luck was on my side and I caught these. Otherwise, how could I have a transportation station as permit? And how would I dare to roam the mountains alone? After this explanation, his parents exchanged glances, although there remained a flicker of doubt in their eyes. Their tense expressions visibly relaxed. His father said gravely, it's best to stick with the group. In the future, do try to avoid venturing into perilous places alone. I understand, father, replied Kaixin obediently. Noticing that his parents no longer probed further, Kaixin seized the opportunity to present his idea. Father, mother, observe how the neighbors have been so supportive today, even lending us money in the past. Furthermore, I am about to commence work at the transportation station, which is indeed a joyous occasion. I was contemplating hosting a modest feast for everyone in the courtyard tonight, using the game we procured, as a gesture of gratitude and celebration. What do you think? Upon hearing this, his mother immediately displayed concern, yet nodded in agreement. His father, after a moment of contemplation and gazing into his son's sincere eyes, ultimately acquiesced. Oh, this is splendid. We shall have meat tonight. The younger siblings erupted in cheers, their little faces brimming with excitement. Without delay, Kaixin and his mother made their way to Uncle Wang's house, the overseer of the courtyard. Upon their arrival, Aunt Wang greeted them warmly. With a smile, his mother explained their purpose. Aunt Wang, I would like to discuss something with you. Our family intends to treat the neighbors to a simple meal tonight, utilizing the game that Kaixin brought back today. We kindly request your assistance in organizing this gathering. Aunt Wang, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hands in disapproval, her face displaying clear reluctance. Oh dear, this simply won't do. Your family has only just settled their debts and is now enjoying a bit of financial comfort. How can you afford such extravagance? We haven't even finished the meat delivered yesterday. Kaixin stepped forward earnestly, a sincere smile gracing his face. Aunt Wang, please don't decline. This serves as both a gesture of thanks for your support today and a celebration of my new job. It is a double blessing. It brings me joy to share a lively meal with everyone. Upon hearing about the celebration of his new job, Aunt Wang's face instantly brightened, her excitement palpable. Oh my, Kaixin has found a job. This calls for a celebration. Absolutely. Leave this to me and Uncle Wang. I will notify everyone right away. With that, she hurriedly exited, her voice ringing out as she began to summon the neighbors. The news spread through the courtyard like wildfire. When Kaixin and his mother arrived at the communal water trough in the backyard with 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits, several eager neighbors had already gathered in anticipation. Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun from the front yard, along with Aunt Wang and Aunt Lu from the backyard, all wore expressions of joy and enthusiasm. Come, Zayalai, Kaixin, allow us to assist you. The feathers must be scalded with hot water for easier plucking. Hand the rabbits to me. I can clean them quickly. The neighbors, without any hesitation, took the game from Kaixin and his mother, diving into the task with nimble movements, laughter filling the air. Soon, the men from the various families arrived at the backyard, each bringing thoughtful contributions. Uncle Zhao arrived with a small basket of potatoes, Uncle Sun brought 2 large cabbages, and Uncle Lu carried a few green radishes. Most notably, every household contributed their own grain, with bags of cornmeal being offered. Uncle Wang, the overseer, brought the most eye-catching items, a small packet of peanuts and 2 bottles of Urquioado with red labels. In these times, such items were indeed rare treasures. He laughed heartily. Minged, Zayalai, Kaixin, congratulations. Tonight, we shall toast and celebrate Kaixin's achievement. Gazing at the pile of potatoes, cabbages, radishes, and cornmeal, along with the precious peanuts and Urquioado, Kaixin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This is the essence of neighborly affection in this era, simple, genuine, and profound. Unlike the scheming and rivalry remembered from Courtyard number 95, here, there was a spirit of mutual support and camaraderie in times of hardship. Before long, a few makeshift iron basins were set up in the backyard, with charcoal flames crackling to life. The prepared wild chicken and rabbit meat, combined with the vegetables brought by the neighbors, simmered together in several large pots. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fresh scent of vegetables, enveloping the entire courtyard and tantalizing everyone's appetites. The children could hardly contain their excitement, gathered around the fire, gazing eagerly at the bubbling pots, their little noses inhaling the delightful fragrance as they chattered animatedly about which piece of meat was the largest, laughter echoing throughout the backyard. As dusk settled, the courtyard shone brighter than usual, illuminated by the firelight reflecting off the smiling faces. Once the dishes were ready, everyone spontaneously gathered tables and stools, setting the scene in the courtyard. Kaixin was specially arranged at the main table, where the heads of 5 families from the courtyard gathered, alongside the eldest son of Uncle Wang, who had already started working, and the eldest son of Uncle Zhao, who had recently joined the factory, making a total of 8 people. The other children, still in school, sat at separate tables with their mothers and siblings, without excessive formality. As Uncle Wang called out for everyone to dig in, the dinner officially commenced. The men drank the spicy erkuatu, accompanied by crispy peanuts, while the women and children enjoyed cornmeal buns and steaming hot dishes from the large pots, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Congratulations, Kaixin. You've joined the transportation station and become a driver. Your future is boundless. Ming, Zayalai, you have raised a fine son. Kaixin, work diligently at your job and bring glory to our courtyard. If you ever encounter unreasonable people outside, fear not. Return and let us know, and the entire courtyard will stand by you. The clinking of glasses, voices of blessings, and expressions of concern intertwined harmoniously. Surrounded by this heartfelt enthusiasm, Kaixin felt profoundly moved. Rising to his feet, he lifted a glass of erkuatu poured by Uncle Wang, addressing the crowd with clarity and strength. Thank you, everyone. My achievements today are inseparable from the support and care of the elders in our courtyard. This cup is dedicated to all of you. I promise to work diligently and never bring shame to our courtyard number 93. Cheers! The evening meal continued until the moon was high in the sky, gradually dispersing. Chapter 17. Joining the transportation station. Time flew by, and the day of Kaixin's employment had arrived. During breakfast, his father produced a carefully preserved ration coupon from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Kaixin. It was a slightly creased Class B liquor coupon. Take this, his father said simply, yet his tone conveyed undeniable concern. Today, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy a bottle of liquor. On your first day, it wouldn't be appropriate to arrive empty-handed. When you meet Director Xie, be charming and industrious. Kaixin felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the weighty coupon. Thank you, father. He solemnly tucked the coupon into his inner pocket. After breakfast, Kaixin, with the liquor coupon in hand, made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. With the coupon, he purchased a bottle of Finjiu and 2 packs of economical cigarettes that did not require a coupon, totaling 22 yuan. Observing the many products in the cooperative, Kaixin felt for the first time that having money without coupons was also a form of hardship. Upon re-entering the transportation station courtyard, Kaixin confidently approached Director Xie's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Good morning, Director Xie. Kaixin entered with a bright smile, gently placing the bottle of Finjiu on the corner of the desk. A small token of appreciation for the opportunity you've given me, Director Xie. Upon seeing Kaixin, Director Xie immediately broke into a genuine smile and gestured for him to sit. Have a seat, Kaixin. You needn't be so formal with me. Despite his words, the warmth in his eyes was unmistakable. Director Xie began discussing the bear incident, evidently in high spirits. Last time with that bear, I managed to shine in front of the leaders, all thanks to you. Kaixin shyly scratched his head. That was all thanks to you, Director Xie. Had you not lent me the gun, I wouldn't have had such a significant catch. I owe you my gratitude. You needn't be modest with me. I have no other matters at hand, so I will personally lead you through the onboarding process. Director Xie smiled as he rose, motioning for Kaixin to follow him. It was clear that Director Xie held Kaixin in even higher regard due to this matter, having gained face in front of his superiors. With the deputy director personally intervening, everything proceeded smoothly and efficiently. The personnel department swiftly handled the form filling, registration, and stamping. Kaixin's apprentice wage was 185 yuan, and after passing the driving test and becoming a full employee, it would increase by 42 yuan. After completing the formalities, Director Xie personally escorted Kaixin to the rear parking lot and the repair workshop. The air was permeated with the scents of gasoline and engine oil. Several old green Jifeng brand trucks were parked, and a few mechanics clad in oil-stained overalls were inspecting the vehicles. "Old Chun, come here." Director Xie called to a dark-complexioned, middle-aged man crouched by a wheel. The man put down his tools, wiped his hands, and hurried over. "Chun Dabbing is one of the most skilled veteran drivers in our station," Director Xie introduced to Li Kaixin. Then he said to Master Chun, "This is the new apprentice, Li Kaixin. From now on, you'll be his mentor. He is sharp and promising, so take good care of him." Chun Dabbing's gaze was sharp as he appraised Li Kaixin, then nodded decisively. "Understood, Director. You can rest assured." Director Xie offered Li Kaixin some encouragement before departing. Once he left, the atmosphere relaxed somewhat. Li Kaixin immediately displayed his natural sociability, pulling out the budget cigarettes he had bought that morning. He first offered one to Master Chun, then passed them around to the two other curious young apprentices and several veteran mechanics nearby. "Master, please take care of me from now on," Li Kaixin said respectfully as he lit a cigarette for Chun. This gesture enlivened the mood considerably. Chun inhaled the smoke, eyeing Li Kaixin with a trace of curiosity. "Are you related to Director Xie?" he asked. Li Kaixin smiled and shook his head. "Not at all, Master. Just lucky. I helped Director Xie with a small favor, and he has been kind enough to support me." Chun nodded and began testing him. "Have you handled vehicles before? Do you know how to hold the steering wheel? Can you distinguish the clutch, accelerator, and brake pedals?" Li Kaixin answered courteously, mindful despite his previous life's experience and memories. Chun Dabbing listened, nodding and shaking his head intermittently. He then quizzed him on vehicle parts and repair knowledge. Li Kaixin pointed to various parts of the truck, while Chun occasionally interjected with corrections. The entire morning was filled with critique. But Li Kaixin recognized that this mentor truly possessed genuine expertise. During this time, Li Kaixin also met two other apprentices of veteran drivers, Wu Tian, tall and lean with a sharp look, and Xian Dazhuang, as solid and straightforward as his name suggested. At noon, Li Kaixin took out the ration coupons and money his father had given him and joined the group in the canteen. The transport station's canteen was better than home, with dishes that showed a few glimmers of oil, though it was still mainly boiled cabbage and potatoes. In the afternoon, with no transport tasks scheduled, the workshop was relatively idle. The veterans sipped tea and chatted while the apprentices cleaned tools and swept the floor. Li Kaixin was puzzled and quietly asked Master Chun, "Master, do we have no tasks all day?" Chun Dabbing took a sip of strong tea and explained, "No rush. Transport jobs aren't daily. We just completed a batch of urgent tasks last weekend. The first 2 days of the week are for rest and maintenance. When the tasks come, you'll be working nonstop." Li Kaixin finally understood that even a driver's work had its rhythms. After work, unexpectedly, as he reached the alley entrance, he encountered that ominous figure again. Jia Zhenqi was sitting at the door chatting with a few old maids. Seeing Li Kaixin, her slanted eyes rolled, and she muttered obscenities under her breath. Li Kaixin paid no mind, regarding her as a mere nuisance like a buzzing fly, quickening his pace with a gloomy expression as he skirted past, thinking it was time to deal with that old shrew. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, two small figures burst out like cannonballs. "Brother, you're back." His younger brother and sister tugged him from either side, chattering nonstop, their faces full of curiosity and admiration. At dinner, Li Kaixin stirred his porridge and casually asked his father, "Father, I heard there's quite a lot of stuff over at Gazi City." His father paused mid-bite, looked up at him, and after a few seconds of silence sighed, "I knew you couldn't sit still. It's beyond the abandoned brick kiln northeast of the city outskirts. The place is remote. Be alert, keep your eyes and ears sharp." His mother immediately added in concern, "Kaixin, that place is very chaotic. Try to go as little as possible." "Mother, don't worry," Li Kaixin promised quickly. "I'm just curious and will only look around. I want to cause trouble. If I buy anything, I'll be extra cautious." Late at night, when the courtyard was enveloped in silence, Li Kaixin quietly rose. He changed into his most worn and inconspicuous dark clothes, covered his mouth and nose with a cloth, listened carefully to ensure his parents' room was still, gently unlatched the door, climbed over the courtyard wall, and melted into the dense darkness. Just as he softly closed the courtyard gate behind him, his father Li Minged, lying on the Kong bed inside, slowly opened his eyes, gazed silently at the ceiling in the darkness, sighed softly, and after a long moment, closed them again. His son had grown. Ultimately, he had to walk his own path. Chapter 18. First steps into Gazi City and the black market, guided by his father's vague directions. Li Kaixin wound through the city outskirts and finally reached behind the abandoned brick kiln. Shadowy figures flickered in the dim light, whispering softly. This was Gazi City. As he neared the entrance as shadow, two men with worn scarves covering most of their faces blocked his way, scrutinizing his unfamiliar appearance warily. Li Kaixin's heart tightened, but he quickly forced a smile and deftly pulled out budget cigarettes from his pocket, handing two over. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. The two exchanged glances, accepted the cigarettes, and tucked them behind their ears. One with a hoarse voice said, "If you're buying, look around freely. Selling takes up space." Tu Mao. Seeing Li Kaixin's empty hands, they waved him off and retreated into the darkness to continue their vigil. Li Kaixin exhaled in relief and stepped fully into Gazi City. His mission was clear: to use the over 400 yuan he carried to purchase some scarce tickets, then gauge whether he could sell the muntjac from his secret realm for cash. However, after only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Besides the haggling traders, some people appeared to be idling, but their eyes scanned sharply like hawks, and their posture was rigid and deliberate. Li Kaixinesa lips wisha. And 4 words flashed through his mind: sting operation. He immediately abandoned the idea of selling the muntjac, as it was far too conspicuous, like walking into the barrel of a gun. His father had probably stayed safe because he only bought small amounts of grain, staying within the gray area tolerated by authorities. These people likely targeted speculators dealing in large quantities. After all, if they cracked down completely, Gazi City couldn't operate, and many livelihoods would be destroyed. They would push people to ruin. Suppressing the thought, Li Kaixin pretended to be a casual buyer, slowly weaving through the crowd. Many sold grain, but only in small amounts, several pounds of coarse grains or a small bag of potatoes, snatched up immediately by sharp-eyed buyers. Prices had indeed risen since his father's last visit. There were also vendors of wild game, mostly rabbits or mountain chickens, with transactions so quick and silent that even the prices were unheard. After a long search, Li Kaixin found a ticket vendor and cautiously purchased a few level B cigarette and liquor tickets. Shortly after leaving, he caught with his peripheral vision the group of lurking men surrounding the vendor, seemingly interrogating him. A cold sweat broke out on Li Kaixin's back as he silently thanked his luck. After a round of exploration, Li Kaixin felt quite disheartened. He dared not sell the Zhangzi, nor did he risk buying too many tickets. This trip yielded almost no gains. Upon reaching the end of the pigeon market, he faintly overheard the whispers of 2 ambushers lurking in the darkness. Damn it, it's so late already. If it weren't for the task from the office, who would willingly come here? Less chatter, keep a close watch, and catch a few big ones to report back. Li Kaixin's lips twitched at this. Indeed, it was apparent that the authorities had turned a blind eye, and they might even be behind this operation. The portrayals he had seen in his previous life were misleading, painting this place as far simpler than it truly was. Realizing that remaining any longer would be futile, Li Kaixin decided to head home. Just as he turned into a dark alley leading back to the city, he suddenly sensed a malevolent gust behind him. Instinctively, he crouched low. Whoosh! A sturdy wooden stick grazed his scalp and struck the earthen wall beside him, producing a dull thud. Anger surged within Li Kaixin, and he swiftly turned around to find 4 shadowy figures closing in, each wielding a weapon. "How dare you ambush me?" he hissed under his breath, advancing rather than retreating, unleashing the prowess of a martial arts master. In the darkness, muffled thuds and cries of pain echoed as the 4 ruffians were swiftly dispatched to the ground. Particularly, the one with the stick received special attention. His arm hung limply, likely incapacitated for the time being. Li Kaixin stepped on the one who was injured less severely and demanded fiercely, "Why did you ambush me?" The thug grimaced in pain, quickly pleading for mercy. "Big brother, please spare me. We saw you wandering alone in the pigeon market, looking around like a newcomer, thinking you were an easy target. Where were you planning to sell your loot? Speak." Li Kaixin pressa. "The black market. Go past the chaotic graveyard. There's a dilapidated house. No one manages that place." Li Kaixin delivered a few more harsh kicks to the stick wielder before letting them go and heading in the direction indicated by the thug. The black market was even more remote and sinister, with masked guards at the entrance. "Entry fee, buy for a dime, sell for 3 dimes, came the cold voice of the guard. After paying the fee, Li Kaixin was allowed entry. This place was far more chaotic than the pigeon market, with fewer vendors selling food and more stalls displaying dubious antiques, calligraphy, and paintings scattered on ground. The buyers hurriedly kept their heads down, rushing about. This atmosphere oddly provided Kaixin with some reassurance, as it seemed less infused with the oppressive presence of authority. He quickly located a ticket vendor, whose supply clearly exceeded that of the pigeon market. This time, Kaixin played it smart, deliberately adopting a rural accent while bargaining. In the end, he nearly cleared the vendor's entire stock. For Class A alcohol tickets, 15 Class B alcohol tickets, 5 Class A tobacco tickets, 20 Class B tobacco tickets, along with grain tickets, sugar tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, and even managed to obtain 2 extremely rare milk powder tickets. The total expenditure amounted to 105 yuan. The vendor, having made a substantial sale, beamed with joy. Seizing the opportunity, Kaixin lowered his voice and asked, "Big brother, you have wide connections. I'm just a hunter from the mountains, and I've caught a Zhangzi. Who should I approach to sell it quickly?" The vendor's eyes glimmered with interest as he thumped his chest. "Brother, you've come to the right person. I'll buy it. A whole 1-for-1. Say, yuan per jin. How about that?" Kaixin feigned hesitation before nodding in agreement. Using the pretext of fetching the goods, he slipped into an unoccupied corner, concentrated, and summoned the 30-plus Jin Zhangzi from his secret space, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he returned. After weighing it and receiving 56 yuan in return, the vendor cheerfully saw Kaixin off. However, just as he exited the black market, the unsettling feeling of being watched resurfaced, more intense than before. Whirling around, he faintly discerned several shadowy figures stealthily trailing him. Not wanting to provoke any further trouble, Kaixin quickly veered into a narrower side alley, slipping into the blind spot of his pursuers. With a thought, he instantly entered his secret space. Almost simultaneously with Kaixin's disappearance, several ruffians arrived at the alley's entrance. Gazing at the empty street while cursing, "Damn it, where's that fat sheep? We clearly saw him run this way. How could he run so fast? Is he a ghost? Lucky him. Damn it, what a waste of time." Inside the secret space, Kaixin exhaled in relief. Initially, he had suspected the vendor of foul play, but now realized it was another group of thugs eyeing potential profit. Once there was complete silence outside, he quietly left the secret space, took a long route to ensure he was not followed, and finally returned to the Saihewan. Gently securing the door latch, he returned to his small room and collapsed onto the Kong, instantly falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, as Kaixin departed, within the depths of the black market's courtyard, the ticket vendor stood respectfully before a middle-aged man who was meditating with a walnut in hand, reporting on the transaction with Kaixin. He then whispered, "Boss, that kid seems like a novice, yet he spent lavishly. He must have more to offer. Should we send someone to follow him and deal with him?" The man, referred to as the boss, slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of sharpness flashing through. His voice, though calm, bore an air of authority. "Xiao Lu, how many times have I told you not to act rashly? Besides, if he claims to be a hunter and can supply us consistently, it would be better to cultivate a long-term relationship than to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Noticing Xiao Lu's silence, he paused before continuing. "The atmosphere is not as tense as it was 2 years ago. Maintaining goodwill can lead to profits. Disrupting the rules and cutting off supplies is akin to severing one's own lifeline. Now go." Xiao Lu lowered his head reluctantly. "Yes, boss, I understand." Chapter 19. Surprise Parents' Mourning. "Brother, get up quickly." The bright voice of his sister rang out. His younger brother directly shook him through the thin blanket. "Big brother, if you don't get up, you'll be late for work." The commotion instantly dispelled any lingering drowsiness in Kaixin, and as he sat up, he was met with 2 pairs of sparkling eyes, transforming his initial annoyance into a resigned smile. I'm up. After hastily finishing breakfast, he made his way to the transport station. The familiar scent of gasoline hit him as Master Chun was already at the garage, wielding a wrench and rhythmically banging on a truck's tire. "Morning, Master." Kaixin hurried over. Master Chin did not look up, merely grunted in response, continuing his work. Once he removed the tire, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his grease-stained hand, his gaze settling on Kaixin with the same stern expression. "Yesterday, when I asked you about driving, you answered adequately, like someone who has touched a steering wheel before." Master Chin began in a booming voice. He then shifted the tone to a more serious one. "But that's just the surface. Anyone can figure out 1 or 2 things after a couple of days. The true skill in driving doesn't lie on the road, but underneath the vehicle. especially for long-distance runs. If the vehicle breaks down in the middle of nowhere, what will you do? You need to know how to repair it and diagnose the problem. Master Chun pointed to the truck beside him. Why is the driving license so hard to obtain? It tests whether you understand the vehicle. Where it makes noise, where it shakes, you need to know what the problem is, whether it can continue running, and how to fix it. I noticed yesterday that while you could handle the driving and say a few words, when it came to repairs, you were completely lost. His words, though blunt, were filled with wisdom, striking deep within Kaixin's heart. He understood that in this era, a master who unreservedly pointed out your shortcomings was genuinely treating you as one of their own, sincerely wanting to teach you the craft. Master, I understand. Kaixin stood tall, his expression earnest. I will dedicate myself to learning repairs and never bring you shame. Chen Dabi observed Kaixin's serious demeanor, and a subtle, barely perceptible shift softened his rigid expression. He turned to a greasy toolbox, rummaging through to retrieve a notebook wrapped in leather, its corners worn and covered in dark oil stains. He solemnly handed the notebook to Kaixin, his voice lowering slightly. Take this. It contains notes I've compiled over my 10 years of driving. Common issues, how to diagnose them, and emergency measures are all recorded here. The handwriting may be ugly, but don't mind it. Kaixin received the notebook with both hands, feeling the rough texture of the pages and the lingering oil stains. With great care, he turned to a page filled with densely packed, crooked yet earnest handwriting. This was no ordinary notebook. It was clearly the culmination of Master Chen's years of dedication and expertise. A wave of warmth surged into Kaixin's eyes and nostrils. In the secret realm, while one might not lack for food and drink, the unconditional impartation of skill and the earnest hopes akin to those of a father or elder brother were debts of gratitude that no material possessions could ever equate. He felt fortunate to have encountered Master Chun rather than those masters who merely commanded their apprentices while hoarding their secrets. Master, Kaixin's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Master Chun, observing his apprentice's earnest and solemn demeanor, finally revealed a faint yet genuine smile, waving his hand dismissively. Enough of this sentimental nonsense. Go. Wipe down that pile of tools first and familiarize yourself with them. Aye. Kaixin responded brightly, carefully tucking the notebook into his bosom. That day, he shadowed Master Chun, absorbing all the knowledge about vehicles that he imparted. Time slipped away silently. When a closing bell rang, Kaixin still felt a lingering desire for more and bid farewell to Master Chun and the other two apprentices, Wu Tian and Xian Dazhuang. Instead of heading straight home, he detoured to the grain station. Without hesitation, he exchanged the grain tickets he procured from the black market the previous day for 5 pounds of pristine white rice. Gazing at the glistening grains, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. After days of consuming cornbread, it was indeed becoming intolerable for someone from the 21st century. Next, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where his red sugar tickets, cigarette tickets, and liquor tickets came into play. He purchased 2 pounds of dark red, fragrant brown sugar wrapped in grass paper, 2 packs of Dakeman cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Fenjiu. The vendor cast a few extra glances at him, surprised by the abundance of scarce tickets he produced. With his purchases in hand, Kaixin returned to the Sai Heiwen with a light step. The courtyard was quiet, as most families had yet to return home. Only his younger sister sat on the doorstep. Big brother, upon seeing Kaixin, her eyes lit up like a joyful little bird flitting towards him. When she noticed the items he was carrying, she exclaimed in delight, "Wow, rice and brown sugar. Brother, you're amazing." Watching his sister's face grow rosy from the improved diet, Kaixin's heart softened. He ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "What wealth. I now have a job, and our family's life will only get better from here. Tonight, we'll have steamed rice. That's wonderful." She cheered, eagerly taking the lighter bag of brown sugar and cradling it like a treasure. Having returned early, Kaixin tied on an apron and took to the kitchen himself. As the rice neared completion, their parents and his younger brother, who had been frolicking elsewhere, returned home, covered in sweat and dirt. Upon entering the backyard, their mother caught a whiff of the rich aroma of rice, and upon seeing the bottle of Fenjiu and the steaming rice, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Kaixin, where did these come from? How much did this all cost?" Although their father had his suspicions, he turned to his son for an explanation. While serving the rice, Kaixin explained, "Father, Mother, I exchanged these tickets at Gazi Market yesterday. It didn't cost much." He refrained from mentioning the black market, not wanting to worry his parents, and only referred to Gazi Market. I now have a salary and will earn money in the future. Our family deserves to enjoy better food. The brown sugar is for you and my sister to nourish your bodies, and the liquor is for father. Listening to him, their mother felt a pang of concern for the money, but was warmed by her son's filial piety. Ultimately, she gently chided, "You mustn't be so extravagant in the future. We need to save our money." As she spoke, she carefully placed the 2 bags of brown sugar and the liquor into a wooden cabinet, as if handling fragile treasures. The younger brother watched longingly as the brown sugar was locked away, but soon his attention was drawn to the fragrant rice. Under the dim light, the family gathered around the small square table, enjoying the rare treat of white rice accompanied by stir-fried cabbage and wild boar meat. The atmosphere warm and fulfilling. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the lights of the various households in the Saihewan flickered on, only to fade quietly with the passage of time. Chapter 20. The first trip Kaixin arrived at the transportation station as usual, but upon entering the yard, he sensed a distinctly different atmosphere. One of tension rather than the usual relaxed demeanor. The driver's area was bustling with activity, with seasoned drivers donning neat uniforms, checking their tools, while apprentices busily filled water bottles, creating a scene of readiness. "Master, is there a task? Are we going on a long haul?" Kaixin hurried to Master Chun, who was inspecting tire pressure, and asked in a lowered voice, tinged with barely concealed excitement. Without lifting his head, Master Chun kicked the tire, producing a loud sound. "Long haul? That requires a day's notice for provisions and bedding. Today is a short trip. We're heading to the neighboring county to deliver goods, and we'll be back by afternoon." Standing upright, he brushed the dust off his hands and looked at Kaixin. "Perfect timing. I'll take you to learn the route and see how our trade operates." Upon hearing this, Kaixin felt a wave of reassurance and anticipation wash over him. Thanking Master Chun. "Thank you, Master." Soon, the tasks were assigned. Master Chun and 2 other seasoned drivers each took a vehicle, forming a small convoy. Naturally, Kaixin accompanied Master Chun, while the other 10 or so vehicles in the yard were dispatched in various directions. The 3 green Jifang trucks roared out of the transportation station, heading straight for the cotton spinning factory in the eastern part of the city. Upon arrival at the factory, the logistics chief had already gathered people at the warehouse entrance to wait. Seeing the 3 drivers, the plump chief immediately donned a broad smile, hurriedly approaching them with a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, offering one to each driver. "Master Chun, Master Wang, Master Zhang, thank you for your hard work on this trip. Gulme, have a cigarette and rest your feet." Even the apprentices following behind were handed a cigarette. Kaixin promptly expressed his gratitude, although he did not smoke. He tucked it behind his ear. After some pleasantries, the workers busied themselves loading bundles of plain-colored cotton cloth and canvas onto the truck. The chief kept them company, his tone polite and even slightly obsequious. Once the cargo was loaded, the convoy set off again, exiting the cotton factory gates. Master Chun maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel while advising Kaixin in the passenger seat. "Pay close attention. Starting up, shifting gears, observing the road conditions. The city is crowded with vehicles, so be alert and meticulous, and keep your hands and feet coordinated." "Yes, Master." Kaixin fukusha in Dunli, his eyes glued to Master Chen's every move. They say practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and witnessing it firsthand from the passenger seat was far more vivid than merely listening to theories. The truck soon left the city limits and hit the bumpy dirt road. Master Chen ceased his explanations, fully concentrating on driving. Meanwhile, Kaixin began to truly experience the discomfort of the jostling. The sensation was far more intense than the bus rides from the previous days. The vehicle swayed erratically from side to side and jolted up and down. His internal organs felt as if they were shifting positions, and the cornmeal he had eaten that morning churned in his stomach, causing his complexion to pale slightly. Master Chen glanced at him, a hint of understanding in his smile, his booming voice cutting through the noise of the engine and the bumps. "How's it going? Quite a ride, huh? You'll get used to it. When I first rode along, I was sick halfway through. You're doing well. You can still hold it together." Kaixin forced a smile, secretly relieved that his improved constitution allowed him greater adaptability. Taking a few deep breaths, he adjusted his posture, and indeed, the discomfort gradually subsided. Approaching noon, after about 2 hours of travel, the convoy arrived at their destination, a state-owned livestock farm on the outskirts of the county. As the vehicle came to a halt, the head of the breeding farm greeted them warmly, leading the three drivers and Kaixin directly to the canteen. Gentlemen, it's that time of day. The canteen has prepared a meal. Eat first, then get back to work. Master Chen did not decline, quietly explaining to Kaixin it's customary. Upon arrival at noon, the host unit provides a meal, no tickets or money required. Kaixin felt a surge of joy at this unexpected benefit. The farm's cuisine, likely influenced by the drivers, although primarily consisting of cabbage and potatoes, was noticeably richer in oil, and a few thin slices of meat could even be spotted, complemented by a hearty 200-gram steamed bun per person. After the meal, the workers began loading the already slaughtered and cleaned pork onto the truck, replacing the previous fabric. Once the loading was complete, the head of the farm cheerfully presented several pieces of pork wrapped in oil paper, handing each of the three drivers a hefty piece weighing over 2 kilograms. Even Kaixin and the other apprentices received slightly smaller portions, approximately half a kilogram each. Just a token of appreciation for your hard work. Take it home to add to your family's meal. They exclaimed, "Oh, we can't accept this. You're being too generous." The three seasoned drivers protested, but their hands eagerly accepted the gifts, their smiles becoming much more genuine. Kaixin hastily expressed his gratitude, gaining a more vivid understanding of the hidden perks of the driving profession. This was real, tangible meat. On the return journey, the truck's cabin was filled with a faint scent of meat, which brought a sense of delight. As the sun began to set, the convoy finally returned to the city of Jiucheng. By this time, the factories had closed for the day, and the streets were sparsely populated. Master Chen, observing the empty road, suddenly said to Kaixin, "There aren't many people around. It's your turn to drive for a bit while I watch." Kaixin's heart raced with a mix of nervousness and excitement. "Master, am I capable? What are you worried about? I'm right here. Just take it slow and find your rhythm." Master Chen's tone left no room for argument. Kaixin did not hesitate any longer. He parked the vehicle and exchanged seats with Master Chen. As soon as he took the wheel, he immediately felt the stark difference from driving a sedan in his previous life. The steering wheel was terrifyingly heavy, requiring considerable effort to turn. Every muscle in Kaixin's body tensed, his mind focused intently, leaving no room for distraction. Master Chen observed from the side, offering guidance. The route from the city edge to the cotton spinning mill was not long, yet Kaixin drove with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. However, when the truck came to a steady stop in front of the warehouse, he finally exhaled in relief. After unloading the cargo, Master Chen resumed control for the final leg back to the transport station. As the vehicle came to a stop, they spotted Director Xie standing in the yard, seemingly waiting for their return. "Lao Chen, you're back just in time," Director Xie approached, his expression serious. "I've just received word of an urgent task. We need to make a long haul to the northeast to transport grain. This round trip will likely take around 10 days. Everyone, prepare your provisions and bedding tonight. We depart at 6 tomorrow morning, and no one is allowed to be late." As he finished speaking, every driver present stiffened in attention. Kaixin felt both anxious and excited. Clutching the precious half-kilogram of pork, Kaixin reached the entrance of his courtyard as darkness enveloped the sky. His younger siblings, resembling two little gatekeepers, were tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing the oil paper package in Kaixin's hand, their eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above. At the dinner table, Kaixin handed the pork to his mother and shared the news of the long journey to the northeast with his parents. The moment his mother heard, concern etched across her face. "So far away. The northeast is cold. You must be careful on the road." His father pondered for a moment before firmly advising, "When you're out there, be observant and quick. Listen to your master and don't be reckless. Safety first." His younger brother and sister also expressed their worries. "Big brother, be safe. Big brother, I'll miss you." "Don't worry, Dad, Mom. Xiao Kai, Xiao, I'll be careful," Kaixin replied earnestly. After dinner, his mother busied herself, retrieving the largest cloth bag in the house to prepare provisions, warm clothing, and bedding for her son for the next 10 days. As dawn broke, Kaixin rose early. The kitchen of the Li household was already illuminated by a dim yellow light, with 2 eggs boiling in a pot, an unusual treat. "Kaixin, hurry and eat while it's hot." His mother placed the peeled eggs into his bowl, along with a generous serving of thick rice porridge, her gaze remaining fixed on him, as if to imprint his current state in her heart. Kaixin understood his mother's worry and quickly consumed the eggs and half of the porridge before wiping his mouth. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll be safe with my master. When I return from the northeast, I'll be sure to bring back some local specialties. His father sat silently on the threshold, puffing on a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he glanced at his son, now almost as tall as he was. He reiterated, "Stay alert on the road and heed your master's advice." Outside the courtyard gate, Kaixin shouldered the bulging bag prepared by his mother overnight, waved goodbye to his parents, and strode confidently towards the alley. As he watched his son disappear around the corner, his mother, who had been holding herself together, suddenly slumped against her husband's not-so-broad shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. "Mingda, this child has never gone so far. My heart is always in turmoil." His father gently patted her back, his gaze still fixed on the direction his son had taken, his voice low yet steady. "A fledgling must learn to fly on its own. The child has grown. He has his path to follow. Learning a trade and seeing the world with Master Chun is a good thing." When Kaixin arrived at the transport station, the atmosphere was already bustling with activity. Dozens of liberation trucks were lined up in 2 rows, each truck's front piled high with similar bundles of luggage. Drivers and apprentices greeted one another, checking the vehicles and securing the cargo. "Master." Kaixin spotted Master Chun inspecting the water tank at the front of one of the trucks and hurried over. Master Chun turned, nodded upon seeing him. "Have you got everything? Make sure your cotton jacket is thick. It's freezing up there in the northeast this time of year." "I've got all." Kaixin patted the heavy load on his back. He then noticed Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang nearby, both carrying large bundles. Their faces a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Kaixin, over here," Qian Dazhuang called out with a booming voice. Kaixin joined them, and the 3 gathered to speak quietly among themselves. "Wow, what a scene for just a week's notice. I've never seen anything like it," Wu Tian exclaimed, gazing at the impressive convoy in awe. Qian Dazhuang scratched his head. "It's more lively than slaughtering pigs back in our village during the New Year. I heard this trip is going to be a long one." Kaixin learned that both of them had arrived only a few days earlier and had not yet been on a long haul. Just then, Director Xia approached with several staff members, and the atmosphere immediately turned serious. "Everyone, pay attention." Director Xia's voice boomed, cutting through the sound of the engines. "In order. Head to the security office to sign for your firearms. Move quickly." The mention of firearms sent a thrill through Kaixin as he joined the line, signing his name at the security office window before receiving a well-maintained Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and a handful of ammunition. Once everyone had collected their weapons, Director Xia stood on the step of a truck, beginning the pre-departure briefing. "Comrades, this mission is to assist the grain station in transporting food to the northeast. It affects the livelihoods of many in our city. The importance of this task is clear to all of you." He scanned the faces below, some weathered and others youthful. "On the road, we may encounter various situations, including the possibility of unruly bandits. That is why you've been issued firearms. Remember, these weapons are for your self-defense, not for instigating trouble. Follow orders in all actions. Go safely and return safely. Upon arrival at the designated location, ensure your hands and feet are clean, and do not bring disgrace to our Geo Chung transportation station. Complete the task, and the station will commend your efforts." This message primarily addresses the apprentices, while also serving as a reminder for the seasoned drivers. After the mobilization, Director Xia instructed the staff to distribute travel allowances, issuing half of the estimated 10-day journey up front, with adjustments made upon return. Kaixin, an apprentice, received 2 yuan and a few coins for the 10-day allowance of 5 yuan. He accepted the money with some confusion and quietly inquired of Master Chun beside him. "Master, why wasn't he there an allowance yesterday?" Master Chun pocketed the money and explained, "Yesterday's trip was short. It hardly counts. A same-day round trip incurs no issues. This long-distance journey is different, involves hardships and risks, which is why the risk allowance is provided. The firearm is also for this purpose. In earlier days, the roads were perilous. Although they have improved significantly, one can never be too cautious with reckless individuals who may threaten our lives for money." Kaixin finally comprehended the situation. At that moment, Director Xia subtly approached Kaixin and led him to a secluded spot, glancing around before speaking in a hushed tone, barely audible to anyone else. "Kaixin, once you reach northeast, keep an eye out for wild ginseng and quality furs that the locals may have. Money is not an issue." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a thick envelope containing 200 yuan into Kaixin's bag. Understanding that this was a private arrangement from Director Xie, Li Kaixin nodded subtly. Understood. Uncle Xie, I will be vigilant. Upon returning to Master Chen's side, he noticed that Director Xie was also whispering to Driver Zhang, who was previously involved in transporting a black bear. It seemed that the deputy director was managing his own connections and financial interests, and due to his past performance, Li Kaixin had preliminarily entered his limited circle of trust. Director Xie desired more drivers to assist him, but some of the seasoned drivers belonged to different factions, while others were reluctant to take sides. Consequently, with few reliable individuals available, Li Kaixin was called upon for his perceived cleverness and reliability. As preparations were finalized, Station Chief Zhao, who had been standing calmly at the office entrance, suddenly raised his hand emphatically, his voice resonating throughout the vehicle lot. Depart. With that command, everyone sprang into action. The drivers swiftly climbed into the cabs, and the apprentices promptly occupied the passenger seats. Master Chen opened the car door and called to Li Kaixin. Get in. This task will take longer. Once we hit smoother roads, you can practice driving. Thank you, Master, Li Kaixin replied as he nimbly settled into the passenger seat, carefully placing the rifle beside his feet. The engine roared to life, and the fleet of green trucks gradually rolled out of the transportation station. In the early morning mist that had yet to dissipate, the convoy had already departed from Jiucheng, heading in a direction entirely opposite to yesterday's journey to the neighboring county. Li Kaixin, seated in the passenger seat, swayed slightly with the truck's bumps. To alleviate the monotony of the long journey and gather more information, he initiated a conversation with Master Chen. Master, do we have to travel to the northeast every year? Master Chen, intently focused on the rough dirt road ahead, responded without turning. Indeed, the land is vast and sparsely populated, rich in soil, an important granary for the nation. After the autumn harvest, transportation stations nationwide must dispatch teams to transport grain. It is not just us. Many other stations do the same. He paused briefly, furrowing his brow slightly. This year's tasks commenced earlier than usual. In previous years, we would still have a month to go. It seems the grain requisition over there is pressing. Li Kaixin silently nodded, committing this information to memory. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation, covering topics from the climate in the northeast to potential road conditions. Master Chen's remarks indicated his familiarity with this route, providing Li Kaixin with a psychological preparation for his future once he secured a permanent position. Before long, the sun reached its zenith. At the forefront of the convoy, a dark-skinned, sturdy middle-aged man leaped from the driver's seat of a truck. He stood by the roadside, signaling, causing the entire convoy to gradually come to a stop. The stopping point was conveniently adjacent to a small creek. Master Chen gestured for Li Kaixin to observe the man, signaling, and explained, "That is Captain Wang, a former military officer, experienced and our station's leader." Noticing Li Kaixin's bewildered expression, he continued, "Captain Wang has family matters to attend to in the coming days, so it is understandable that you do not recognize him. After this task concludes, I will introduce you." "Thank you, Master. Thank you. You are too kind to me," Li Kaixin exclaimed, his previously confused face lighting up with gratitude. Master Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no big deal. Meanwhile, Li Kaixin turned to Captain Wang, who stood with his hands on his hips, scanning the parked convoy with a sharp gaze, loudly commanding, "Hurry up and get out of the vehicles, stretch your legs. After lunch, we still have a journey ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone disembarked to alleviate their stiff bodies from the jolting ride. They began rummaging through their luggage for various iron lunchboxes, most of which were dented aluminum containers. They swiftly fetched water, gathered firewood, and lit a fire, clearly accustomed to the routine. Li Kaixin took the initiative to grab Master Chen's blackened aluminum lunchbox along with his own and hurried to the creek to fill them with water. He noticed Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang slumped in the distance, looking pale. "How are you two faring?" Li Kaixin approached them with concern. Qian Dazhuang lazily lifted his eyelids and weakly waved his hand. "Don't mention it. The bumps have stirred my insides." Li Kaixin chuckled and helped them up. "Let me fetch some water for you. You should stretch a bit. It'll help." After assisting them with water, they collected some dry wood together. Returning to the fire pit, they placed both Master Chen's and his lunchboxes side by side on the makeshift stone stove. Master Chen sat on a nearby stone, observing Li Kaixin bustling about with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed at the creek and remarked, "The water flow is significantly lower this year. Last year at this time, it was rushing, now alas. After lunch, Captain Wang's booming voice echoed once more. Check your gear. Make sure you have everything. Prepare to depart. The convoy roared back to life. In the afternoon, as they traversed a relatively smooth gravel road, Master Chen once again handed over the steering wheel to Li Kaixin. This stretch is good. You take over, but drive slowly and reacquaint yourself with the feel of it. Understood, Master, Li Kaixin quickly replied. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his hands together and steadily took hold of the steering wheel. Compared to his initial experience in the city, Li Kaixin now appeared significantly more composed. Although the steering wheel remained heavy and shifting gears still required effort, he had begun to anticipate the truck's swaying and controlled the speed more smoothly. Master Chen observed him from the side, occasionally offering guidance. After navigating this flat stretch, they entered a more bumpy area, at which point Master Chen resumed driving. As evening approached, the convoy halted once again in a sheltered, open area. The crew skillfully repeated the midday routine, starting a fire, fetching water, and heating food. Li Kaixin, Wu Tian, and Qian Dazhuang gathered once more to chat. Qian Dazhuang's complexion had improved significantly, and he was able to hold his lunchbox and eat heartily. Wu Tian, however, still lacked energy, eating in small bites with reluctance. Kaixin, you truly have it easy. You managed to get through the day without any issues? Qian Dazhuang inquired, his tone filled with envy. Yesterday, I accompanied my master on a run, and my body adapted well. By the time I returned in the afternoon, I had already acclimatized. Li Kaixin responded somewhat boastfully. Wu Tian lifted his pale face and sighed weakly, expressing his admiration. I truly cannot keep up. I was nauseous the entire way yesterday, and today I feel utterly exhausted, as if my body has fallen apart, devoid of any strength. Observing Li Kaixin's vigorous demeanor, he felt not only envy, but also a tinge of inadequacy. Nightfall descended swiftly, and the biting wind howled, significantly colder than in the city. After dinner, Captain Wang gathered all the apprentices, including Li Kaixin and the others, totaling around 10 young individuals. Listen up. Captain Wang's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone grave. We will take turns keeping watch tonight, divided into 3 groups. Old and new together. Stay alert. Keep your ears pricked. Hold your guns steady. Li Kaixin, along with a fellow named Lu Ziajun, was assigned to the last watch shift. The group quickly settled beside their vehicles and the bonfire, wrapping themselves tightly in their cotton coats, and soon they fell asleep. Li Kaixin lay next to Master Chen's wheel and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate duration, Li Kaixin was gently roused. Li Kaixin, wake up. It's our turn, came Lu Ziajun's voice, the seasoned apprentice. Li Kaixin jolted awake, instantly banishing his drowsiness, though the night remained as dark as ever. Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang were also awakened. Qian was relatively alert, while Wu Tian struggled to rise, moaning in discomfort. Lu Ziajun lowered his voice and quickly briefed them. Spread out, encircle the perimeter of the convoy, but don't stray too far. Primarily listen for sounds and watch for shadows. If anyone approaches, issue a warning first. If they come closer, shoot without hesitation. Do you understand? Understood. The 3 responded in hushed tones. Lu Ziajun patted Li Kaixin's shoulder and chose a direction to blend into the darkness. Li Kaixin selected another path, resting his rifle before him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The night was eerily silent, with only the wind rustling through the withered grass and the occasional crackle of the bonfire. Time passed slowly. Finally, a faint glimmer of dawn began to break on the eastern horizon, gradually illuminating the surrounding landscape. Lu Ziajun appeared from the opposite side and informed Li Kaixin, "All right, you can stop your watch. It's dawn. Prepare for breakfast, and after that, we will set off." Li Kaixin stretched his somewhat stiff limbs and returned to Master Chen's truck. Chapter 23. Arrival in the northeast after a simple breakfast, the team gathered again as Captain Wang stood to direct them, reminding everyone that they were nearing the border of the northeast, where the weather would turn colder, necessitating a change into cotton clothing. Once everyone was properly attired, he declared, "Set off." With Captain Wang's resounding voice echoing from the front, the convoy of vehicles began to move forward, one after another. As Li Kaixin climbed into the passenger seat, he couldn't suppress a yawn. His eyelids felt heavy. Master Chen expertly started the engine and glanced at Li Kaixin with a smile, saying, "You must be exhausted from keeping watch. Take a short nap. I know this route well, and I'll wake you when we arrive." Warmth filled Li Kaixin's heart, recognizing his master's concern, and he had no reason to refuse. He nodded, tightened his cotton coat, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes to rest. The vehicle jostled along, becoming a lullaby of sorts for Li Kaixin, who soon drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period, he was jolted awake by a more intense bump, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Opening his eyes to the window, he found the scenery had transformed drastically since yesterday. The once barren, yellow land was now blanketed with a thin layer of frost. The temperature had dropped significantly, likely just a few degrees above freezing. As his breath formed white mist in the air. "Awake? It gets colder the further north we go. Make sure to fasten your coat buttons," Master Chen remarked, though his gaze remained fixed ahead. Li Kaixin adjusted his cotton coat, feeling the cold wind seeping through the gaps in the door, and couldn't help but marvel at the weather in the northeast. As night fell during their camping, the chill intensified, gathered around the bonfire for dinner. Everyone unconsciously huddled closer together. Li Kaixin, Wu Tian, and Qian Dazhuang clustered together, warming their hands over the steaming food containers. "Why has it suddenly turned so cold?" Qian Dazhuang complained, hunching his neck. Wu Tian, his lips slightly bluish, chimed in, "We only just entered the northeast, right? I've heard it's even colder inside." Li Kaixin took a sip of the hot food and glanced at the shivering Wu Tian, saying, "The weather is indeed cold, but our group is fortunate tonight. We've been assigned to the first watch. Considering the remaining two groups, doesn't it feel less disheartening?" Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang nodded in agreement, relieved. After 3 days and 2 nights of arduous travel, in the afternoon, as a cluster of low buildings and a prominent cylindrical grain silo came into view in the distance, everyone in the convoy perked up. Their destination was a county-level grain station under Beishi, and they had finally arrived. The weary convoy entered the grain station courtyard slowly. As the wheels came to a halt, a middle-aged man in a blue uniform and cotton hat approached briskly, accompanied by several staff members. He wore a warm smile on his face and extended his hand from afar. This was Director Huang of the grain station. "Welcome, welcome, comrades from the Siju City Transport Station. You've worked hard on your journey." After Captain Wang shook hands with Director Huang, the two stepped aside to converse. Initially, Director Huang maintained his warm demeanor, but as he listened to Captain Wang, his expression gradually turned serious, revealing a troubled look. Although the specifics were inaudible, fragmented phrases such as tight schedule, task moved forward, and this year's harvest may not be as good as in previous years reached their ears. Captain Wang listened silently, his brow furrowed. After a while, he spoke in a low tone, "Director Huang, I understand the situation. However, a task is a task. I must report this to the station leadership immediately. May I borrow a phone?" "Of course, please this way." Director Huang quickly led Captain Wang to a nearby office. Meanwhile, another staff member at the grain station approached Master Chen with a cheerful demeanor. "Old Chen, nice to see you again. How was the journey?" Master Chen's face broke into a rare smile as he patted the man's shoulder. "Old Zhou, not too bad. This old body can still hold up." Turning to Li Kaixin, he introduced, "Kaixin, this is Director Zhou from the logistics department of the grain station, an old acquaintance of mine. Every time our convoy comes, accommodations and meals are arranged by Director Zhou." Li Kaixin stepped forward, slightly bowing, wearing a suitably respectful smile. "Hello, Director Zhou. My name is Li Kaixin, and I am Master Chen's apprentice." "Ah, spirited young man," Director Zhou remarked, sizing up Li Kaixin with a smile. "Old Chen, your new apprentice certainly appears to be a clever lad." Thus, Li Kaixin stood by his Master Chen and Director Zhou chatted. Approximately 15 minutes later, Captain Wang and Director Huang emerged from the office. Director Huang wore an apologetic expression, nodding to the crowd before hurriedly departing to attend to other matters. Captain Wang then approached the front of the convoy, addressing all the team members with a raised voice. "Comrades, you may have heard part of our discussion with Director Huang. We have arrived a bit earlier for this year's autumn harvest, and the grain station's collection work is not yet complete. Some grain has not fully arrived. We will need to stay here for 3 days, waiting for the remaining grain to be collected. We will set off back on the morning of the 3rd day." Seeing no objections from the crowd, Captain Wang continued solemnly, "During these 3 days, everyone must adhere to the rules and not cause any trouble for the local comrades. After dispersing, please follow Director Zhou's arrangements for accommodation." Upon hearing this, a low murmur of discussion arose among the crowd, with some feeling relieved and others concerned about delays in their schedule. At that moment, Director Zhou stepped forward. With a warm smile, he greeted the comrades at the transport station. "Follow me. The dormitory has been arranged at the county guest house." As he spoke, he led the convoy onward. The group followed Director Zhou through several streets until they arrived at a guest house near the grain station in the county town. Perhaps due to the vast and sparsely populated northeast, the accommodation was far better than expected. After coordinating with the guest house staff, Director Zhou surprisingly allocated each person a single room. Upon entering, although the rooms were small, having a private space was a significant improvement for Kaixin and his companions, who had been camping out for several days. Director Zhou distributed meal tickets stamped with the grain station seal and accommodation vouchers, reminding them, "Keep your vouchers and meal tickets safe. Meals will be served at the grain station's cafeteria. If you need anything, contact the guest house staff or come directly to the logistics office at the grain station to find me." Kaixin took the voucher, tucked it into his pocket, and after exchanging pleasantries with Master Chun, Wu Tian, and Qian Dazhuang, he turned and opened the door to his assigned room. As he gazed at the single bed, the fatigue accumulated from days of travel surged over him. He sighed deeply, hastily tossed his luggage aside, and collapsed onto the bed. Contemplating the 3 days of freedom ahead, he resolved to procure some items from the northeast for the secret space. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 24. To Dove's city in the northeast, as evening approached, a series of knocks roused Kaixin from his dreams. "Kaixin, get up, it's time to eat." Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang's voices called from outside. "Coming," Kaixin replied, rubbing his face as he sat up. He quickly rolled out of bed, retrieved his aluminum lunchbox from his luggage, and opened the door to find Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang waiting with their own lunchboxes. The three of them headed towards the cafeteria at the grain station together. In the north, evenings fell early. The wind cut across their faces like tiny blades. The cafeteria was the largest room in a row of bungalows, brightly lit and filled with the mingled aromas of food and a bustling crowd. Upon entering, Kaixin's keen eyes spotted a small square table against the wall where Master Chun was seated with Director Zhou, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Kaixin brumli alta, gesturing to Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang before hastily approaching them, respectfully calling out, "Master." "Director Zhou." Master Chun glanced up and nodded in acknowledgement, while Director Zhou responded with a cheerful smile. "Ah, the young comrade has arrived. Hurry and get your meal. There's potato stew with vermicelli today, and it will be gone if you're late." "Thank you, Director Zhou," Kaixin replied before turning to join the queue. The line for food was short, and soon it was their turn. The meal, just as Director Zhou had described, consisted of 2-grain rice mixed with beans, a generous ladle of potato stew with barely visible oil, and a small piece of dark pickled vegetable. The trio found an empty table, and Qian Dazhuang eagerly shoveled a large mouthful of rice, exclaiming with muffled excitement, "This is my first time staying at a guest house, and I have my own room." Wu Tian nodded, his expression one of curiosity. "Same here. Though small, at least we won't be sleeping outdoors and can finally get a good night's sleep." As they chatted, the conversation quickly shifted from accommodations to their recent experiences. Qian Dazhuang recounted his bumpy journey with lingering trepidation, while Wu Tian rubbed his still sore back, complaining that his bones felt as if they were falling apart. Kaixin, listening to their grievances, boasted, "I didn't find it too bad. Master took good care of me, letting me drive almost every day and even catch up on sleep in the car." His words immediately drew envious yet slightly resentful glances from Wu Tian. Glancing around and lowering his voice, he muttered, "Kaixin, you have no idea, my master. On the first night of guard duty, I was so exhausted the next day that I dozed off while driving, and he scolded me for ages." Growing more agitated, he pushed his food aside and continued in a hushed tone, "Do you know how I've spent these days? I've been here for over a week, and I can't even recognize a few car parts. All I've done is wash the car, hand him tools, and listen to his orders while he hasn't taught me anything substantial." Beside them, Qian Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "My master also let me catch some sleep and even taught me how to read the road and listen to the engine sounds to diagnose problems." Hearing this, Wu Tian grew even more disheartened, lowering his head and silently shoveling food as if the meal were his adversary. At that moment, Master Chun, having finished his meal at the nearby table, called out, "Kaixin, come over here." Kaixin quickly responded, "Coming, master." He shot an apologetic glance at Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang before eagerly making his way over with his lunchbox. Master Chen looked at him, speaking in a clear yet low voice. Tonight, Director Zhou and I are heading to Dove City. Do you want to join us and see for yourself? Li Kaixin felt a surge of joy but pretended to be slightly concerned. Master, is it safe to go to Dove City? Before Master Chen could respond, Director Zhou chimed in with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Shaoli. Dove City here is quite similar to your city. As long as you're not attempting to sell large quantities of grain or valuable industrial vouchers, just buying some mountain goods or small items is perfectly fine. To be honest, many leaders from above secretly go there to indulge in wild delicacies and rare items. It's all right. Feeling reassured by Director Zhou's words, Li Kaixin nodded eagerly. I'll go, Master, Director Zhou. I want to experience it. Good. Then wait for us tonight, Master Chen replied with a nod. As night fell, the corridor of the guest house quieted down. In his room, Li Kaixin lay fully clothed, dozing off. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard a faint, rhythmic knock at the door. He quickly rolled out of bed and gently opened it. Outside stood Master Chen and Director Zhou, both dressed in dark cotton coats and wearing hats that obscured most of their faces. Keep it quiet and let us go, Master Chen instructed succinctly. The three of them stealthily slipped out of the guest house. Director Zhou, evidently familiar with the surroundings, led the way, skillfully navigating through dimly lit corners and alleys. Master Chen and Li Kaixin followed closely behind. As they walked, Master Chen quietly instructed Li Kaixin on the rules. Once we arrive, we must split up. That's the old tradition to avoid drawing attention. You do your thing and buy what you wish. Afterward, we'll meet under that old locust tree at the east end of Dove City. Don't wander off. Saying this, he pulled out a head cover made from old cloth, leaving only the eyes visible, and handed it to Li Kaixin. Put this on. Li Kaixin took it and deftly donned it, instantly feeling the fabric and his own breath enveloping him. Master Chen then asked, do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. Li Kaixin felt a warm glow in his heart and quickly shook his head, his voice slightly muffled through the head cover. Master, I'm fine. I brought enough. Director Zhou, listening from the front, turned back and smiled at Master Chen. Old Chen, your apprentice truly is sensible and resourceful, even remembering to bring money. In the darkness, Master Chen seemed to smile, but he remained silent, merely patting Li Kaixin on the shoulder. Arriving at the entrance of Dove City, a sheltered alleyway revealed only 2 or 3 guards with covered faces. Master Chen halted, giving Li Kaixin a final reminder. Remember, split up and wait under the locust tree. He scanned Li Kaixin's face, now obscured by the head cover, adding, stay sharp and don't cause any trouble. Li Kaixin replied in a low voice, understood, Master. Director Zhou stepped ahead, blending into the crowd, while Master Chen patted Li Kaixin's arm before turning to walk in a different direction. Li Kaixin took a deep breath, adjusted the cloth cap on his head, and stepped forward. The guard merely cast a languid glance at Li Kaixin without uttering a word or attempting to stop him. Chapter 25. Meeting the villagers of Chunbei Mountain upon entering the small county of Gazi City in northeast China. Li Kaixin immediately sensed a starkly contrasting atmosphere compared to the bustling metropolis of Siju City. Here, the prying eyes that pervaded the pigeon market of Siju City were absent. The shadows flitting about were mostly genuine locals engaged in trade. The air was infused with a distinct scent, a blend of hay, earth, and a hint of medicinal herbs. Surveying his surroundings, the diverse array of goods on display revealed the region's unique characteristics. Rarely did one find exquisite grains. Instead, there were heaps of coarse cornmeal and potatoes, priced at less than half of what one would pay in Siju City. Yet there were few interested buyers. It seemed that this year, the northern lands had suffered a calamity, but with a solid foundation and sparse population, most households still had some reserves to rely upon. What truly captured attention were the mountain goods that were seldom seen in Siju City. Most striking to Li Kaixin were the wild ginseng, deer antlers, and the deep-colored lingzi mushrooms. He slowed his pace, the experience of a national physician vividly surfacing in his mind. Carefully, he assessed the quality and age of the medicinal herbs on display, exercising caution, for his previous encounters at the pigeon market and black market had left him wary. Despite this, the treasures of the Northeast remained expensive, and he quickly spent over 300 yuan. Observing that he had acquired enough, he sought a discreet corner, and with a thought, planted a few younger ginseng plants into the dark soil of the secret realm, intending to observe whether they could thrive in that hidden space over the coming days. The older ginseng plants were set aside with the deer antlers and lingzi mushrooms. Just as he was preparing to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unassuming stall in the corner, where a rather plain-looking ginseng with a slightly dull exterior caused Li Kaixin's heart to leap. It was undoubtedly an old mountain ginseng, at least 100 years old. Its unremarkable appearance and indistinct features would have led most to overlook it, had he not possessed the expertise of a national physician. Suppressing his excitement, Li Kaixin approached the stall, examining the ginseng closely. He then inquired in as neutral a tone as possible, "My fellow villager, what is the price of this ginseng?" The stall owner was a burly man with a dark complexion, clad in a tattered sheepskin coat, speaking with a thick local accent. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he chuckled. "Big brother, I can't quite determine the age of this ginseng. You can offer a price? And if it seems fair, I'll sell it." Li Kaixin felt a surge of appreciation for the man's sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed 200 yuan. How's that sound? This price was not low for an indeterminate ginseng, but for a century-old specimen, it was somewhat of a steal. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face displaying a mix of astonishment and joy. Yet, he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, that is far too much. It's not worth that." Seeing the man's straightforwardness, Li Kaixin's esteem for him grew, and he spoke earnestly. "My fellow villager, to be honest, judging by the root and overall form, this ginseng must have some age, and it is indeed worth that price. I cannot take advantage of you to such an extent." The man was taken aback, gazing into Li Kaixin's sincere eyes, a flush of genuine warmth spreading across his rugged face. He stammered, "Big brother, you are an honest man. I believe you." The transaction was completed smoothly. Both felt they had encountered a person of good character, and they began to chat. Through their conversation, Li Kaixin learned more about the man, who introduced himself as Zhao, the fourth son in his family, a villager from the foot of Qinbei Mountain. During the off-seasons, he would venture into the mountains in hopes of finding some mountain goods to supplement his family's income. Upon hearing the name Qinbei Mountain, Li Kaixin's eyes brightened. He tentatively asked, "Brother Zhao, to be honest, I have a great yearning for Qinbei Mountain. Is there any way you could take me to explore it a bit and broaden my horizons?" Seeing Zhao's lack of reaction, he continued to sweeten the deal. "I won't make it a burden for you. I will give you 10 yuan. Zhao's face still reflected a look of hesitation, shaking his head like a rattling drum. No, big brother, it's not that I don't want to take you, but that old forest is very dangerous. It's easy to get lost if you're not from the mountains. Encountering bears or wild boars is no joke. It's far too perilous." Noticing Zhao's hesitation stemmed from concern for his safety, Li Kaixin felt reassured and pulled out the hunting permit stamped with the transportation station's red seal. Presenting it to Zhao, "Brother Zhao, see, I'm not like those city kids. I often venture into the mountains and understand some of the rules. I'll only stay on the outskirts and wander too deep, so as not to trouble you." Zhao squinted in the dim light to scrutinize the paper bearing the official seal. Although he could not read many of the words, he recognized the term hunting permit, and the red seal was unmistakable. Finally, he stamped his foot in agreement. "All right, I see you are a genuine person with courage. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at the back street of the guest house. But remember, we'll only explore the familiar outskirts, no wandering off." "Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Zhao." Li Kaixin quickly replied, promptly informing him of his guest house and room number. After finalizing their plans, he bid farewell to the honest Zhao. Li Kaixin carefully stored the century-old ginseng in the secret realm alongside the deer antlers. After reflecting on the pigeon market, he decided to return to the agreed-upon meeting place. Time passed swiftly, and soon Li Kaixin arrived beneath the old locust tree, feigning to retrieve the previously purchased ginseng and a small package of deer antlers from his pocket, while in reality, he drew them from the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, Master Chun and Director Zhou approached from different directions. Master Chun carried a sizable cloth bag over his shoulder, its heavy weight suggesting it was filled mostly with grains. Director Zhou, however, appeared empty-handed, clearly accompanying his old friend for this outing. Upon noticing the scant quantity of medicinal herbs in Li Kaixin's hands, both expressed mild surprise. Director Zhou spoke first, his tone laced with elderly concern. "Kaixin, why did you only purchase this little? The grains here are significantly cheaper than what you have back home. Why not seize the opportunity to buy more?" Master Chen also regarded him with a questioning glance. Li Kaixin smiled and explained, Director Zhou, Master, my family is not in dire need of grain at the moment. I found the medicinal herbs here quite appealing, so I bought a few. As he spoke, Li Kaixin stepped forward, unceremoniously taking the heavy bag from Master Chen's shoulder. Master, this is quite heavy. I'm young and strong. I'll carry it so we can move faster. Master Chen observed the thoughtful demeanor of his disciple, a flicker of unnoticeable approval crossing his eyes. And he did not refuse, merely responding with a nod. Director Zhou chuckled, turning to Master Chen. Old Chen, your disciple is quite the catch. He knows how to care for his master. After parting ways with Director Zhou, Li Kaixin and Master Chen quietly returned to the guest house under the cover of darkness. Li Kaixin returned the bag to Master Chen, and they each retreated to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, Li Kaixin reflected on his finances. Combined with the 200 yuan allocated by Director Xie, he had spent nearly all his money. He lamented how quickly it seemed to vanish. He also pondered the vast emptiness of the secret realm, realizing that earning money had become an urgent matter before him. Thus, he drifted off to sleep with a troubled mind. Chapter 26. Preparations before ascending Chunbei Mountain in the morning, as Li Kaixin emerged from his cocoon of blankets. A chill swept over him, prompting a shiver. He swiftly donned his padded coat, and after freshening up, he opened the door to find Master Chen had also stepped out. Shall we go eat together? Master Chen inquired. Li Kaixin nodded and responded, Yes, Master. I'll go call Wu Tian and the others. Will you wait a moment? Master Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Kaixin wasted no time and quickly called out to the two. Before long, the four of them appeared in the cafeteria of the grain station. During mealtime, Li Kaixin addressed Master Chen, saying, Master, I may not be in the county today, as I have made an appointment to explore the foot of Chunbei Mountain. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's brow immediately furrowed, and his voice grew more somber. What nonsense! That mountain is not a place one visits lightly. There are all sorts of dangers. Getting lost or encountering wild beasts is no trivial matter. Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang echoed his concern with worried expressions. Indeed, Kaixin, it is said that there are bears and wild boars in these mountains. It is quite perilous. Li Kaixin understood their concern and quickly presented his prepared explanation. Master, please do not worry. I met a fellow from Kao Shantan, Zhao Sigi, at the pigeon market yesterday. He has spent years in the mountains and knows the area well. I will accompany him for a brief exploration. As he spoke, Li Kaixin produced the hunting permit he had prepared. Look, with this, I often ventured into the mountains while in Siju City. Chen Dabin took the permit and glanced at Li Kaixin, noticing his determined gaze. It seemed futile to dissuade him. So he sighed and cautioned, with a local guiding you. Just be extra careful. Remember to stay vigilant and do not overestimate your abilities. Rest assured, Master, I will remember. Li Kaixin Rablia Earnasli. Seeing that Master Chen had not stopped him, Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang felt it inappropriate to say more. After breakfast, Li Kaixin returned to his room alone and slung the gun and ammunition, wrapped in cloth, over his back. He exited the guest house and arrived at the back street where he had arranged to meet Zhao Laozi. In the distance, he spotted a figure dressed as he had been the previous day. Zhao Laozi immediately recognized Li Kaixin and jogged over, asking, Look at you, brother. It's you. I was just thinking of going to the guest house to fetch you if you didn't arrive soon. Li Kaixin hastily clasped his fists in apology. I'm sorry for making you wait, Zhao Sigi. How did he expect you to come so early? No worries. We mountain folk are early risers. Zhao Laozi waved his hand and led Li Kaixin to a tractor parked by the roadside, calling out to the man in the driver's seat, Sanguo. This is the Li brother from the city I mentioned yesterday. He has come to explore the mountains with us. He also introduced Li Kaixin to his brother, Zhao Sanzan. Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin stepped forward, a smile on his face. He appeared to reach into his bosom, but instead, he discreetly extracted a pack of unopened de Kimin cigarettes from his secret space, swiftly opened it, and respectfully offered one to Zhao Sanzan. Zhao Sanzan, thank you for your hard work. Please have a cigarette. Cigarettes with filters are a rarity in this small county. Zhao Sanzan's eyes brightened as he accepted the cigarette, inhaling its scent deeply but not lighting it immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Li Kaixin with a cautious gaze. Oh, Li brother, judging by your accent. You're not from around here, are you? You traveled all this way to our remote mountain just to take a look? Li Kaixin admired the tractor driver's perceptiveness and maintained his smile, responding calmly. Zhao Sanzan, you have a keen eye. I am from the transportation station in Siju City and came here with a convoy to transport grain. I'm staying at the guest house. I have long heard of Chinbei Mountain and wanted to take this opportunity to see it with someone like Zhao Sigi. He then handed over the hunting permit stamped with the transportation station's red seal. Zhao Sanzhen took the paper, and though he was not well versed in reading, he recognized the prominent red official stamp and the words Siju City and Transportation Station. The look of wariness on his face dissipated instantly, replaced by an apologetic smile as he returned the permit to Li Kaixin, his tone now friendly. Ah, I see. You are from Siju City. I apologize for my earlier assumptions. Please do not take it to heart. Zhao Sanzhen casually tucked the cigarette behind his ear and enthusiastically patted the tractor bed. Quickly, get in the truck. Lao Si will join us. Let us head back to the village. Li Kaixin quickly replied, no problem at all. It's only right for Zhao Sanzhen to be cautious. He then pulled out another cigarette and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Zhao Lao Si. Zhao Lao Si chuckled as he accepted it, mimicking Zhao Sanzhen by placing it behind his ear. The two climbed into the empty tractor bed, and with a rumble, the tractor roared to life, departing the county and heading towards the foot of Chinbei Mountain. Having put aside their initial apprehensions, Zhao Sanzhen proved to be quite talkative. Intent on making a good impression, Li Kaixin engaged in conversation about his experiences in Siju City, mentioning landmarks such as Tiananmen and Daqiamen Tower, which elicited amazement from both Zhao Sanzhen and Zhao Lao Si. In turn, they shared amusing anecdotes from their region, mentioning that today was their trip to the county to fetch grain for the grain station. The three engaged in lively discussion, punctuated by hearty laughter. Li Kaixin noticed that Zhao Sanzhen occasionally glanced at the pack of open Daqiamen in his hand, understanding that cigarettes were indeed a valuable commodity and a mark of respect in this area. With a smile, he generously handed the entire pack to Zhao Sanzhen. Here, Zhao Sanzhen, take this pack. I have more. Zhao Sanzhen was momentarily taken aback, his expression lighting up with excitement as he accepted the pack without much hesitation. Giving Li Kaixin a hearty pat on the arm, Li brother, you're a good one. I, Zhao Sanzhen, have made a friend in you. If you ever need anything while you're in our territory, just let me know. Li Kaixin turned around to find Zhao Lao Si eagerly rubbing his hands together, looking at him with anticipation, his simple face reflecting eagerness. Li Kaixin found it amusing and, shaking his head helplessly, reached into his bosom again to retrieve another intact pack of Daqiamen, tossing it to Zhao Lao Si. Zhao Lao Si clumsily caught it, his face breaking into a wide grin as if he had received a precious treasure, tightly clutching it in his hands. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. At that moment, the tractor arrived at the entrance of Kaixin village. Zhao Sanzhen waved goodbye to Li Kaixin and departed. Zhao Lao Si then led Li Kaixin to his home. Upon arrival, Zhao Lao Si rummaged around inside for a moment before emerging with an old, single-barreled shotgun slung over his shoulder, the stock polished to a sheen. He also produced a small iron box containing a dark, pungent herbal ointment. Handing the box to Li Kaixin, he earnestly advised, brother, take this. Apply it to any exposed skin before entering the mountain. In our old woods, besides the large beasts, there is also a pest called the grass creeper, which is even more dangerous. It burrows into the flesh to suck blood, and if you are not careful, it can cause a fever. Serious cases can even be fatal. This ointment is a local remedy passed down from our village's old hunters. It works wonders. Li Kaixin accepted the iron box, touched by Zhao Lao Si's genuine concern. He solemnly replied, thank you, Zhao Sigi. Once everything was prepared, Zhao Lao Si conducted a final check of their gear, his expression serious, as he instructed Li Kaixin, brother, we are entering the mountains now. You must stay close to me and not wander off, understood? Of course, Zhao Sigi, I will heed your words. Li Kaixin nudda biguruzli. Zhao Lao Si then turned around, shouldered his pack, and together they embarked on their journey into the embrace of Chinbei Mountain. Chapter 27. The first ascent of Chinbei Mountain following Zhao Lao Si along the path of Chinbei Mountain. The surrounding air suddenly became moist. In stark contrast to the dry mountain forests surrounding Siju City, the humidity here was palpable, and one could feel a cool, damp breeze with each breath. Zhao Lao Si led the way, his footsteps light as he brushed aside the low-hanging branches, all the while reminding Li Kaixin of the rules of the mountains. Brother, keep close and step in my footprints. This old forest looks the same everywhere, making it easy to get lost. He pointed to a crooked tree that had been marked inconspicuously. See? You should leave some markers for yourself as well. Understood, Zhao Sija. Kaixin pretending to be somewhat oblivious while comparing it to the mountains around Siju City. Zhao Laozi continued to impart his wisdom, sharing his experiences in these woods. For example, if we're looking for ginseng, it requires a bit of luck. We must tie a red string around it to prevent it from escaping. When digging, we must be especially careful not to damage the roots, as they are treasures. Zhao Laozi spoke earnestly, and Li Kaixin feigned focused attention. In truth, Li Kaixin was already acquainted with these matters through his experiences as a divine-level hunter and a master physician. When it came to critical points, Zhao Laozi's expression grew solemn once more as he reiterated a particular warning. There's one more thing I must emphasize. That creeping grasshopper. This cursed creature was what afflicted the eldest son of the Lao Wang family in our village 2 years ago. He was bitten and paid it no mind, but soon developed a high fever and did not survive. He then tapped the iron box of ointment hanging at his waist with a weighty concern in his voice. Li Kaixin sensed the gravity behind his words and nodded earnestly. Brother Zhao Si, rest assured, I just applied the ointment all over. The two strolled along, with Zhao Laozi doing most of the talking while Li Kaixin listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with a question or two. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the forest grew increasingly dense and shadowy. Zhao Laozi's demeanor shifted. He ceased his casual banter, his gaze sharpening, ears pricking to catch the faintest rustle among the trees. He frequently halted, crouching to examine tracks on the ground. Upon passing a withered tree, Zhao Laozi lowered his voice and cautioned Li Kaixin, "Stay close and keep quiet." Li Kaixin immediately adopted a lighter step, vigilant of their surroundings. After about an hour, a thicket ahead stirred subtly. Zhao Laozi instantly raised his hand to signal a halt, crouched low, and fixed his gaze on the source, a grayish-brown wild rabbit calmly nibbling on roots nearby. With fluid precision, Zhao Laozi raised his rifle, aimed, and fired in one swift motion. The sharp report echoed, and the rabbit collapsed instantly without a struggle. Straightening up, Zhao Laozi's face displayed a hint of pride as he glanced at Li Kaixin. The latter hurried forward, hefting the plump rabbit, which felt heavy, perhaps 7 or 8 pounds. Brother Zhao, your marksmanship is incredible. The rabbit didn't even have time to react. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Today I've truly witnessed real skill. Li Kaixin's admiration was effusive as he handed the catch back. Zhao Laozi, somewhat bashful at the praise, flushed slightly and smiled, waving it off. It's nothing. Just practice makes perfect. We mountain folk rely on this for a living. Well, lunch is settled. He skillfully hung the rabbit at his waist, and the two resumed their trek. As they passed through a mountain hollow, Zhao Laozi occasionally glanced upward at the tree canopies. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a tall tree, pointing to a branch about 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Brother, do you see that? That pale, fibrous thing. Doesn't it look like a monkey's head? Li Kaixin followed his finger and indeed spotted a fungus resembling a monkey's head clinging to the trunk. He immediately recognized it as the famed mountain delicacy, the monkey head mushroom, having seen many images online, but never such a fine wild specimen before. Indeed, Brother Zhao, that must be the monkey head mushroom. I've heard its soup is extraordinarily flavorful. Exactly. This is a treasure of Qinbei Mountain. The soup's aroma is heavenly. Zhao Laozi said as he deftly set down his rifle, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands together. What followed was astonishing. Zhao Laozi moved with the agility of a nimble ape, swiftly scaling the tree and plucking the mushroom with ease. Upon safely descending, Li Kaixin showered him with praise. Brother Zhao, your nimbleness is remarkable, climbing trees as if walking on flat ground. I've truly broadened my horizons today. Blushing with pride, Zhao Laozi laughed heartily and wrapped the mushroom carefully. It's nothing special, just the skills we mountain folk use to make a living. The morning passed in such exploration and harvest. Perhaps their luck had been spent, for no further notable game or rare mountain treasures appeared. Undeterred, Zhao Laozi led Li Kaixin to a clear mountain stream, selecting a sheltered, dry spot. With practiced ease, he kindled a small fire and prepared the fat rabbit, skinning it meticulously. The pelts were scraped clean of fat and laid out to dry on a stone, Zhao Laozi murmuring, "Once tanned, these will make warm gloves for winter." The aroma of roasting rabbit filled the air as the sizzling fat dripped into the flames. After some time, The meat was cooked, and they divided it evenly. Sitting opposite each other, Zhao Laozi bit into a leg and sighed contentedly. Brother, you see? Hunting in the mountains is like this. 30% skill, 70% luck. Sometimes you wander all day and catch nothing. Other times, like today, you start off strong. Li Kaixin nodded in agreement. You're right, Brother Zhao. Hunting demands both patience and fortune. After their meal, they rested on a flat boulder by the stream. Once refreshed, Zhao Laozi stood, brushing off grass, and pointed toward the mountain's sunny slope. Let us head over there now. That's where the locals often go. Being a sunlit slope, there might be more good things. Agreed. I'll follow your lead, Brother Zhao, Li Kaixin said promptly, adjusting his rifle on his back. Chapter 28. Encounter with the wolf pack. Displaying prowess departing the stream, they advanced toward the sunny slope. Along the way, Zhao Laozi elaborated that the area was relatively open and bathed in sunlight, frequented by herbivorous animals. Upon reaching a shaded rocky outcrop, Li Kaixin's gaze caught sight of a large patch of Kaixin grass growing upon the rocks. From his master physician expertise, he knew this herb brewed as tea could nourish the kidneys. Combined with other herbs, its efficacy was enhanced, making it a prized treasure for men. He stepped forward to gather it, while Zhao Laozi watched silently, his dark face revealing a peculiar expression. Drawing closer, he scrutinized Li Kaixin and remarked in his straightforward mountain dialect, Brother, why are you picking that so eagerly? That stuff's for boosting virility. You're young, are you feeling weak? Embarrassed, Li Kaixin froze momentarily before hastily explaining, Brother Zhao, don't misunderstand. I know some medicine. I'm collecting this for my elders. They're getting older and need some care. Zhao Laozi nodded knowingly and smiled broadly. Ah, that explains it. I thought so. Seeing Li Kaixin's earnestness, he joined in to help. This herb isn't rare around here. Grows all over the mountain. It's not marketable, so we just use it ourselves now and then. Unbeknownst to Zhao Laozi's latter words, Li Kaixin's heart soared with delight as he filled his satchel with a large bundle of Kaixin grass. Seizing a moment when Zhao Laozi looked down searching, he discreetly transplanted some robust specimens with roots into the secret realm's fertile black soil. Having finished collecting, they proceeded toward the sunny slope. As they neared the forest's edge, the trees thinned, allowing sunlight to dapple the ground. Just as they were about to exit the dense woods, Zhao Laozi abruptly halted, raised his hand to signal silence, his face growing grave. Lowering his body, his ears twitched as he intently fixed his gaze on the depths of the forest ahead. Li Kaixin immediately held his breath, following Zhao Laozi's line of sight. In the shadows of the forest, dozens of ethereal green lights flickered, accompanied by the dreadful sound of tearing flesh and low, mournful whimpers. A pack of wild wolves surrounded a massive, lifeless elk, voraciously devouring its carcass. Zhao Laozi gasped, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Slowly retreating, he stammered to Li Kaixin, Big brother, slow down. We must retreat. It's a wolf pack. We cannot contend with them. However, as fate would have it, one particularly large wolf seemed to sense their presence, abruptly lifting its head and sniffing the air, pinpointing the direction of the two men's south hiding place. With a chilling howl, the giant wolf summoned the others, and in an instant, the feasting wolves ceased their movements. Their attention fixated on the thicket where Li Kaixin and Zhao Laozi concealed themselves. Zhao Laozi's heart sank, realization dawning upon him. This was the end. Aware that escape was futile, he suddenly pushed Li Kaixin behind him, his voice hoarse, Big brother, run. Back the way we came, I will hold them off. Just as he finished speaking, he resolutely raised his shotgun, prepared to make a last stand. At that critical moment, 3 sharp gunshots rang out, piercing the forest silence like the scythe of death. The giant wolf that had just issued its command, along with 2 of the strongest male wolves beside it, fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Laozi was stunned by the unexpected precision of the shots, incredulously turning to glance at Li Kaixin. There stood Li Kaixin, maintaining his shooting stance, calmly informing Zhao Laozi, Brother Zhao, I am not a coward. This is the time to fight. Do not lose focus. Zhao Laozi suddenly felt his flickering hope reignite. Without further ado, the two exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively forming a small defensive circle back to back. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire from Li Kaixin's firearm and Zhao Laozi's shotgun echoed in alternation, bullets whistling towards the advancing wolves. Several wolves howled in agony as they fell, the scent of blood growing stronger. Yet, the sheer number of wolves and their ferocity overwhelmed the two men. Soon, their ammunition ran dry, and the remaining wolves, eyes gleaming with rage and teeth bared, lunged forward. With no time to reload, Zhao Laozi drew his hunting knife, ready for close combat. Kaixin, seeing Zhao Laozi at his side, refrained from recklessly employing his mystical abilities, choosing instead to test the prowess of his martial arts skills. As a vicious wolf leapt towards Zhao Laozi's flank, Kaixin moved swiftly, like a specter. A powerful, unadorned punch struck the wolf in its midsection with a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. The wolf yelped in pain, soaring backward to collide with a tree trunk before crumpling to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Laozi caught sight of this astonishing display of strength and was nearly left speechless. Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he fiercely swung his knife in defense. In the chaos, Kaixin, either intentionally or not, shielded Zhao Laozi from several lethal attacks, preventing him from suffering more than mere superficial wounds. Simultaneously, he stealthily stowed 5 relatively intact wolf corpses into his mystical space. In the midst of the fray, Zhao Laozi tossed a spare hunting knife to Kaixin. Their cooperation grew increasingly seamless. Kaixin fought with the ferocity of tiger, while Zhao Laozi employed his seasoned experience to target the wolves' vulnerable spots. As time slipped away amidst the bloody struggle, the wolf pack, having lost their leader and witnessing the ferocity of these two bipedal creatures, began to succumb to fear as their comrades fell one by one. The remaining 7 or 8 wolves emitted reluctant whimpers, tails tucked, before they turned and fled into the depths of the thicket. With the immediate danger averted, Zhao Laozi could no longer hold himself upright, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, his body adorned with numerous scratches and bite marks, blood soaking his tattered sheepskin coat. Kaixin, despite a few rips in his clothing, emerged relatively unscathed, a hint of exhilaration still coloring his cheeks from the carnage. He instinctively felt the urge to pursue, but quickly abandoned the thought upon witnessing Zhao Laozi's condition. The two surveyed their surroundings, noting the fallen wolves scattered across the ground. A rough count revealed over 20 corpses. Kaixin hurried to assist Zhao Laozi, guilt etched across his face. "Brother Zhao, how are you? I'm so sorry. If I hadn't insisted on entering the mountains today, you wouldn't have been injured." Zhao Laozi waved his hand, interrupting him. Though grimacing in pain, his eyes shimmered with gratitude and apprehension. "Big brother, do not say that. If it weren't for you, my life would have ended on that sunny slope today. I owe you my thanks. The forest is inherently perilous. I often roam this area, and had it not been today, it could have happened tomorrow. You are not to blame." Gazing at the multitude of wolf carcasses, and then at Kaixin, who appeared as if he had merely warmed up, Zhao Laozi's expression turned complex, filled with disbelief and profound admiration. Recognizing Zhao Laozi's severe injuries, Kaixin understood they could no longer remain in the mountains. He first sought nearby herbs to staunch the bleeding for Zhao Laozi, then helped him to his feet, securing several wolf corpses for transport. Together, they began their slow journey back to Kaixin. As they approached the threshing ground at the entrance of Kaixin, keen-eyed villagers quickly noticed them. "Oh no, it's Laozi. What happened to you? Brother Four, are you all right?" Several villagers, momentarily abandoning their tasks, rushed over in alarm. Upon seeing Zhao Laozi's blood-soaked, tattered sheepskin coat and his pale face, they collectively gasped in shock. A brash young man, his gaze flitting to Kaixin, who appeared relatively unscathed aside from his torn clothing, felt a surge of anger. "It must be you." Brother Four said he was bringing a city dweller into the mountains today. "Did you encounter danger and flee, leaving him to suffer like this?" At this accusation, the surrounding villagers cast dubious and disapproving glances at Kaixin. Zhao Laozi, though weakened, suddenly became agitated, struggling to stand straighter as he exerted his strength to clarify. "What nonsense! It was a wolf pack. My brother and I encountered a large group of wolves on the sunny slope. If it weren't for my brother's incredible marksmanship and skills, I would have perished in the mountains today. We fought off the wolves together. It was my brother who saved me multiple times." Gasping for breath, Zhao Laozi persisted, endeavoring to articulate the truth. Just then, the village chief and a woman wearing a patched cotton coat, her face etched with worry, rushed over with 2 children in tow. The gathered villagers parted to make way. Upon seeing her husband bloodied and battered, Zhao Laoxi's wife collapsed against him, her voice trembling with distress. "My dear, what happened? My heavens! You were fine when you left this morning." Zhao Laoxi quickly suppressed his pain to comfort his wife. "It's nothing to worry about. It looks worse than it is. I was bitten a few times by that beast, but I'll heal in a few days. I want to die." He pointed at Kaixin, emphasizing, "Today I owe my life to this brother. He is our benefactor." Hearing her husband's words, Zhao Laoxi's wife turned her tearful gaze towards Kaixin, initially harboring resentment towards the city youth, believing him to be the cause of her husband's misfortune. She was instantly overcome with profound gratitude upon hearing her husband's declaration. Kaixin hastily knelt before Kaixin, exclaiming, "Dear brother, thank you. Thank you for saving my family." Kaixin, taken aback by such a display of gratitude, quickly sidestepped to avoid the gesture. He extended his hand in a reassuring manner, saying, "Sister-in-law, please do not do this. Zhao Sigi also encountered danger while trying to guide me into the mountains. My assistance was merely my duty." Zhao Laoxi turned to the village chief, who wore a furrowed brow, and spoke with a serious tone. "Village chief, today's events are extraordinary. We encountered a pack of dozens of wolves on the sunny slope. In previous years, we would only see a few roe deer or wild boar in that area. The creatures from the deep mountains seldom venture there. I fear that ferocious beasts from the mountains are descending, and we must alert everyone in the village to be cautious." The village chief, surnamed Zhang, was a man in his 50s with a dark, composed face. Initially, upon seeing the 2 wolf carcasses brought down by Zhao Laoxi and Kaixin, he believed it to be an ordinary encounter with wolves that had ended in injury. However, upon hearing about the large pack of wolves and the specific location, his expression changed drastically. The sunny slope was not far from the village, and the presence of a large wolf pack was a dire warning for Kaixin village. Seeing the village chief silent, Zhao Laoxi assumed he was skeptical and urgently insisted, "Village chief, I am not lying. If you do not believe me, send the hunting team to the sunny slope now. There are still many wolf carcasses left behind." Village chief Zhang took a deep breath, made a decisive decision, and replied solemnly, "I believe you. Laoxi, you go check your injuries." He then turned to several strong men nearby, armed with rifles, and commanded Taiju, "Take a few people and head to the sunny slope immediately. Be careful." "Yes, village chief," the leading man responded, selecting 3 or 4 companions and swiftly heading up the mountain. Meanwhile, village chief Zhang called over a few villagers, "Come, lend a hand, and take Laoxi to the clinic." Immediately, kind-hearted villagers brought a wooden cart, and they carefully helped Zhao Laoxi onto it. Thus, the villagers gathered at the village entrance divided into 2 groups. One group, led by Taiju, proceeded towards the sunny slope, while the other followed the cart, escorting Zhao Laoxi and Kaixin to the clinic. On the way to the clinic, Kaixin discovered that it was located at the center of several villages, quite a distance from Kaixin village. The cart creaked along the dirt road as Zhao Laoxi's wife followed closely beside, dabbing at her tears. Kaixin walked silently alongside them, his emotions complex. Meanwhile, led by Taiju, the hunting team quickly reached the sunny slope, aided by their agility and familiarity with the mountain trails. As they pushed through the last patch of brush, the sight before them froze them in place, their pupils dilating in shock. Instead of the grassy slope they remembered, it was a scene of carnage. Over 20 gray wolf carcasses lay strewn across the ground, their bodies soaked in pools of blood. The overwhelming stench of gore almost palpable in the air. "Oh my heavens!" a young team member stammered, his legs trembling. Taiju swallowed hard, struggling to contain his composure. Even as an experienced hunter, he had never witnessed such a brutal scene. It was inconceivable how fierce a person must be to slay so many wolves. Taiju no longer doubted Zhao Laoxi's words. A profound respect for the unfamiliar young man from the city began to blossom within him. On the other side, Kaixin and the others finally arrived at the clinic, a slightly dilapidated single-story building. Seeing the bloodied man being brought in, the only doctor inside, a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses, hurriedly approached and immediately inquired of the villager at the front, "What happened? How did he get injured like this?" The villager, equally anxious, replied, "Doctor, please take a look. My brother Laozi has been bitten by wolves. The doctor, not wasting time, assisted Zhao Laozi while examining his wounds. Noticing the poultice made of crushed herbs, his brow furrowed as he reproached, "What is this hodgepodge? Who told you to use herbs indiscriminately? What if he gets infected?" Li Kaixin stepped forward to explain, "Doctor, we applied Du and Baiji, both commonly used hemostatic herbs in the mountains. We try to keep it clean during treatment." The doctor glanced at Li Kaixin with unexpected interest, noting his coherent explanation and the appropriateness of the herbs. His expression softened slightly. "You possess some knowledge." Without further ado, he began to carefully clean away the herbal residue and sanitize the wound with alcohol. Zhao Laozi winced in pain, but gritted his teeth and remained silent. Once finished, the doctor skillfully applied anti-inflammatory powder and meticulously bandaged the deeper wounds. The injuries were somewhat severe, but fortunately, they had not damaged any bones or major blood vessels. Change the dressings regularly, take some anti-inflammatory medication, avoid water, and rest for a while. The total cost, including treatment, is 2 yuan, the doctor said as he prepared the medication. The accompanying villagers exchanged glances, realizing they had come without any money. Zhao Laozi's wife looked particularly distressed, wringing her hands anxiously. Without hesitation, Li Kaixin reached into his pocket, actually from his secret space, and produced 2 1-yuan bills, handing them over. "Doctor, here is the payment." The doctor accepted the money, handed the medication to Zhao Laozi's wife, and offered a few words of advice. Lying on the cart, Zhao Laozi watched as Li Kaixin paid, his lips moving weakly yet resolutely. "Brother, I will repay you once I'm back home." Zhao Laozi's wife repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear brother. We are so grateful to you today." "Zhao Sigi, sister-in-law, you are too kind. This is merely my duty." Li Kaixin waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. During their conversation, the group helped Zhao Laozi back onto the cart and slowly made their way back to Kaixin village. Chapter 30. The warmth of Kaixin village. The setting sun bathed Kaixin village in a golden hue. Just as Li Kaixin's group settled Zhao Laozi back at home, a commotion and heavy footsteps echoed outside. The villagers, curious about the noise, rushed out, leaving only Zhao Laozi's wife and children inside. Upon stepping out, they were all taken aback, followed by gasps of astonishment. Leading the way were Taizhu and his hunting team, each man shouldering at least 1, if not 2, gray wolf carcasses as they trudged back. They deposited the carcasses in the village's threshing yard. The pile of over 20 wolf bodies resembled a small mountain, and the overwhelming scent of blood, combined with the shocking visual impact, left the villagers in awe. All eyes instinctively turned to Li Kaixin, who stood at the entrance of Zhao Laozi's home. In their gazes, disbelief transformed into profound admiration and a hint of unspoken reverence. The villagers were acutely aware of Zhao Laozi's capabilities and understood what it meant to face a pack of wolves alone. Village chief Zhang took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and approached Li Kaixin, his tone imbued with respect. "Young man from the city, you possess remarkable skills." Li Kaixin slightly bowed, his demeanor humble. "Oh no, it is merely Zhao Sigi's extensive experience. I was just fortunate." Observing Li Kaixin's modesty, village chief Zhang shifted the topic, gesturing towards the pile of wolf carcasses. "Let's not take advantage of you. We will keep a quarter of these wolves. The rest, you can arrange for someone to transport away. The 2 wolves you and Sigi brought down earlier can be left for his family to recuperate with. How's that sound?" Li Kaixin immediately waved his hand, scanning the villagers before resting his gaze on village chief Zhang, revealing a sincere expression. "Village chief, you are too kind. This is unacceptable. I have come to the Qinbei Mountains to witness its wonders. Brother Zhao Si endured severe injuries to guide me into the mountains, and I feel a deep sense of guilt about it. If I were to take these wolves, what would that make me?" After a brief pause, noticing that village head Zhang was still insistent, I continued, "If it comes to it, let these wolves be a token of compensation for Brother Zhao Si, as well as a gesture of goodwill towards our village. Just give me 4 wolf pelts, and I shall keep them as trophies." Village head Zhang gazed into Li Kaixin's clear and resolute eyes, sensing the sincerity behind his words, and was moved. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly patted Li Kaixin's shoulder, his voice tinged with emotion. "Good lad, such righteousness. On behalf of the entire village, I thank you." He had already made up his mind to allocate additional work points to Zhao Ci's family when a year-end assessments were conducted. The villagers around them, having heard Li Kaixin's words, experienced a profound shift in their perspectives. Their admiration for his bravery transformed into genuine respect. Soon after, a wave of joy washed over everyone. With so much wolf meat, the entire village could enjoy a hearty meal that night, and cheers erupted throughout Kaixin village. Village head Zhang entered the house to whisper a few words to Zhao Ci. Outside, Li Kaixin found himself enveloped by this warmth, feeling somewhat out of place. Particularly, the young women of the village whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed intently on this young man from the city. They had heard that not only was he skilled, but he was also a driver from the city of Siju, one of the 8 key figures, and someone who consumed rations. Li Kaixin had been merely a programmer immersed in code in his previous life, lacking any romantic experience, and in this life, he was just 17, unaccustomed to such attention. Under the piercing, fiery gazes, his face flushed, and he felt at a loss as to where to place his hands and feet, his ears burning with embarrassment. Just then, village head Zhang emerged from the house, noticed Li Kaixin's awkwardness, and glanced at the giggling young women. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor, glaring at them. "What are you staring at? If you have nothing to do, hurry up and help in the dining hall to prepare the wolf meat. Ladies, ensure that the pelts are properly skinned. Do not waste good hides." At the sound of the village head's reprimand, the young women stuck out their tongues and laughed as they dispersed, though their eyes still occasionally darted back toward Li Kaixin. Li Kaixin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and, taking advantage of the village head's authority, bowed his head and hurriedly retreated into Zhao Ci's home, prompting another round of good-natured laughter from the young women outside. Once inside, Li Kaixin took a moment to compose himself, retrieving the 10 yuan he had prepared earlier and extending it toward Zhao Ci. "Brother Zhao Ci, please accept this money as the agreed-upon guiding fee." Both Zhao Ci and his wife changed expressions upon seeing the money, repeatedly shaking their heads as Zhao Ci struggled to sit up. "You saved my life today and provided so much wolf meat to the village. If I were to accept this money, would I still be human?" His wife chimed in urgently. "Yes, big brother, we absolutely cannot take this money. Though we are poor, we must not be so ungrateful." Seeing that Zhao Ci's family was resolute in their refusal, Li Kaixin ceased his insistence and smiled. "All right, brother Zhao Ci, sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. Well, let's put it this way. Please forget about the medical expenses. If you mention them again, I might genuinely get upset." Only then did Zhao Ci and his wife relax, nodding in agreement. As time passed, the sun outside began to set, casting a warm glow. Village head Zhang entered once more, carrying 5 meticulously processed and tanned wolf pelts. Their fur shiny and thick. "Young man, the pelts are ready. As you requested, I have included an extra one, as a token of goodwill from the village. You cannot refuse this." Without giving him a chance to argue, village head Zhang pressed the pelts into Li Kaixin's hands. Li Kaixin, recognizing that further refusal would seem pretentious, accepted them solemnly. "Thank you, village head." As the day waned, he prepared to take his leave, addressing Zhao Ci and village head Zhang. "Brother Zhao Ci, take care of your injuries." "Village head, it's getting late. I must return to the county's guest house." Both Zhao Ci and village head Zhang urged him to stay. "It's late, and the mountain roads are treacherous. Why not spend the night here in the village?" Li Kaixin puliteli daklinad. "No. My master and the others will surely be worried if I do not return, so I must go back to assure them of my safety." At that moment, the familiar sound of a tractor approached, and Zhao Ci's brother, Zhao San, jumped out of the vehicle, shouting as he entered the yard, "Brother Ci, I heard you had a run-in with wolves. Is it serious?" Upon seeing Zhao Ci, who was bandaged yet vibrant, he sighed in relief and playfully punched Zhao Ci's shoulder. "You fool! You scare me half to death." Upon noticing Zhao San's arrival, village head Zhang quickly instructed, "Zhao San, you arrived just in time. Drive Comrade Li back to the county guest house. Ensure he arrives safely." "No problem. Leave it to me." Zhao San responded with a confident pat on his chest. Li Kaixin bid farewell to Zhao Ci and then walked with village head Zhang and Zhao San toward the tractor park by the village dining hall. Just as they reached the vehicle, village head Zhang called out, "Wait a moment." Several robust villagers emerged from the dining hall, carrying bulging cloth bags and unceremoniously placing them in the tractor's bed. Village head Zhang grasped Li Kaixin's hand, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Young comrade, our humble village has little to offer, but these are some local goods gathered by the families. There are some monkey head mushrooms, dried hazel mushrooms, and a few wild walnuts and pine nuts, all local specialties from Chimbai Mountain. Take them back and let your family enjoy a taste of our bounty. If you refuse again, it would be as if you were looking down on our Kaixin village. With the matter presented in such a manner, Kaixin had no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, many villagers who were still busy in and around the dining hall gathered around, having heard about Kaixin's impending departure, and began to call out, "Comrade Li, don't leave. Stay and eat wolf meat. Yes, have a drink before you go. I still have some sorghum liquor at home. You must come again next time. We will have a grand feast." Faced with the villagers' enthusiastic invitations and warm farewells, Kaixin felt somewhat helpless, unsure how to respond to such overwhelming warmth. Observing the situation, village head Zhang stepped forward to diffuse the tension. All right. Comrade Li is a public servant bound by regulations. He must return to report. If there is a chance in the future, you are all welcome to invite him back to Kaixin village, where there will be plenty of meat and drink. Understanding that they could not retain him any longer, the villagers watched as Kaixin climbed into the tractor's bed, offering their farewells. You must come again. Safe travels, Comrade Li. Amidst their heartfelt send-off, the tractor slowly departed from Kaixin village. Chapter 31. The Master's worry and comfort shortly after leaving Kaixin village. The bumpy ride on the tractor made Zhao San glance back at Kaixin, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Big brother, when I just returned to the village, I heard folks shouting that you and Brother C had an encounter with a pack of wolves, and you took down more than 20. Your skills are simply extraordinary. Kaixin, jostled by the rough ride, felt a bit shy and rubbed the back of his neck, responding humbly, Brother Zhao San, please don't believe the exaggerations. It was mainly Brother Zhao C's experience. I merely assisted him. It really wasn't that impressive. Zhao San scoffed, clearly skeptical. I know Brother C well enough. If he had the capability to take on a pack of wolves single-handedly, would he still be bandaged up and lying down? Big brother, please don't be modest. The word has spread throughout the village that you are genuinely remarkable. Kaixin, overwhelmed by the compliments, felt his face heat up and quickly changed the subject. Brother Zhao San, let us not dwell on that. I noticed you spent the entire day delivering grain to the granary. How has this year's harvest been in our area? The words indeed pierced through Zhao Lao San's recent malaise. The cheerful smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a frown as he sighed heavily. Alas, what a pity that this year the heavens seem blind. The rainfall has been woefully inadequate, leaving the earth cracked and parched, and this year's harvest is likely to be reduced by nearly half compared to previous years. Zhao Lao San tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his voice turning somber. This year we are relying on the reserves built up over the years to get by. I dread to think what next year will bring if this continues. It will be truly unbearable. He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, his face etched with worry. Kaixin gazed out at the passing scenery, recalling the even harsher drought that loomed in the next 2 years, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts, and he remained silent, refraining from further conversation. The atmosphere in the vehicle became thick with tension, punctuated only by the rumble of the tractor and the sound of wheels rolling over the road. When the tractor finally came to a halt at the entrance of the guest house, the sky had already darkened. As Kaixin jumped down from the trailer, he spotted Master Chen outside, bundled in a cotton-padded coat, stamping his feet and craning his neck to peer down the road. Upon seeing the tractor's headlights and Kaixin's figure, he swiftly approached, his face a mask of evident anxiety and concern. Master, Kaixin called out hastily. Master Chen stepped closer, giving Kaixin a thorough once-over. Though his clothes were somewhat tattered, he seemed in good spirits and bore no visible injuries, which eased Master Chen's worries. His tone was still laced with reproach and apprehension. You rascal, why did you return so late? Do you have any idea how worried you made us? Master, it's a long story, and this is hardly the place to discuss it. Let us talk in my room, Kaixin whispered. Master Chen nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, and reached out to help Kaixin with 2 packages. Kaixin slung his rifle over his shoulder and grabbed a few more bags. He turned to Zhao Lao San in the driver's seat, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Zhao San Ge, I truly appreciate your help today. Thank you for making the trip at such a late hour. Please drive safely on your way back. Zhao Lao San waved his hand, smiling warmly. No need for such politeness. Li brother, do come visit us in Kaixin again. We must enjoy a hearty meal together. After saying this, he turned the tractor around, its engine sputtering as it melted back into the night. The two of them carried their bundles back to Kaixin's room. Master Chen set the items down in the corner and said to Kaixin, "Just wait a moment." He then turned and stepped back outside. Before long, he returned, holding a large flatbread wrapped in oil paper, larger than a wash basin. He handed it to Kaixin. "Here, eat it while it's still warm, given your late return. The canteen has already closed. This is a northeast flatbread I bought in the county today. It's hearty and perfect for filling your stomach." As Kaixin gazed at the fragrant flatbread and then at Master Chen's concerned face, a surge of warmth flooded his heart, igniting a comforting sensation throughout his being. He accepted the flatbread with both hands, his throat tightening as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master." Remembering the contents of the packages, he quickly set the flatbread down, opened one of the bundles, and revealed the wolf pelts within. He carefully selected 2 of the finest hides and offered them to Master Chen with sincerity. "Master, this is for you. These are the pelts from the wolves I hunted today on the mountain. With the cold weather approaching, these pelts will provide warmth. You can use them to make a blanket or a vest to fend off the chill." Master Chen gazed at the exquisite wolf pelts, momentarily taken aback. Emotions flickering in his eyes, gratitude intertwined with reflection. He initially intended to decline, but found himself swallowing the words upon seeing the genuine sincerity in Kaixin's eyes. Master Chen extended his hand to accept the 2 pelts, his voice softened considerably. "You're a thoughtful child. Very well, I shall accept them. Just in time, as your mistress is sensitive to the cold. This will make winter much more bearable for her. When you return from this trip, do come by my home. I would like you to meet her." Then he carefully folded the pelts, his tone turning serious. "However, Kaixin, you must take such risks again next time. Do you hear me? Nothing is more important than your life." Master, I understand. I will certainly be more cautious next time," Kaixin quickly assured him. With the knowledge that Kaixin had returned safely, Master Chen felt his heart finally settle. He reminded Kaixin to rest early and then turned to return to his own room with the wolf pelts. Kaixin escorted his master to the door, watching his retreating figure enter the room before closing the door and returning inside. He picked up the northeast flatbread, leaning against the edge of the Kong, and began to eat heartily. After finishing the flatbread and feeling satisfied, he started to unpack the several large bundles given to him by Kaixin. Upon opening them, he discovered an array of treasures: pristine monkey head mushrooms, sizable tianma, and richly colored wild lingzi, each weighing over 10 pounds. These were rare mountain delicacies. Additionally, there were various dried hazelnuts, daylilies, wild walnuts, pine nuts, and other assorted local specialties, totaling nearly 200 pounds. After categorizing the mountain goods, he set aside the most precious items. With a thought, he discreetly transferred a portion of the tianma into the black soil of his secret realm. He then glanced at the wheat and corn he had received from Sanyi. Under the tenfold time flow of his secret realm, they would be ready for harvest in just 2 days. The fish in the stream had also grown to the size of a palm. After observing all the crops in the secret realm, Kaixin finally exited with a sense of satisfaction. As he emerged from the secret realm, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He quickly washed up and crawled into bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Journey to Qinbei Mountain again the next morning before dawn broke. An urgent knocking echoed at Kaixin's door. He opened it to find Qian Dazhuang and Wu Tian standing on the threshold, their eyes scanning him up and down several times. When they noticed that, apart from a few torn spots in his clothing, he bore no significant injuries, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go eat." Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang each threw an arm around Kaixin's shoulders, urging him forward. "All right, Kaixin Krupelia." The 3 of them walked side by side towards the grain station's canteen. As they stepped out of the guest house, the chilly morning breeze banished the remnants of sleep from Kaixin's mind. As they walked, Wu Tian spoke first, his tone tinged with reproach. "Kaixin, you rascal. You were gone for so long yesterday. We thought something had happened to you, and you worried both us and your master sick. Dazhuang and I, along with Master Chen, waited outside the guest house for you after dinner. It was already dark when Master Chen finally sent us back inside. He had no idea how long he waited. Did you see Master Chen later?" Wu Tian bombarded him with questions. Qian Dazhuang nodded vigorously in agreement, adding in a concerned tone, Yes. We were worried sick." Seeing the concern etched on their faces, Li Kaixin felt a warmth swell within him, his expression turning grateful. He quickly explained, Master Chun was indeed waiting. Thank you for your concern, brothers. He was still at the door when I returned. I suspect he arrived shortly after you went inside. Wu Tian finally relaxed, waving his hand nonchalantly. No need for thanks among us. It's too formal. We're brothers. Qian Dazhuang grinned widely, right? Right? We're all brothers. Li Kaixin scanned Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang, nodding earnestly, his voice clear and strong. Yes, we are all brothers. Upon reaching the grain station's canteen, they found numerous workers from the transport station and grain station already seated, the air filled with the buzz of conversation and the clatter of bowls and chopsticks. Li Kaixin glanced around but did not spot Master Chun. After serving themselves and sitting down, Li Kaixin began to eat while contemplating the day ahead. Li Kaixin, determined not to alarm Wu Tian and Zhuang as they had the previous day, carefully considered his words and spoke in a casually nonchalant tone. Wu Tian, Zhuang, I won't be dining at the canteen again today. I have to step out for a bit. Instantly, both men looked up, their expressions revealing curiosity. Li Kaixin hastily added, Don't worry, I'm not heading into the mountains. I'm just visiting a fellow villager I met yesterday. He was quite helpful to me, and I thought I'd drop by to express my gratitude. The place isn't far, just in the nearby village. After a brief pause, he continued, If Master asks about my whereabouts later, please let him know to alleviate his concerns. Wu Tian, though still somewhat apprehensive, nodded at hearing it was merely a trip to the village. All right, you take care of it. Just return early. If Master inquires, we'll cover for you. Zhuang also grunted in agreement, returning to his meal. Li Kaixin expressed his gratitude once more, and after finishing their meal, the trio parted ways. Upon returning to his room at the guest house, Li Kaixin secured the door and, with a thought, stored his firearm in the secret realm. After ensuring he had everything he needed, he stepped out of the guest house. Outside the grain station, several tractors awaited, freshly unloaded of their cargo. Taking a deep breath, Li Kaixin donned a polite smile and approached the drivers, inquiring one by one, Excuse me, sir, are you from the vicinity of Kaixin village? Would your vehicle happen to be heading that way? After 3 attempts, he was met with either negative responses or wary glances from the drivers. It was only at the 4th tractor that he encountered a middle-aged man, clad in an old coat, his weathered face bearing the marks of time, who was busy tapping a tire with a wrench. Li Kaixin approached him, as usual. The man ceased his work and, with a thick local accent and a scrutinizing gaze, asked, Who are you? I've seen nearly everyone from the surrounding villages. I don't recognize your face. Understanding that unfamiliarity breeds suspicion, Li Kaixin quickly produced his prepared introduction, his smile growing more sincere. Brother, I'm Zhao Laozi, a friend of Zhao Sigi. We just met yesterday. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Would you be so kind as to give me a lift? The man repeated the name, Zhao Laozi, and the wariness in his expression lessened considerably. Oh, him. I'm quite familiar with his brother. Zhao, listen. Just a few days ago, I drove a tractor to help them haul grain. After another scrutinizing glance at Li Kaixin, the man pondered for a moment and said, Since you're a friend of Laozi, that's fine. You can give me 10 cents for fuel, and I'll drop you off at the intersection near Kaixin village. Great. Thank you, brother. Li Kaixin replied, elated, as he hurriedly produced a dime and handed it over. The man pocketed the coin and waved, Hop on. Li Kaixin quickly climbed into the tractor's bed. With the vehicle's thunderous roar and jarring bumps, they set off toward Kaixin village. The driver was quite talkative, engaging Li Kaixin in conversation. Where are you from, young man? You don't sound like a local. I'm from the Kaixin city, an apprentice driver at the transport station, Li Kaixin replied. The man appeared astonished. From Kaixin city, a transport station driver, you're quite impressive. Li Kaixin smiled awkwardly, choosing not to engage further. Noticing Li Kaixin's embarrassment, the man changed the subject. You wouldn't believe it. Just yesterday, they hunted over 20 wolves in Kaixin village. I wonder who was so capable. Li Kaixin feigned shock, maintaining a facade of astonishment. The driver, satisfied with Li Kaixin's reaction, was about to elaborate when they arrived at their destination. The tractor halted at a fork in the road, 2 or 3 miles from Kaixin village. From here, just walk straight ahead to reach Kaixin village, the man directed, pointing. Thank you, uncle. Li Kaixin exclaimed, jumping down and offering his thanks once more. Watching the tractor rumble away until it disappeared down the dirt road, Li Kaixin made no move toward Kaixin village. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the distant Qinbei mountains. Taking a deep breath, he oriented himself and turned back toward the mountains. Chapter 33. The Harvest of Qinbei Mountains along the way. Kaixin avoided all places that might be inhabited, returning once more to the realm of the Qinbei Mountains. Gazing at the lingering white mist before him, he stepped forward without hesitation. Unlike the previous day, when he had Zhao Laozi guiding him and was merely familiarizing himself with the terrain, today his purpose was to collect some local specialties to bring back. As he traversed a sheltered valley, he noticed the trees ahead becoming increasingly dense. Kaixin immediately halted, concentrating his thoughts and vanishing from sight as he entered the secret realm. He swiftly harvested some medicinal herbs he had deliberately planted earlier, known for their insect-repelling properties. After kneading the herbs into a juice-laden paste, he meticulously applied it to his exposed skin and the seams of his clothing. Once he reappeared in the valley, Kaixin did not advance immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, selecting a uniquely shaped pine tree with a crooked neck to carve a clear arrow mark on an inconspicuous part of its trunk. Despite possessing an excellent memory, he understood that in this dense forest, many areas appeared identical. Losing his way would not be a trivial matter, so caution was paramount. After all, one's life is always the top priority. Having prepared adequately, Kaixin chose to tread along an untraveled path. Periodically, he would identify suitable locations to leave behind discrete markers that only he could recognize. Perhaps due to the path being untouched or the abundance of resources in the Qinbei Mountains, it wasn't long before he discovered a multitude of wild walnut trees, their ground covered with fallen nuts. Kaixin quickly grasped why he had not harvested much the day before. Zhao Laozi had taken him along well-trodden paths where any resources had likely been depleted. Without further contemplation, he eagerly approached and utilized the secret realm to collect the walnuts, leaving behind only bare patches of earth. After finishing with the wild walnuts, he continued on and soon spotted countless pine cones, each filled with plump pine nuts. At the same time, he stumbled upon several decayed logs, yielding a fair quantity of high-quality lingzi mushrooms. Accepting all that nature offered, he stored everything in the secret realm. To Kaixin, the forest of Qinbei Mountains now resembled a natural treasure trove, brimming with an abundance of sustenance. In a short span, he had collected what must have amounted to over 1,000 pounds of walnuts and pine cones combined. The joy of his bountiful harvest, coupled with a newfound, albeit subtle, confidence that had emerged from his previous battle with the wolves, began to erode his usual vigilance, leading him to a slight sense of overconfidence. However, as Kaixin bent down, eagerly picking up a few more pine cones, disaster struck. A seemingly level patch of grass suddenly gave way beneath him. Instantly, a buzzing sound erupted around him. Kaixin's scalp prickled with alarm as he caught sight of dozens of large hornets surging forth from the newly formed hole in the ground, a few already alighting on his head. With no time to think of the pine cones, driven by instinct, he sprang to his feet, abandoning all else, even the thought of retreating into the secret realm, and sprinted away in a frenzied dash. Despite Kaixin's swift reflexes and extraordinary speed, he still felt a sharp, piercing pain radiating from his forehead. Gasping in agony, he dared not pause his flight. It was only after sprinting over 100 meters that the buzzing sound behind him began to diminish. Taking refuge behind a large tree, he gasped for breath, still trembling with fear. The area where he had been stung was swelling rapidly, sending waves of burning pain and numbness coursing through him. He couldn't shake off the lingering dread. Fortunately, he had only been stung once. Had he been surrounded by that frenzied swarm of hornets, suffering multiple stings might have led to a dire fate. This sudden encounter was akin to a bucket of icy water thrown over him, awakening Kaixin and reminding him that he must always hold a profound respect for nature. Kaixin suddenly realized that the legacy bestowed upon him by the legendary hunter had endowed him with abundant knowledge and refined skills, yet it was not an infallible shield. The perils of nature lurked everywhere, often concealed in the most unsuspecting corners. Any trace of complacency could result in dire consequences. After surviving this harrowing ordeal, Kaixin's mindset underwent a transformation. He shed his previous arrogance towards the wilderness, and his gaze sharpened with vigilance, carefully tending to the sting wound inflicted by the hornet. He chewed on some detoxifying herbs and applied them to the injury. As he resumed his journey, each of his movements became more cautious. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings, no longer solely focused on potential prey, but also alert to the dangers hidden beneath his feet. After a couple of hours, Kaixin halted, brow furrowed in contemplation. Having walked for so long, he had yet to encounter any fresh animal droppings or tracks apart from the vegetation around him. This aimless search was proving inefficient. After a moment's reflection, he decided to revert to an old strategy and head toward the water source. Drawing upon the knowledge and experience of the legendary hunter, he meticulously assessed the undulations of the terrain, the subtle variations in humidity, and the distribution of moisture-loving plants. Before long, a clear stream appeared before him. Kaixin's spirits lifted as he began to ascend the stream against the current. Indeed, not far along, he made his first significant discovery of the day. A large stag was bent down, leisurely drinking from the stream beside a boulder. Holding his breath, Kaixin crouched low, using the rocks and shrubs for cover, inching closer until he was within optimal shooting range. With a resounding crack, the stag fell, unable to utter a single cry. Approaching cautiously, he confirmed it was a male stag, robust and weighing approximately 100 pounds. Satisfied, he stored this first substantial catch in his secret space. Following this method, the subsequent hunting became significantly smoother. Kaixin continued to explore upstream along the stream. With his precise marksmanship and the capabilities of his secret space, he successfully hunted a female deer weighing over 60 pounds and a wild boar totaling over 700 pounds. Additionally, he took down 2 birds resembling wild chickens, distinguished by their uniquely banded feathers on their necks. Upon closer inspection and recalling fragmented memories from his past life, he joyfully recognized them as filong, a delicacy revered in northeast China, with both birds weighing around 8 pounds combined. The thought of sharing the delectable filong with his family brought him great delight. As the sun reached its zenith, Kaixin paused again, feeling the rumbling of his stomach. It was time to find a place to start a fire and prepare a meal. After wandering through the dense forest for a while, he finally found a relatively open glade near the stream. With his back against a massive rock face, it was an ideal spot to rest and kindle a fire. Kaixin skillfully gathered dry twigs, leaves, and some dead wood, fashioning a compact fire pit. As the flames flickered to life, they dispelled some of the chill and dampness of the woods. Once the fire was established, Kaixin retrieved the aluminum food container he had thoughtfully packed that morning. Approaching the stream to fetch water, his attention was drawn to some dark brown figures moving slowly among the rocks. Curiosity piqued. He recognized them as the freshwater crayfish unique to the northeastern streams, known for their exquisite taste. He decided to postpone fetching water and place the food container on the bank. Without hesitation, he rolled up his trousers and waded into the stream. Bending down, he began to search the stream bed. With a flicker of thought, he utilized his secret space abilities to transport the crayfish into the small stream within his realm, while also reserving 3 to place in the container on the bank. As he continued to explore, he noted that the fish in the secret stream appeared to have grown plumper since his last visit. Seized by a whim, he used his thoughts to catch a palm-sized crucian carp, placing it alongside the crayfish in the container. Soon, he had gathered around 20 to 30 crayfish in the secret stream, and, seeing no more to catch, he decided to head back. After emerging from the water, Kaixin retrieved 2 small, tender pieces of tenderloin from the stag he had stored in his secret space and returned to the fire to prepare his meal. He cleaned the crucian carp, gutting it, and skewered it alongside a piece of deer meat with a sharpened stick, lightly sprinkling some salt before placing it gently over the flames to roast. Meanwhile, he diced the remaining deer meat and combined it with the 3 crayfish in the food container, adding some wild onions and wild ginger from a secret space, along with stream water and a pinch of salt, setting it to simmer by the fire. As time passed slowly, the sizzling fat dripped into the flames, producing an enticing sound that mingled with the increasingly fragrant aroma of the stew in the container, filling the serene forest with its delightful scent. However, perhaps the aroma was too alluring. Just as Kaixin was turning the fish, he caught a glimpse of an unnatural movement in the bushes behind him. Instantly, his muscles tensed, yet his face remained impassive, even as he continued to tend to the food. Having learned from a morning's lesson, his vigilance had heightened. Instead of turning immediately, he carefully discerned the direction of the looming threat with his peripheral vision. A massive tiger, its coat a striking blend of yellow and white, was stealthily approaching, using the trees for cover. Its amber eyes were fixated on the seemingly unguarded bipedal creature by the fire, drawn by the irresistible scent wafting through the air. Kaixin felt a jolt of fear followed by an exhilaration he could hardly contain. This was the true king of the forest. Unlike the earlier encounter with the hornet swarm, he had detected the tiger in advance. He quickly assessed the situation. If his rifle did not deliver a fatal blow, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. In an instant, he made a decision. Pretending to remain oblivious, he leisurely continued to tend to the food, while his senses heightened, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, silently calculating the distance to the dangerous beast and potential attack routes. The tiger fell for his ruse, seeing its prey seemingly unaware. It patiently circled around till Kaixin's rear, skillfully concealing itself in the shadows cast by the rocks. Crouching low, it prepared to pounce. Now was the moment. At the instant the tiger propelled itself off the ground, Kaixin, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly slid sideways with incredible speed and precision. In that fleeting moment, as the tiger brushed past him, he deftly seized its thick, whip-like tail. In his heart, he silently chanted, and his thoughts instantly connected with the secret realm. The enormous golden creature vanished into thin air, as if the previous thunderous assault had merely been an illusion, leaving only a few grass blades, disturbed by its claws, quivering in its wake. Kaixin did not hesitate for a moment. In the next instant, his figure also disappeared from the spot, entering the secret realm. Inside the space, the fierce tiger lay bewildered on the grass, seemingly at a loss due to the sudden change in its environment. Without any hesitation, Kaixin focused his consciousness, and his formidable intent struck like an invisible hammer, instantly extinguishing the tiger's vitality. The massive tiger collapsed with a thunderous thud, gazing at the corpse of the king of the forest. Kaixin let out a long sigh of relief, his heart finally racing with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He suppressed his excitement and began to skillfully dissect the tiger's body with his mind. The pelt was to be carefully removed, while the bones and meat were to be categorized. Upon seeing the tiger's tail, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. It was a rare and valuable item, one that his mother had used during her work. After processing the spoils, Kaixin exited the secret realm. Outside, the campfire still burned, the aroma of grilled fish and venison wafting through the air, while the soup in the lunchbox simmered gently. Kaixin settled back by the fire, truly relaxing for the first time as he began to enjoy his lunch. He first took a bite of the grilled venison. The meat was firm and, although it carried a faint wild game scent, it was far superior to wild boar. Next, he sampled the grilled fish from the secret realm, and the moment the flesh touched his palate, Kaixin's eyes lit up. It was an indescribable sweetness and tenderness, devoid of the earthy taste often found in river fish, with a rich and astonishingly layered flavor. Eagerly, he peeled open a cooked crayfish. The shell came off easily, revealing the plump, white flesh within. Upon tasting it, he found it infinitely superior to the small lobsters he had eaten in his previous life. Alas, he lamented that he should have cooked more. Kaixin smacked his lips in satisfaction, feeling a sense of lingering desire. Thus, he thoroughly enjoyed this delightful lunch. After satiating his hunger, he let out a contented burp, and with a thought, re-entered the secret realm, where he closed his eyes and took a brief rest. Upon reopening his eyes, he exited the secret realm once more. Kaixin stood up, first stretching his limbs, his gaze sharpening anew, and he tidied up the campfire, ensuring it was completely extinguished. In the afternoon, Kaixin continued to follow the stream at a leisurely pace. Perhaps his luck had been exhausted after encountering the tiger and the morning's bountiful harvest, as he did not encounter any significant game thereafter. Aside from the 3 wild chickens he managed to catch along the way, there were no further spoils. At that moment, Kaixin looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had noticeably begun its descent. It was getting late, he thought to himself. Resolutely, he decided to abandon his plan to venture deeper and began retracing his steps using the markers and memories he had left behind. As he walked back, a thought crystallized in his mind. He must acquire a watch. Losing track of time was exceedingly inconvenient. Previously, during his trips to the mountains in Siju City, it was manageable due to the short distance, but in this northeastern region, it was no longer feasible. Just yesterday, he had relied on the sun's position to gauge the time, only to return to the county's guest house well after dark, causing concern for Master Chun and Wu Tian. He contemplated the black market, but quickly dismissed the idea. The courtyard was crowded and filled with prying eyes, although his own people had good relations. The occupants of Courtyard 95, particularly the Jia and Zhang families, were always looking for trouble. If they caught sight of him and reported him, and he could not clearly explain the legitimate source of the watch, it would spell great trouble. It was imperative to pursue legitimate channels. He resolved to ask Director Xie for assistance upon returning. As he trod along the fading light of the setting sun, Kaixin finally emerged from the dense forest. Arriving at the original junction where he had ascended the mountain, perhaps luck had smiled upon him once more. For a tractor laden with bags of grain was rumbling along the dirt road. Kaixin's heart leaped with joy as he hurried to the roadside, waving his hand vigorously. The tractor slowed beside him and came to a halt. The driver, a young man, leaned out, scrutinizing the unfamiliar youth before him. With a rough voice, he asked, "What do you want?" Kaixin donned a polite smile, speaking at a measured pace. "Brother, pardon the intrusion. May I ask if your vehicle is headed toward the county? Would it be convenient to give me a ride? I can pay for the gas." The young tractor driver regarded him for a moment, seemingly assessing his reliability. He then nodded, saying, "Sure, just give me a dime." "All right. Thank you, brother." Kaixin swiftly produced a dime and handed it over before nimbly climbing into the swaying trailer. As soon as he boarded, the tractor lurched back to life, bumpily making its way toward the county. The young driver smiled at Kaixin, saying, "You're lucky, kid. You caught my last trip. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, you would have had to walk back." Kaixin, facing the wind in the trailer, smiled in response, but said nothing more, simply agreeing, "Yes, I'm fortunate to have met you today." The young driver was not particularly chatty, and for the remainder of the journey, he focused intently on driving the tractor. Seeing this, Kaixin closed his eyes to rest. For a moment, only the sound of the tractor's engine filled the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the grain station, the tractor came to a gentle stop. Kaixin expressed his gratitude to the driver before hopping down from the trailer. The driver waved his hand in acknowledgement before steering the tractor toward the warehouse. Kaixin dusted off his clothes and hurried toward the guest house. Just as he reached the corridor where his room was located, he spotted Wu Tian sauntering over from the opposite direction. Upon seeing Kaixin, Wu Tian's eyes brightened, and from several steps away, he called out, "Kaixin, you're back. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal." "Sure. I'll drop off some things and rest for a bit before joining you," Kaixin replied decisively, not pausing in his steps as he took out his keys to unlock the door. Wu Tian, acknowledging Kaixin's response, simply nodded and said, "All right, hurry up. De Zhuang and I will wait for you at the door." Kaixin slipped into his room and closed the door. First, with a thought, he retrieved the gun from the secret realm, carefully wrapped it in oilcloth, and placed it at the bottom of his luggage. Next, he quickly removed his outer pants and cotton coat, washed his face and arms with cool water from the basin, changed into clean undergarments, and put on the tattered cotton jacket once more. He sat on the bed for a while before grabbing his lunchbox and swiftly exiting the room. Upon reaching the guest house entrance, he saw Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang already waiting there. The two were engaged in casual conversation, with Qian Dazhuang maintaining his usual simple demeanor, mostly listening and occasionally nodding. Kaixin approached quietly from behind, reaching out to pat their shoulders while sporting a smile. "Let us go, it's time for dinner," he announced. Wu Tian jumped at the sudden touch, turning around sharply, and upon recognizing Kaixin, he jokingly scolded, "You little rascal. Are you a cat? You walk so quietly, you could scare someone to death." Qian Dazhuang, observing Wu Tian's exaggerated reaction, simply scratched his head and chuckled. Kaixin laughed as well, putting his arms around both their shoulders. All right, my fault. Let us head to the cafeteria. I'm starving." The three of them walked side by side toward the grain station cafeteria. The cafeteria was as lively as ever, filled with the aromas of food and the bustling chatter of workers. The trio filled their bowls and found a corner to sit down. Kaixin began to eat the stewed dish, which had little oil, along with a steamed bun. Directly addressing the two individuals, he inquired, "Wu Tian, De Zhuang, have you encountered my master today?" Wu Tian swallowed the food in his mouth and shook his head. "I did not see him. De Zhuang and I spent the entire day in the dormitory, and aside from visiting each other, we have not laid eyes on a single master." This was indeed peculiar, as they had managed to spot one or two the day before. Qian De Zhuang chimed in, his voice low and resonant. "Yes, we did not see anyone, not even my master." Kaixin felt a tinge of curiosity. Observing the lingering look of confusion on Li Kaixin's face, Wu Tian remarked, Kaixin, do not ponder too much. It is unlikely that the masters would collectively abandon us apprentices and wander off to see Jiucheng. Indeed, Qian da Zuo ishued. After listening to the two, Li Kaixin temporarily set aside his doubts with a smile. All right, you two keep singing your duet. Let's eat. The two exchanged glances and said no more, beginning their meal. Following their repast, the trio sauntered back to the guest house. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted several familiar figures approaching from another path, led by Captain Wang, accompanied by several masters from the transportation station. They appear to have just returned from somewhere, their faces bearing a hint of fatigue, yet their eyes reflecting a relaxed satisfaction of having completed their tasks, engaged in hushed conversations. Li Kaixin's eyes brightened as he recognized his master and promptly approached him. Chapter 36. Preparations for return journey. Hastening forward, he respectfully called out, Master. Master Chun was engaged in quiet dialogue with a few other masters when he turned upon hearing the call, recognizing Li Kaixin. He nodded, inquiring, Kaixin, what is it? Master, have you had dinner yet? Li Kaixin asked with concern. I have eaten, Master Chun replied tersely. He then countered, have you been off somewhere again today? Li Kaixin scratched his head, curiosity evident on his face, and replied, I just wandered around nearby. Master, I did not see you at the guest house today, and neither did Captain Wang. Is there something going on? Master Chun cast a fleeting glance at the few people passing by, his brow slightly furrowing. Lowering his voice, he said, this is not a place for discussion. Come, let's go to my room. Li Kaixin immediately recognized his indiscretion, quickly silencing himself and nodding intently. He gestured to Wu Tian and Qian de Zhuang not far away, signaling them to head back first, while he followed Master Chun into the latter's room. Master Chun closed the door behind them and gestured to the bed. Do not just stand there, sit. Li Kaixin gom li, taking a seat at the edge of the bed, his posture straightening as he assumed an attentive demeanor. Master Chun sat opposite him, pulling out a cigarette, which he held without lighting, gently rubbing it between his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze to Li Kaixin and spoke in a lowered tone. Since you have asked, I might as well share, but do not spread this outside. Rest assured, Master, once the words reach me, they remain sealed within. Li Kaixin promptly assured him. Master Chun then elaborated. The reason I was absent today was that I accompanied Captain Wang and the others to assist in transporting grain from the countryside. Li Kaixin's eyes reflected confusion as he thought, isn't transporting grain part of our task? Why were we apprentices not informed? Master Chun seemed to perceive Li Kaixin's thoughts and clarified. This was a private arrangement. Station Master Huang noticed the slow progress of grain storage in various villages and sought out Captain Wang, asking our driver team to expedite the collection of scattered grain. Moreover, Station Master Zhao from our transportation station is unaware of this. It is considered a private job for our driver team. Thus, it is not suitable for apprentices like you, who have yet to be officially recognized. Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The so-called private job was, in fact, an opportunity for the seasoned drivers to earn extra money during their work breaks. Only those like Master Chun, who possessed a formal driver's license, were eligible to participate. Master, I understand now. Thank you for the guidance. Li Kaixin nodded earnestly, signifying his complete comprehension of the underlying intricacies. Seeing that Li Kaixin grasped the situation, Master Chin's eyes glinted with satisfaction, and he shifted the conversation to inquire about Li Kaixin's activities for the day. Li Kaixin offered the same excuse he had given to Wu Tian and Qian de Zhuang that morning. The master and apprentice engaged in casual conversation for a while. Noticing that time was slipping away, Li Kaixin bid farewell to Master Chun. Before Li Kaixin stepped out, Master Chun imparted a final piece of advice. Return early and rest well. You will need your strength for loading the vehicle before dawn tomorrow, as we prepare to return to see Jiucheng. Understood. You should rest early as well. Master, Li Kaixin replied, gently closing the door behind him. Upon returning to his room, Li Kaixin meticulously reflected on Master Chen's words, gaining a more profound understanding of the role of drivers in this era. Once his thoughts settled, he began to recount the treasures he had acquired during this journey to the northeast. Immersed in his secret realm, the various items vividly emerged in his consciousness. Wolf skins, with 8 remaining after gifting 2 to his master, 5 of which he had skillfully extracted from the wolf corpses during yesterday's skirmish. The total weight of wolf meat exceeded 300 pounds. The most precious items were a tiger skin, an intact tiger whip, along with processed tiger meat and bones, totaling over 300 pounds. Wild boar meat amounted to 2 large and 3 small pieces, approximately 700 pounds. There was a deer whip and venison, with net meat weighing around 150 pounds. 2 flying dragons and 3 wild chickens were also part of his bounty. Additionally, there were mountain goods gifted by the villagers of Kaixin and those he had gathered today. Wild walnuts piled high, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. More than 200 pounds of pine nuts, over 10 pounds of dried goods, such as sun-dried mushrooms and daylilies, dozens of exquisite wild lingzi, several monkey head mushrooms, and ginseng purchased from the pigeon market, which had yet to be planted, alongside a century-old mountain ginseng. Gazing at this substantial trove, Kaixin felt a profound sense of security settle in his heart. He carefully stored the majority of the items in his secret realm, while only extracting 2 inconspicuous bags of dried goods to place by his bedside, preparing to use them for some modest concealment the following day. The next day, before dawn, the guest house was abuzz with activity as everyone carried large and small bundles filled with various local products procured or traded for during their stay. Kaixin, too, bore 3 bags, 2 he had prepared the previous night, and his original luggage. Arriving at the parking area for the vehicles, he beheld several cars loaded to the brim with bulging sacks of grain stacked like small hills. Master Chen stood beside his vehicle, straining to secure 3 hefty-looking bags atop the luggage rack. "Master, let me assist you," Kaixin called out, rushing over. "Just in time. Bring your bags too, and tie them together." Master Chen extended a hand. "Of course," Kaixin responded promptly. The 2 of them worked in unison, quickly securing the bags. "All right. Hurry to the cafeteria for a meal. We shall be departing shortly." Master Chen clapped his hands. "Understood." Kaixin note that. Leaping down from the vehicle and jogging to find Wu Tian and Qian Zhuang. Once the 3 reunited, they headed toward the cafeteria together. On the way, Wu Tian observed the noticeably increased luggage of Kaixin and Qian Zhuang. Curiosity etched on his face. His lips moved several times, but he ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. It was not until they were seated in the cafeteria, sipping on cornmeal porridge, that Wu Tian could no longer contain himself. In a hushed tone, he asked Kaixin and Zhuang, "I saw you both arrive with just a single bundle each. How is it that you are returning with 2 more? What delightful treasures are concealed within?" After a series of inquiries, Kaixin and Qian Zhuang exchanged glances. Qian Zhuang, with his innocent smile, was the first to speak. "My master took me to the pigeon market. The grain here is almost half the price compared to Si Jiucheng's pigeon market. My master even lent me some money, allowing me to purchase a bit more." Kaixin interjected, "Yes, my master also took me there just the night before we came. I bought some local mountain goods and dried foods, which aren't worth much, but I thought it would be a novelty to bring back for my family to taste." He did not mention anything about purchasing medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was momentarily stunned, his hand holding the steamed bun frozen in midair, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. He muttered, "Gaix's city? How come I didn't know? No one told me." It was only then that Kaixin and Qian Zhuang realized, and they exclaimed in unison, "Ah? I thought you knew. I also thought you were aware." This conversation was like adding fuel to the fire. Wu Tian abruptly dropped the bun, his chest heaving violently, his face reddening, and his voice, though lowered, was thick with suppressed anger. "I'm going to find my master," he declared, preparing to rise. Kaixin swiftly pressed down on Wu Tian's arm, saying, "Wu Tian, don't act impulsively." "Why not?" Wu Tian retorted, his neck taut, his eyes slightly reddened. "Why does your master take you both for all the good things, while mine treats me this way?" Kaixin regarded Wu Tian with an unyielding calmness. "What will you achieve by confronting him now? A quarrel? A scolding? You are the apprentice. He is the master. If this matter escalates, the reasoning will not be on your side, and everyone will think you are immature and unruly. How will you continue to stay at the station after this?" These words fell upon Wu Tian like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervor in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and confusion. He slumped back down, his voice trembling. "So what should I do? Just let be?" Observing Wu Tian's despondent demeanor, Kaixin felt a pang of sympathy and sighed softly. "Well, there is no good solution right now. We can only wait for a chance later to see if we can arrange for you to change masters. Wu Tian lowered his head, falling into silence. Seeing this, Li Kaixin and Qian Dazhuang also grew quiet. In this atmosphere, the three of them shared a meal in silence. Chapter 37. Encounter with bandits after their meal. The three exited the cafeteria in silence, each heading towards the spot where their master's vehicles were parked. Li Kaixin arrived beside Master Chen's vehicle and stood quietly by the car. Soon, Master Chen and other masters arrived at the vehicle. Captain Wang stood at the front of the convoy, clapped his hands, scanned the faces before him, and spoke in a booming voice, "Comrades, we are about to set off. There are a few things you must remember on the road. First, keep your eyes sharp while driving, especially when traversing winding mountain roads and dense forests. Always be vigilant of your surroundings. Second, the guns issued to you must be kept within reach. Times are not peaceful, and in case of an ambush, you must be able to defend yourselves and bolster your courage. Third, maintain a safe distance between vehicles and support one another. If any vehicle breaks down, the vehicles before and after must stop to assist. Our transport team is a collective. We must stand united." Finally, Captain Wang raised his voice again. "Is that clear?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Captain Wang nodded, satisfied, and waved his hand. "Good. Let us move." The roar of the engines shattered the morning tranquility as Captain Wang jumped into the driver's seat of the leading vehicle, and the transport team began to move slowly. One by one, out of the grain station's gates. Li Kaixin opened the car door and nimbly climbed into the passenger seat, while Master Chen firmly grasped the steering wheel. As the vehicle bounced gently onto the dirt road, the outline of the grain station in this northeastern county gradually faded. After driving for a while, Master Chen, with one hand on the wheel, pulled out a cigarette with the other, glanced at his apprentice, and broke the silence. "On the return trip, you'll have to endure a bit during the night watch. I estimate we'll split into 2 teams for 2 nights, so be prepared." Li Kaixin was about to speak when Master Chen continued. "When we came, our truck was empty. Even if we encountered bandits, they wouldn't bother with us. But now..." Li Kaixin immediately understood and replied, "Master, I understand. Wealth can be alluring." Master Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Moreover, no matter how tired you are on the truck, do not fall into a deep sleep, especially on those densely wooded roads. You need to keep a vigilant watch of your surroundings. Rest assured, Master, I will remember," Li Kaixin replied earnestly. Seeing his apprentice's seriousness, Master Chen smiled. "Don't be too tense. Although we must be cautious, the current situation is much more stable than right after the founding of the nation. Back then, things were truly chaotic. Nowadays, we hardly encounter such events." Li Kaixin quietly sighed with relief. It seemed the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Master Chen then shifted to a reproachful tone. "You young man, why didn't you buy more food when we were in Gaigza City? You saw how the fields were parched on our way here. If it weren't for Director Zhou being by my side, I would have lectured you properly. When you truly feel hunger, let us see where you will cry." Li Kaixin felt both touched and helpless. He could not reveal the secret of the mystical space, so he pretended to learn from the advice, nodding repeatedly. Seeing Li Kaixin's demeanor, Master Chen's heart softened. "All right, when we return to Sijukan, I will reserve 20 jin of coarse grain for you at the original price." No, Li Kaixin quickly waved his hands. "Master, my family truly doesn't lack this." Seeing that Li Kaixin was not being polite, Master Chen did not insist further, saying, "Then I will hold this 20 jin for you. If you ever find yourself in need, just tell your master." This gesture warmed Li Kaixin's heart. Although food was not as precious as it would be later, it was still a scarce resource, and Master Chen's kindness was indeed rare. "All right, Master," Li Kaixin replied, but resolved in his heart that he would definitely not hesitate to ask his master in the future. As night fell, the group had a simple meal of dry rations before Captain Wang indeed gathered all the apprentices together. The arrangements for the night watch were to change. Captain Wang's voice rang clear in the stillness of the night. "For the next 2 nights, we will divide into 2 teams for the upper and lower halves of the night, led by old apprentices Liu Xiaojun and Zhang Jingguo." As the teams were organized, Li Kaixin, Qian Dazhuang, and Wu Tian remained with Liu Xiaojun, with 2 additional individuals. When the group dispersed, Captain Wang glared at a few apprentices he deemed overly carefree and raised his voice. "This time, the night watch is not like before. The vehicles are now loaded with state materials. We must honor this trust. During the night watch, no gathering or idle chatter is allowed. Don't let anyone approach without being noticed. After Captain Wang turned to leave, the two team leaders quickly agreed on the rotation order. After some discussion, it was decided that Liu Xiaojun's team would guard the first half of the night, while the next night they would take the second half. We heard Captain Wang's orders. Let us stay alert tonight and not be careless. Liu Xiaojun instructed Li Kaixin and the others. That night passed in tranquility. The next morning, Li Kaixin noticed Wu Tian looked unwell. Nothing wrong. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Wu Tian rubbed his reddened eyes. Li Kaixin sighed inwardly, certain that Wu Tian would inevitably face a scolding from his master for napping during the day. As expected before their night watch, Wu Tian vented his frustrations to Li Kaixin and Qian Dazhuang. My master scolded me all day today, all because of a little nap. Before long, it was the second half of the night. Perhaps because the convoy had left the northeastern region, the temperature was not as cold as the previous night. And with the promise of returning to Sijukan the next day, everyone's vigilance began to wane. Wu Tian leaned against the wheel, dozing off, while the two assigned apprentices huddled together, whispering. Only Li Kaixin, Qian Dazhuang, and Liu Xiaojun remained alert, slowly patrolling the perimeter of the convoy. In the deepest part of the night, a faint rustling sound emerged from the direction of the two chatting men in the woods. Li Kaixin suddenly halted, straining to listen. The sound, though faint, stood out starkly in the silence. Gazing towards the source of the sound, one could vaguely discern dark shadows shifting within the woods. Who's there? Li Kaixin shouted, raising his gun and pulling the trigger skyward. The gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night, startling both the conversing duo and the drowsy Wu Tian, instantly awakening the entire convoy, who scrambled to grasp their firearms. The 20 or so dark figures, which had been stealthily approaching, froze in their tracks, realizing their ambush had been exposed. Time reverted to a few hours earlier. The bandits had set their sights on the convoy alongside the forest path. Over 20 shadows had long hidden behind the trees, gazing from afar at the cargo-laden vehicles, their nefarious intentions ignited from the very first glance. The bandit leader, observing the bonfire set up in the convoy's direction, understood that the group was evidently planning to camp in the woods for the night, presenting a golden opportunity. With a gesture, the 20-odd men silently melted into the dense forest, waiting for the deep of night to strike. Chapter 38. Repelling the Attack. Returning to Sijio City, seeing that the transport team had all awakened, Li Kaixin immediately crouched down, slipping behind the vehicle and pointing toward the right side woods. He called out loudly, "There's shadows moving in that forest." Upon hearing this, the members of the convoy felt a pang of uncertainty. None knew whether the adversary was armed, and they all hunched down, retreating to the left side of the vehicle. At that moment, Captain Wang, maintaining his composure, shouted toward the right side woods, "Brothers over there, what brings you here? State your names." The wilderness fell silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops. Just as Captain Wang thought it was merely a false alarm, a harsh voice responded from the forest. "You are surrounded. Surrender your cargo. We seek only wealth, not bloodshed." Upon hearing this, Captain Wang's fury ignited. He retorted sharply, "Dream on. This is national property. Robbery is a grave offense." Before he could finish, an impetuous bandit among them pulled the trigger. With a bang, the gunshot instantly shattered the standoff. The transport team members recoiled, extending their firearms through the vehicle gaps and concentrating their fire towards the right side woods. The bandit leader, intending to scold the fool who had fired, found bullets raining down upon them. What had begun as a bluff to intimidate suddenly escalated into a genuine battle. "Fire back, everyone!" The bandit leader roared amidst the chaos. Soon enough, both sides were exchanging real gunfire, the sound resounding intensely. Master Chun, crouched not far from Li Kaixin, called out loudly, "Kaixin, don't stick your head out. Fire a few shots to the right and pull back quickly. We are out here. Preserving life is paramount." As time passed, the advantages of the transport team became apparent. On Li Kaixin's side, they were uniformly equipped with rifles, while most bandits wielded shotguns, rendering their firepower significantly inferior. Suddenly, a stray bullet grazed the bandit leader's arm. With a grunt of pain, the greed in his eyes was replaced by clarity. He glanced at his bleeding arm and the continued barrage from the opposing side. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to his comrades, "Let us retreat. We cannot win this fight." Gradually, the gunfire in the woods diminished until it ceased altogether. Seeing this, Captain Wang raised his voice, commanding the transport team, Cease fire. The members of the transport team gradually lowered their weapons. Master Chun, sensing the silence, cautioned Kaixin against recklessness. The bandits likely retreated. But don't expose yourselves just yet. Wait until dawn. Be wary of tricks. Kaixin nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, Master." During this time, no one dared to peek out. All held their breath, remaining vigilant until dawn broke. Captain Wang then summoned a few fellow veterans to scout the area, while the others maintained their guard. Before long, Captain Wang returned, carrying 3 old rifles. He said little, merely scanning the crowd, pausing briefly on Kaixin. A flicker of unnoticeable approval in his eyes. Kaixin observed the rifles, contemplating that perhaps 3 bandits had perished in the woods. Captain Wang stepped forward, solemnly ordering, "Count off, administer first aid for the wounded, and prepare to depart." Although the transport team had gained an advantage in firepower, a few had sustained injuries, fortunately not severe. Captain Wang was evidently anxious about encountering another ambush, eager to return to Sijio City swiftly. Upon hearing Captain Wang's command, the team exhaled in relief. Many apprentices, having faced such peril for the first time, felt their legs weaken and collapsed beside the vehicles. Kaixin, accustomed to the life and death nature of the woods, remained unfazed, standing to stretch his limbs. Turning around, he noticed Wu Tian leaning against a tire, his complexion as pale as paper. Kaixin prumli apruaka, gently patting Wu Tian's shoulder. Qian Dazwang, seemingly unaffected, crept over and joined Kaixin in offering comfort to Wu Tian. Before long, everyone's spirits had somewhat calmed, and the convoy was ready to resume their journey. Captain Wang stood beside the foremost vehicle, calling out, "Let us move." The transport vehicles started in succession along the dirt path. Following the night's ordeal, every individual remained acutely alert, their gazes frequently scanning the trees flanking the road. And the apprentice in the passenger seat never relinquished his firearm. Although no further incidents arose, tension lingered until they finally caught sight of the outlines of Sijio City, at which point they truly relaxed. By the time they reached Sijio City, it was already afternoon. The convoy drove directly into the grain station, where the director greeted them with a beaming smile. However, this time, no one had the inclination for idle chatter. They were all eager to complete their duties and return home to report their safety. Once the grain was unloaded, the group hastily made their way back to the transport station. At this juncture, Captain Wang called out, "Everyone, hold on, don't rush off." After saying this, he turned and swiftly headed to Director Zhao's office. Meanwhile, the transport team members continued unloading their packages. Just as Kaixin and Master Chen finished unloading their bundles, Captain Wang emerged from the office, scanning the yard before gesturing towards Kaixin. "Kaixin, come here." Kaixin quickly followed Captain Wang into Director Zhao's office. Upon entering, Director Zhao rose, his face brimming with smiles. "Comrade Kaixin, we meet again. I told you I recognized your potential from the start." "Director Zhao, do you know each other?" Captain Wang asked, perplexed. Standing beside Director Zhao, Director Xie chimed in with a smile. "Old Wang, this lad Kaixin was personally recruited by me. I handled his onboarding." Captain Wang was taken aback, giving Kaixin another scrutinizing glance, realizing the young man was indeed remarkable. Kaixin, however, felt bewildered. Confusion etched across his face. Noticing Kaixin's puzzlement, Director Zhao did not beat around the bush, adopting a serious tone. "Comrade Kaixin, in light of your timely discovery of the bandits during the night watch, thereby protecting state property from loss, the organization has decided to commend you. The rewards include 100 yuan in cash, a watch voucher, and a spot to take the driving test." Upon hearing this, Kaixin felt a surge of joy, contemplating the watch voucher without needing to consult Director Xie. However, he quickly composed himself, standing straight with his legs together, and expressed thank you for the organization's nurturing. Captain Wang, standing nearby, transitioned from shock to a nuanced expression. He understood the cash and voucher, but the driving test opportunity bewildered him. Generally, apprentices needed to be on the road for at least 2 years under a master before qualifying for the test. How long had Kaixin been here? He hadn't even fully grasped driving yet. Could he pass? In truth, Director Zhao had also considered this aspect. However, determining an appropriately weighted reward proved challenging, which led to the inclusion of the driving test opportunity. The announcement of the rewards concluded, and Director Zhao did not linger on the matter, merely waving his hand. Li Kaixin and Captain Wang then exited the office. Director Xie followed suit, addressing the crowd outside. Everyone has worked hard this time. You are granted 2 days off to rest and return rejuvenated for work. He paused momentarily before continuing. When you leave, return your firearms. Those who have returned them may depart. He then gestured to a clerk nearby to handle the registration. As soon as he finished speaking, a long queue formed at the clerk's desk. When Li Kaixin registered, he noticed that the ammunition also needed to be logged, which filled him with relief. Had he not encountered the robbers, the number of bullets would have been difficult to explain. He contemplated asking Director Xie if there were any firearms available. Chapter 39. The reward, and finally home after completing his registration and lifting his bundle to leave, Li Kaixin was called back by Director Xie. The director led him into his office, seated himself, and with a beaming smile inquired, "Kaixin, what did you bring back from your trip to the Northeast?" Li Kaixin placed his bundle on the floor, fully understanding the director's intentions. He leaned in and whispered, "Uncle Xie, I managed to acquire a tiger whip and a deer whip." As he spoke, Li Kaixin retrieved the items from his bundle, which actually came from a secret space. Director Xie's eyes lit up, and he eagerly took the items, exclaiming, "Wonderful! You truly have some skill, my boy." Li Kaixin rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Uncle Xie, what do you think of this?" Director Xie immediately grasped his meaning and, smiling, replied, "You sly one. Do you really think you can beat around the bush with me? Just tell me how much." Li Kaixin hesitated, then resolutely said, "Uncle Xie, I spent 400 yuan to obtain these. If you could give me 200 more, that would suffice." Upon hearing this, Director Xie's smile deepened, and without further ado, he handed over the money. Li Kaixin, initially apprehensive about receiving less, was surprised when Director Xie counted out an additional 120 yuan along with a watch voucher and handed it to him. "Uncle Xie, what is this?" Li Kaixin was taken aback. "The 100 yuan and the watch voucher are from the station's rewards, and the extra 20 is my personal gift to you. Accept it," Director Xie said, patting Li Kaixin on the shoulder. Li Kaixin no longer declined and promptly accepted the money, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Xie." Director Xie's gaze then fell upon the several bulging bundles Li Kaixin had brought. Understanding the cue, Li Kaixin voluntarily opened a few packages and explained, "These are just some walnuts and pine nuts, nothing of great value. Uncle Xie, please provide me with your address, and once I organize everything, I will send you a few dozen pounds to sample." Director Xie, now even more delighted, provided his home address. Seeing Director Xie's joyful demeanor, Li Kaixin seized the opportunity to step closer and lowered his voice. "Uncle Xie, I would like to ask for a favor. Do you have a firearm? I wish to purchase one for hunting." At that moment, Director Xie, in high spirits and aware of Li Kaixin's hunting prowess, readily agreed. "Sure, come to my house to pick it up. However, it will cost you 320 yuan, and I can provide you with 100 rounds of ammunition for free." Li Kaixin reluctantly retrieved the freshly received 320 yuan, feeling a pang of regret. He also realized that Director Xie, being a cunning old fox, was using the firearm as collateral, compelling him to deliver mountain goods. Li Kaixin, frustrated, silently ground his teeth. With nothing else to discuss, he bid farewell to Director Xie, eager to escape this place of disappointment. As Li Kaixin was about to step out of the office with his bundles, Director Xie's voice echoed from within, "Kaixin, remember to come for the gun." Startled, Li Kaixin nearly stumbled. Director Xie, observing Li Kaixin's flustered state and the freshly severed tiger and deer whips, muttered, "You rascal, trying to play tricks on me." However, Li Kaixin did not catch the words. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Kaixin glanced over at the opposite courtyard number 95, finding it empty, which brought him a sense of relief, thankful to have evaded a troublesome situation. Entering the yard, Aunt Zhao from the front courtyard spotted him with his heavy bundles and hurried over to assist. With a feigned scolding tone, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, with so much stuff. Why didn't you call us to help you first?" Li Kaixin repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary, but Aunt Zhao would not be swayed. As she helped him carry his belongings, she chided, "You silly boy, we are all in the same courtyard. There is no need to be polite over such small matters." Aunt Zhao escorted Li Kaixin home, but did not linger long and soon left. When Li Kaixin intended to grab some walnuts and pine nuts from his bundle for Aunt Zhao, he turned around only to find she had already vanished. He did not pursue her, as he had experienced too much that day and needed a moment to unwind. Thus, He made his way toward his room, not even bothering to unpack the 3 bundles. As soon as he entered his room, without attending to anything, he collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. Kaixin was gently awakened by his younger brother Kai and sister Xiao, who were softly calling, Big brother, wake up, it's time for dinner. Kaixin rubbed his eyes to shake off the drowsiness and affectionately said to his siblings, let us go eat. And so, his younger siblings walked ahead while Kaixin followed behind. Upon opening the door to the main room, he found his parents had already prepared a meal and were sitting at the table waiting. The moment they saw Kaixin, their expressions indicated they had something to say but hesitated, merely staring at him. Kaixin, feeling a bit confused under their gaze, could not help but ask, Father, Mother, what is it? Kai, unable to contain himself, interjected before their parents could speak. Big brother, it's definitely those 2 large bundles you brought back. Father and Mother want tea, let me open them. Kaixin glanced at his parents, understanding their concern, to avoid worrying them about his trip to the northeast. He smiled and explained, Father, Mother, those bundles are filled with mountain goods from the northeast, walnuts, pine nuts, and such. I spent 2 days there, and my master took me to the pigeon market. The prices there were astonishingly low for both food and mountain goods. I hardly spent any money. His parents finally relaxed. His mother, now cheerful, remarked, though I haven't opened the goods you brought back, it looks like there are at least over 100 pounds. So, your work as a driver truly pays off. Every trip yields rewards. Upon hearing about walnuts and pine nuts, Kai's eyes were glued to the bundles, while Xiao expressed her curiosity more subtly. Meanwhile, their father quietly inquired, Kaixin, is the money sufficient? If not, let your mother know. Kaixin quickly nodded, assuring them, I have enough. The unit provided a subsidy before departure. His father continued, if it truly becomes tight, don't hesitate to ask. His mother chimed in, yes. Even if it's cheap, it must still be over 40 yuan, right? Don't hide anything from us. Kaixin earnestly reassured them, I truly have enough money. Only then did his mother feel at ease. Recalling their neighbors, Kaixin asked, Father, Mother, should we share some of these goods with the people in the courtyard? He felt a bit anxious, knowing his parents valued neighborly ties, but he also understood the principle of reciprocity. A gesture once or twice is a kindness, but giving too much can breed resentment. Fortunately, his parents had no intention of giving away anything for free. His father directly stated, this time we won't give any away. We'll just say we help bring them back. We're not looking to profit. Just say we bought them in the northeast for 4 mao per pound and ask the neighbors if they want any. Although the mountain goods Kaixin brought back might seem worthless in the northeast, they were quite valuable in Siju City, where they could fetch nearly a yuan each at the supply and marketing cooperative, often in short supply. Kaixin felt relieved and nodded in agreement. That sounds good. As Kai's stomach rumbled, the family finally sat down to dine. Yet throughout the meal, Kai kept stealing glances at the bundles, his thoughts clearly fixated on the walnuts and pine nuts his big brother had brought back. Chapter 40. Handling mountain goods after dinner. The parents began to unpack the luggage that Kaixin had brought back. The mother first opened the package that Kaixin had taken from home. Inside, there lay a worn-out cotton coat, which he had replaced since leaving Dongbei. As she lifted the coat, she immediately noticed several conspicuous tears. Pausing for a moment, she fixed her gaze on Kaixin, awaiting an explanation. Kaixin sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Mother, I accidentally fell and got it torn by a branch. The mother, somewhat skeptical, glanced at him but ultimately refrained from pressing further, merely sighing. Next time, be more careful. When I have some free time, I will mend it for you. Once this package was sorted, the mother noticed there was still a considerable amount of grain left. She looked at her eldest son with concern and said, when you're out, don't be too frugal. You must eat well. Kaixin quickly waved his hands in protest. I wasn't being frugal. During those days in Dongbei, we were arranged to eat in the cafeteria, which is why there is still some left. The mother nodded, her expression softening. She then separated the clothes that needed washing, intending to clean them first thing in the morning. Just as she opened the other 2 packages brought back from Dongbei, younger brother Kai swiftly approached, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing his brother's eager expression, Kaixin couldn't help but smile and tossed him a handful of walnuts. Kai's eyes lit up as he cheerfully accepted them. Thank you, elder brother. The father watched, filled with satisfaction. The harmony between brothers was more valuable than anything. The mother, while tidying up, teased, you just finished your meal and already you're thinking about snacks. We hardly have enough for you. Remember to share some with your sister. Understood, Li Kai replied, bounding over to sister Li Xiao to share his spoils. Li Kaixin and his parents exchanged smiles at Li Kai's antics. The father then retrieved the household scale from the room and weighed the goods. Over 120 gene of walnuts and more than 30 gene of pine nuts. This quantity was deliberately brought from the secret space, comparable to what the other transport team members carried, ensuring it did not attract undue attention. After organizing, the parents kept 40 gene of walnuts and 4 gene of pine nuts in the main room, storing the rest in a large cabinet. Shortly after, the mother hurried out. Before long, a few neighbors, Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhao, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Lu, arrived, each carrying a cloth bag. Upon entering, the 4 aunts wore broad smiles, eagerly greeting Li Kaixin. Kaixin is back. It must have been tough this time. You seem a bit thinner. Their eyes quickly spotted the pile of walnuts and pine nuts in the corner, and their surprise transformed into even wider smiles. Initially, they had heard from Li Kaixin's mother, Qin Zayulai, that her son brought back some specialties from Dongbei. Thinking it would be about 10 gene, they never expected there to be so much. Turning to Qin Zayulai, they praised, "Oh, Zayulai, you have raised a remarkable son. To bring back so much from so far away is truly impressive. Indeed, where else could one find such a capable and filial child?" Their compliments flowed freely, causing Qin Zayulai to blush with modesty as she waved her hands. "Oh no, please stop praising him. He will be too proud." Unable to withstand their admiration any longer, she announced, "Sisters, these are all bought by my son in Dongbei at 4 mao per gene. If you want some, you can have it at the original price." Aunt Wang was the first to respond. "That 1T do. These are scarce goods at the supply and marketing cooperative, worth at least 1 yuan. And they're hard to come by. Your son carried them back from so far. We can't take advantage of that. We'll give you 1 yuan. The other aunts, Aunt Lu, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Zhao, echoed her agreement. Qin Zayulai repeatedly waved her hands, sincerely saying, "There's no need. You have all helped me out over the years. We are long-time neighbors. Let us stick to the original price. Besides, buying and selling is not allowed now, if we share at the original price. We can say you helped bring them from Dongbei, if anyone asks." Fearing that the aunts might misunderstand her intentions, she quickly clarified, "I don't doubt anyone. I just want to avoid any trouble from casual remarks made outside." As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Wang smiled and replied, "Zayulai, we understand your intentions." Then she pointed to the pile of mountain goods, asking, "Did you keep any for yourselves?" "Yes, I set aside my family share long ago. You can take these," Qin Zayulai assured them. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang turned to the other 3 aunts with a grin. "How much are you planning to take? If you don't want much, I'll take the rest." The other 3 aunts immediately protested. "Oh, Aunt Wang, we're being too greedy. Who would want more such good stuff? We want our fair share too." They were all well aware that walnuts and pine nuts were not only nutritious, but also valuable gifts for visiting relatives, especially at such a reasonable price. Aunt Wang's expression flickered with regret as she proposed, "All right, let us split it evenly. No one take more than the others. How does that sound?" In the end, it was agreed that the 4 would equally share, each receiving 10 gene of walnuts and 1 gene of pine nuts. The aunts quickly pulled out money, totaling 76 yuan, neatly stacking on the table beside Qin Zayulai. As they prepared to leave, the 4 aunts turned back, their faces beaming. "Zayulai, thank you so much. We will be heading back now." With a smile, Qin Zayulai escorted them to the door, gently closing it once they disappeared into the distance. Inside, both mother and Li Kaixin let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. Their father, who had been quietly observing, teased with a smile, "Zayulai, I must say, your son is quite remarkable. He is almost being lauded as the hero of our courtyard." Hearing this, the mother felt slightly embarrassed and, half-jokingly, pretended to pinch him. "You're just saying that. Why didn't you come out to greet the neighbors when they were here?" Li Kaixin also felt a bit awkward, his face turning red. The father feigned pain from the pinch, exclaiming, "Wife, you are unjustly accusing me. In all matters, big or small, I must heed your word as the head of the family." Upon hearing this, the mother's expression softened. The father then continued to flatter her. "Besides, my wife is so beautiful, and our son is doing so well. Am I not allowed to praise them?" His sweet words instantly melted away any lingering annoyance on her face, and she leaned gently against him, softly asking, "Mind, I didn't hurt you, did I?" He embraced her shoulder, speaking tenderly. "How could your hand hurt me? I have never had enough of your touch in my life. Kaixin, standing nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, longing to escape the scene. The mother then remembered the task at hand, placing the money they had just received on the table and calling out, "Kaixin, take this money." Without turning back, Kaixin waved his hand. "No need, mother. You keep it." Saying this, he grabbed his younger siblings, who were still cracking walnuts at the table, and almost fled the main room. Watching his son lead his siblings away, the father chuckled and shook his head, "That boy." He then returned to his affectionate banter with the mother. Chapter 41. A return to the black market. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was midnight. Kaixin had just risen from bed when he entered the secret space. Upon entering the secret realm, Kaixin beheld the flourishing crops of soybeans, wheat, and corn, which had matured splendidly since being sown 10 days prior. Each plant bore an abundance of fruit. Without hesitation, Kaixin employed his mental prowess to detach the ripe seeds and skillfully resowed them within the secret space. The quantity of seeds had increased from merely a few of each type to now being able to cultivate half an acre. Kaixin felt a surge of joy, contemplating a second planting cycle that would pave the way for livestock farming. He glanced at the areas where he had planted tianma and ginseng, noting that they had already sprouted. Thus, he proceeded to plant the remaining ginseng and tianma, along with a precious century-old ginseng, with utmost care. After efficiently managing his affairs within the realm, Kaixin exited the secret space. He adeptly donned the headgear from his previous visit to the black market, cautiously maneuvering over the courtyard gate and making his way to the entrance of the black market with practiced ease. Two burly men, their faces obscured, continued to block the entrance, routinely proclaiming, "Buy for a dime, sell for 3." Kaixin silently paid the fee and entered the black market, his steps unwavering as he headed straight for the corner where he had encountered the ticket scalper last time. Sure enough, a figure squatted there, their face concealed, yet their physique resembled what he remembered. Kaixin, uncertain but hopeful, approached and lowered his voice to inquire, "Is that you, brother? I sold some roe deer a while ago." Not wishing to explicitly mention purchasing tickets, as the scalper encountered numerous faces daily, Kaixin chose his words carefully. Upon hearing his voice, the ticket scalper instinctively looked up, searched his memory for a moment, and then his eyes curved into a smile. "Ah, it's you, brother. It's been a while. What treasures do you bring this time? Or are you looking to trade some tickets?" Kaixin had nearly depleted his funds during his recent trip to the northeast, and his primary objective was to exchange goods for money. He replied discreetly, "This time, I mainly aim to sell some game. However, if you happen to have any particularly valuable tickets, I am open to discussions. I wonder if you can handle this batch of goods?" The ticket scalper responded confidently, "Brother, as long as you are willing to present it, I can assure you, I can handle anything." Noticing Kaixin's lingering doubts, he leaned in slightly, adding with a hint of pride, "To be honest, this black market is under my watch." Understanding the implication, Kaixin felt reassured and proceeded without hesitation. He whispered, "There are 5 wolves, weighing over 300 pounds, and 2 large wild boars, estimated to surpass 500 pounds, stored in an abandoned courtyard. What do you think?" The ticket scalper's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. "Brother, stay right here. Don't go anywhere. I will return shortly." With that, he turned and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Before long, the ticket scalper returned with 2 accomplices, a cart, and a scale. "Brother, I've called 2 helpers to pull the cart. Is that all right?" he inquired in a hushed tone. Kaixin nodded in agreement, and together they exited the black market. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard with one side collapsed. Kaixin gestured for them to stop and whispered, "It's right ahead. Should I have my 2 companions lend a hand?" The ticket scalper asked eagerly. "Absolutely not." Kaixin quickly interjected, "I have another brother guarding the area, and he dislikes strangers." After saying this, Kaixin hastily slipped into the ruins and, at the corner of a broken wall, swiftly retrieved the 2 wild boars and 5 skinned wolves from the secret space. Returning to the waiting trio, he greeted them before leading them to the location. In the faint moonlight, the ticket scalper and his companions were taken aback upon seeing the substantial pile of meat. The ticket scalper, a straightforward individual, restrained his excitement and said to Kaixin, "Brother, I will not deceive you. The market price for meat has risen again in recent days. For the wild boars, I will give you 150 per pound, and for the wolf meat, 1 per pound. How does that sound?" This price exceeded Kaixin's expectations, and without a moment's hesitation, He agreed. Fine, as you say. The ticket scalper beamed with delight. Excellent. Let us weigh it. After weighing, the wild boars totaled 560 pounds, and the wolf meat amounted to 320 pounds. The ticket scalper promptly produced a stack of cash, counted it meticulously, and handed it over, totaling 1,160 yuan. Upon receiving the money, the ticket scalper cheerfully asked, "Do you need tickets?" As Kaixin tucked the money into his pocket and stored it in the secret space, he replied, "Yes, of course." As soon as he spoke, the ticket scalper handed over all the tickets, allowing Kaixin to choose. Kaixin carefully selected, significantly expanding his collection. He acquired 5 additional Class A alcohol tickets, bringing his total to 10, and secured 29 Class B alcohol tickets. Furthermore, he obtained 12 Class A cigarette tickets, 55 Class B cigarette tickets, and retained the 2 milk powder tickets he had previously purchased. Additionally, he acquired fabric tickets, grain tickets, and even a well-known ticket for 5 pounds of Dabiotang milk candy. After settling the transactions, Kaixin returned 90 yuan. The ticket scalper accepted the money, seemingly eager to cultivate a relationship with Kaixin. He introduced himself, "Brother. My surname is Hu. I'm known as Lu. You can simply call me Hu Lao Lu. In the future, if you have valuable goods or wish to trade tickets, feel free to visit the black market and mention my name to the 2 at the entrance." Kaixin, taking the cue, fabricated a name in reply. "Hu Lu Gu. My surname is Zhou, and my family runs a business in Qi. You can call me Zhou Qi." Noticing Hu Lao Lu's gaze lingering on the pile of wild game, Kaixin sensed their eagerness to proceed, so he said, "Lu Gu, you all continue your work. I will certainly seek you out if I have more game. I shall take my leave now." Hu Lao Lu, pleased with the prospect of future dealings, did not attempt to retain him as he bade farewell. "Safe travels, Brother Zhou. May we meet again." Kaixin waved goodbye, and the 2 parties swiftly disappeared into the night. On his way back, Kaixin remained vigilant, intentionally taking a few detours to ensure he was not being followed before swiftly returning home. Meanwhile, as the 3 men pulled the cart a short distance, one of Hu Lao Lu's accomplices glanced back and quietly remarked, "Lu Gu, that Zhou hasn't gone far, and he is carrying over 1,000 yuan. Shall we signal for a quick job?" Hu Lao Lu swiftly chastised him with a slap on the back of the head. "We are not mere street thugs. Do not tarnish the reputation of our boss's establishment. Besides, look at the size of those wild boars and wolves. Do you think that individual is easy to deal with?" Hu Lao Lu and his accomplices returned the meat to the depths of the black market, where Hu Lao Lu respectfully addressed a middle-aged man seated within. "Boss, the task is complete. We have a total of 880 pounds. The middle-aged man rose, approached the cart to inspect the wild boars and wolves, and nodded approvingly. "Lao Lu, make sure to maintain a better relationship with that individual next time he comes." "Yes, boss," Hu Lao Lu replied with a bow. Chapter 42. A trip to the department store the following morning. Upon awakening, Kaixin found that his parents had already eaten breakfast and left for work. After having breakfast with his younger siblings, he decided to utilize the tickets he had acquired along with the reward watch ticket that day. Thus, he prepared to visit several department stores in Jiucheng. Before departing, Kaixin cautioned his siblings, "Xiao Kai, Xiao Xiao, you 2 can play in the alley, but do not wander too far." As he slung his satchel over his shoulder, he was about to step outside. His younger brother, Kai, dashed forward and tugged at his elder brother's shirt, asking, "Brother, where are you going?" "I'm going to the department store to buy some things," Kaixin replied. "Can I come with you?" Kai looked at him with hopeful eyes. Kaixin assumed a stern expression and asked, "What do you think?" The little fellow immediately pouted, gazing at him with a pitiful look. Kaixin's heart softened, yet he understood that he had several places to visit that day and would be purchasing many items, some of which were not suitable for openly bringing back, making it inconvenient to have his younger brother along. Reluctantly, he shook his head, reaching into his satchel to pull out a handful of walnuts and pine nuts from the secret space, along with 2 dimes. In a moment of temptation, the older brother said, "Xiao Kai, if you do not follow me today, these snacks and money will belong to you." Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the money and treats, grinning widely. "All right, big brother, I promise I won't follow you today." With that, he turned and dashed outside to boast his friends in the courtyard. Kaixin turned around and noticed his younger sister, Xiao Xiao, quietly standing beside him. He similarly handed her 2 dimes and a handful of walnuts and pine nuts, gently saying, Xiao, get to share too. The little girl received the items, looked up with a sweet smile, and said, "Thank you, big brother. Come back soon." Kaixin thought to himself how wonderful his sister was and couldn't resist pulling out another dime, placing it in her palm, saying, "You're so thoughtful, Xiao. Here, big brother will return before noon." After ensuring his siblings were taken care of, Kaixin finally felt at ease to venture outside. He headed directly towards the nearest department store, a place his mother had taken him to in his childhood, familiar with the path. He soon arrived at the bustling entrance of the department store, teeming with people. As he stepped inside, each visit stirred a sense of awe within him. Although it could not compare to the shopping malls of later years, one must remember that this was still the 1960s. Compared to the supply and marketing cooperative he had visited days prior, this place was vast, as if it could house 20 of those cooperatives. The interior of the department store was segmented into various small shops, each offering distinct goods. Kaixin had a clear objective and made his way to the watch counter. As he passed a bicycle shop, he couldn't help but slow down, captivated by the gleaming new bicycles of the Yangju and Fige brands. He contemplated visiting the black market to seek out Hulaoliu, hoping to purchase one. However, he redirected his gaze and continued towards the watch shop. Upon entering the watch store, he noticed a middle-aged female sales clerk seated behind the counter. Hearing his approach, she lifted her eyelids briefly, revealing an expressionless face before returning her gaze elsewhere. Kaixin understod herdemenor. He was aware that sales clerks were regarded as one of the 8 esteemed professions of the time, enjoying a stable livelihood and perceived as superior by the common folk. Furthermore, those who worked in such establishments usually came from families of some standing. Suppressing any reaction, Kaixin approached the glass counter and leaned in closely to examine the watches. After a thorough inspection, he settled on a Shanghai brand watch. He lifted his head, adorned with a charming smile, and addressed the saleswoman, "Dear sister, may I trouble you to show me this watch?" The saleswoman, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected address, revealed a faint smile, perhaps unused to such politeness. She replied, "Little comrade, at my age, you should call me Auntie. Do you have a ticket? I cannot show it to you without one." Her words were not entirely snobbish. She had encountered many window shoppers, with few possessing tickets to make a purchase, leading her to establish such a rule. Kaixin promptly retrieved the watch ticket awarded by the transport team, maintaining a smile. "I have one, sister." Upon seeing the ticket, the saleswoman's expression brightened, and she no longer corrected his address. With efficiency, she retrieved the watch and carefully presented it to him, even taking the time to offer a brief introduction. "Little comrade, you have a good eye. This Shanghai brand is renowned for its precision and durability." As Kaixin listened, he marveled internally. Had he not witnessed her previous aloofness, he might have thought her a different person. After absorbing her description, he did not hesitate to make the purchase. He handed over the ticket along with 110 yuan. The saleswoman promptly processed the transaction and, upon receiving the watch, Kaixin slipped it onto his wrist immediately. As he prepared to leave, the saleswoman accompanied him to the door, her smile still present as she said, "Take care, little comrade. When you return, I will treat you again." After exiting the watch store, Kaixin turned and entered a grocery store. This place was bustling, even more so than the watch shop, with 3 salespeople diligently working behind the counter. Approaching one of them, he encountered a saleswoman with a stern expression, reminiscent of the earlier clerk. Kaixin placed 10 premium cigarette tickets, 5 premium liquor tickets, 5 Ginada by 2 milk candy tickets, and 2 milk powder tickets on the counter, smiling as he said, "Comrade, please exchange these for me." At this statement, not only did the saleswoman appear astonished, but customers nearby and the other salespeople also turned to him in disbelief. The saleswoman scrutinized Kaixin, her tone laced with skepticism as she asked, "Little comrade, why do you need so many high-end cigarettes, liquor, candy, and milk powder?" It was indeed unusual to encounter someone capable of producing such an array of premium tickets in these times. Kaixin had anticipated this question and calmly raised his wrist, revealing the brand new Shanghai watch, wearing a perfectly timed smile. He explained, "My elder relatives are celebrating a birthday, and I've been saving these tickets for a while, reluctant to use them until now." The saleswoman's gaze lingered on the watch for a moment, and her skepticism diminished significantly. Anyone who could afford a watch must come from a respectable background. Instantly, her demeanor shifted from doubt to warmth as she beamed. "Now I understand. Please wait a moment. I will get them for you." The atmosphere around them grew complex, filled with envy and admiration, even prompting a younger saleswoman to discreetly wink at him. Moments latte. She returned with a pack of Zonghua cigarettes, 5 bottles of Mutai liquor, 5 Ginevda by 2 milk candy, and 2 cans of milk powder. After tallying the total to 55 yuan, Li Kaixin swiftly paid, receiving the heavy bag in return. As he exited, he politely thanked the saleswoman, who smiled back, "You're welcome, little comrade. Take care." Once Li Kaixin's figure disappeared through the doorway, the saleswoman's exuberant smile faded away, quickly replaced by her previous discontented expression, causing those nearby to twitch their lips in disbelief. Chapter 43. Dining at the state-run restaurant. Stepping out of the grocery store, Li Kaixin glanced around before slipping into a secluded corner to stash all his purchases into his secret space. He then proceeded to the fabric store, presenting all his fabric tickets and using his cousin's wedding as an excuse. He gained the trust of the saleswoman and purchased 15 feet of patterned fabric and 25 feet of gray fabric, spending 60 yuan. Leaving the fabric store, Li Kaixin did not pause, but continued to exit the department store. He walked further, inquiring along the way, and visited 2 more department stores. In each of these, he employed the same strategy, exhausting all his non-grain tickets until he checked his watch and saw that the hour hand had reached 11 o'clock. After placing his items into the secret space, he did not delay further and set off for home. As he walked back, he mentally calculated his expenditures, realizing he'd spent a total of 271. 5 yuan. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Kaixin noticed his younger brother, Li Kai, surrounded by 7 or 8 other children. His brother was proudly showcasing the walnuts Li Kaixin had given him that morning, boasting, "Look at the walnuts my big brother gave me. I've eaten several already, and there's still plenty left." Son's second son chimed in first, sounding impatient. "Kai Ge, you've said that all morning." Li Kai gathered the walnuts closer, glancing at son's second son, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you still want some, son heir?" Son Lao heir immediately changed his demeanor, repeatedly apologizing. "Kai Ge, I was wrong. I swear I will always be your little brother." His younger brother Li Kai nodded in satisfaction, adopting a mature posture as he patted Son Lao heir on the shoulder, saying, "Acknowledging one's mistakes and making amends is the hallmark of a good comrade." He then handed over a half walnut that he had just cracked. Turning to the other friends, he added, "Do you want to eat? If you do, say something nice." The other children in the courtyard quickly surrounded them, eagerly showering compliments. "Kai Ge is mighty. Kai Ge is truly impressive. Kai Ge is our eternal leader." Amidst the flurry of praise, Li Kai distributed half walnuts one after another. Li Kaixin, standing not far away, watched this scene, his lips twitching slightly as he suppressed a cough. Hearing the sound, Li Kai looked up and, upon seeing his elder brother had returned, abandoned his friends and dashed over to Li Kaixin with a cheerful smile. "Elder brother, you're back." Li Kaixin nodded and glanced around, asking, "Where's Xiao Xiao?" "She is at Lu Shu's house, playing with Lu Wan." Li Kai pointed toward the backyard. Li Kaixin, hearing this, did not linger and took his younger brother as hand, heading toward the backyard. Upon arriving, they spotted his sister Li Xiao Xiao saying goodbye to Lu Wan. "I will come find you again this afternoon. Elder brother should be back and need to go cook." "All right, Xiao Xiao." As soon as the 2 girls finished speaking, they noticed Li Kaixin standing not too far away. Lu Wan's face flushed instantly, and she whispered, "Hello, Kaixin Ge. Li Kaixin Li Raplia, Alu, Xiao Wan. You've become even prettier since we last met." Lu Wan blushed even more and in a softer voice said, "Kaixin Ge, I have nothing much to do, so I will head back now." She then turned and ran back home without looking back. Sister Li Xiao Xiao quickly approached Li Kaixin, sweetly announcing, "Elder brother is back. I will go make lunch now." She started to head toward the kitchen, but was gently stopped by Li Kaixin. "We are not eating at home today. Let us go to the state-run canteen." He smiled at his younger siblings. Sister Li Xiao Xiao hadn't yet processed this when her brother Li Kai jumped up excitedly, uncertainly asking, "Really, elder brother?" Seeing Li Kaixin nod in affirmation, Li Kai clapped his hands in joy. Sister Xiao Xiao also broke into a smile. Li Kaixin returned to the main room to grab a food box and then led his younger siblings toward the state-run canteen at the alley's entrance. Upon arriving at the canteen, it was quite desolate, with only one customer resembling an old relic of the city. The chef was lounging lazily in a chair by the kitchen door. When the server noticed someone entering, she merely lazily lifted her eyelids and continued with her own tasks. Li Kaixin approached and inquired, "Master, what dishes do you have today? The chef slowly stood up, his tone somewhat curt. Look at the blackboard next to you. The small blackboard listed only 3 items: stir-fried shredded potatoes, braised pork, and braised eggplant. After examining the selections, Kaixin thought that the offerings at the state-run canteen were rather sparse. Hesitant to inquire why there were so few dishes, he reluctantly said, "Master, I would like 2 portions of braised pork, 1 of each of the other dishes, and 3 bowls of rice." The chef was not courteous, immediately extending his hand. 1 pound of meat tickets, 1 pound of fine grain tickets, plus 3 yuan. Hearing the term meat tickets, Kaixin felt a pang of discomfort. Yesterday, preoccupied with the thought of deer meat and tiger meat in the secret realm, he had forgotten to buy meat tickets from Hulao Lu. Embarrassed, he awkwardly pulled out the fine grain tickets and cash, negotiating, "Master, I don't have any meat tickets. Can I exchange 2 pounds of deer meat instead?" The chef scrutinized Kaixin for a few moments, then, after a brief contemplation, said, "Fine. You bring the meat first, and I'll prepare the braised pork for you. For now, I can start on the stir-fried potatoes and eggplant." Kaixin understood that the chef did not trust him, so he first asked his siblings to find a seat and then turned to leave the canteen. In a secluded corner nearby, he retrieved over 2 pounds of deer meat from the secret realm before returning. When he returned to the state-run canteen, his siblings already had 3 bowls of rice and a steaming plate of braised eggplant set before them. The 2 children sat obediently, not touching their chopsticks, eagerly waiting for their elder brother's return. Upon seeing Kaixin actually bringing back the deer meat, the previously indifferent chef was momentarily stunned. He had assumed the young man was merely speaking out of turn. After weighing the meat, a smile spread across his face. "Young comrade, please take a seat. I'll prepare it for you right away." Kaixin handed over the food box, saying, "Master, please pack a portion of braised pork here." This scene left the server in awe, and even the man who resembled an old relic lifted his head to gaze intently. In these times, patrons of canteens were few and far between, and those who could afford meat were even rarer. The man himself had only ordered a plate of stir-fried potatoes. Kaixin paid no heed to the gazes of those around him and returned to sit beside his siblings. Once the dishes were served, the aroma wafted through the air, compelling even the usually quiet sister Li Xiao to dig in heartily, while brother Li Kai devoured his meal with delight. The culinary skills at the state-run canteen were indeed exceptional. Though the seasonings were simple, the flavors were robust. Eventually, brother Li Kai finished every last bite. Setting down his chopsticks, the 3 of them rubbed their round bellies. Brother Li Kai eagerly asked, "Elder brother, can we come here to eat again in the future?" Xiao blinked her bright eyes at her elder brother. Kaixin smiled, ruffling their heads. "If there is time in the future, I will bring you here." Instantly, brother Kai jumped up in joy, and sister Xiao's face beamed with happiness. After waiting for their food to digest somewhat, Kaixin walked to the kitchen window to retrieve the food box containing the braised pork. Just as he was about to leave with his siblings, a slightly plump middle-aged man cheerfully blocked their path. The man warmly extended his hand. "Hello, young brother. My surname is Wu, and I'm the manager of this canteen." Kaixin shook hands with him and asked, "Manager Wu, is there something you need? You see, I heard you have deer meat, and I want it." Manager Wu's tone was urgent, tinged with an air of authority. Kaixin, sensing the man's intrusive demeanor and authoritative tone, felt a flicker of displeasure and interjected, "Manager Wu, can I first send my younger siblings home before we discuss this?" Only then did Manager Wu realize his rudeness, quickly apologizing, Sorry, I was too hasty. Young brother, please take your time. I will wait for you here." Noticing Manager Wu's change in attitude, Kaixin's expression softened. He took his younger siblings home, and the 2 children, understanding the situation, did not inquire further about the deer meat. Upon returning to the courtyard, Kaixin handed the food box to his sister Li Xiao, saying, "This box of braised pork is for later, when we can enjoy it together with father and mother." Sister Li Xiao took the box, nodding earnestly. After giving his instructions, Kaixin left the courtyard and headed back to the state-run canteen. This time, brother Li Kai did not cling to Kaixin as he had in the morning, understanding that his elder brother had important matters to attend to. As they approached the canteen, Kaixin found a secluded corner and, with a thought, summoned the female deer from the secret realm, shouldering it as he confidently strode toward the canteen. Throughout this journey, Kaixin had already come to a realization. The money in his possession needed to have a legitimate source. Otherwise, he would always feel constrained when spending it. With his meager salary, returning with something valuable would inevitably raise suspicions over time. It was better to seize this opportunity to explain things clearly to his parents in the evening. After all, his younger siblings already knew, and they could not keep secrets from their parents. As Kaixin emerged onto the street with the deer, he attracted quite a few curious glances. In these times, encountering a whole deer in the city was indeed a rarity. Before he even reached the entrance of the canteen, several people had begun to follow him. A young man dressed in blue overalls and sporting a side-parting squeezed his way next to Kaixin. He brandished his work identification and declared, "Comrade, I am a purchasing agent from the steel factory. I will buy your deer for 1 yuan per pound. I want the whole thing." Upon hearing this, Kaixin felt a cold amusement within himself and chose to ignore him. In this era, such a price was clearly an attempt to take advantage of him. Even if he intended to keep it for personal consumption, he would never part with it at such a meager price. At that moment, Manager Wu from the restaurant spotted Kaixin from a distance. He hurriedly rushed out from the entrance, pushing through the crowd of onlookers, exclaiming, "Young comrade, you have returned." The purchasing agent, noticing Kaixin's indifference, adopted a threatening tone, saying, "Let me inform you, private transactions are prohibited. If you sell it to an individual, you could be accused of speculation and face arrest. My offer of 1 yuan is already several jiao higher than the collection station." This purchasing agent was no novice. He had frequently roamed the gates of Si Jiucheng, intercepting hunters entering the city. He would first entice them, then resort to threats, offering prices slightly above those of the collection stations, convincing many honest and naive hunters to sell. Kaixin set down the deer and deliberately remarked to Manager Wu, "Look, this comrade is offering only 1 yuan. Manager Wu was immediately alarmed. Their restaurant was nearly out of meat, and the meat processing plant had yet to allocate supplies. The manager was nearly at his wit's end. He had just heard from a server that someone was trading deer meat for vegetables and immediately recognized it as an opportunity. If it weren't for the meat, why would a manager of a state-owned restaurant be so courteous to a young man? Thus, Manager Wu quickly addressed Kaixin, "Young comrade, I will offer 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound." Upon hearing this, the purchasing agent felt his opportunity slipping away and protested vehemently, pointing at Manager Wu. "Who are you? Do you not know that private transactions are illegal? Do you want me to report you and have you arrested?" Manager Wu's face turned pale with rage. Not only did he intercept his potential meat supply, but he also dared to be so arrogant. Suppressing his anger, he retorted, "Aren't you also engaging in private purchasing? Isn't that speculation as well?" The purchasing agent smugly waved his work ID. "I am a purchasing agent from the steel factory. I am purchasing for the state." "Very well." Manager Wu laughed in disbelief, then added with a fierce tone, "I happen to know your department head. You better watch out." This was not an idle threat. He often made arrangements with the head of the steel factory when there were entertaining tasks, and they were quite familiar with each other. Kaixin, seizing the moment, chimed in, "This gentleman is Manager Wu of the state-owned restaurant." Upon hearing this, the purchasing agent's expression changed dramatically as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but, seeing Manager Wu's stern expression, ultimately retreated, slipping away from the crowd in embarrassment. Once the purchasing agent had fled, Manager Wu reined in his anger and turned to Kaixin with a warm smile. Watching Manager Wu's rapid transformation, Kaixin mused, "Leaders are indeed leaders. Such a skill in changing expressions is not something just anyone can master." Noticing Kaixin's lack of reaction, Manager Wu anxiously asked, "Young comrade, what do you think of my offer?" Kaixin, finally acknowledging Manager Wu's words, responded with some satisfaction, though still a bit hesitant. "Manager Wu, if I sell this to you, there won't be any issues, right?" Manager Wu, understanding his concern, quickly assured him, "Rest assured, we are a state unit with purchasing authority. I will issue you a formal invoice. No one can find fault with it." Kaixin then felt reassured, saying, "All right, let's proceed as you suggested." Manager Wu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly called the restaurant's chef to weigh the deer while personally escorting Kaixin to his office. Throughout the journey, Manager Wu's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. Upon reaching the office, he busily poured tea for Kaixin. The weighing revealed a total of 62 pounds, amounting to 93 yuan. Manager Wu promptly retrieved cash and an invoice book from his drawer, handing the money to Kaixin first. Kaixin accepted the stack of money, feeling quite pleased. Although this sum was not substantial by his current standards, it was a legitimate amount he could use without hesitation. Meanwhile, as Manager Wu filled out the invoice, he tentatively inquired, "Young comrade, if you have more game in the future, could you consider our restaurant first? We can negotiate on the price." Li Kaixin smiled at Manager Wu, replying, "Manager Wu, if I have any more, I will certainly come to you first." In that moment, Manager Wu felt a surge of excitement. Not only had he resolved his predicament, but he had also unexpectedly discovered a new source for acquiring meat. Although he was unsure of its stability, having something was better than nothing. As Manager Wu handed Li Kaixin the signed and stamped invoice, he reiterated, "Make sure to come to me first next time you have goods." Li Kaixin took the invoice, promising again that he would seek him out for future supplies. Manager Wu saw Li Kaixin off as he exited the state-owned restaurant. As Li Kaixin departed, he couldn't help but add, "Fortunately, Manager Wu arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have caved and sold it to that purchasing agent." Li Kaixin was not a pushover. After all, that purchasing agent had threatened him, and he wouldn't forget to stoke the flames on his way out. Watching Li Kaixin's retreating figure, Manager Wu's expression darkened. He returned to his office and called the head of the purchasing department at the steel factory. Li Kaixin was unaware of the purchasing agent's fate, which would soon take a turn for the worse. After several days without securing supplies, and being an elder in the department who had grown accustomed to arrogance, he found himself unwelcomed by his colleagues. Consequently, the department head demoted him to the workshop, leaving him without any allies to speak on his behalf. Chapter 45. A visit to Director Xie's home. After leaving the state-owned restaurant, Li Kaixin walked a short distance, contemplating retrieving the gun he had purchased from Director Xie that very day. He decided to take a detour into a deserted area, extracting a bag of mountain goods weighing around 20 caddies from his secret space. Realizing it would be his first visit, he also took out 5 caddies of tiger meat, a wild chicken, and 2 bottles of finjiu from the secret space. He had carefully considered the choice of tiger meat, since he planned to keep the deer meat for his family and had recently sold a wild boar to Director Xie. The tiger meat was just right. Though it was rather rare, its strong odor made it unpalatable without ample spices, making it an acceptable gift for Director Xie. Carrying these items, Li Kaixin approached the cylindrical building where Director Xie lived, climbed the stairs, and knocked on the door. Shortly after, sounds came from within, and a kind-faced, middle-aged woman opened the door, regarding the stranger with mild curiosity. "Young comrade, who are you?" Li Kaixin quickly put on a shy smile and replied, "Hello, Andy. My name is Li Kaixin. I am here to see Uncle Xie, Director Xie." Hearing his voice, Director Xie emerged from the room, and upon seeing Li Kaixin, his face broke into a smile. "Kaixin, you've come. Come in and have a seat." He then called to his wife, Shifeng. "This is the Li Kaixin I often mention." Lu Shifeng, suddenly enlightened, enthusiastically stepped aside to let him in. "Oh, it's Kaixin. Come in, come in. Let us sit inside. I apologize for the intrusion," Auntie Li Kaixin said as he entered, carrying the items. Director Xie glanced over the goods and feigned reproach. "Why bring so much stuff? You don't need to be so polite with your uncle." Li Kaixin placed the items near the door, scratching his head with a smile. "Uncle, it's my first visit to an elder's home. Coming empty-handed feels inappropriate. These are just some local products, not worth much. Please try them." His words brought comfort to Director Xie, deepening his smile. He gestured to his wife, Shifeng. "Don't let Kaixin stand there. Quickly help him with those." Lu Shifeng hurriedly stepped forward to take the items, muttering, "This child is too honest." Director Xie invited Li Kaixin to sit on the old sofa. Li Kaixin waited for Director Xie to take a seat before sitting up straight, placing his hands on his knees. Director Xie did not beat around the bush and directly inquired, "You are here for the gun today, aren't you?" Li Kaixin nodded, a hint of surprise flickering across his face as he flattered, "Uncle Xie, you truly possess remarkable foresight." Director Xie chuckled at Li Kaixin's jest, saying, "Stop with the flattery. I'll fetch it for you right away." He then rose and entered the inner room, returning with a long object wrapped in dark, worn fabric, along with a black bullet pouch. He placed them on the tea table, stating, "Here are the gun and bullets. Take them." Li Kaixin accepted the cloth bundle, refraining from opening it immediately, and solemnly nodded, placing the items carefully beside the sofa. This gesture of trust was appreciated by Director Xie. Once the exchange was completed, the atmosphere became more relaxed. After taking a sip of tea, Director Xie questioned, "Kaixin, that meat earlier didn't seem like pork, did it?" Li Kaixin raplia candidly. Uncle Xia, you have a keen eye. It is indeed tiger meat. Just as he was placing the items down and returning to the living room, Lu Shifan, who had been nearby, overheard the mention of tiger meat and could not help but exclaim softly. Director Xia turned to his wife, his tone gentle yet firm. Shifan, this matter does not concern you. Please return to your room. Realizing her indiscretion, Lu Shifan smiled apologetically and retreated to the bedroom. With only the two of them remaining in the living room, Director Xia's gaze turned contemplative as he silently observed Li Kaixin. Feeling uneasy under the scrutiny, Li Kaixin shifted slightly and asked, Uncle Xia, why are you looking at me like that? Director Xia finally spoke, his voice lowered and laced with teasing. You little rascal. You're not being honest. After a pause, he continued, that tiger meat, it must have come from the same tiger whose good tail I purchased yesterday, right? Li Kaixin felt a pang of embarrassment and forced a chuckle, saying, Uncle Xia, you're mistaken. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I obtained some meat. He resolved internally to deny any connection. Noticing Li Kaixin's stubbornness, Director Xia did not press further. Changing the subject, his demeanor turned serious as he stated, all right, let us not discuss that. You should focus on learning from your master. You have half a month until the driving exam. Although your study duration is short, it is still a reward from the station. After sipping his tea again, he added, do not take it lightly. It is an opportunity for experience accumulation, and your master, Old Chun, possesses the best driving skills in the transport team aside from Old Wang. Li Kaixin's expression turned earnest as he immediately stood up, bowing respectfully and expressing his gratitude. Uncle Xia, I sincerely thank you for introducing me to Master Chun. He has been nothing but supportive, and I will forever remember this kindness. Rest assured, once I return to the station, I will do my utmost to learn from him. Director Xia was greatly pleased by Li Kaixin's gratitude and promptly helped him to sit back down, his tone becoming more amiable. All right, no need for such formality. We do not adhere to that. Please sit down. Director Xia resumed his seat, looking at Li Kaixin with admiration. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice to advise. Also, this time when you go to the northeast, make sure to use the gun provided in the vehicle for hunting, all right? Li Kaixin, unable to maintain his facade, nodded honestly. Observing this, Director Xia earnestly cautioned, do not do that again. When you return from a long trip, you must check and register the gun and bullets. You were fortunate this time. In the future, you should use your own. Li Kaixin felt a sense of relief after having handed over the gun yesterday, and he was even more grateful for the warning. It was clear to him that Director Xia genuinely regarded him as family. Consequently, he expressed sincerely, Uncle Xia, I will remember your guidance. I will certainly heed your advice in the future. Director Xia smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. Subsequently, Li Kaixin inquired about the locations of his Master S and Director Wang S homes, expressing a desire to pay them a visit. In a good mood, Director Xia provided detailed directions and shared a few tidbits about their personalities and preferences. After chatting for a while, Li Kaixin stood to take his leave. Director Xia did not insist on prolonging the visit, escorting Li Kaixin to the door and from the cabinet, retrieving a pack of Dekimen cigarettes and a bag of tea weighing about a pound, handing them to Li Kaixin. Li Kaixin hurriedly declined, saying, Uncle Xia, this is too much. I cannot accept this. Director Xia, with a stern expression, replied, take it. Do not be so polite with me. Realizing he could not refuse without seeming distant, Li Kaixin gratefully accepted. Then I will shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Uncle Xia. That is more like it. Be careful on your way, Director Xia said, his smile returning as he saw Li Kaixin off. Remember, Uncle Xia. Please take care, Li Kaixin called out, one hand holding the gun and bullets, the other grasping the cigarettes and tea, before turning to descend the stairs. Chapter 46. Visiting Master S home after leaving Director Xia's residence, Li Kaixin contemplated his next destination, Master Chun S home, carrying the wrap gun and gifts. He found a discreet corner where no one was watching, took a deep breath, and the items in his hands vanished. He then retrieved some mountain goods, including wild chicken and fenju, adjusting the quantity to 10 pounds of tiger meat, mindful of how Master Chen treated him like a son. Following Director Xia's directions, Li Kaixin arrived at the entrance of Sai Heiwen in the southern part of the city. Just as he was about to enter, an elderly woman at the door stopped him. She scrutinized the unfamiliar young man from head to toe, glancing at the large packages he held. With a wary tone, she asked, young man, who are you looking for? I haven't seen you around here before. Li Kaixin quickly donned a sincere smile, replying, Annie, I am looking for my master, chin dabbing. Do you know where he lives? The woman clapped her thigh, her initial suspicion transforming into warmth. Master Chun? Why did you say so earlier? He lives in the first room on the right in the back courtyard. Are you his new apprentice? With that, she stepped aside. Though her gaze remained fixed on the items Li Kaixin carried. Yes, indeed, Li Kaixin responded while pretending to search his pocket, discreetly producing a handful of walnuts from his secret realm and placing them into the woman's hands. Annie, please sample these mountain goods. The woman accepted the walnuts with a beaming smile, instantly becoming more welcoming. Oh, you are such a thoughtful child. Come, let me show you the way. This courtyard is large. It might be difficult for you to find it on your first visit. She led the way through the front yard into a spacious courtyard. Upon reaching the backyard, the woman raised her voice, calling out, Master Chun, your apprentice has come to see you. Before her words had fully faded, the door of the room creaked open. Master Chun poked his head out, and upon seeing Li Kaixin, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Li Kaixin first expressed his gratitude to the guiding woman before quickly approaching his master and respectfully addressing him. Master. The woman, realizing her presence was no longer needed, contentedly strolled back, still muttering, Master Chun is fortunate to have such a considerate apprentice. Master Chun returned to the present moment, examining the items in Li Kaixin's hands and remarked, Why did you bring so much when visiting your master? You should take it all back later. His tone bore a hint of reproach, but his eyes remained gentle. Li Kaixin chuckled, Master, it is my first time visiting. I cannot come empty-handed. Besides, I brought these from the northeast. I was worried you wouldn't accept them, so I held back. Just then a soft voice came from inside, dabbing. Is your apprentice here? Why are you both standing outside talking? As the voice spoke, a warm-looking middle-aged woman in her 40s emerged from the house. Hearing the commotion, Master Chun turned to his wife with a smile. This is Kaixin, the apprentice I mentioned to you. He then introduced Li Kaixin. This is your master's wife. Su Xin. Li Kaixin stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hello, master's wife. My name is Li Kaixin. Su Shiniang was momentarily startled by Li Kaixin's bow, then broke into a smile. This child is too polite. Come in and talk. Don't just stand outside. Li Kaixin complied, quickly following her inside, carefully placing the gifts on the 8 immortals table by the window. Master Chen looked at the items and shook his head helplessly, but said nothing further. Madame Su gently poured 2 glasses of water for them and kindly said, You 2 disciples chat among yourselves. I still have some chores to attend to inside. Once Madame Su retreated to the inner room, Master Chen finally took a seat at the table and gestured for Li Kaixin to sit as well. Master Chen lifted his teacup, sipped thoughtfully, and inquired, Have you read the notes I gave you? Li Kaixin scratched his head sheepishly. I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to study them carefully. Master Chen nodded understandingly without reproach. Peruse them when you have time. Some of the experiences recorded may not be entirely accurate, but they will still prove useful to a novice. Understood, Master, Li Kaixin replied earnestly. Recalling Madame Su's earlier words, curiosity prompted him to ask, Master, for what she said, I have seen your brothers above me. I've never seen them at the transport station. A proud smile crossed Master Chen's face. Indeed, you have 2 senior brothers. After they obtained their driving licenses a few years ago, they were recruited by the rolling steel mill. Enlightened, Li Kaixin then pressed on with the question most pressing on his mind. Master, is it difficult to get a driving license? Master Chan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Li Kaixin with some puzzlement. Kaixin, it's still too early for you. By regulation, you must accompany a driver for at least a year before I can apply for your exam. Li Kaixin then recounted the whole story. Master, that's the situation. Yesterday, I was the first to discover the bandits. Captain Wong took me to meet the station chief, and one of the station's rewards was an exam opportunity scheduled in half a month. Master Chin murmured thoughtfully, Indeed, you performed meritoriously. The station ought to acknowledge that. Then his gaze grew peculiar as he looked at Li Kaixin. However, granting this reward to a newcomer like you is somewhat impractical. Li Kaixin remained silent. Master Chin set down his teacup and fixed his eyes on Li Kaixin, resolutely declaring, Since you have been given this chance, we must take it seriously. Whether you pass or not is another matter, but your attitude must be proper. When you return from leave the day after tomorrow, I will give you special lessons to explain everything thoroughly. Inspired by his master's words, Li Kaixin straightened his back and said, Thank you, master. I will study diligently. The two then conversed about trivial matters concerning the transport team. After about half an hour, Kaixin rose to take his leave. At that moment, Madame Su emerged from the inner room and warmly urged, Kaixin, have dinner before you go. I'm about to cook. Kaixin waved his hand hurriedly. Madame Su, no thank you. I have to visit an elder. I'll definitely come next time. Then jokingly, I just hope you and Master don't mind if I eat a lot and kick me out. This remark amused both Master Chun and Madame Su. Madame Su chided gently, this child always saying silly things. How could your master and I let you go hungry? Master Chun patted Kaixin's shoulder. Let us go. I'll see you out. The two walked together to the courtyard gate. Before parting, Master Chun reminded him, remember to prepare well. Spare some time these days to review the notes so you have some foundation. Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll carefully teach you vehicle repair and driving to get you familiar before the exam. Don't worry, master. I will study hard, Kaixin solemnly promised. Waving goodbye, he left. Chapter 47. Partial confession to parents leaving Master Chun's courtyard. Kaixin's next destination was Director Wang's South residence at the street office. The gift prepared for Director Wang was the same as that for Director Xie. Having prepared everything, Kaixin carried the items and set off toward Director Wang's home according to the address Director Xie had provided. Director Wang did not live in a cadre apartment, but in a secluded single-entry Saihewan. Arriving at the gate, Kaixin straightened his collar and knocked. Soon, a small head peeked through the crack, a girl of about 10 years old. She looked timidly at the stranger carrying many items and asked shyly, Big brother, who are you looking for? Seeing this, Kaixin gently set down the items, bent slightly, and smiled warmly. Hello, little sister. Is this Director Wang's home? The girl nodded and spoke a little louder. Yes. Are you looking for my mother? Kaixin, touched by her obedient demeanor, reminded him of his own sisterly xiao and softened his tone. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with your mother. Is she home? Mom hasn't finished work yet. The girl shook her head, her braids swaying lightly. Kaixin looked at the ground and proposed, Little sister, these things are heavy. You probably can't carry them alone. Can Big Brother come in first and put these inside the courtyard? I'll leave immediately afterward, when your mother returns. Could you please tell her I came? The girl hesitated, glancing at Kaixin's gentle face, then reluctantly nodded and opened the door. All right, Big Brother. You may come in. Thank you, little sister. Kaixin stepped inside, placed the things carefully on the stone table in the courtyard. The girl stood nearby, her large eyes curiously studying the Big Brother. Catching her gaze, Kaixin was instantly fond of her. He reached into his pocket, discreetly retrieving a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his secret realm, and offered them with a smile. Little sister, please have some candy. The girl's eyes sparkled at the enticing sweets, and she pressed her lips together, clearly yearning. Yet she shook her head firmly and said sweetly, Thank you, Big Brother, but my mother says I shouldn't accept things from strangers. Kaixin silently admired Director Wang's excellent upbringing and smiled even more kindly. Little sister, then I'll give you a task, all right? A task? The girl blinked her big eyes. Yes, a task, Kaixin explained patiently, pointing to the items on the stone table. When your mother returns, please tell her that a brother named Kaixin came by. These gifts are to thank her for the opportunity and to show my respect as a junior visiting an elder for the first time. Please ask her not to refuse. Can you help Big Brother with this task? The girl looked at Kaixin, then at the gifts, and solemnly nodded. Okay, Big Brother, I will complete it. Kaixin then extended the candies again. These are your reward for completing the task. Now you may accept them. The girl smiled happily and sweetly said, Thank you, Big Brother, before carefully taking the candies. With the matter settled, Kaixin stood and bid farewell. Big Brother will be leaving now. Goodbye, little sister. Outside the gate, the girl waved energetically, clutching her candy. Goodbye, Big Brother. After leaving Director Wang's Saihewan, Kaixin checked his watch. It was already 5 in the afternoon, so he decided to return home. Upon entering his own courtyard, Kaixin's hands were laden with 2 flying dragons, 2 crucian carps, a monkey head mushroom, a bottle of Mao Tai, and 2 kilograms of white rabbit candies. Pushing open the main room door, he found his family gathered around the table, which still held the box of braised pork from noon. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Hearing the door open, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to the items in Kaixin's hands, then settled on the watch on his wrist. Mother Qin Zayulai initiated the conversation, her voice slightly strained. Xiao, Ziokai, please help your elder brother with this. Immediately, younger brother Li Kai and younger sister Li Xiao rose to their feet, swiftly approaching to take the items from their brother's hands and place them on the table. As Xiao quietly tugged at Li Kaixin's sleeve while receiving the candy, she lowered her voice, saying, "Elder brother, Ziokai mentioned what happened at noon." Observing the serious expressions on his family's faces, Li Kaixin understood the gravity of the situation and sought to lighten the mood. "How about I start cooking? We can eat and talk afterwards." Mother Qin Ziyali abruptly stood up, her eyes reddening. "Eat? How can we eat with these items you brought, and that watch on your wrist without any explanation?" Her voice trembled, filled with both anger and concern. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Li Kaixin decided to confess part of it. "Mom, please don't be anxious. Some of these items are from my hunt in Chunbei Mountain, which I exchanged for tickets in Gazi City. Others are wild game from Chunbei Mountain. The walnuts and pine nuts we had yesterday were also collected from there." Pausing to gauge his parents' expressions, he continued, "This watch was a reward for my performance when our convoy encountered bandits on the way back." Mother Qin Ziyuli sighed in relief, thankful that her son was not involved in any illicit activities. However, her heart tightened again as she recalled the dangers of Chunbei Mountain and the encounter with bandits on their long journey back. Remembering the sight of her son in that tattered cotton coat, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. The previously silent father, Li Minged, let out a long sigh, speaking earnestly. "Kaixin, you have grown up. We cannot control you any longer. If you wish to venture into the mountains and explore, we cannot stop you. But before undertaking any endeavor, you must think of your mother, this family, and all those who care for you." Li Kaixin, witnessing his mother's reddened eyes and his father's furrowed brow, felt a wave of guilt. "Father, I understand," Li Kaixin solemnly declared, silently vowing to prioritize safety in the future. Seeing that his son was receptive, Li Ming's expression softened. "I will go comfort your mother. Tonight, you will cook." With that, he helped Mother Qin Ziyuli to her feet and slowly led her to the inner room. Chapter 48. Preparing to return to the ancestral home together once his parents entered the inner room, Li Kaixin turned his attention to his younger brother, Li Kai. Recalling his sister's earlier words, Li Kai, feeling the weight of his brother's gaze, instinctively shrank back and quickly conceded, "Brother, I was just a bit too quick with my words." Li Kaixin resolved not to let this slip by easily. He feigned a stern expression and declared, "Since you dared to betray your elder brother, you can only smell tonight's braised pork and soup." At this, Li Kai grew anxious, recalling the delicious braised pork from lunch. He dashed forward, hugging his brother's leg and pleading with a quivering voice, "Brother, I was wrong. I'll keep my mouth shut from now on. You tell me to go east, and I want to go west." Li Kaixin was nearly amused by his brother's antics, fighting off a smile while winking at his sister. "Li Xiao, come on, let us help big brother cook." With that, he gathered the 2 flying dragons, 2 crucians, and a monkey head mushroom from the table and headed into the kitchen. Sister Li Xiao suppressed her laughter and followed him inside. Just as she was about to crouch down to start the fire, Li Kai rushed in, eager to help. Xiao, let me take care of the fire," he said, shooting a charming smile at Li Kaixin. Li Kaixin, although not genuinely angry, contemplated the importance of bringing good items home in the future. If his brother blurted out their secrets, it could lead to trouble, so this was a fitting lesson for him. Gradually, the aroma of cooking began to waft through the kitchen. Li Kaixin skillfully prepared the fish and flying dragons. Once the water boiled, he added the crucian fish, allowing the broth to turn a milky white before adding the prepared flying dragons, sprinkling salt, and covering the pot to simmer gently. He then approached the grain bin and noticed that the rice he had purchased previously had hardly been touched since the first meal. After a moment's thought, he rinsed the rice and cooked a large pot of white rice. As time passed, the moment Li Kaixin lifted the lid, a rich fragrance immediately filled the kitchen. Li Kai's eyes widened, and even the usually quiet Li Xiao couldn't help but inch closer. After warming up the braised pork, the entire dinner was ready. When all the dishes were served on the table, Li Kaixin noticed that the Maotai liquor, the Dabezu milk candy, and the stack of money he had placed there earlier had vanished, likely taken by his mother. Li Kai's face fell slightly as he had just seen the milk candy. Meanwhile, Sister Li Xiao dutifully went to the inner room to invite their parents to dinner. Before long, Mother Qin Ziyuli and Father Li Minged emerged from the room, one after the other. Mother's expression had softened considerably. though she feigned a stern look upon seeing Li Kaixin. Father subtly gestured to his son. Li Kaixin quickly understood and stepped forward to support his mother's arm. Sincerely, he said, "Mother, I know I was wrong. In the future, when I am out, I will prioritize safety and ensure you do not worry." Seeing her son's earnest demeanor, Mother Qin Zayulai finally nodded in acknowledgement. Father Li Ming took the opportunity to lighten the mood, saying, "Come, dear wife. Take a look at what our son has prepared for dinner." As they approached the table and beheld the large bowl of stewed meat and a box of braised pork, Father Li Ming was left speechless. Mother Qin Zayulai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but recalling her son's earlier contrite attitude, she ultimately held her tongue. "Let us all sit down and eat," Li Kaixin urged. After his parents were seated, Li Kaixin and his two brothers took their places. Li Kai eagerly watched his parents begin to eat, and just as he reached for his chopsticks, Li Kaixin shot him a warning glance, causing him to retract his hand in disappointment. Mother Qin Zayulai assumed it was about Li Kai letting slip something he shouldn't have, and remarked with displeasure, "What's going on? Can't your brother talk about your matters?" Li Kaixin, sensing his mother's rising irritation, quickly explained, "Mother, you misunderstand. I'm not blaming Zayukai for telling, but I may bring back more items in the future. If it's safe at home, it's fine. But if Zayukai inadvertently spills it, it could lead to trouble. I just want him to learn a lesson." Mother Qin Zayulai, reflecting on the current circumstances, acknowledged the need for caution and accepted his explanation. Father Li Ming nodded in agreement and seriously addressed Li Kai. "Zayukai, remember your brother's words. In the future, anything your brother brings home must not be spoken of outside. Understood?" "I understand, Father," Li Kai replied earnestly, nodding vigorously and casting a hopeful glance at Li Kaixin. Li Kaixin sensed that it was time to move on. "Let us eat." After everyone had tasted the stewed soup, Father Li Ming could no longer contain his curiosity. "Kaixin, why does this wild chicken taste so fragrant?" Then, younger brother Li Kai chimed in, "Brother, what is this white, silky thing? It's delicious." Responding to their inquiries, Li Kaixin explained, "Father, this isn't an ordinary wild chicken. It's a flying dragon, a specialty of the Northeast. Zayukai, this is a monkey head mushroom, which grows on trees and is highly nutritious." Upon hearing this, Father Li Ming involuntarily twitched his lips. Mother Qin Zayulai, noticing the sudden silence, inquired curiously, "What's wrong, Ming? Isn't just wild game?" Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Father Li Ming clarified, "A few years ago, when I was on a business trip to the Northeast, I heard that one flying dragon costs at least 5 yuan. Mother Qin Zayulai's eyes widened in shock, her heart aching as she glanced at the bowl of stewed meat, and she shot a fierce glare at Li Kaixin. However, since the food was already cooked, it was too late to say anything. Li Kaixin swiftly shifted the topic. "Father, why not indulge in a bit of wine today? I brought back some exquisite liquor." A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Father Li Ming's face. He was well aware of the quality of mutai. Earlier, while tidying the table, he had intended to conceal it, but his wife had seen right through him. He could only awkwardly cough twice and say, "Let us forego the drink today. Let us focus on the food." Li Kaixin understood, realizing that the wine had already been hidden away by his mother, and thus refrained from further mention of it. At that moment, Mother Qin Zayulai produced a stack of money that had just been on the table and pushed it toward Li Kaixin, saying, "You should keep this." Without a moment's thought, Li Kaixin pushed it back. "Mother, please keep it. I have enough. This is just to help with household expenses." Seeing the look in her son's eyes, Mother Qin Zayulai finally nodded gently. "In that case, I will keep it for you. If you ever need money, just let me know." As the atmosphere of the table lightened, Father Li Ming cleared his throat and addressed Li Kaixin. "Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Your mother and I were thinking of visiting your grandparents. We could take some of what you brought back for them. Would you like to join us?" After pondering for a moment and realizing he had no plans for the next day, Li Kaixin nodded. "Father, I will accompany you both tomorrow." He then recalled the last visit to his hometown, where his grandparents wore patched clothing and his younger siblings also had patches on their garments. Feeling a tug at his heart, he added, "Father, Mother, I have some items at a friend's place. I'll go retrieve them now, so we can take them to grandfather and grandmother tomorrow." Mother Qin Zayulai frowned slightly. "What do you intend to fetch at this hour?" Li Kaixin smiled mysteriously. "Just some everyday essentials. I'm sure grandfather and grandmother will find them useful." After finishing his meal with a few swift bites, he rose to fetch a large bag from the house and stepped outside. Father Li Ming, observing his son's retreating figure, shook his head in resignation and muttered with a chuckle, "That rascal." Chapter 49. Reuniting with grandmother, Kaixin circled the yard, noticing that darkness had enveloped the surroundings. He glanced at his watch by the moonlight, realizing he had been outside for over half an hour, and deemed it was time to act. After confirming that no one was around, he focused his thoughts and began retrieving items from his secret space. First, he produced 15 feet of floral fabric and 25 feet of gray cloth. Next, he extracted 2 deer legs weighing approximately 30 pounds, 2 packs of dakium and cigarettes, 2 bottles of mutai, and 2 bottles of finju. Additionally, he included a can of milk powder and 2 pounds of dote by 2 milk candies. Finally, he retrieved a forgotten stash of several pounds of hazel mushrooms and daylilies from corner. Kaixin packed all these items into the bag he had brought, lifting it to gauge its weight, approximately 100 pounds. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted the bag onto his shoulder and made his way back to his courtyard. Approaching the gate, he spotted Father Li Ming waiting for him. Having seen his son leave with a hefty bag, Father had guessed Kaixin would return with plenty of goods, so he came to assist. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Kaixin appeared, struggling with the heavy sack. "Father, why are you out here?" Kaixin asked in surprise. Father Li Ming quickly approached to lend a hand, his tone laced with concern. "Seeing you lugging that enormous bag, how could I not come out to help?" Thus, the father and son walked together, one carrying the bag while the other supported him. As they entered the front yard, they were spotted by Aunt Zhao, who was collecting laundry. With a look of astonishment, she inquired, "What's in that large bag from the Ming household? It looks heavy. Do you need a hand?" Father Li Ming forced a smile and waved his hand. "No need. It's just some local produced scent from relatives in the countryside." Kaixin quickly chimed in, "Yes, indeed." Aunt Zhao scrutinized the bulging bag with skepticism, but seeing the determination of the father and son, she refrained from pressing further. As they walked away, she murmured to herself, "In this day and age, which relatives still send so many things." Upon entering the backyard and stepping into the main room, both Kaixin and his father sighed in relief simultaneously. Inside, Mother Qin Zayulai and his younger siblings were waiting. Upon seeing them enter, they hurried forward to take the bag. Although Mother had anticipated the arrival, she couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the massive sack, "My heavens, how much is this?" Kaixin eagerly opened the bag to display its contents. "Mother, look at this fabric. It's enough for more than 10 people to make a set of clothes." Father Li Ming, witnessing this, playfully smacked the back of his son's head. "Look at you all proud. Now tell me, which item shall we take for your grandparents tomorrow?" Without hesitation, Kaixin replied, "The cigarettes, liquor, milk powder, and candies are what I specifically prepared as gifts for grandfather and grandmother. The rest, you and mother can decide what to keep." The parents exchanged glances but said nothing further, beginning to sort through the items. At that moment, his younger brother Li Kai, sharp-eyed, spotted the by 2 milk candies and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached, feigning seriousness. "Father, mother, let me help you organize." Mother Qin Zayulai, recognizing her second son's intentions, chuckled in amusement and tossed him a handful of candies. "Off you go. Don't be a nuisance here. And remember to share with your sister." With his objective achieved, Li Kai gleefully ran to his sister to distribute the sweets. After washing up, Kaixin had just settled into bed when he entered the secret space, meticulously counting the remaining supplies. The male deer had originally weighed nearly 100 pounds. But after consuming some in Qinbei Mountain and having used 2 pounds at a state-run restaurant for lunch, he had extracted over 30 pounds that evening, leaving around 40 pounds now. Although some tiger meat had been given away, with bones included, there were still about 300 pounds remaining. The quantities of walnuts and pine nuts had hardly changed, totaling over 1,000 pounds. As for the cigarettes and liquor, which could be purchased with money, they were stacked separately without further attention. Kaixin then walked to another part of the secret space to check on the newly planted crops, which had started sprouting again. After thoroughly inspecting everything in the secret space, he exited with satisfaction and fell into a deep slumber. However, he forgot his promise to his master to review his notes over the next couple of days. Before dawn on the following day, Kaixin was awakened by his parents. While washing up in the courtyard, he noticed that, likely due to it being the weekend, none of the neighbors had yet risen. This was probably why his parents had chosen to set off at this hour. After breakfast, his parents produced 2 large bags prepared the night before, each weighing over 30 pounds, and Kaixin and his father each took one. Quietly, the family of 5 departed the courtyard, making their way to the bus station. The journey was arduous, but Kaixin found himself back in Lighthearted village. Unlike his previous solitary trip, this time he was accompanied by his family. To his astonishment, the physical endurance of people in this era was remarkable. Even his younger sister Xiao, after a 2-hour walk, showed no signs of fatigue. At the village entrance, there were no militia on duty. Upon entering the village, they encountered the village head's son, Li Cheng. Li Cheng, a few years older than Kaixin's father, approached them with a friendly greeting. "Oh, who has returned, bringing back so many wonderful items?" Father Li Minged, one hand gripping the bag and the other inadvertently revealing his watch, replied, "Brother Cheng, I've come to visit the old man. I can't very well arrive empty-handed. Can I?" The origin of the watch was evident. During the walk from Hongxing Commune to Lighthearted village, Father had noticed Kaixin frequently checking the time, prompting him to seize the opportunity to show off a little, asking Kaixin to lend it to him. Li Cheng's gaze lingered on the watch and the 2 bags, and he quickly lost interest in the conversation. Gamba said, "You all go see Grandpa first. I still have some matters to attend to." With that, he hurriedly walked away as if fleeing. Subsequently, they encountered second uncle and third uncle one after another. Father Li Minged greeted them warmly and arranged to have lunch at Grandpa's house. Along the way, Father Li Mingd's demeanor attracted the villagers' attention, their gazes filled with envy. Mother, Qin Zayulai, finally could not bear it and whispered reproachfully, "Can you not be so conceited? Look at how proud you are." Father Li Minged chuckled softly, about to retort, but they had already arrived at Grandpa and Grandma's gate. Younger brother Li Kai was the first to leap forward, shouting into the courtyard, "Grandpa, Grandma, we're back." Hearing the noise, the 2 elders emerged from the house one after another. Upon seeing the entire family gathered at the door, Grandpa and Grandma's faces lit up with smiles, their wrinkles smoothing out. Li Kaixin and younger sister Li Xiao called out in unison, "Grandpa, Grandma." At the same time, Father and Mother stepped forward, speaking gently, "Father, Mother, we have returned." Grandma's smile had scarcely faded before it grew even more animated. She hurriedly walked toward the gate with quick, eager steps. Li Kaixin reacted first, hastening forward with one hand holding a bag and gently supporting Grandma with the other. "Grandma, please slow down." At that moment, Grandpa also caught up from behind, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Old woman, what's the rush? Our eldest son's family has returned. Surely you're not leaving immediately?" Grandma shot Grandpa a sharp glance. "I'm delighted, seeing our eldest son's family back. How can I not be happy?" Turning towards Li Kaixin's father, she beckoned with a smile. "Come quickly. Don't stand outside. Come in and talk." Then, affectionately grasping Li Kaixin's hand, she led the way inside. Grandpa cheerfully stepped forward, taking Li Kai and Li Xiao by the hands. Parents exchanged a smile and followed behind. The entire family entered the main room. Only then did Grandpa notice the bags held by the eldest son and eldest grandson. Looking at the bags, Grandpa's brow unconsciously furrowed. "Ming, Zayulai, what is this about? The household is just recovering, and yet you bring so many things again? Take them back with you when you leave. Don't let my grandchildren go hungry," Grandpa chided. Mother, Qin Zayulai, smiled and explained, "Father, rest assured, these are not safe from home." Pausing, seeing the elders still puzzled, she continued, "These were brought back by your eldest grandson. You don't know yet, but Kaixin is now a truck driver." "What?" Grandpa and Grandma exclaimed simultaneously, instantly overwhelmed with joy. Although they lived in the village, they often heard the younger generation praising the merits of being a driver. Grandma clapped excitedly. "I always said our Kaixin was the most promising." Grandpa nodded repeatedly, his wrinkles blossoming with laughter. Meanwhile, Father Li Ming seemed transformed as he eagerly opened the bags, pulling out items one by one. "Father, look. Here is Maotai and a cumin," he said, handing the bottles to Grandpa excitedly. Then, he produced a can of milk powder, offering it to Grandma. "Mother, this is milk powder. It's hard to get these milk tickets in the city. You and Father can drink it morning and evening. It's very nourishing." As more fine items were unpacked, the tables soon overflowed. Li Kaixin and his siblings stared in amazement, having never seen their father display such childlike enthusiasm. Li Kaixin suddenly realized that perhaps this is the meaning of having parents to return to in life. No matter how old you are before your parents, you remain a child in their eyes. Only the manner of expressing it differs. Mother, Qin Zayulai helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking her husband's image in the children's minds had been thoroughly dismantled. Grandpa looked on with a smile, while Grandma feigned a scolding tone. These were all earned by my eldest grandson. Why are you showing off here? Mother, what you say is no different. Your eldest grandson is my son. Fatherly Ming retorted proudly. Yes, it's all the same, Grandma chuckled, unable to contain her laughter at Father's words. At that moment, familiar voices sounded outside the courtyard. Father, Mother, we're here. Second uncle and third uncle entered the yard, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the abundant spread on the table. Sharp-eyed third uncle spotted the 2 bottles of Maotai, exclaiming, Father, are we drinking Maotai today? Grandpa shot third uncle a glare. Go away. This Maotai was brought by my eldest grandson. You only think of my things. You don't bring me anything all year round. If it weren't for my eldest grandson, I'd feel it a waste to drink Fenji. Third uncle ignored Grandpa's nagging, pleased to hear they would be drinking Fenjiu today. Though Fenjiu is no Maotai, it is far superior to ordinary Urquato. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Li Bing from second uncle's family and Li Mei from third uncle's family gathered with Li Kaixin's younger siblings. Perhaps because they had not met for a long time and had much to say, the children quickly began playing together. Seeing this, Li Kaixin reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 handfuls of milk candies from his secret space, handing them to younger brother Li Kai to share with the other children. Thank you, big brother. Li Kai then led the younger children in joyful shouts as they ran out of the courtyard. Second uncle was surprised and asked, Big brother, didn't you buy these? Fatherly Ming straightened his posture, his tone filled with pride. All these were brought by my son. He is a truck driver now. As soon as he finished speaking, second and third uncles exclaimed in unison. Li Kaixin scratched his head bashfully. I'm still just an apprentice. Not as impressive as Dad says. Third uncle patted Li Kaixin's shoulder. What of it being an apprentice? Study hard for a few years, and you'll be a full driver. This reminded Li Kaixin that he had yet to review his mentor's notes. He resolved to find time that afternoon to study, lest he feel unprepared when he next met his mentor. Who said you want to be a driver? At that moment, second aunt and third aunt entered, laughing and chatting. They had come a little later due to some household matters. Grandma, smiling at their arrival, responded, Who else but your nephew Kaixin? The 2 aunts first expressed joy, then congratulated Li Kaixin warmly, further enlivening the atmosphere inside. As the evening grew late and most had arrived, Grandma announced, Let us prepare. We shall cook dinner. The women in the house began bustling about, chatting and laughing as they moved toward the kitchen. Li Kaixin followed to the kitchen, wishing to help, but was gently pushed out by Mother Qin Zayulai. Rejected, Li Kaixin returned to the main room and lay on a nearby recliner, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. Inside, Grandpa and his sons were still engrossed in lively conversation, shifting from family matters to the year's harvest. Grandpa sighed, There has been too little rain this year. The wheat is almost ready to be harvested, but the ears are all shriveled. Second uncle frowned. Indeed, the 2 acres at the east end are sparse. I fear the yield will be less than half of last year. Third uncle sat silently nearby, his brows deeply furrowed. Fatherly Ming, observing their worried expressions, spoke up. Since I'm back today, why don't we invite third uncle over? He asked the village chief and might know if there are any new policies from above. As he spoke, he noticed Li Kaixin lying on the chair, eyes open and lost in thought. Thus, he gently spoke, Son, if you have no pressing matters, please run an errand to invite your third grandfather to dinner. Just tell him your grandfather wishes to share a few drinks with him. Upon hearing his father address him, Li Kaixin immediately returned from his reverie, nodded, and replied, All right, I will go right away. With that, he headed towards the courtyard exit. Chapter 51. Discussion on the grain shortage. Exiting the courtyard, Li Kaixin walked slowly along the village's earthen path towards his third grandfather's house. Just as he turned a corner, he heard a commotion. In the clearing ahead, his younger brother Li Kai was standing atop a mound of earth, animatedly gesturing to a group of children, clearly reveling in his role as the leader. Other siblings stood nearby, watching with keen interest. In the midst of his enthusiastic speech, Li Kai glanced up and noticed his older brother approaching. He promptly jumped down from the mound and scampered to Li Kaixin, wringing his hands shyly and stammering, Big brother, do you still have any milk candies? Li Kaixin raised an eyebrow and replied, Didn't I just give you some? How could you finish them so quickly? Li Kai's gaze darted around, and he hesitantly explained, I shared them with the new little brothers. You gave them to Xiao Xiao and the others too? Li Kaixin frowned. No, no. Li Kai hurriedly waved his hands, adding, I only share my portion. The teacher said we mustn't use others' belongings to appear generous. That would be akin to banditry. I aspire to be a proletarian warrior. Li Kaixin chuckled at his brother's earnestness. Well done, Xiao Kai. Your reasoning is quite sound. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a handful of milk candies, approximately 20 or so. Upon seeing this, Li Kai's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the candies, his face breaking into a wide smile. Thank you, big brother. He then turned and dashed back to the group of children. Li Kaixin called after him, remember to bring your siblings back for dinner. I know, Li Kai replied without looking back, already immersed in the throng of children. Shaking his head, Li Kaixin continued on towards his third grandfather's home. Before long, he arrived to find his third grandfather seated on a bench in the courtyard, smoking a pipe, his brow furrowed in deep thought, completely unaware of Li Kaixin's approach. Third grandfather, Li Kaixin called softly. Only then did his third grandfather come to his senses. Upon recognizing Li Kaixin, a warm smile spread across his face. Ah, Kaixin, what brings you to see your third grandfather? Li Kaixin returned the smile. Third grandfather. My grandfather has invited you to lunch today for a family gathering over drinks. His third grandfather nodded, likely sensing there was a matter to discuss, and replied, all right, wait here for a moment. He then rose and walked towards the kitchen, emerging shortly with a cloth bag containing some provisions. Li Kaixin noted this gesture, understanding it was a customary practice in the village, and refrained from commenting further. What about third grandmother? He asked, peering into the house. She has some matters to attend to and cannot come, his third grandfather replied, his tone tinged with reluctance. Li Kaixin perceived this as a polite excuse. Realizing his third grandfather felt awkward about leaving his partner behind, he decided to playfully insist, third grandfather, if you don't take third grandmother along, I won't leave. His third grandfather paused, his eyes misting, and with a quivering voice said, you dear child, thank you. He longed to bring his partner along for a nice meal. But times were tough for everyone. He then turned and called into the house. Wife, come out quickly. We're going to your eldest brother's house for dinner. Third grandmother peeked out. You can go. I'll manage something at home. Li Kaixin quickly stepped forward. Third grandmother, come along. It will be lively. His third grandfather added. Kaixin made a special trip to invite you, so don't decline. Finally, third grandmother smiled and nodded in agreement. His third grandfather went back to the kitchen to gather more provisions before stepping out with Li Kaixin. Upon returning to his grandfather's house, they found 2 tables already set up in the courtyard. Grandfather, father, and 2 uncles were chatting. Upon seeing the pair enter, all but grandfather stood to greet them. Third uncle, third aunt, welcome. Father Li Minged warmly approached. Please, everyone, take your seats. There is no need for formality among family, his third grandfather said with a smile. Third grandmother went directly to the kitchen to help. Li Kaixin returned to a lounge chair and, unbeknownst to him, dozed off. Time passed, and he was roused from his slumber by his mother, Qin Zayulai, calling, dinner is ready. Everyone took their seats, and Li Kaixin found himself assigned to his grandfather's table. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous. A large pot of stewed venison, stir-fried wild boar meat, and a big bowl of cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Third uncle had been eyeing the 2 bottles of Fenju, and as soon as he sat down, he eagerly opened one. Fenjiu, the standards are quite high today. Third grandfather exclaimed in surprise. Grandfather feigned nonchalance. Oh, this is just a little something for my eldest grandson as a token of respect. Seeing the puzzled expression on third grandfather's face, Father Li Minged explained, Kaixin found a job as a driver, and this is what he brought back. Father deliberately omitted the hunting details to spare the elders any concern. Third grandfather raised his glass to Li Kaixin, congratulating him. Well done, young man, you have prospects. Li Kaixin promptly raised his glass in return. Then, third grandfather turned to grandfather and remarked, eldest brother, you truly are fortunate. Grandfather laughed heartily, not at all. It's the child's own hard work. After several rounds of drinks, the 2 bottles of Fenjiu were soon emptied. Li Kaixin had consumed a fair amount, and by then, his mother's table had finished eating and was tidying up. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished, grandfather took out some Kaixin cigarettes from his pocket, distributing them to everyone at the table, except Li Kaixin. Third uncle looked on, somewhat regretful. While moving the table, he spotted the Kaixin cigarettes. But before he could touch them, grandfather snatched them away, declaring that they would be a waste if given to him. After taking a moment to savor the aroma, third uncle carefully lit one. These cigarettes with mouthpieces are truly delightful, he remarked, blowing a smoke ring. At that moment, Father Li Ming finally broached the main topic. Third uncle, this year, the village's harvest is even worse than last year. Are there any policies from above? Can we reduce our grain tax? Third grandfather sighed at this. Other villages are falsely reporting their yields, claiming thousands of pounds per moo. But we, being farmers, know the actual situation all too well. The commune isn't different. It would be fortunate if our grain quota doesn't increase. Is there truly no way around this? Second uncle asked anxiously. Third grandfather shook his head. For now, we can only hope the village has some savings to purchase grain in case of emergencies. After listening quietly, Li Kaixin suddenly spoke up. Third grandfather, there is something I'm unsure whether I should mention. Hearing Li Kaixin's words, everyone at the table turned to look at him. Realizing all eyes were on him, Li Kaixin wasted no time and recounted his recent experiences. A few days ago, I went to the northeast, and there has been another reduction in grain production there. Moreover, along the way, I observed that many regions are suffering from severe droughts. I suspect that grain prices will rise in the future. Upon hearing this, third grandfather's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly stood up, declaring, eldest brother, I must take my leave. There are urgent matters to attend to in the village. Without even sparing a glance at his partner, he hurriedly departed. Grandfather watched third grandfather's retreating figure, silently taking a puff from his cigarette. He understood all too well the heavy responsibilities that came with being a clan leader and village head. Chapter 52. Returning to the city. Crafting Shinbei medicine as they waited for third grandfather's figure to disappear, the remaining family members turned back to each other, their faces etched with concern. Grandfather's weathered face was filled with sorrow as he looked at his two sons, pondering how their two families would manage through the latter half of the year. Father Li Ming was equally troubled, contemplating whether the grain shortage in the village would affect the monthly rations in the city and how to ensure food security for his family and parents. Li Kaixin observed the worried expressions on the faces of his elders and thought that in about 20 days, the crops he had planted in his secret realm would be ready, ensuring that his family would not have to worry about food. Clearing his throat to break the silence, he said, Grandfather, Father, although I have only been a driver for a few days, I have made some connections. It should not be a problem to acquire enough food for our family. His father, Li Ming, abruptly raised his head, his tone cautious as he asked, Son, are your connections reliable? In his mind, extra food could only be bought in Gazi City. Grandfather and his two uncles also turned their attention to Li Kaixin, their eyes filled with anticipation. With sincere eyes, Li Kaixin responded, half seriously, Father, you need not worry. During my recent trips, my mentor introduced me to several leaders at the grain station. The grain there suffers daily losses, and if we take a little from that, it will be enough for our family. Upon hearing this, and considering the identity of a truck driver, which indeed allowed him to access certain channels, his father visibly relaxed. At that moment, his third uncle rushed over, excitedly embracing Li Kaixin's shoulders. Good nephew, you must not forget your third uncle's family. Li Kaixin shuklat, pushing away his uncle's hands. Uncle, where are your thoughts wandering? When I said family, I naturally included you and second uncle's families. The usually silent second uncle felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing this assurance, although he suspected his nephew would not neglect them. Hearing a clear promise brought him a sense of relief. Grandfather shot a disapproving glance at the third uncle and said, You are a father now. Why are you still so impulsive? Look at Kaixin. He is far more composed than you. Yet, his words carried a lighter tone. Even the thick-skinned third uncle felt a bit embarrassed by the comparison, awkwardly scratching his head. Li Ming and the second uncle could not help but laugh at the sight of their third uncle's predicament. This laughter dispelled the gloom hanging over everyone, lightening the atmosphere in the courtyard. Recognizing that the matter had been resolved and seeing that time was getting late, Li Kaixin remembered he had to go to work the next day. He stood up to bid farewell to his grandfather and uncles, making a special trip to the kitchen to say goodbye to his grandmother. Grandfather, grandmother, and the uncles all wanted Li Kaixin to stay the night. Seeing this, Li Ming explained, Kaixin has to go to work early tomorrow. He cannot delay. Saying this, he removed the watch from his wrist and handed it back to his son. Upon hearing this, the grandfather, grandmother, and two uncles relented. Li Kaixin accepted the watch and bid farewell to his elders before turning to leave the courtyard. Shortly after Li Kaixin departed, his mother, Qin Zayulai, emerged from the main house, holding a long package in her arms. She walked to another table in the courtyard and gently placed the package down. Just then, the second and third aunts, who had just finished their chores in the kitchen, curiously gathered around. Before they could ask anything, Qin Zayulai quickly unwrapped the package. The third aunt was the first to see it and gasped, "Oh my, so much fabric?" Qin Zayulai smiled and said, "It's not much. Once I finish making clothes for your parents and your children, there will be nothing left." The second aunt initially looked stunned but quickly waved her hands, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is too much. We have no objections for your parents, but for my 2 boys. It's too extravagant." The third aunt chimed in, Exactly. Fabric is precious these days. You should save it for Xiao Kai and the others." Seeing their refusal, Qin Zayulai feigned a stern expression. "What? As their aunt, am I not allowed to bring something for my nephews and nieces? Moreover, this was specially brought back by Kaixin to look after his younger siblings. This is the bond between them, and, as adults, we should not interfere." The second and third aunts exchanged glances, and realizing their sister-in-law had made her point, they stopped declining. They then called for their children to come and thank their aunt one by one. At this moment, Li Kai and Li Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, could not hide their disappointment. Qin Zayulai noticed the subtle emotions on her children's faces and gently embraced them. "Don't worry, I have already prepared something for you. When we return to the city, I will personally make it for you." Hearing this, Li Kai and Li Xiaoxiao finally smiled. When Li Kaixin returned to the city, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He opened his front door and entered the secret realm. He then took out the notebook given by his mentor and began to study it meticulously. Perhaps due to his memory, although only 20 minutes had passed in the outside world, he comprehended the entire notebook thoroughly, elevating his theoretical knowledge to a new height. Emerging from the secret realm, Li Kaixin noted that there was still ample daylight left. Suddenly, he remembered the Shunjing grass he had collected in the Qinbei Mountains. Considering he had some free time, he decided to visit the pharmacy to try out a prescription. Without further delay, he left the courtyard and hurried toward the nearest pharmacy. Upon arriving, he found the store empty, likely due to it being the weekend. An elderly gentleman with graying hair noticed the young man entering and adjusted his reading glasses, asking, "Young man, here to get some medicine?" Li Kaixin approached the counter with a smile, saying, "Old sir, I would like to prepare a prescription." He then confidently listed several herbs and their weights based on his experience as a skilled physician. As the old man prepared the medicine, he muttered, "Young man, this prescription looks mild, but you must pay attention to the potency of the herbs." Li Kaixin nodded appreciatively, thanking the old man. "Thank you for the reminder. I will try a batch first." Before long, the old man handed over the packaged medicine and said, "Here you go, young man. It comes to a total of $1.20. After paying, Li Kaixin returned home directly. As soon as he stepped into the kitchen, he busily set to work, washing the herbs, soaking them, and simmering them gently. The fragrant aroma began to fill the entire kitchen as time passed slowly. Finally, as darkness fell, Li Kaixin held 10 pills of varying sizes in his hands. Although their appearance was not impressive, they were complete. Storing the pills in his secret realm, Li Kaixin pondered the efficacy of the medicine and decided to find someone to try it. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he resolved to ask Uncle Xie the next day if he wanted to try. Chapter 53. Sales and preparations before the driving test. The following morning, Li Kaixin arrived at the transportation station on time, spotting Master Chen already busy beside the vehicle from a distance. "Good morning, Master." Li Kaixin jogged over, casually taking the toolbox from Master Chen's hands. Master Chen nodded, sizing up his apprentice and asking, "Kaixin, have you reviewed the notes?" "Yes, Master. I have memorized all the key points you wrote down," Li Kaixin promptly replied. Throughout the morning, whenever there was an opportunity, Master Chen would explain practical skills to Li Kaixin. Whenever Master Chen posed a question, Li Kaixin could answer fluently. But once it came to hands-on tasks, he revealed himself to be a complete novice. Li Kaixin could only sigh within, realizing that theory is merely theory. True knowledge comes from practice. After this reflection, he continued to follow Master Chen's teachings. Seeing Li Kaixin's flustered demeanor, Master Chen could not help but chuckle. "Your theoretical knowledge is solid, but you still need to refine your practical skills." At noon, after finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Li Kaixin parted ways with Qian Dazhuang and Wu Tian. He approached Director Xie's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," came a familiar voice of Director Xie from within. Li Kaixin pushed the door open and saw Director Xie smiling at him. Without a hint of formality, Li Kaixin leaned over the desk, pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket, revealing 2 pills of different sizes. In a hushed tone, he asked Uncle Xie, "Would you like to try this medicine?" Director Xie leaned in closely, scrutinizing the object with a furrowed brow. "What is this medicine? It looks like a clay pill." Li Kaixin stepped forward and replied, "This is a remarkable remedy. I know an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who claims it is an ancestral formula specifically for kidney replenishment, with exceptional results." Director Xie, skeptical, picked up a pill and weighed it in his hand. "Since when did you become knowledgeable about such things?" Noticing Director Xie's lingering doubt, Li Kaixin maintained his composure and continued weaving his tale. "I happened to meet that elderly gentleman during a long-distance trip the other day. He bestowed this formula upon me. Sensing a connection, I prepared the medicine according to his recipe and made it myself." Director Xie, still uncertain, scrutinized the pills and glanced back at Li Kaixin. "Is this reliable? I hope there are no issues." Seeing the disbelief still lingering, Li Kaixin resorted to his ultimate trick, saying, "Rest assured, I consumed these pills just yesterday. I was restless at night, but it was all resolved through a bit of back and forth." He then spun around, leaped, and added, "You see, nothing went awry." Ultimately, Director Xie accepted the cloth bag, carefully tucking it away in his drawer. He then feigned seriousness, saying, "Always concocting these peculiar things." Li Kaixin chuckled, realizing his plan had succeeded. He stood to take his leave, but not before reminding, "Uncle Xie, remember to give it a try tonight. I assure you, the effects will meet your satisfaction." In the afternoon, Li Kaixin continued to receive sporadic guidance from Master Chen. His practical skills were rapidly improving amidst this rigorous training. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the workday had come to an end. Upon returning to the Saihewan, Li Kaixin pushed open the door, only to find his parents and younger sister, Xiao Xiao, present, but his younger brother, Li Kai, was conspicuously absent. He inquired, "Where is Xiao Kai?" His mother, Qin Zayalai, who was busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and replied with a resigned smile, "That rascal is having a blast in the countryside, refusing to come back. Your grandfather said to let him stay a few more days." Li Kaixin chuckled knowingly and turned to see his sister Xiao Xiao stoking the fire beneath the stove. He approached her, tooling her hair, and asked, "Why doesn't our Xiao Xiao stay and play a few more days?" Xiao Xiao looked up, recognizing her elder brother, and softly said, "I must return to cook for our parents and you, big brother." At that moment, their father, Li Minged, walked over from the main room, having overheard, and with a smile remarked, "Our Xiao Xiao has grown up, showing concern for others." Similarly, this statement warmed Li Kaixin's heart. The next day at noon, while Li Kaixin was seated at a corner table with Qian Dazhuang and others, he noticed Director Xie peering through the cafeteria door. "Kaixin, come here for a moment." Director Xie waved him over, a sense of urgency evident on his face. Li Kaixin hastily swallowed his food, exchanged brief farewells with Qian Dazhuang and Wu Tian, and hurried over. Once inside the office, Director Xie closed the door behind them. "Sit down, please." He gestured to a chair, his demeanor unusually enthusiastic. Li Kaixin complied, already sensing the purpose of this meeting. Director Xie cleared his throat, his gaze somewhat unfocused. "Do you still have that medicine you gave me yesterday? Did Uncle Xie find it satisfactory?" Li Kaixin feigned ignorance. Director Xie blushed slightly, lowering his voice. "Is there any of that medicine left?" Observing Director Xie's cautious demeanor, Li Kaixin stifled a chuckle but feigned a troubled expression. "Well, Uncle Xie, to be honest, the ingredients are hard to procure, and a few of them are particularly rare." Upon hearing this, Director Xie instinctively leaned forward, his voice tinged with urgency. "Could you spare a few more?" Li Kaixin pretended to sigh dramatically, pulling out a small paper pouch from his pocket, revealing 3 pills. "This is all I have left. Take them if you wish, Uncle Xie." Director Xie's eyes lit up with delight. "Kaixin, don't worry. I will take them for free." With that, he quickly retrieved 10 yuan from his drawer and handed it over. Li Kaixin feigned reluctance, but ultimately accepted the money. He then handed over the pills, advising, "Uncle Xie, make sure to use these sparingly. I can't say when I'll be able to prepare more." Director Xie accepted the medicine with a sense of reverence. carefully stowing it away in his drawer. All right, go back and enjoy your meal. Li Kaixin stifled a laugh as he exited the office, contemplating how lucrative this venture was proving to be. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the day before the driving test. During the past 10 days, the transportation station had only engaged in short-distance tasks, providing Li Kaixin with an excellent opportunity for practice. Master Chun stood under the carport, observing Li Kaixin deftly checking the tire pressure with practiced ease, nodding to himself in approval. This child learns at an astonishing pace. In just over 10 days, he has become adept at troubleshooting issues and even adeptly addressing unexpected problems. What astonished Master Chen even more was Li Kaixin's driving skills. He could now navigate narrow alleys with greater fluidity than the master himself. In recent days, Li Kaixin had taken the driver's seat for most trips, with Master Chen merely accompanying him. Tensions between Wu Tian and his master had deepened, with Wu Tian complaining almost daily, while Li Kaixin and Qian Dazhuang could only listen in silence. During this time, Director Xia approached Li Kaixin once more, purchasing the remaining 5 pills. On Saturday afternoon, the day before the exam, Li Kaixin finished work and had just reached his front door when his sister Xiao, busy setting the table in the main room, exclaimed, "Big brother is back." Their mother, Qin Ziyalai, peeking from the kitchen, smiled and said, "Son, wash your hands quickly. Dinner is nearly ready." At that moment, their younger brother, Li Kai, dashed over, grinning as he took the items from Li Kaixin's hands. "Big brother, you've worked hard. I'll take care of this." Having spent a week in the countryside, Li Kai was welcomed back by their mother. Their father, Li Ming, sat at the table, his gaze following Li Kaixin with concern. "Son, was it busy at the station today? Are you tired?" Ever since Li Kaixin casually mentioned wanting to take the driving test, the family had treated him as their prized possession, ensuring he needed not worry about household matters upon returning home, urging him to rest early after dinner. "There's no need for such fuss. It's just a regular exam," Li Kaixin replied with an amused smile. Their mother, Qin Ziyalai, emerged from the kitchen carrying the last dish, playfully scolding him. "How can you say that? This is a significant event. Your father said the truck driver's assessment is rigorous." Xiao meticulously served everyone, placing the largest bowl of food before Li Kaixin. "Big brother, eat more. You'll need strength for the exam tomorrow." Their father spoke kindly yet authoritatively. "Just focus on preparing for the exam tomorrow. Don't concern yourself with these trivial matters at home." Observing his family gathered around the table, every face illuminated by the warm light and filled with concern, Li Kaixin felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. "Father, mother, please don't be too anxious. My master assured me that I will surely pass." After dinner, when Li Kaixin attempted to help clear the table, he was immediately stopped by his family. His sister rushed to wash the dishes, and his brother swiftly wiped the table. Their mother, Qin Ziyalai, gently pushed Li Kaixin towards his room. "Go to bed early. Getting enough rest is paramount." At dawn, Li Kaixin was already organized and ready to leave. Upon arriving at the transportation station, he found Master Chen waiting for him under the carport, leisurely smoking a cigarette. "Master, you are here quite early," Li Kaixin greeted with a smile as he approached. Master Chen extinguished his cigarette, revealing a warm smile. "Today is your big day. As your mentor, how could I not be here?" Although the transportation station was closed for the driving test, it buzzed with activity as many gathered. Li Kaixin looked around and noticed not only a few apprentices from the station, but also several unfamiliar faces clad in uniforms from various factories. "Those are candidates from other factories here to take the exam. Our station serves as a testing site in this area," Master Chen explained, just as he finished his explanation. Li Kaixin's gaze fell upon Director Zhao, who stood at the edge of the examination area accompanied by 2 distinguished middle-aged gentlemen, their faces adorned with broad smiles. Observing this, Master Chen leaned closer and whispered to Li Kaixin, "Those are the invigilators for today's examination. They must all be experienced drivers of at least level 3. "Master, what level are you?" Li Kaixin inquired with curiosity. Master Chen straightened his posture, pride evident in his voice as he replied, "I am a level 3 assistant." After a brief pause, he added, "Once you pass today's test, you will become a level 5 assistant. There are 10 levels for drivers, ranging from level 5 assistant to level 1, each requiring both qualifications and genuine skills." Just as he finished speaking, the examination commenced. Li Kaixin observed as candidates took their turns. Some passed smoothly, while others returned dejectedly. Finally, it was Li Kaixin's turn. Master Chun gently patted his shoulder and encouraged, Kaixin, relax, you will do just fine. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kaixin approached the familiar Jifang truck. He opened the door, adjusted the seat, and fastened his seatbelt with fluid motions. The examination tasks unfolded, starting, shifting gears, turning, and reversing. Each of Kaixin's actions was executed with precision, where he parked the vehicle steadily in the designated spot. Both invigilators nodded in silent approval. Next was the fault diagnosis. The examiner had deliberately created an electrical issue, but Kaixin remained composed as he lifted the hood and meticulously inspected the wiring, quickly locating the disconnected joint. In the final oral examination, the examiner posed a tricky question regarding driving precautions in mountainous areas. After a moment's thought, Kaixin not only provided the standard answer, but also supplemented it with several practical tips. The examiners exchanged approving glances. Following a brief exchange, the chief examiner marked a check on the assessment form and looked up at Kaixin, stating, "Young man, you have passed." Kaixin respectfully replied, "Thank you, sir," and then jogged out of the examination area. Returning to Master Chen's side, he could hardly conceal his joy, exclaiming, "Master, I passed." Master Chun's lips broke into a broad smile as he heartily patted Kaixin on the shoulder. "I knew you would succeed." However, his expression soon turned serious as he admonished, "But Kaixin, passing is just the beginning. Once you grasp the steering wheel on the road, you must always prioritize safety and remain humble." "Thank you, Master. I will remember." Kaixin nodded earnestly. The two continued chatting under the shade of a tree, with Master Chen occasionally pointing out and quietly commenting on the operations of the other test takers, while Kaixin listened attentively. They even went to the cafeteria for a meal, remaining until the last candidate completed the examination. Then, Director Zhao's voice rang out across the field. "Comrades who have passed the examination, please come here to collect your driving licenses." Kaixin felt a surge of excitement as he received the dark green booklet from Director Zhao's hands. Just then, Director Zhao's voice came from behind him. "Kaixin, come in my office for a moment." Kaixin followed Director Zhao into the office and stood straight beside him. Director Zhao's gaze lingered on Kaixin for a moment, his tone filled with delight as he remarked, "I didn't expect you to pass on your first attempt. Among the 5 apprentices in the station, only 2 have succeeded, and you are one of them." Kaixin slightly inclined his body and sincerely replied, "It's all thanks to the station's training." This statement deepened the smile in Director Zhao's eyes as he tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. "Come in tomorrow morning to complete your formalities." After a brief pause, he added, "Work hard. You have a bright future ahead." "Thank you, Director. I will not let you down," Kaixin responded earnestly. After Kaixin departed, Director Zhao suddenly recalled something, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "This is wonderful. The station can now apply for 2 new vehicles." Exiting the director's office, Kaixin immediately spotted Master Chen waiting outside. "Master, you haven't gone home yet?" Kaixin hurried over. Master Chen, upon seeing Kaixin emerge, spoke gently, "I was waiting to see you off." Though this seemed like a casual remark, it warmed Kaixin's heart. The two walked side by side toward the transport station's gate. "Director Zhao is looking for you. It must be about your formal appointment, right?" Master Chen observed calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. "Yes, he asked me to come in tomorrow to handle the paperwork," Kaixin replied. Upon reaching the transport station's entrance, they bid each other farewell and headed home. Chapter 55. Completing formal employment procedures at 6 in the evening, Kaixin pushed open the door to his home. He found his parents had already set the table, with his younger siblings seated nearby, all eagerly awaiting dinner. Upon hearing the door open, his father, Minged, cleared his throat and feigned nonchalance, asking, "How did the exam go today?" Although his mother, Qin Zayulai, remained silent, her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Seeing the expectant gazes of his family, Kaixin decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. "I passed. Starting tomorrow, I will be a formal truck driver." "Great. Wonderful." His father, Minged, slammed his thigh in excitement, his face beaming with joy. "Dear, quickly bring out that bottle of mutai from the cabinet. We must celebrate." His mother, Qin Zayulai, shot her husband a playful glare, saying, "I knew you were already thinking about this." Nonetheless, she swiftly got up and retrieved the bottle of mutai that Kaixin had brought home 2 weeks prior. His father, Minged, chuckled as he accepted the bottle, saying, "This is to celebrate our son's success." He promptly opened the bottle. His younger brother Li Kai was so thrilled he jumped up, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're amazing." His younger sister, Li Xiao, watched her brother with bright, admiring eyes. The dinner was particularly warm and joyous. Li Ming broke his usual restraint and drank a few extra glasses, becoming more talkative as he repeatedly reminded Li Kaixin about driving safety precautions. Meanwhile, Qin Zayulai frequently served Li Kaixin dishes, her eyes reflecting pride. As night fell, Li Kaixin lay in bed, and with a mere thought, he entered the secret realm once more. The once empty secret realm now presented a transformed scene. The areas planted with wheat, corn, and soybeans had reached a quarter of the realm's total space and were now ripe for harvest. With a mental command, the harvested grains were neatly piled to the side, amounting to hundreds of thousands of pounds. At last, he could commence livestock farming. Li Kaixin surveyed the bountiful harvest with satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had devised a plan for the land distribution within the secret realm. One quarter would continue to be used for grain cultivation, another quarter for livestock, while half would be reserved for medicinal herbs and mountain goods. With a mere thought, the new batch of grains was sown. In the area designated for ginseng and tiama, fresh green sprouts had already emerged around the original plants. The yam and other medicinal herbs were thriving in the unique environment of the secret realm, with a faint aroma of herbs wafting through the air. To Li Kaixin's surprise, the fish in the stream seemed limited in size due to the stream's constraints, the largest only growing to palm size. This was a conclusion Li Kaixin had drawn from his observations over the past few days. Additionally, the remaining tiger meat from the secret realm had been sold to the black market's Old Lu a few days prior, and 2 young wild boars were sold to Manager Wu of the state-run restaurant. Although Li Kaixin's savings had returned to 1,000, his inventory within the secret realm was dwindling. After thoroughly inspecting the secret realm, Li Kaixin exited feeling content. The following day, Li Kaixin entered the transport station and headed straight for Director Xie's office. Along the way, many apprentice workers cast him complex glances, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. To see a newcomer who had been there for less than a month manage to obtain a driver's license was simply astounding to those who had been training for half a year to a year. "Kaixin, congratulations," Qian Dazhuang called out with a wide grin from afar. Wu Tian managed to force a smile, saying congratulations. Yet, within that smile lay an unmistakable complexity and sense of loss. Li Kaixin warmly greeted the two, but simply mentioned having matters to attend to, without pausing in his steps. Upon reaching the door of Director Xie's office, Li Kaixin halted and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Director Xie's voice from within. As the door opened, Director Xie looked up, and a smile instantly illuminated his face. "Just in time. I wanted to congratulate you yesterday, but I was caught up with one matter after another." "Uncle Xie," Li Kaixin began, but was gently urged to sit down by Director Xie. The director retrieved several forms from his drawer, his voice imbued with warmth. "Kaixin, from today onward, you're officially a level 5 driver, with a monthly salary of 42 yuan. Here, fill these out, and I will stamp them for you." With hands trembling in excitement, Li Kaixin accepted the forms, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Xie. No need to be so polite with me," Director Xie replied, waving his hand dismissively. "For the next few days, you should shadow Master Chun, and we will discuss the new vehicle once Station Chief Zhao has submitted the request." After Li Kaixin completed the final entry, Director Xie skillfully stamped the documents. Then, he wrote a note and handed it to Li Kaixin. "Let us go. I'll accompany you to the logistics department to collect your safety gear." Thus, Director Xie led Li Kaixin toward the logistics office. There, Li Kaixin received his safety supplies, with the most prized possession being a cotton coat emblazoned with the transport station's insignia. Next, they visited the administrative office, where Director Xie filled out forms while quietly instructing. "Kaixin, Chief Zhang from the Housing Management Department is an old friend of mine. I put in a good word for you. Make sure to visit him and tell him I sent you." Finally, as they were about to finalize the work grain book, Director Xie emphasized each word. "After this, head to the street office to update your grain book. If you don't, you will lose several kilograms of grain each month." After completing this round of errands, the sun had risen high, and Director Xie wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Observing the director's slightly fatigued demeanor, Li Kaixin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Xie. You've truly gone above and beyond today." Director Xie feigned anger, shooting him a playful glare, but his hand gently rested on Li Kaixin's shoulder. You calling me Uncle Xie makes all this worthwhile. The paperwork here is almost complete. You can head to the street office now. After bidding farewell, Li Kaixin made his way to the street office. The elderly guard at the entrance squinted as he heard footsteps. Upon recognizing Li Kaixin, he waved him in. The door to Director Wang's office was open. As Li Kaixin approached, he saw Director Wang engrossed in reviewing documents at her desk. Aunbang, Li Kaixin spuka sufli. Director Wang looked up, her face immediately brightening with a smile upon recognizing him. Ah, Kaixin, come in and have a seat. What brings you here today? Sitting in the chair opposite her desk, Li Kaixin smiled and replied, I missed you, Aunt Wang, so I thought I'd come and see you. Director Wang playfully scolded him with a mock glare, her eyes sparkling with mirth. You little rascal, stop with the flattery. Now what is it? Actually, I do have something to ask of you. As he spoke, Li Kaixin retrieved the necessary documents from his bag. I've been officially promoted and would like to update my grain book. Director Wang took the documents, her eyebrows raised in surprise as she scrutinized Li Kaixin. It hasn't been long, and you've already been promoted? She carefully reviewed the paperwork, nodding repeatedly. Well done, you. During the process, Director Wang seemed to remember something and lowered her voice, asking, those items from last time, you were the one who delivered them, right? Li Kaixin supli nudda. Not wanting to delve further, Director Wang's gaze softened. Time passed slowly, and after stamping the final document, she handed the brand new grain book to Li Kaixin. Thank you, Aunt Wang, he said earnestly. No need for thanks between us, she replied with a smile. Li Kaixin nodded. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. He then made his way out of the street office. As he stepped outside, Li Kaixin carefully stowed the grain book and turned toward the transport station. Chapter 56. Wu Tian's outburst upon returning to the transport station. Li Kaixin first stopped by Director Xie's office to greet him. Director Xie was organizing documents on his desk and looked up to see Li Kaixin, his face breaking into a gentle smile. All settled? Yes, all done, Uncle Xie. Li Kaixin replied respectfully, nodding. After running around this morning, you must be exhausted. Go have something to eat at the cafeteria, Director Xie said, patting Li Kaixin's shoulder with concern. Li Kaixin realized he hadn't eaten all morning and sheepishly scratched his head, asking, would you like to join me, Uncle Xie? I just had my meal, Director Xie chuckled, waving him off as he returned to his chair. Hurry along, if you wait too long. There won't be anyone left in the cafeteria. Li Kaixin then turned and headed toward the cafeteria. Before he reached the entrance, he heard a commotion inside. Approaching, he saw a group of about 10 people gathered in a circle, with two figures in the center engaged in a heated altercation. It was Wu Tian and his master. Yang Huan, you old tortoise. You make me do this and that, yet you don't teach me anything useful. Wu Tian's face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. Yang Huan trembled with rage, pointing at Wu Tian. You little brat, I'm doing this for your own good. You ungrateful wretch. Wu Tian, upon hearing this, became even more agitated, his voice choked with emotion. You hide things from me while I'm repairing, and when I ask questions, you ignore me. Is that really for my benefit? Look at how Master Chun teaches Li Kaixin. He guides him step by step, and now he has even obtained his driver's license. And what about me? It's been nearly a month, and I've barely touched the steering wheel. Suddenly, hearing his name mentioned, Li Kaixin froze in place. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes now filled with mixed emotions toward Yang Huan. Several senior workers shook their heads. In their view, having apprentices do more work was acceptable, but failing to teach them after taking them on was a matter of character. Yang Huan, feeling the weight of their gazes, became furious and pointed at Wu Tian. Fine, go find someone else if you want. I can't teach someone like you. Then don't teach. I must have been cursed in my past life to end up with a master like you. Wu Tian retorted defiantly, his eyes reddening. Fine, fine. Let us see who will take you. Yang Huan, fuming, pushed through the crowd and stormed off. As the crowd began to disperse, only Wu Tian, Qian Dazhuang, and Li Kaixin remained standing in place. Wu Tian, with red-rimmed eyes, turned to Li Kaixin, his voice dropping to a whisper. Kaixin, I'm sorry for earlier. Li Kaixin stepped forward and patted Wu Tian's shoulder. I understand. I would feel the same way. So are we still friends? Wu Tian asked cautiously, uncertainty lacing his voice. Of course we are, Li Kaixin replied, firmly grasping Wu Tian's shoulder. Wu Tian finally let out a sigh of relief, managing a strained smile. Noticing Wu Tian's silence, Li Kaixin asked if they had eaten yet. Shall we go grab something to eat together? Qian rubbed his empty stomach and replied, Actually no, we haven tea. Wu Tian silently nodded, following along to get food. After collecting their meals, the three found a corner to sit. Qian, while eating, consoled. Try not to take it too hard. It's better to realize early what kind of master you have. Kaixin also gently encouraged. The transport station is large. There will surely be a way. Though they spoke these words, each understood the reality. In an era where the lineage of masters and apprentices was paramount. Switching masters mid-course was no simple feat. Seeing the concern in his friend's eyes, Wu Tian nodded resolutely and buried himself in his meal. After finishing, the trio parted ways. Kaixin headed straight to the garage, spotting Master Chun squatting beside a tire, checking the air pressure. Master, Kaixin called out. Master Chun lifted his head, checking his hands. Are all the formalities completed? Everything is in order. Director Xie instructed me to stay with you for a few days until the new vehicle is approved. Kaixin squatted beside the master and casually handed him a wrench. Master Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued his work. After a moment's hesitation, Kaixin spoke up. Master, something happened in the cafeteria just now. Master Chen continued his task without pause. What happened? Wu Tian had an argument with his master, Yang Huan, and they fell out. Only then did Master Chen stop, furrowing his brow. What is the matter? Kaixin recounted the incident in detail. After listening, Master Chen fell silent for a moment and sighed softly. Yang Huan is indeed lacking in skill. He is a junior 4th level, having spent over a decade to be promoted. He then picked up a cotton cloth to wipe the grease from his hands. 2 years ago, he also had a disciple who left within 3 months. At that time, everyone thought the boy couldn't endure hardship. At this point, Kaixin understood that Master Chun had likely deduced the situation. Master Chun gazed at Kaixin thoughtfully, picked up his tools again, and continued. Do not speak of this outside. That boy, Wu Tian, will find it hard to locate a master in the future. Kaixin nudda silanli. He understood that in this era, where lineage is valued, carrying the reputation of having opposed one's master would make future paths difficult. Come, lend me a hand. Master Chun pointed to the hydraulic jack on the ground. Today, let's inspect the braking system of this vehicle. Understood, Master. Kaixin responded and stepped forward. The master and apprentice working in perfect harmony. As the end of the day approached, unexpected news spread through the transport station. Director Xie personally announced, from now on, Wu Tian will be under Captain Wang. Kaixin and Master Chun, who were tidying up their tools, were momentarily stunned by the announcement. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the same confusion. At that moment, Captain Wang strode over from the vehicle yard. Master Chen hurriedly intercepted him. Old Wang, what is going on? Why have you suddenly taken on a disciple? Captain Wang halted, a hint of helplessness on his face. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, he explained, that kid indeed has a fierce determination. He then recounted the events. After lunch, Wu Tian approached him and recounted his experiences under Master Yang in detail. Initially, Captain Wang did not wish to intervene, as changing masters midway is frowned upon in the transport station. But that kid, Captain Wang exhaled a puff of smoke. He even knelt down and knocked his head, promising that if I accepted him, he would treat me like a father. If I refused, he wouldn't get up. Captain Wang, with a complex expression, continued, in all my years, I've never seen anyone so stubborn. In the end, I could only say I would observe him for a while to assess his character. Kaixin, eavesdropping, was utterly astonished. He could hardly imagine that the usually carefree Wu Tian could take such an unexpected action. If it were him, he would certainly find it difficult to humble himself in such a manner. After Captain Wang left, Master Chun and Kaixin exchanged puzzled looks, both wearing expressions of disbelief. That kid is truly formidable, Master Chen eventually remarked. Kaixin silently nodded, feeling a mixture of emotions. He realized that this incident would undoubtedly solidify the enmity between Wu Tian and Yang Huan. Chapter 57. The Black Market for Livestock. Kaixin, carrying his protective gear, walked homeward. As he stepped into the front courtyard, Aunt's son, who was gathering clothes, immediately noticed the items in his arms. Setting down her clothes rack, she approached curiously to take a look. Kaixin, have you received your protective gear already? I thought you had just become an apprentice. Kaixin knew he could not keep this a secret for long, so he spoke candidly. Aunt's son, I've officially been promoted today. I am now a full-fledged driver. Goodness! Aunt's son exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Most apprentice drivers take at least 1 or 2 years to qualify. How did you manage to achieve this in less than a month? That's truly remarkable. Kaixin, feeling a bit shy, smiled and replied, "You're too kind. I just learned quickly." Aunt Sun seemed poised to ask more, but Kaixin quickly found an excuse. "I have some matters to attend to at home. I must head back now." With that, he walked toward the back courtyard. Aunt Sun watched his retreating figure, murmuring, "This child is truly promising." Upon entering the main room, he found his parents had not yet returned from work, but his younger siblings, Li Kai and Li Xiao, rushed out upon hearing his voice. Li Kaixin was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Kai, aren't you going out to play today? It's a significant day for your big brother's promotion. I must stay home to celebrate." Li Kai puffed out his chest, adopting a proud demeanor, while his sister Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Not long after, their parents returned home. Thanks to Aunt Sun's enthusiastic announcement, the neighbors were already aware of the good news. As soon as Father Li Ming and Mother Qin Zayulai entered the courtyard, neighbors came forward to congratulate them. The couple responded with smiles. Upon opening the door to their home, they were greeted by a pile of brand new protective gear on the table, and Mother Qin's smile was impossible to conceal. During dinner, the family of 5 sat around the table. Father Li Ming looked at his son and couldn't help but ask, "Have you completed the paperwork today?" Li Kaixin swallowed his food and replied, "I've converted my grain book to a work grain book, which will allow for several extra pounds each month. My salary is set at 42 yuan, and I have applied for housing. I just need to handle the paperwork at the housing management department." Mother Qin Zayulai's face lit up with joy at this news, although Father Li Ming wore a smile as well. He reminded, "Make sure to go to the housing management department early. The allocation of housing cannot be delayed. I will go as soon as possible. Director Xie has already made some arrangements, so it shouldn't be too troublesome," Li Kaixin assured. Father Li Ming nodded in understanding, his expression easing somewhat. After dinner, as the family cleared the table, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Younger brother Li Kai quickly ran to open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, he immediately stood up straight and greeted him properly. Standing outside was Uncle Wang Xiong, the overseer of the courtyard. Uncle Wang smiled as he ruffled Li Kai's hair and turned to address Li Ming and Qin Zayulai. "Ming, Zayulai, I hope I'm not interrupting you." Mother Qin Zayulai quickly set down her cloth and warmly invited, "Brother Wang, please come in. Is there something on your mind?" Uncle Wang stood at the door without entering, speaking in a gentle tone. "The neighbors have heard about Kaixin's promotion and are all very pleased. We were considering having a small celebration for him tomorrow." After a pause, he continued, "Everyone is willing to contribute food. We just want to know your thoughts." Father and mother exchanged glances, looking somewhat hesitant. Mother Qin Zayulai politely declined. "We wouldn't want to trouble everyone." Uncle Wang waved his hand sincerely. "It is just the goodwill of the neighbors. Last time, Kaixin treated everyone to a meal, and we all remember that. This is just a way for neighbors to bond. Please do not decline." Seeing Uncle Wang's earnest attitude, Father Li Ming did not wish to refuse him any longer and finally nodded. "Then we will accept the help." Satisfied, Uncle Wang left. After seeing Uncle Wang off, the family gathered inside to discuss. Father Li Ming addressed everyone. "Although it's a joint effort from the neighbors, we should prepare something ourselves." Li Kaixin interjected, "Father, you and Mother need not worry about this. I will handle the preparations." Father Li Ming looked at his son, noting his calm demeanor, and nodded in agreement. Saying no more, in the early hours of the morning, Li Kaixin donned the attire he had worn during his previous visit to the black market. Making his way to the entrance with familiarity, Li Kaixin refrained from revealing himself to the 2 guards, opting instead to venture into the black market alone. After handing over a dime, he stepped directly into the bustling scene. He strolled leisurely among the stalls, where some seemed like remnants of a bygone era, displaying calligraphy and porcelain. Crouching down, he picked up a blue and white plate, examining it closely. The young comrade has a good eye. This is an official kiln piece from the Qianlong period. The stall owner, an elderly gentleman with a goatee, gestured with 5 fingers while quietly stating 200 yuan. Li Kaixin gently set the plate down and glanced at several pieces of calligraphy, noting that the cheapest among them was still 50 yuan. Indeed, in these times, the items available for sale were all from knowledgeable sellers. Finding a bargain was no easy feat with the current harsh conditions just beginning. And not yet at the point of complete scarcity, antique prices remain high. After wandering for a while, finding either exorbitant prices or impractical items, Li Kaixin lost his desire to browse and headed straight towards Laoliu's stall. Upon arriving, before Kaixin could speak, Hulaoliu's keen eyes brightened. Clearly recognizing his familiar attire, he approached with enthusiasm, his face adorned with a broad smile. Brother Zhou, it's wonderful to see you. I thought you weren't coming after not seeing you for a few days. Kaixin lowered his head slightly, his voice laced with amusement as he replied, Brother, who? You jest. How could I not come for what I promised? He surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice to inquire, How many poultry and livestock have you gathered? Hulaoliu wore a troubled expression. To be honest, Brother Zhou, it's quite difficult to acquire these items nowadays. The prices, Kaixin nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Brother Hu, I won't let you suffer a loss on the price. Let us stick to our usual place for the transaction. Deal. Hulaoliu's face lit up with joy. I'll prepare everything right away. You go ahead. The two parted ways, each understanding the unspoken agreement. Kaixin walked along the familiar alley to the abandoned courtyard where they had transacted last time, reflecting on how since selling the tiger meat, he had asked Hulaoliu to keep an eye out for poultry and livestock. The money he had deliberately left untouched was meant for this purpose, as the food in the secret realm was now ripening abundantly, allowing for the possibility of farming within it. With this thought, Kaixin's steps felt lighter. Meanwhile, Hulaoliu headed to a larger courtyard, preparing to transport the collected poultry and livestock to the agreed location. Upon reaching the designated trading spot, Kaixin did not wait long before he heard the sound of a cart rolling over the pavement. He saw Hulaoliu approaching with several underlings, pulling 3 carts laden with cages containing chickens and ducks, along with separately enclosed piglets and lambs. Hulaoliu hastened to Kaixin's side, pointing at the carts as he introduced, Brother Zhou, look here, this is what we've gathered for you. 50 half-grown chickens and ducks, mostly males, plus 2 piglets, 1 male and 1 female, along with 4 lambs. Kaixin examined the offerings closely, his brow slightly furrowing. Brother Hu, isn't this quantity a bit lacking? And where are the cattle? Hulaoliu immediately wore a pained expression. Oh, my Brother Zhou, in this day and age, managing to gather these is already a blessing. My men have run themselves ragged, visiting several villages and taking risks just to collect these. Many families would not sell unless absolutely necessary. And cattle? That is an even more unattainable dream. They are vital for the production teams. Kaixin understood the situation. Resources were indeed scarce in these times, and Hulaoliu and his crew had no formal means to procure these items, making their collection quite a feat. Nodding in understanding, he replied, I apologize, Brother Hu. I was being too hasty. Now let us discuss the price. After a round of negotiation, they settled on 2 yuan each for the half-grown hens and ducks, 1 yuan 50 for the males, 100 yuan each for the piglets, and 60 yuan for the lambs, totaling 420 yuan. Kaixin readily paid. Noticing that he had not spent much cash in the secret realm, Kaixin inquired, Brother Hu, may I also see the ration coupons you have? I would like to purchase a bit more. Hulaoliu, seeing this, chuckled while pulling out a small cloth bag. Ah, Brother Zhou, you're feeling generous this time. Why did he see you asking for these last time? Kaixin accepted the stack of various coupons, examining them as he replied, Brother Hu, spare me your teasing. I was saving the money for livestock. This time, he spotted some new coupons, such as those for oil and cotton, yet still found no bicycle or watch coupons, which held higher value. Puzzled, he looked up and asked, Brother Hu, why don't you have bicycle or watch coupons? Hulaoliu explained, those high-demand items are different from these. We only pursue them when someone confirms they want them. Otherwise, what would we do if they became a burden? Besides, who buys large-ticket coupons these days? If someone inquires about their origin and you can't produce a legitimate reference, that is just asking for trouble. Kaixin understood. Seeing that he had grasped the situation, Hulaoliu promptly assured, Brother Zhou, if you need them, just let me know in advance next time, and I'll be sure to have them ready for you. Kaixin nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, that works. Thank you, Brother Hu. Just prepare 1 bicycle coupon for me. He then selected a few coupons from a stack and paid an additional 120 yuan. With the transaction concluded, Hulaoliu took his underlings and the empty carts and departed. Kaixin waited for a moment, confirming that the surroundings were clear before he entered the secret realm with a batch of poultry and livestock. Inside the secret realm, he placed the new arrivals in the designated area and provided enough food for them to last 10 days. Exiting the secret realm, Kaixin retraced his steps along the route he had come. The streets were particularly quiet in the early morning, and just as he was about to turn out of the alley, His keen intuition prompted him to stop suddenly. From the shadows ahead, he faintly heard several hushed breaths. Holding his own breath, he crouched low and listened intently. "Brother, why hasn't that kid arrived yet?" asked a deliberately subdued voice. "What is the rush? Laoliu just came this way. That kid will surely pass through here. Keep your eyes peeled. He's a big catch." Another voice, slightly hoarse, responded. Kaixin's heart raced as he considered whether to take a detour. He then overheard someone ask, "What do we do after we grab him? How do we dispose of him?" The hoarse voice sneered, "Just take care of him, dig a hole, and bury him. Let us see who dares to do business with Laoliu again." A surge of anger flooded Kaixin. Using the cover of the night, he slipped into another alley and stealthily approached from the side. In the moonlight, shadowy figures lay in ambush behind a pile of debris at the alley's entrance. No longer hesitating, Kaixin dashed forward, swiftly taking down two of them before they could react, his strikes landing precisely on their vital points, leaving them crumpled on the ground, groaning in pain. "Behind us!" the hoarse voice exclaimed in shock. Realizing he had been exposed, Kaixin quickly incapacitated the other two. Just then, an intense sense of danger made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Instinctively, he dodged to the side and slipped into the secret realm. Bang! A gunshot pierced the night, with a bullet narrowly missing the spot where Kaixin had just stood, striking the wall behind him. Inside the secret realm, Kaixin's chest heaved rapidly. Seizing the moment while their leader was momentarily stunned, he sprang out, knocking the gun from the assailant's hand before executing a swift throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. "Who? What are you?" the leader stammered, eyes wide with terror as he beheld the suddenly reappearing Kaixin. Anger rendered Kaixin devoid of reason, his fists raining down relentlessly until the figure beneath him lay motionless. Afterward, Kaixin paused, breathing heavily, and turned to regard his four injured companions. Their faces were ashen as they recoiled in horror at the brutal scene before them. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Kaixin wiped the blood from his face, his voice icy. One of them could no longer contain himself, and, trembling, confessed that they were from a rival underworld faction aiming to annex Laoliu's territory. They had observed Kaixin's dealings with Laoliu multiple times, and, noticing his solitary nature, had harbored ill intentions. After a moment of silence, Kaixin slowly crouched before the four. He understood that the secrets of the mystical realm must never be divulged. "I am sorry, but you brought this upon yourselves by knowing too much," Kaixin murmured, his movements swift and decisive. As the last individual collapsed, the faces of the four who perished were etched with terror. Kaixin, unable to bear the weight of his actions, leaned against the wall and violently retched. This was his first experience with killing at such close quarters. The overwhelming scent of blood and the brutality of the scene churned his stomach. Minutes passed. Once he regained his composure, fearful of being discovered, Kaixin stifled his discomfort and concealed the 5 corpses along with the handgun within the mystical realm. Subsequently, he transformed the bodies into nourishment for the land of the mystical realm using his thoughts. After completing these tasks, he exited the mystical realm. As the night breeze brushed against him, Kaixin noticed that his hands were trembling slightly. Chapter 59. Celebrating confirmation the following day. Kaixin felt as though his soul had been siphoned away. As he inspected vehicles, his gaze remained vacant, and his movements were sluggish. "Kaixin, what is the matter? You seem distracted. You look unwell. Did you not sleep well last night?" Master Chen approached, frowning as he scrutinized Kaixin. Kaixin forced a smile. "Iem me fine." "Master, just a bit tired." Master Chen studied him for a few moments before patting him on the shoulder. "Why don't you take a rest in the lounge? There is no one there, and I'll keep an eye on things." "Thank you, Master." Kaixin did not hesitate, for he truly needed a moment of solitude. When the lunch bell rang, Kaixin emerged from the lounge, having contemplated several matters during the morning, and he felt markedly better. Just as he reached the cafeteria entrance, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang approaching together. "Come on, let us eat together." Wu Tian greeted enthusiastically, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Kaixin exchanged a surprised glance with Qian Dazhuang. Today, Wu Tian seemed like a different person from yesterday. After they filled their plates and sat down, Kaixin could not resist asking, "Wu Tian, how is it going with Captain Wang?" Wu Tian's smile blossomed instantly, his tone rising with excitement. "This morning, the master was teaching me diligently. He knows I didn't learn anything last month, and is particularly patient. Though he has high expectations. Li Kaixin's expression reflected his understanding. He had heard his master mention that Captain Wang was a veteran and likely would not engage in the same treachery as Yang Huan. He then sincerely remarked, I truly admire your courage to switch mentors like that. Qian Dazhuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I would dare do that. Wu Tian bashfully scratched his head. Honestly, I did think too much about it. I figured if I was going to change, I should seek someone of higher status than Master Yang to have the confidence to accept me. After thinking it over, I thought of Captain Wang. As they spoke, Wu Tian abruptly fell silent, and Li Kaixin followed his gaze to see Yang Huan walking by with a lunchbox. In that moment, Wu Tian and Yang Huan locked eyes, glaring fiercely at one another before quickly averting their gazes. When Wu Tian turned back, he quickly regained his smile. Forget about him. Let us enjoy our meal. By the afternoon, Li Kaixin's spirits were evidently restored. When assigned a short-distance task, Master Chun continued to observe him with concern. Kaixin, if you still feel unwell, just rest in a lounge again. I can handle this short trip alone. Li Kaixin offered a reassuring smile. Master, I'm really fine now. Look, I'm doing well. All right then. Master Chun nodded. But I'll drive this trip. You can just observe. The short transport went smoothly, and they returned early. Li Kaixin glanced at his watch, recalling the evening gathering in the courtyard. He informed Master Chun, Master, I have some personal matters and would like to leave early. Go ahead, go ahead. There isn't much work today anyway. Master Chun waved him off. Subsequently, Li Kaixin visited Director Xie's office and gently knocked on the door. Guomin. Director Xie was organizing some documents and looked up with a smile upon seeing Li Kaixin. What is up, Kaixin? Uncle Xie. I have something going on in the courtyard tonight and would like to request some time off to return early, Li Kaixin stated directly. Director Xie readily agreed. That's fine. The work is all done for today. Just remember to come on time tomorrow. Upon exiting the transport station, Li Kaixin first visited several department stores to redeem the tickets he had purchased at the black market the previous night. Then he found a secluded spot to enter the mystical realm. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved 10 sizable crucian carp from its stream, along with the last deer leg and 2 bottles of fenju. He recalled that one leg had already been sent to his grandmother by his mother. As the end of the month approached, he decided to prepare 50 pounds of wheat for his grandparents. With these items in hand, Li Kaixin made his way to the Sai Heiwen. Upon entering the backyard, he heard a lively chatter. In the front yard, Aunt's son, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Lu were gathered around the water trough, joking and preparing the evening's ingredients. The stone table in the courtyard was already set with 2 cleaned roosters and a large basin of washed cabbage and potatoes. Li Kaixin first carried his items into the house and then returned with the 10 crucian carp and the deer leg. Oh, Kaixin, what are you doing? Aunt's son, with her keen eyes, was the first to notice the items in his hands and stood up in surprise. Aunt Wang turned around as well, looking at the deer leg and crucian carp, shaking her hands in protest. We agreed to prepare everything tonight. Why are you bringing things out? Yes. You're being too polite, this child, Aunt Lu chimed in. Li Kaixin smiled and stepped forward. Aunties, I've already brought them out. It would be rude to take them back. Now that I am a formal driver, it's convenient for me to do this. Please accept them. So the meal tonight can be even better. The 3 aunts exchanged glances, and Aunt Wang finally smiled and accepted the deer leg. Thank you, Kaixin. Aunt Sun took the fish, unable to help but exclaim, these fish are so fat. Li Kaixin rolled up his sleeves. Let me help. No, no. Aunt Wang immediately waved him off. You don't need to be here. The men should be doing important things. We can handle the kitchen work. Aunt Lu laughed in agreement. Exactly. Once you marry, you'll have plenty of chances to help. Ultimately, Li Kaixin felt too embarrassed to insist further, smiling as he shook his head and returned to the house. Time passed, and the Sai Heiwen gradually came alive with activity. The first to return were a group of children playing outside, followed by the adults arriving home from work. The adults gathered together to catch up, while the children chased and played in the yard, until Uncle Wang boomed, "Dinner is ready." Hearing the call, Li Kaixin stepped out of the house with the 2 bottles of fenju. Taking his place at the main table, he poured wine for each elder present. Uncle Wang raised his glass first, addressing Li Minged. Minged, today is a celebration for Kaixin from our neighbors, and you all prepared so many delicious dishes. It's truly generous of you. To your family, I raise this glass. Having spoken, Wang Shu downed his cup of wine in one gulp. Father Li Ming promptly raised his glass in return, saying, Brother Wang, you are too polite. It's only fitting among neighbors. As the wine flowed for the third round, the atmosphere became increasingly congenial. Neighbors took turns to toast Li Kaixin, offering their blessings. Li Kaixin reciprocated each toast, his face adorned with a humble smile. Soon, 2 bottles of Fenjiu were emptied, prompting the opening of 3 more bottles of Courtyard. Li Kaixin could not recall how many cups he had consumed, only vaguely remembering that he staggered back home in a daze. Chapter 60. Processing property registration in the following days, Li Kaixin dutifully reported to the transport station, accompanying Master Chun on outings and maintenance work. He even took the liberty to invite Master Chun, Wu Tian, and Xian Dazhuang to a small gathering at the state-run restaurant to celebrate his official employment. During this period, he also received his first month's salary. Despite having worked only a few days after his confirmation and not completing the month, he still received 23 yuan and 50 cents from the finance department. Before long, the transport station had a holiday. That day, Li Kaixin rose early, for he had 2 tasks: to process housing allocation at the housing management department and to deliver grain to his grandparents in the countryside. Since the transport station had different rest days from other units, the housing management department was open that day. After waiting at home until 8 o'clock, and with his younger siblings out playing, Li Kaixin finally set off. The housing management department was not far from the street office, being a subordinate department thereof. In a short while, Li Kaixin arrived. There was no security guard at the entrance, so he walked directly to the office of Section Chief Zhang and gently knocked thrice. "Come in," came a gentle male voice from within. Pushing the door open, he saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses working diligently. Upon hearing the noise, the man looked up towards the door. Li Kaixin quickly stepped forward and politely inquired, "May I ask if this is Chief Zhang?" "Indeed, it is." Chief Zhang nodded slightly, sizing up Li Kaixin. Seeing this, Li Kaixin immediately replied respectfully, "Hello, Chief Zhang. I am Li Kaixin, the newly confirmed driver for the transport station. Director Xie asked me to come and process the housing allocation." Upon hearing this, Chief Zhang's face broke into a warm smile, his tone friendly. "Oh, it's you. Old Xie has mentioned you to me. Come, sit down." Li Kaixin expressed his gratitude and took a seat upright in the chair across the desk. Noticing Li Kaixin's courtesy, Chief Zhang's eyes glimmered with approval. He then retrieved a thick registration book from his drawer and began to explain adeptly. "We have quite a few vacant properties available. Let me outline the general situation for you." After detailing several desirable properties, he pushed the book towards Li Kaixin. "Take a look for yourself. Feel free to ask me any questions." Li Kaixin accepted the book and began to peruse it attentively. Just as Chief Zhang had indicated, there were indeed many properties available, but they were either dilapidated, too small, or located in inconvenient areas. His gaze finally settled on the properties at number 94 and no. 95 Nanluoguxiang. Noticing Li Kaixin's indecision, Chief Zhang smiled and suggested, "What do you think about these 2? Let me arrange for someone to take you to see them in person. Make your decision after that. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Li Kaixin asked cautiously. "Not at all," Chief Zhang replied, rising and calling out, "Xiao Lu, come here for a moment." Shortly after, a young man in his 20s approached. Chief Zhang instructed him, "This is Comrade Li Kaixin from the transport station. Please take him to see the properties at number 94 and number 95 Nanluoguxiang." Lu Jianming nodded and stepped forward to greet Li Kaixin warmly. "Hello, Comrade Li. I am Lu Jianming. It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Kivise, I am Li Kaixin. I truly appreciate your assistance," Li Kaixin replied sincerely, shaking Lu Jianming's hand. He then turned to Chief Zhang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Chief Zhang." Chief Zhang waved his hand with a smile. "No need for thanks. Go take a look at the properties. We can discuss things further once you've made your choice." After leaving the housing management department, Li Kaixin initially intended to head straight to number 94 Nanluoguxiang. However, as he voiced this idea, Lu Jianming enthusiastically suggested, "Comrade Li, since we are already out, why not also take a look at number 95? Comparing options is always beneficial." Seeing Lu's eagerness, Li Kaixin felt it inappropriate to decline and nodded in agreement. "All right then, I will follow your advice, Brother Lu." Along the way, the two engaged in lively conversation. Upon learning that Lu Jianming was older than himself, Li Kaixin began to address him as Brother Lu, while Lu reciprocated by calling him Li Lighthearted. They chatted merrily and soon arrived at the entrance of Nanluoguxiang. At the door of number 95, they found that the gatekeeper Yin Bagui was likely still at work. As they stepped into the courtyard, Sandama immediately approached them with a smile. "Oh, isn't this the young man from the Lee family across the street? What brings you to our courtyard today?" Having witnessed the young man's prowess before, she was quite courteous. Li Kaixin, pleased with Sandama's amiable demeanor, replied politely, "Aunt Yin, I came to look at the properties." He then introduced Liu Jianming. "This is Liu from the Housing Management Department." Sandama's eyes flickered with interest, pondering. Those two vacant rooms have always been occupied by the Jiazhang family. This could be quite a spectacle. Noticing Sandama's momentary distraction, Li Kaixin inquired, "Aunt Yin, is something the matter?" She quickly regained her composure, her face once again bright with a smile. "Just looking at the properties. Feel free to explore." She then stepped aside to allow them passage. As Li Kaixin and Liu Jianming walked further into the courtyard, Sandama quietly followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the door listed in the registration book, Liu Jianming was about to unlock it when he discovered that the lock was indeed broken. They exchanged puzzled glances before pushing the door open. Inside, the room was cluttered with miscellaneous items, having evidently been repurposed as a storage space. Liu Jianming checked the registration book, his brow furrowing slightly. "The address is correct. Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" A sharp voice suddenly came from behind them. They turned to see Jia Zhenxi standing at the door with her hands on her hips, her expression unfriendly. Initially, she had followed them upon seeing two unfamiliar figures enter the room. When Li Kaixin turned around, her eyes widened in shock. "So it's you? You little rascal. Trying to steal from my home, are you? Now I've caught you red-handed." Realizing it was Jia Zhenxi, Li Kaixin understood immediately. Given her character, it was plausible she would occupy a vacant property. Ignoring her tirade, he discreetly looked at Liu Jianming and quietly confirmed, "Brother Liu, this is definitely the right place?" Liu Jianming nodded affirmatively. Li Kaixin, having formulated a plan, said to Liu Jianming, "Brother Liu, please wait here for a moment." As he stepped outside, Jia Zhenxi, realizing Li Kaixin intended to leave, grew anxious. "Trying to escape after stealing something? Let me tell you, you can run from the monk, but not the temple. Do you think I won't report this to the police right now?" Li Kaixin paid her no mind and quickened his pace. Just as he exited the room, he bumped into Sandama, who had been eavesdropping from around the corner. Seeing Li Kaixin emerge, she hastily pretended to be passing by, her gaze furtively darting towards the room. Li Kaixin continued on, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "This time, I will seize the opportunity." Chapter 61. Dealing with Jia Zhenxi, Li Kaixin left the courtyard and headed directly towards the street office. Upon entering the office, he found Director Wang attending to some matters. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, a warm smile immediately spread across his face. "Ah, Kaixin, are you here to invite us to the gathering you mentioned? Perhaps a day earlier than planned?" Yesterday, Li Kaixin had extended an invitation to Master Chun and Director Wang for a dinner at the state-run restaurant the following afternoon to celebrate his new status as a confirmed driver. Li Kaixin initially smiled and said, "Aunt Wang, let us discuss the invitation tomorrow." However, his expression soon turned serious, and his tone became earnest. "Aunt Wang, there's a matter I must report to you." He briefly recounted the situation regarding Jia Zhenxi occupying public housing at number 95 Courtyard. As Wang Director listened, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his brow furrowed deeper. Bang! Wang Director slammed his palm on the table, anger evident on his face. This Jia Zhenxi is truly lawless. After taking a deep breath, he expressed his gratitude to Li Kaixin. "Thank you for not reporting this directly to the police. If this escalates, it would affect both me and the neighborhood committee." "Aunt Wang, please don't mention it. It's my duty," Li Kaixin replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Director stood up, his expression grave. "Let us go. I want to see just how audacious Jia Zhenxi is to dare occupy public housing." As Li Kaixin and Wang Director stepped into the courtyard, they heard a commotion coming from the center. Jia Zhenxi was sprawled on the ground, flailing her arms and shouting, "There's no justice. They are bullying us orphans." Li Kaixin quickly approached Liu Jianming, whispering, "Brother Liu, what is going on?" Liu Jianming looked helpless and explained in a hushed tone, "After you left, she insisted on driving me away. I stated my position as a housing management officer, but she didn't believe me. Then Aunt San, who was nearby, tried to explain, but suddenly she threw herself on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Aunt San, peering from behind the door, quickly withdrew upon seeing Wang Director's arrival. Jia Zhenxi continued her loud lament, hoping to evade the situation by acting unruly. Noticing Li Kaixin's return, she exaggerated her cries. "Oh dear. My old bones might fall apart from your anger. Have you no regard for the law?" Yet, she secretly glanced at Lu Jiangwo, calculating how to cover her occupation of the property. Lu Jianming was infuriated by her words, his face turning crimson, while Aunt Sin shook her head inside the room. Wang Director stood at the entrance, coldly observing the scene. Jia Zhenxi, with her back to the door, remained oblivious to Wang Director's presence and continued her performance. Wang Director walked in with a composed expression. Upon seeing him, Jia Zhenxi fell silent, hurriedly getting up from the ground and forcing a smile. "Wang Director, what brings you here? If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known you could create such a ruckus." Wang Director interrupted sternly. He then turned to Lu Jianming, softening his tone slightly. "Comrade, please recount the situation for me." Lu Jianming, seeing the seriousness of the situation, replied angrily, "This house is registered as vacant public housing, and while accompanying Comrade Li Kaixin to view it today, we discovered it occupied by this lady." Wang Director's gaze shifted to Aunt San, who was still hiding behind the door. "Aunt Yin, please clarify the situation regarding this house." Aunt San hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts, fearing she might offend the Jia family and subsequently offend a senior figure. However, under Wang Director's authoritative gaze, she finally spoke cautiously. "This house is just temporarily borrowed by Jia's sister-in-law to store some items." "Borrowed?" Wang Director scoffed, then continued. "Occupying public housing without permission is an infringement on public property and carries a prison sentence." Upon hearing this, Jia Zhenxi grew anxious and attempted to argue. Wang Director interrupted her, knowing that the housing management personnel were brought by Li Kaixin, and turned to him directly. "Kaixin, as one of the involved parties, please share your thoughts." Li Kaixin quickly waved his hand. "Aunt Wang, you handle this matter. You must speak." Wang Director feigned anger. Only then did Li Kaixin carefully respond. "Since she has taken advantage of public property, a fine is necessary. Additionally, requiring her to participate in community service, such as cleaning the streets, would help atone for her actions." Wang Director nodded in agreement and turned to Jia Zhenxi. "Jia Zhenxi, listen carefully. Your penalties are as follows. You must provide a new lock, pay a fine of 50, and clean the streets for 3 months. At that moment, Qin Huiru rushed out from the house, her voice tinged with tears. "Wang Director, my family relies solely on Dongxiu for income. We simply cannot afford this fine." Wang Director looked at Qin Huiru's tear-streaked face, feeling a moment of compassion, but upon seeing Lu Jianming nearby, he quickly regained his firmness. "There is no room for negotiation. You must pay the fine in full within a week, and starting tomorrow, begin cleaning the streets. Empty the house immediately." After stating this, Wang Director turned and left, ignoring the protests from Jia Zhenxi and Qin Huiru. Seeing this, Li Kaixin promptly pulled Lu Jianming away. Exiting from number 95 Courtyard, Li Kaixin and Lu Jianming entered number 94 Courtyard one after the other. Lu Jianming occasionally glanced back at Li Kaixin, curiosity evident in his eyes. Unable to hold back, he finally spoke, his tone laced with skepticism. "Brotherly, tell me honestly, did you already know about the situation at number 95 Courtyard?" Li Kaixin quickly shook his head, a smile on his face. "Brother Lu, I truly had no idea. It was my first time there. Who would have expected to encounter such a situation?" Lu Jianming, still doubtful, shook his head but did not press further. The two quickly arrived at the front door. After opening the door, Li Kaixin inspected the interior, his mind already made up. Once outside number 94 Courtyard, Lu Jianming eagerly asked, "Brotherly, having seen both places, which one do you intend to choose?" Li Kaixin looked at him with a strange expression. "Brother Lu, do you think I'm someone who enjoys trouble? Of course, I will choose number 94 Courtyard." Upon reaching his own courtyard, Li Kaixin asked Lu Jianming to wait a moment. When he returned, he held a gray package, its contents unknown. He then took out 2 packs of Dekimen cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming hurriedly declined. No, this is part of my duties. How could I accept your gifts?" Li Kaixin insisted, his tone earnest. "Brother Lu, if you refuse, it would imply you look down on me as a brother. You worked hard today. You must accept this small token of my appreciation." Unable to refuse, Lu Jianming reluctantly smiled. "Brotherly, you are truly too courteous." He then accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes, placing them in his pocket. Chapter 62. The predicament of Li Family Village. Upon returning to the housing management office, Lu Jianming bid farewell to Li Kaixin and went back to his work. Li Kaixin then knocked on Director Zhang's office door once more. "Come in," came the voice of Director Zhang from within. As Li Kaixin entered, Director Zhang stood up, warmly welcoming him. "Comrade Xiaoli, you're back." His gaze fell on the gray package Li Kaixin was carrying, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What's this?" Li Kaixin gently placed the package on the desk, smiling as he explained, "Director Zhang, while viewing the houses earlier, I made a quick trip home and brought some local specialties for you to try." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's face immediately brightened with a smile, feigning modesty. "Oh, Comrade Xiaoli, you are too kind. How could I accept this?" Li Kaixin pushed the package slightly closer, speaking earnestly. "You have been so supportive of me, and since you're a friend of Uncle Xie, this is just a small gesture of gratitude." Finally, Director Zhang accepted the package with a half-hearted reluctance. The weight of the package made his smile even broader, and he gestured for Li Kaixin to take a seat. "Don't just stand there. Sit down so we can chat." Once seated, Director Zhang asked, "Have you chosen a house?" "Yes, I have decided on the 2 rooms at number 94 Nanluoguxiang." Li Kaixin replied. Director Zhang nodded and, considering Li Kaixin's thoughtfulness, lowered his voice to offer a suggestion. "Comrade Xiaoli, you are currently assigned state housing. While it's free to live in, housing is tight in the city. If you wish to avoid some hassle, I recommend purchasing the property to convert it into personal ownership." This conversation was succinct, and Li Kaixin immediately grasped the implication. The local specialty product had evidently made an impression on Section Chief Zhang, prompting him to offer a few words of advice. Li Kaixin promptly expressed his gratitude, inquiring about the cost of converting the 2 public rooms into private ones. 200 yuan, Zhang replied, stating a surprisingly low price. Li Kaixin understood this was the price exclusive to the conversion from public to private ownership. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and produced 200 yuan from his secret space. Zhang accepted the money with a hint of surprise, but refrained from asking further questions. He then handed Li Kaixin a document for him to sign. Once the formalities were completed, Li Kaixin found himself in possession of a property deed. After once more thanking Zhang, he took his leave. Once the office door closed behind him, Zhang unwrapped a gray parcel, revealing 2 packs of the Qianmen cigarettes, 2 bottles of Finjia liquor, and approximately 5 pounds of walnuts. Gazing at these gifts, Zhang couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that the person introduced by old Xie truly knew how to get things done. After exiting the housing management office, Li Kaixin sought a secluded spot and retrieved 50 pounds of corn flour from a secret space. The previous day, he had noticed that the grain bin at home was nearly empty, with only the 50 pounds of wheat he had brought back a few days prior remaining. It was already noon when he returned to the Sai Heiwen. After having lunch with his younger siblings and giving them a few reminders, he stepped outside and headed straight for the bus station. As for the grain he had brought home, he chose not to touch it, planning to send it over later, retrieving more from his secret space as needed. By the time he reached the entrance of Luojia village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He found a corner and pulled out 30 pounds of corn flour, 30 pounds of wheat, and 10 pounds of soybeans, placing them into a single bag. He then added 5 pounds of milk candy, 2 bottles of Finjiu, and a pack of the Qianmen cigarettes. Following this, Li Kaixin made his way to his grandparents' home. Along the way, he encountered several villagers, all wearing furrowed brows. Some sat on the edges of fields, lost in thought, while others rested on doorsteps, sighing heavily, none of whom paid any mind to Li Kaixin as he passed. Observing the village's fields, he noted that the harvest had been completed, leaving behind barren land. Upon arriving at his grandparents' courtyard, he set down the burlap sack on his shoulder and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." His grandmother, busy in the kitchen, recognized his familiar voice and quickly wiped her hands before coming out. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, her face broke into a radiant smile. "My dear grandson, you finally returned. Let me see if you're exhausted from your journey." "I'm not tired, Grandma," Li Kaixin replied with a smile, glancing behind her. "Where's Grandpa? Is he not home?" "Your grandpa went for a stroll. He should be back shortly," she said, her gaze falling on the 2 burlap sacks at Li Kaixin's feet. She gently chided, "Oh, my child, you've returned, but why have you brought so much?" "Grandma, it's not much," Li Kaixin replied, handing her the bundle containing the candies and alcohol. She opened the package and, unable to contain her thoughts, remarked, "Kaixin, you must save your money for when you get married. Next time, don't buy us anything." "Grandma, I'm still young. You don't need to worry about that," Li Kaixin chuckled, noticing that she was about to continue her admonishment. He quickly bent down to lift the grain-filled sack. Let me first take this grain to the kitchen. After placing the grain in the kitchen and stepping back outside, he spotted his grandfather and third uncle entering from the courtyard. Both wore worried expressions. Kaixin approached them, smiling brightly. "Grandpa, you're back." He then greeted his third uncle. Upon seeing Kaixin, his grandfather's frown disappeared, replaced by a beaming smile as he hurried forward. "Oh, my dear grandson, you've finally returned." Kaixin supported his grandfather's arm, grinning. "Yes, Grandpa, I'm back." His gaze then shifted to his third uncle, who managed a strained smile. Noticing the unusual demeanor of his third uncle, Kaixin quietly inquired, "Third uncle, have you encountered some trouble?" His third uncle opened his mouth, but hesitated, swallowing his words. Sensing the tension, Grandpa patted his shoulder and said, "Let us go to the main room and discuss this." Once they were seated in the main room, Grandpa nodded at his third uncle, indicating for him to speak. Taking a deep breath, his third uncle slowly revealed the situation. After hearing Kaixin's advice, he promptly gathered the villagers and organized a trip to the city's pigeon market to purchase grain. However, the amount procured was insufficient, and the risks were considerable. In the past few days, the village had just completed its autumn harvest, which had turned out to be even poorer than anticipated. Calculating the numbers, the village, consisting of over 50 households and more than 300 individuals, was still short by 3,000 jin of grain. After his third uncle finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Grandpa sighed, looking at Kaixin. "Kaixin, regarding the method you mentioned last time, if you can assist while ensuring your family's needs are met, please lend a hand." After a pause, he continued, "As long as the price is reasonable. Money is not an issue." The hopeful gaze of his third uncle turned towards Kaixin as well. Observing their expressions, Kaixin felt a sense of resolution. "Third uncle, I can assist with this, but please do not disclose my name to the villagers." He then proposed a price that was merely half of what was offered at the pigeon market. His third uncle, almost in disbelief, felt his frown transform into joy. "Kaixin, this is wonderful. Thank you on behalf of the entire village," he solemnly assured. "Rest assured, I will never reveal your identity." Grandpa's furrowed brow relaxed, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, patting Kaixin on the shoulder. Kaixin earnestly replied, "Third uncle, there is no need for thanks. This is the least I can do. I'm also a part of Lighthearted village." They promptly arranged for the transaction to take place the following afternoon. With a sense of resolution in place, it felt as though a significant weight had been lifted from his third uncle's heart. He wasted no time and hurriedly departed to prepare. Chapter 63. Trading with the village. After his third uncle left, Grandpa turned to Kaixin, his expression somewhat complex. "Kaixin, are you wondering why I'm so supportive of your third uncle? Are you perhaps upset that I shared your grain procurement method with him?" Kaixin shook his head. "Grandpa, I would blame you. I just find it a bit puzzling." At that moment, Grandma emerged from the adjacent room, shooting Grandpa a reproachful glare. "Old man, your grandson is helping out so much, and you're still being cryptic?" It turned out Grandma had been listening from the next room. Grandpa cleared his throat and slowly explained, "Actually, I was once the patriarch of the Li clan in Lighthearted village. Later, when your third uncle was elected as the village head, I thought it fitting for him to also take on the responsibilities of the clan leader." Grandma interrupted without hesitation. "Enough of that. You just wanted to avoid work. Everyone knows about the village head election from back in the day. Just look at how much your third uncle has toiled for both the village and the clan." Grandpa, caught off guard by Grandma's bluntness, felt his face flush. Kaixin suddenly realized the situation, casting an odd glance at his grandfather. Noticing the subtle expression in his grandson's eyes, Grandpa hastily changed the subject. "Kaixin, was the price you quoted to third uncle too low? Procuring grain from the grain station shouldn't cost you anything, right? Don't worry about the money. Our clan has plenty." Kaixin paused, perplexed, and asked, "Is there a distinction between the clan and the village?" Seeing Kaixin's confusion, Grandpa patiently elaborated. "The village and the clan are two separate matters. Zucan is the private property passed down through generations of the Li clan, while the village property belongs to the entire community. Although many outsiders remaining in the village are related to us Li by marriage, the rules must not be disregarded." Grandfather then recounted the origins of Li family village. "Our lineage traces back to a second-rank official from the Ming dynasty. The wealth left by our ancestors, if converted to modern currency, would amount to no less than 1,000,000. Noticing the look of astonishment on Li Kaixin's face, grandfather continued, "Your third grandfather's claim about the difficulty of purchasing grain is indeed true. In the current market, with several nearby villages experiencing poor harvests, the prices have begun to soar, making the acquisition of 3,000 pounds of grain exceedingly risky." Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin understood that grandfather's intention in revealing the secret of the clan's wealth was to alleviate his concerns about exposure. Compared to the ancestral treasures safeguarded by the Li family for generations, the few thousand pounds of grain truly seemed insignificant. As their conversation unfolded, the sky grew dimmer. Seeing that Li Kaixin was well informed, grandfather ceased to elaborate further. At the dinner table, after finishing his last bite, Li Kaixin put down his chopsticks and said, "Grandfather, grandmother, I need to leave early tomorrow for some business, so please do not worry about my breakfast." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 4 o'clock the next morning. While grandfather and grandmother were still asleep, Li Kaixin quietly slipped out of the house and headed towards the mountains. This time, his thoughts were focused on 2 matters. First, to procure decent meat for the banquet at the state-owned restaurant in the afternoon, where Director Xie would introduce him to several friends. The table could not appear too meager. Second, in the secret realm, the livestock was still insufficient, and he aimed to seize this opportunity to add some varieties. Navigating the familiar terrain with ease, Li Kaixin swiftly adopted the mindset of a hunter. He walked upstream along the creek, the first half of the path being well known to him, his pace unyielding. It was not until he reached the spot where he had previously turned back that he slowed down, discreetly revealing the firearm he had purchased from Director Xie. Perhaps due to fortune, he soon stumbled upon a rabbit burrow. 2 large rabbits, startled, bolted out, and Li Kaixin swiftly raised his gun and shot them down, capturing several smaller ones to nurture in the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a herd of wild goats. He intended to capture a few alive, but as he stealthily approached, the herd scattered in fright. In pursuit, he realized he could not catch the adults, ultimately shooting down 4 of the mature goats while securing 3 young kids. After settling the kids, Li Kaixin continued his exploration. At a bend in the creek, he unexpectedly came across a large wild boar with 2 piglets drinking water. This boar was markedly different from the ones he had encountered previously. It appeared particularly timid, turning to flee at the sight of a human. Li Kaixin decisively fired multiple shots, bringing it down, and subsequently collected the 2 piglets to raise alongside his domestic pigs in the secret realm. The sunlight filtered through the leaves into the forest, and Li Kaixin noticed that time was slipping away. Glancing at his watch, he saw that the hour hand indicated 11 o'clock. He first sought a clean spot, caught a fish from the creek in the secret realm, quickly roasted it to satisfy his hunger, and then began his descent. With a light step, he reached the outskirts of Li family village by just past 1 in the afternoon, arriving at a sparsely visited area of woods. After confirming that no one was around, Li Kaixin retrieved over 3,500 pounds of corn from the secret realm. Next, he created the illusion of a bustling crowd nearby. After inspecting his handiwork and ensuring there were no oversights, he hurried towards his 3rd grandfather's home. Long before he reached the house, he spotted his 3rd grandfather standing at the gate, craning his neck and gazing eagerly down the road. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, his 3rd grandfather quickly approached, his face brimming with urgency. "Kaixin, what about the grain?" Li Kaixin, noticing his 3rd grandfather's anxious demeanor, promptly nodded. "3rd grandfather, the grain is all prepared, and I will take you there now." With that, he turned and headed out of the village. Hearing this, his 3rd grandfather felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Asking no further questions and closely following Li Kaixin, the 2 made their way to the thicket. Upon seeing the mound of golden corn resembling a small hill, his 3rd grandfather's voice trembled with excitement. "Excellent. This is indeed a tremendous help, Kaixin." He then pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and handed Li Kaixin the money for purchasing the grain. Li Kaixin accepted the money and teased, "3rd grandfather, you're so quick to part with your money. Aren't you afraid it won't be enough?" In high spirits, his 3rd grandfather jokingly replied, with a serious undertone, "Your grandfather has already spoken to you, right? If it truly is insufficient, I'll have you take on the role of clan leader. After all, it was your grandfather who initially passed this burden on to me." Li Kaixin, hearing this, quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no. 3rd grandfather, I was just joking." Seeing Li Kaixin's refusal, His third grandfather couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. You, like your grandfather, are always looking to avoid responsibility. Nanluoguxiang. Glancing at his watch. Third grandfather, the grain is here, and time is of the essence. I have matters to attend to in the city and must take my leave. His third grandfather waved his hand. Go on, be careful on the road. After walking a few steps, Kaixin remembered something and turned back to call out. Third grandfather, please let my grandparents know that I'm heading back to the city and will visit them again in a few days. Having said that, he quickened his pace towards the direction of the Hongqing commune bus station. Chapter 64. The banquet at the state-owned restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance of the state-owned restaurant, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon, with an hour and a half remaining until the agreed-upon dining time. Kaixin's left hand carried 2 rabbits and 5 large cushion carp, while his right shoulder bore the weight of approximately 50 pounds of wild goat. As he stepped into the restaurant, a server cleaning tables in the lobby recognized him at once, dropping her cloth and racing to the office of Manager Wu in the back courtyard. In the kitchen doorway, Chef Su Daba greeted Kaixin with a smile. Brother Kaixin, it's been ages since I last saw you. He moved forward to assist Kaixin with unloading his burdens. Their camaraderie had been established during Kaixin's second visit to the state-owned restaurant when he sold wild boar meat, at which point they had introduced themselves. Kaixin took the opportunity to set everything down, responding with a smile. Brother Su, I hope you've been well. Su Daba's eyes lit up as he surveyed the items on the ground. Brother, are these for sale? That is quite a haul. Realizing the misunderstanding, Kaixin clarified. No, these are for the banquet tonight. I've already spoken with Manager Wu. Su Daba suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. No wonder. Manager Wu specifically instructed me to stay tonight for the banquet. It's all for you. He then affectionately patted Kaixin on the shoulder, exclaiming, well, you certainly have quite the setup. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kaixin chuckled. I appreciate it, Brother Su. Just then, Manager Wu appeared from the back courtyard, his cheerful voice preceding his arrival. Kaixin, you finally made it. I was worried you wouldn't be able to make it today. Kaixin turned at the sound, a smile on his face. Uncle Wu, how could I possibly miss today? The term Uncle Wu had come naturally after Manager Wu. Upon seeing that Kaixin could procure wild boar again during their second transaction, had sought to strengthen their relationship by inviting him to call him uncle. Kaixin readily accepted this familial title, and it became established. Manager Wu's gaze swept over the items on the ground, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though he said nothing more, he merely turned to Su Daba and instructed, Daba, hurry and take these to the back and get them cleaned up. For tonight's banquet, you must showcase your culinary skills. Rest assured, Manager. Su Daba responded enthusiastically, swiftly hauling the mountain of goods into the kitchen. Once Su Daba was inside, Manager Wu affectionately draped an arm around Kaixin's shoulders. Come on, Kaixin, with plenty of time until dinner. Let us go to the office for some tea. Kaixin nodded in agreement and followed Manager Wu to the office. 2 individuals entered the office, with Manager Wu first gesturing for Kaixin to take a seat. Subsequently, he made his way around to the back of the desk, pouring tea while letting out a sigh. Kaixin, upon seeing the meat you brought, my eyes lit up. To be frank, the state-run restaurant is once again short on meat. He then pushed a cup of steaming tea toward Kaixin, lowering his voice. Kaixin, do you have any stock left? Could you possibly assist your uncle? Kaixin lifted the teacup, blowing gently on it, while rapidly contemplating in his mind. Indeed, there was still the large wild boar he had hunted today in the secret realm, but the meat was tough and had a strong odor, rendering it of little use to him. Thus, he set down the cup and, after a moment of silence, replied, Uncle Wu, I do have stock. However, it's a large wild boar. The meat is coarse and has a strong smell. I fear it may not meet your standards. Manager Wu's eyes immediately brightened, and he leaned forward instinctively, exclaiming, I want it. We are grateful for any meat these days. The price will be according to what we discussed for the small wild boar. Noting Wu's eagerness, Kaixin stood up, saying, All right, Uncle Wu, please wait here. I will go fetch the boar. Excellent. Hurry back. Manager Wu quickly responded, also getting to his feet. In no time, Kaixin returned, carrying a large wild boar on his shoulders, with a net bag in his other hand containing 3 bottles of fenjit. Manager Wu, who had been waiting, hurried forward to examine the wild boar, then quickly called over 2 assistants to help with weighing. The weighing and accounting were done swiftly. Manager Wu paid according to the previously agreed price and even added a little extra, citing it as a labor fee. Li Kaixin, unable to decline, accepted it. After the transaction was completed, Li Kaixin did not return to the office, merely informing Manager Wu that his elder should be arriving soon, and he needed to greet them. Seeing this, Manager Wu did not insist. As time passed, the private room of the state-run restaurant gradually became lively. The first to arrive was Chef Chun. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, displayed a pleased smile. "You arrived a bit early. I hope it hasn't delayed your preparations." "Master, you flatter me. Please take a seat." Li Kaixin quickly responded, stepping forward to take the cloth bag from Chef Chun and guiding him to sit down. Shortly thereafter, Director Wang from the street office also arrived. Entering with a smile, "Kaixin, I hope I'm not late." Upon recognizing Director Wang, Li Kaixin hurried forward. "Aunt Wang, you need not say such things." While they were exchanging pleasantries, a hearty laughter emanated from outside the door. Director Zhao and Director Xie walked in side by side, followed by two individuals who appeared to be cadres. Li Kaixin instantly recognized Director Zhang from the housing management section, and they exchanged smiles and nods in greeting. The other individual seemed familiar to Li Kaixin, but he could not recall where he had seen him. Director Xie enthusiastically patted Li Kaixin on the shoulder, his voice booming. "Kaixin, I have brought our Director Zhao along." Li Kaixin first expressed his gratitude to Director Xie. "Thank you, Uncle Xie, for your efforts." He then respectfully greeted Director Zhao. "Good day, Director. I appreciate your presence." Director Zhao smiled amiably. "There is no need for such formality. I'm merely here to enjoy a meal." At this moment, Director Xie turned to the unfamiliar cadre, solemnly introducing, "Kaixin, this is Director Li Hui from the steel rolling plant. He is quite capable and is about to be promoted to Deputy Plant Manager." Li Kaixin's heart brightened as he finally recalled who this person was. The astute logistics director from the series Qing Man, Sihe Yuan. Li Kaixin promptly stepped forward, respectfully extending his hand. "Hello, Director Li. Ming da son, Li Kaixin. My mother's work was greatly assisted by your arrangements back in the day. Our family has always remembered this kindness." Director Li was initially taken aback, but quickly realized, shaking Li Kaixin's hand vigorously. "Ah, so you are Ming's eldest. You've grown so much." He then turned to Director Xie, smiling. "Old Xie, what a coincidence. His father is our plant's old mechanic. His skills are beyond reproach. I never imagined the child would achieve so much." Director Xie laughed as well. "That's wonderful. It turns out we are all from the same circle." Director Li warmly regarded Li Kaixin. "I heard from old Xie that you obtained your driver's license and were promoted to full-time status in just a month. That is a first for your transport station. It's all thanks to the good teaching from my mentors and the support from the station leadership. I still have much to learn," Li Kaixin humbly replied. Just as he finished speaking, the restaurant began serving the dishes. Chapter 65. Meeting Li Hui, the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of various dishes, their enticing aromas wafting throughout the room. At that moment, Manager Wu entered with a beaming smile. Upon seeing him, Li Kaixin quickly rose to greet him. "Uncle Wu, you have finally arrived. We were waiting for you to start the meal." Manager Wu also smiled at Li Kaixin, saying, "I was in the kitchen keeping an eye on things, not wanting to delay everyone's enjoyment." He then turned to greet everyone present. "Your esteemed presence truly elevates this humble establishment." Upon seeing the arrival of Manager Wu, everyone stood and responded with smiles. The leaders present were familiar with Manager Wu, as the state-run restaurant was an important venue for hospitality in the area. Observing the camaraderie between Li Kaixin and Manager Wu, Director Li Kunti helped but regard this young man with newfound respect. As everyone took their seats again, Director Zhao and Li were ushered to the main seats, with the others sitting in order. Li Kaixin took out a bottle of the wine he had brought and was about to open it when Director Xie laughed and pressed down on his hand. "Kaixin, today you are the main character. Let me handle the pouring." Li Kaixin quickly declined. "Uncle Xie, that is not appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it?" Director Xie had already skillfully opened the bottle and began pouring while speaking. "Seeing you succeed brings me joy as an elder." Once everyone's glasses were filled, Director Zhao raised his glass first for this first toast. "Let us collectively congratulate Comrade Kaixin on successfully obtaining his driver's license and becoming a full-fledged driver for our transport station. Come everyone." He stood up, prompting all to rise and raise their glasses toward Li Kaixin. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Kaixin hurriedly lifted his glass, sincerely stating, "It is my honor to have all of you uncles and leaders join me amidst your busy schedules. This glass is dedicated to all of you elders." With that, He tilted his head back and drank the contents of his glass in one go. Director Xia laughed heartily. Excellent. Refreshing. With that exclamation, the atmosphere in the room became lively. At that moment, Chef Su Dabeo entered carrying the final dish of braised lamb. Smiling, esteemed leaders, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy. After winking at Li Kaixin, who returned a grateful glance, Chef Su departed. Li Kaixin then began to urge everyone to start eating. Once Director Zhao took the first bite, the others followed suit, filling the private room with exclamations of delight over the delectable food. As a seasoned foodie, Director Li took a bite of the lamb, and his eyes lit up. Turning to Manager Wu, "Old Wu, your lamb is exceptional. It couldn't possibly have been freshly slaughtered today, could it?" Manager Wu smiled, pointing at Li Kaixin. "You should ask Kaixin." All of this was brought by him. Noting the curious gazes from everyone, Li Kaixin shyly scratched his head. "I visited the countryside yesterday." Save for Director Zhang and Li, who looked puzzled. The others seemed to understand. Seeing this, Director Xie chuckled and explained, "Old Li, you may not know, but Kaixin is not only skilled at driving. He is also an excellent hunter. Last time we went on a business trip to the northeast, this kid hunted a tiger all by himself." Director Wang, who had been silent, suddenly understood, smiling broadly at Li Kaixin. "I was wondering why the meat you delivered last time didn't taste like pork. Turns out it was tiger meat." Li Kaixin smiled back at Director Wang. "I'm glad you liked it, Aunt Wang." At this point, Director Zhao, with a hint of familiarity, teased, "Kaixin, it seems you've provided for everyone, but have you forgotten about me?" Li Kaixin directo. "I was just afraid you might not fancy these." The cheerful banter of Li Kaixin drew hearty laughter from everyone. Subsequently, Li Huade observed the lively atmosphere and seized the opportunity to strengthen their relationship. "I am delighted. Just like old Xia, you can call me Uncle Li. To be honest, would you be interested in joining our steel mill? Your father works there." After a pause, he added, "If you come, I will grant you an administrative position and offer you double your current salary." Director Xia immediately expressed his discontent. "Old Li, that's rather inconsiderate of you. I invited you to dinner, and you're attempting to poach my talent." Li Kaixin recognized that Li Huade was trying to recruit him, but maintained a respectful yet firm refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Li. I am quite content at the transport station. Director Zhao, Uncle Xia, and my master treat me very well." Upon hearing this, both Director Zhao and Director Xia displayed expressions of relief. Li Huade, not wanting to press the matter further, revealed his true intention. "Then, when you hunt and acquire something good, remember to think of Uncle Li. Our factory has heavy entertaining duties and is in need of such provisions." Li Kaixin readily agreed. "Absolutely. If Uncle Li needs anything, just let me know." Satisfied, Li Huade nodded in approval. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became congenial with toasts exchanged. Director Wang, the only woman at the table, opted for tea after a single drink, and no one insisted otherwise. 3 bottles of liquor quickly emptied, prompting Manager Wu to order 4 more. As the banquet concluded, Li Huade reminded, "Kaixin, do come by the steel mill often to see Uncle Li." Li Kaixin understood Li Huade's implications and nodded affirmatively. "I will certainly pay a visit to Uncle Li." After bidding farewell to the leaders, Li Kaixin stood at the restaurant entrance with Master Chun. "Kaixin, did you drink too much?" Master Chun inquired with concern. "Not all, Master," Li Kaixin replied, shaking his head before reciprocating the inquiry. "Have you had too much? Shall I escort you home?" Master Chun laughed and declined. "No need. This little bit of liquor is nothing." Before departing, he patted Li Kaixin's shoulder, emphasizing with earnestness, "Don't take such risks in the future. Hunting in the mountains is ultimately unsafe." Li Kaixin waved his hand. "Understood, Master. Please take care on your way." Watching Master Chun's departing figure, Li Kaixin finally turned to head home. Upon entering his house, he found the lights still on. His parents were seated at the table, evidently waiting for him. "Father, Mother, why are you still awake at this hour?" Li Kaixin expressed surprise, closing the door behind him. His mother, Qin Zayulai, immediately stood. Approaching him and upon detecting the scent of alcohol, frowned with concern. "Why did you drink so much? Did the leaders make things difficult for you?" "I didn't drink much, Mother." Li Kaixin smiled, patting his chest. "I'm fully aware. I merely accompanied them for a few drinks." His father, Li Minged, scrutinized Li Kaixin's face carefully, and seeing him clear-headed, he finally spoke. "Was the banquet successful?" "Everything went well," Li Kaixin replied, sitting beside his father on the bench. Director Zhao, Uncle Xia, and others were present, and I also met Director Li from the steel mill. Hearing the mention of Director Li, Li Ming's eyes flickered, but he refrained from probing further, merely nodding as long as it went smoothly. You are now an official driver, and such social gatherings are inevitable. But you must act within your means. I understand, Father. After exchanging a few more words, and seeing that Li Kaixin appeared to be in good spirits, Qin Zayulai finally felt reassured. It's getting late. Hurry and wash up before bed. You both should rest early as well, Li Kaixin responded. With that, each returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 66. Acquiring a new vehicle. As Li Kaixin entered the transport station, he noticed Master Chun squatting in front of a vehicle, inspecting the tires. Good morning, Master, Li Kaixin greeted, hurrying over. Master Chun looked up, scrutinizing Li Kaixin from head to toe. Seeing his rosy complexion, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Kaixin, puzzled by Master Chun's intense gaze, asked, Master, what are you looking at? I'm just checking if you're putting on a brave face, Master Chun replied, standing upright and brushing off the dust from his hands. In yesterday's setting, I understand that young people care about appearances, but you must take care of your health. Li Kaixin beamed at Master Chun. Master, I've been learning from you for over a month. Don't you know me yet? If I truly couldn't handle it, I wouldn't push myself. I believe you, but you're still young, and this is likely your first time drinking so much. As your mentor, I must keep an eye on you, Master Chun stated, gazing into Li Kaixin's eyes. This made Li Kaixin momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Master Chun's reminder, he might have forgotten that he was still underage. Such concern made Li Kaixin's heart swell with gratitude. Thank you, Master. For what? Master Chun waved his hand and handed a wrench to Li Kaixin. Since you're fine, come help me out. This vehicle has some unusual noises coming from the drive shaft. See if you can identify the issue. The two of them seamlessly collaborated, passing tools and conducting repairs together. After about an hour, Director Xie's figure appeared in the yard, waving to Li Kaixin from a distance. Kaixin, come here for a moment. Li Kaixin set down his tools and informed Master Chun, Master, Director Xie is looking for me. I'll go see what he needs. Go ahead. Master Chun replied without looking up. Following Director Xie through the yard, Li Kaixin had a vague sense of anticipation. When Director Xie stopped in front of a brand new vehicle, Li Kaixin could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Director Xie patted the car door, beaming, what do you think? This will be yours to drive from now on. Uncle Xie, is this really for me? Li Kaixin asked incredulously, feeling the sleek surface of the new vehicle. I heard that newly promoted drivers usually don't receive new cars. Director Xie smiled knowingly. You should thank Director Zhao. He fought hard in the office to secure this vehicle for you. Noticing Li Kaixin's astonishment, he added, but don't feel too pressured. If you hadn't excelled and obtained your driver's license in just a month, even Director Zhao's efforts would not have sufficed. Li Kaixin nodded earnestly. Uncle Xie, I understand. I will personally thank Director Zhao. That's the spirit, Director Xie said with satisfaction, patting Li Kaixin's shoulder. Now, go ahead and give it a test drive. Certainly. Li Kaixin swiftly opened the car door and leaped into the driver's seat. Examining everything inside, he gently turned the steering wheel. Although it still felt heavy, the experience was distinctly different. Before long, as Li Kaixin finished his test drive and stepped out, Director Xie inquired with a smile, are you satisfied? Li Kaixin mischievously winked. Uncle Xie, if I'm not satisfied with this, then I truly lack appreciation. As long as you're satisfied, I'll head back to the office now. You take some time to familiarize yourself with the new vehicle, Director Xie remarked, glancing at his watch. That morning was anything but tranquil. Every time Li Kaixin circled the new car, he could feel the gazes from all directions. There were apprentices openly expressing envy, and veteran workers casting sidelong glances tinged with a hint of bitterness, making Li Kaixin feel somewhat uneasy. During lunch in the cafeteria, Wu Tian and Xian Dazhuang approached with their meal boxes. Kaixin, you're really impressive. You've landed a new car right after being promoted. Wu Tian exclaimed enviously. Indeed, my master has been driving for 5 years and is still using that old truck, Xian Dazhuang chimed in. Li Kaixin smiled shyly and explained to them. It's all thanks to the leaders at the station. Come on, if it weren't for your capabilities, the leaders wouldn't have found a reason to support you. Wu Tian retorted playfully. In the afternoon, Li Kaixin embarked on his first task, driving his very own vehicle. The assignment involved assisting the steel mill in transporting a batch of steel. Due to a shortage of manpower in the steel mill's transport team, They specifically requested help from the transport station. As Li Kaixin drove into the steel mill area, the loading workers were already waiting at the warehouse entrance. Initially, he thought he might encounter Li Huade, but then remembered that Li Huade primarily managed logistics and was likely not present. The loading process went smoothly, with workers efficiently stacking the steel in the truck bed. After a thorough inspection, Li Kaixin drove towards the steel factory. About an hour later, the steel factory emerged in sight. For some inexplicable reason, Li Kaixin felt an uncanny familiarity with the name of the factory. As he drove into the factory area and came to a halt in front of the warehouse, a familiar figure sparked a moment of realization in him. It was the arrogant procurement officer he had encountered during his first visit to the state-run restaurant to sell meat. However, unlike their initial meeting, this former procurement officer was now clad in work attire, laboriously unloading steel alongside the other workers. The disheveled appearance had long since stripped him of his former grandeur. Li Kaixin approached the person in charge of scheduling on-site and offered a cigarette, inquiring, "Comrade, may I ask you something? That worker over there looks quite familiar. Was he from the procurement department?" The scheduler took the cigarette, glanced over, and lowered his voice. "You mean him? He somehow offended the leadership while in the procurement department and was demoted to the workshop. He hasn't changed his temperament either. He clashed with the director in the workshop and ended up being assigned to heavy lifting. They say it's to reform his mindset. But who knows when that will actually happen." So that was the case. Li Kaixin nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, comrade. No trouble at all." The scheduler waved his hand dismissively. Li Kaixin gazed at the busy figure from a distance, feeling no inclination to kick someone when they were down. Instead, he regarded the man's current predicament as sufficiently tragic. He thus chose to ignore it and focused on his own work. The unloading process proceeded smoothly, without further complications. Upon returning to the transport station, it was nearly time to clock out. Li Kaixin meticulously parked the vehicle and was about to tidy up his things for the day when he was halted by Director CS' voice. "Everyone, assemble here. There's an important announcement." Director CS stood in the center of the parking lot, his voice booming. Once everyone gathered, he surveyed the crowd solemnly and declared, "We just received notice from higher authorities. Tomorrow morning, we will embark on a long trip to Inner Mongolia. Please prepare your vehicles and, as per usual, ensure you have your belongings and enough provisions for 10 days. Instantly, the parking lot erupted with murmurs of discussion. After the commotion subsided, Director CS spoke again. "You may leave now and prepare at home." With that, the crowd dispersed from the transport station, and Li Kaixin joined the throng heading home. On the way home, Li Kaixin pondered that this long journey would likely take over 10 days, and he intended to treat his family to a nice meal before leaving. Therefore, he retrieved 5 crucian carps, a wild goat, several wild yams, and 5 liters of vegetable oil from his storage space. As he approached the entrance of the courtyard, he was somewhat taken aback to unexpectedly encounter Zonghai and Jia Dongxiu. In the brief moment of their eyes meeting, visions of conflict and his retaliatory response flashed through Li Kaixin's mind. However, the anticipated confrontation did not unfold. Zonghai, seeing Li Kaixin carrying items, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly plastered a smile on his face. "Li's young lad, just off work?" Jia Dongxiu also managed a forced smile, standing silently behind his mentor. This reaction left Li Kaixin somewhat astonished. Unbeknownst to him, Zonghai had inquired about him the previous day and learned that he had not moved into number 95 Courtyard, concluding that since there was no conflict of interest, there was no need to provoke this young man. As for Jia Dongxiu, having heeded his wife Qin Huiru's advice, he understood that Li Kaixin could directly influence the street office director and had decided against provoking him. Believing that one should not strike those who offer smiles. He then added, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. You two carry on." With that, he turned and walked toward number 93 Courtyard, disregarding Zonghai and Jia Dongxiu. Zonghai watched Li Kaixin's retreating figure. Letting out a soft sigh, "Dongxiu, try not to provoke that one." "I understand, master," Jia Dongxiu responded. The two of them exchanged silent glances and silently returned to no. 95 Courtyard. Meanwhile, upon returning to the backyard, Li Kaixin hadn't even entered the kitchen when he heard the voices of his younger siblings. Pushing open the kitchen door, his younger brother Li Kai was the first to spot him and rushed over. His younger sister Li Xiaoxiao followed suit, running up to him. Li Kai immediately hugged Li Kaixin's leg, exclaiming, Big brother, I haven't seen you for almost 2 days. We've missed you so much. Li Xiao chimed in softly from the side. Li Kaixin set down the items he was carrying and ruffled the heads of his younger siblings, saying, I missed you both as well. He then raised the ingredients he had brought, beaming with delight. Tonight, I will cook. We're having stewed goat and crucian carp soup. That's wonderful. It's been so long since I've had my big brother's cooking. Li Kai met. Jumping for joy, Li Xiao's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at her brother. When Li Kaixin finished preparing the meal, their parents returned home. As soon as their mother Qin Zayalai entered, she caught a whiff of the savory aroma and walked into the kitchen with a smile. I wondered why it smelled so good. Turns out it's my eldest son cooking today. Their father Li Ming followed closely behind, grinning from ear to ear. During dinner, their mother Qin Zayalai had a plethora of questions she wanted to ask, but if it hadn't been for Li Kaixin drinking the previous day, she would have inquired then. As they neared the end of the meal, she could no longer hold back and asked, Kaixin, did you bring back those grains from the kitchen? How much did you send back to your grandparents? Yes, I brought them. I sent 70 kilograms to Grandma and Grandpa. Li Kaixin responded. Their mother nodded, knowing her son had connections for procuring grains, and refrained from further questioning the source. She only expressed her concern. Is your money sufficient? If not, just let me know. It's enough. Don't worry, mother, Li Kaixin reassured her. He then pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and presented them to her. Mother, this is the house assigned by my workplace, located in the adjacent No. 94 Courtyard. I have also purchased the property rights, making it our family's private asset. Well done. With housing being scarce, it's best to secure it. Their father Li Ming nodded approvingly. Their mother Qin Zayalai, filled with excitement, took the keys, exclaiming, That's fantastic. Now you won't have to worry about finding a wife. Li Kaixin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mother, I'm still young. It's too early for that. Too young? You have a stable job now and a house. Why would you seek a wife? His mother chided gently. Li Kaixin, feeling helpless, recalled his previous life where he was pressured into marriage, now facing the same dilemma before even reaching adulthood. He could only respond to his mother vaguely. You're right, mother. Seeing him say this, Qin Zayalai felt satisfied. Li Kaixin then broached the most significant matter of the day. Mother, our transport team is heading to Inner Mongolia tomorrow. It will likely take about 10 days. Upon hearing this, although Qin Zayalai was no longer as worried as the first time she heard it, she couldn't help but voice her concern. Why are you going so far again? Kaixin, be careful on the road. You must not let anything happen like last time. Your mother is right. Safety comes first when traveling. Added their usually silent fatherly Ming. Li Kaixin nodded solemnly. I understand, father, mother. At this moment, Li Kai and Xiao realized their elder brother was going on another long trip and crowded around him, chattering, Big brother is going away for so long. I will miss you. Big brother, please be safe. Li Kaixin smiled as he patted their heads. I will miss you both too, and I'll bring you back some delicious treats. Noticing the day was getting late, Qin Zayalai interrupted. All right, Kaixin, you need to get up early tomorrow. Go rest now. She urged him toward his room, insisting he turn in early. The next day, before the dawn broke, Li Kaixin set out with the luggage prepared overnight by his parents toward the transport station. Upon arrival, just as he set down his belongings, Director Xie summoned him to the office. As before, Director Xie handed him an envelope with a smile, saying, Kaixin, here are 200 yuan. Li Kaixin understood the implication, promptly accepting the money and tucking it away. After Li Kaixin carefully secured the money, Director Xie's expression grew somewhat sheepish as he lowered his voice. Kaixin, the medicine from last time is nearly depleted here. Don't worry, Uncle Xie. I've already prepared the herbs. I'll bring them to you as soon as I return, Li Kaixin replied with understanding, nodding. Director Xie's face immediately brightened. He heartily patted Li Kaixin's shoulder. Take care on the road. Upon leaving Director Xie's office, Master Chun was already waiting at the parking lot. Seeing Li Kaixin approach, Master Chun came forward and advised. Kaixin, since this is your first long-distance drive alone, follow my truck closely. I'll keep an eye on you. Thank you, Master, Li Kaixin said gratefully. Master Chun, satisfied with the response, simply patted Li Kaixin's shoulder. The subsequent procedures mirrored the previous trip. Li Kaixin first collected his firearm and then received his travel allowance. Departure. Station Chief Zhao's resonant voice rang out as the convoy slowly rolled out of the transport station. Chapter 68. Arrival in Nei Mingu this time. The convoy did not head straight out of the city, but detoured first to the textile factory in the eastern district. Upon arrival, Kaixin saw the factory workers already assembled in the open yard. They efficiently loaded bolt after bolt of cloth into the trucks. Once the textile factory's shipment was fully loaded, the convoy officially set off. As the youngest official driver in the fleet, Kaixin's vehicle was placed at the rear, a deliberate arrangement by Master Chun to facilitate supervision without hindering the convoy's pace. After leaving Geo City, Master Chun frequently glanced through the rearview mirror to ensure Kaixin's truck was closely following. By day's end, he had checked over 100 times. Though Kaixin never fell behind, he genuinely experienced the exhaustion of long-distance driving. That evening, the convoy stopped on a broad, open plain. Master Chun approached Kaixin, eyes filled with approval. "You drove well today, steady and never lagging." "You flatter me, Master," Kaixin replied modestly. Sitting by the campfire, Master Chun added a log and spoke. "I noticed you kept staring at those bolts of cloth. Curious about this mission?" "Yes, I am," Kaixin answered. Without hesitation, Master Chun explained. "These fabrics are destined for a large production team in Nei Mingu. They have many cattle and sheep, but lack cloth. Our task is to transport cloth there and bring back livestock." Understanding, Kaixin nodded. After some casual conversation, noticing Kaixin's fatigue, Master Chun suggested kindly, "Kaixin, you've had a long day. Get some rest." "All right, Master. You rest early too?" Kaixin responded. No sooner had Master Chun left than Wu Tian and Xian Dazhuang eagerly approached Kaixin. Wu Tian shared excitedly, "My master let me drive for a while today. Even though it was brief, it felt exhilarating." Xian Dazhuang nodded enthusiastically. "My master praised my progress after I drove too, exhausted from a full day's driving." Kaixin could only respond with a faint "oh" before sighing with a touch of modest pride. "I've been driving all day. My bones feel like they're falling apart." Their faces instantly fell. "Wu Tian legally punsha Kaixin esa shulde." "Kaixin, that is harsh. I feel like hitting you." Xian Dazhuang wholeheartedly agreed. Kaixin sized them up and said calmly, "You wouldn't stand a chance." Seeing their dissatisfied expressions and noticing Captain Wang rising, Kaixin smirked slightly. "Here is a more disheartening piece of news. Want to hear it?" Before they could ask, Captain Wang's voice echoed throughout the camp. "All apprentices, assemble. Night watch duty assignments." They immediately understood and dashed toward Captain Wang. When they returned, both looked dejected. Kaixin, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Wu Tian replied, miserably, "Don't mention it. My master said after last time's bandit encounter, we need to be extra vigilant. To avoid fatigue, night watch is divided into 4 shifts. Dazhuang and I have to cover the first and third shifts." Kaixin nodded in understanding. The previous ordeal had indeed left everyone wary. "Resigned," he said. "There is nothing I can do about that." Standing and stretching, he added, "I'm going to sleep now. You two carry on." Watching Kaixin walk away, Wu Tian and Xian Dazhuang were frustrated but accepted their fate. Gradually, Master Chun's worry eased. From the next day, he no longer frequently checked the rearview mirror, realizing Kaixin had fully adapted to the rhythm of long-distance driving. By the 3rd day, the convoy finally entered Nei Mingu territory. The diurnal temperature variation was astonishing, with nights plunging below freezing. Everyone donned thick cotton-padded jackets. Kaixin had initially worried about altitude sickness, but learned from Master Chun that only parts of Nei Mingu were high plateau areas. The grasslands they traversed were at moderate elevation. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the convoy arrived smoothly at their destination. Before them lay rows of yurts scattered across the grassland. A burly Mongolian man briskly approached and warmly embraced Captain Wang. "Brother Bachelor, long time no see," Captain Wang exclaimed, patting his back heartily. "Captain Wang, thank you for your hard journey. Was everything smooth along the way?" Bachelor's thunderous voice carried a sincere smile across his sun-darkened face. Through their brief exchange, Kaixin learned Bachelor was the leader of this large production team. After a short greeting, Captain Wang addressed the convoy. "Everyone, follow Captain Bachelor's arrangements from now on." Without hesitation, Bachelor warmly welcomed the group. "Friends from afar, welcome to the vast Mongolian grasslands." Under Bachelor's guidance, the convoy slowly moved into a clearing where over a dozen Mongolian men awaited. As the trucks halted, they promptly and methodically began unloading. Bachelor led the disembarking transport members toward a few more secluded yurts. "It's quiet here. Brothers," Rest well first. Tonight, I'll host a welcome feast, he said in accented Chinese before departing. After Bachelor left, Captain Wang stood and announced, "We will rest here for 3 days. Everyone, seize the time to recuperate." Following the announcement, the group began assigning accommodations. Given the convoy's size, each yurt housed at least 4 men. Accompanying Master Chun, Kaixin lifted the yurt's curtain and was immediately greeted by the distinctive aroma of the grasslands, which momentarily unsettled him. "It's strange at first, but you'll get used to the scent in a couple of days," Master Chun whispered. Kaixin nodded and followed him inside. Though simply furnished, the yurt was evidently prepared with care. The felt rugs appeared new, neatly stacked clean bedding lay in a corner, and a charcoal brazier was set at the center. Sharing the yurt with Kaixin were Wu Tian and Captain Wang. The 4 men, exhausted from continuous travel, had little energy left for conversation. Kaixin set down his luggage and lay on his bunk, exhaling deeply. Almost simultaneously, Wu Tian, Captain Wang, and Master Chun also lay down. The yurt was soon filled only with the rhythmic sound of their breathing. Chapter 69. Warm-hearted Mongolian companions. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 4 gradually awoke from their slumber. Wu Tian rubbed his bleary eyes, patted his stomach, and inquired of Kaixin and the others. "Master, Chen Shifu, Kaixin, are you all hungry? Shall we prepare a meal?" As he spoke, he reached for the food supplies in his bag. "Xiao Tian, don't rush to cook just yet." Captain Wang chuckled, halting Wu Tian's actions. Wu Tian looked at Captain Wang in confusion. Seeing this, Captain Wang smiled and explained, "Tonight, our Mongolian brothers are hosting a bonfire party for us, and there will be plenty of delicious food that will surely open your eyes." Excitedly, Wu Tian pressed, "Master, what kind of delicious food will there be?" "You'll find out soon enough. It's all good food that you can't find in Sijiucheng," Captain Wang said with a mysterious smile. Li Kai, listening nearby, understood and, recalling the memories from his past life on the internet, speculated it would likely be roasted whole lamb and other Mongolian delicacies. As time passed, the 4 of them engaged in light banter inside the yurt. Suddenly, Captain Wang turned to Li Kaixin, asking, "Kaixin, how have you been adjusting to the long drives these past few days?" "Thank you for your concern, Captain Wang. I have fully adapted," Li Kaixin respectfully replied. Meanwhile, Chen Shifu raised his eyebrows at Captain Wang, boasting, "Old Wang, my disciple is incomparable to others." Captain Wang laughed. "Old Chen, I'm concerned for your disciple, and you're showing off." Wu Tian, feeling unjustly implicated, cast a forlorn glance at Li Kaixin, thinking he was indeed one of those others mentioned by Chen Shifu. At that moment, a loud voice called from outside, "Captain Wang, are you ready? The bonfire party is about to begin." Captain Wang and Chen Shifu exchanged smiles before leading Li Kaixin and Wu Tian out of the yurt. Badr, seeing Chen Shifu, approached with warmth and embraced him. "Shifu, I didn't expect you to be staying with Captain Wang." Their dialogue indicated a long-standing acquaintance. Captain Wang then turned to Li Kaixin and Wu Tian, saying, "Kaixin, Xiao Tian, go wake everyone else. The bonfire party is about to start." "All right, Captain Wang." "Yes, Master." Li Kaixin and Wu Tian replied in unison. With that, they went off to knock on the doors of the other yurts. Before long, the transportation team had gathered. Badr, Captain Wang, and Chen Shifu led everyone to the square formed by the surrounding yurts. The square was already bustling with activity. Small tables formed a large circle, laden with freshly roasted lamb, and bowls of milky mare's milk wine were at the ready, with a bonfire burning brightly in the center. The Mongolian friends warmly welcomed the transportation team, ushering them to sit at the tables. Li Kaixin was seated between 2 young Mongolian men of similar age, who introduced themselves. "Hello, brother. I'm Kaixin," said one with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. He gestured to the smiling youth beside him. "This is Enhe. Ayu, Kaixin," Li Kaixin replied, and the 3 young men quickly became familiar. Kaixin was lively, while Enhe was more composed, yet both were exceedingly hospitable. As Li Kaixin chatted with them, he learned that he was the youngest, and thus cheerfully referred to them as Brother Kaixin and Brother Enhe. Just as their conversation was heating up, Badr stood, raising a bowl of mare's milk wine, his voice resonating in the night air. "Friends from afar, welcome to the grasslands. May our friendship burn as brightly as this bonfire." Captain Wang immediately stood to respond. "Thanks to our Mongolian brothers for their warm hospitality." Everyone rose, lifting their bowls. Li Kaixin took a sip of the mare's milk wine. the sweet and sour taste pleasantly surprising him. As everyone sat down, Kaixin leaned in. Kaixin, brother, let us toast. And he raised his bowl, his eyes filled with anticipation. Kaixin heartily lifted his bowl, to our friendship. He then drank it all in one go. Kailu's eyes lit up, great drinking capacity. He followed suit. At that moment, a Mongolian youth approached with a bowl, speaking in broken Mandarin, friend, drink. Kaixin accepted without refusal, downing another bowl. One after another, bowls were offered, and Kaixin graciously accepted them all. Kailu and he watched in astonishment, with Kailu giving a thumbs up. Kaixin, brother, you're amazing. I've never seen a Han friend who can drink like you. And he added, your drinking skills are almost on par with our grassland men. It's the mayor's milk wine that's so delightful. It makes one want to drink more. Kaixin humbly smiled. The three shared a laugh, and the atmosphere grew ever more congenial. Kailu tore off a large piece of roasted lamb and offered it to Kaixin. Try our grasslands roast lamb. It's seasoned with special spices. Kaixin took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, brother Kailu, this is truly delicious. After several rounds of drinks, everyone had eaten their fill. The Mongolian friends stood, pulling the members of the transportation team across the low tables to form a large circle around the bonfire. Kailu and he, on either side, encouraged Kaixin to join. Come, Kaixin, brother, I'll teach you the Ande dance. Kailu called out, while he explained the movements. Kaixin was initially a bit clumsy, but quickly grasped the rhythm under the patient guidance of his friends, swaying to the beat, feeling the warmth of the bonfire and the joy of the music. In that moment, all fatigue vanished, and his spirit felt completely liberated. After the party concluded, Kailu and he made plans with Kaixin to show him the Inner Mongolia grasslands the following day before reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Kaixin and Chun Shifu returned to the yurt first. Shortly after, Captain Wang returned, supporting the tipsy Wu Tian. Wu Tian stumbled, mumbling, I can still drink. Captain Wang, noticing Kaixin's composed demeanor, asked in surprise, Kaixin, you're not drunk? Captain Wang, I have a decent tolerance, Kaixin modestly replied, scratching his head. Chun Shifu chimed in with a smile, old Wang, I've seen this kid's drinking ability. He truly can hold his own. They then collectively helped Wu Tian to his resting place. Kaixin recalled a question in his mind and asked, Captain Wang, why are we staying here for 3 days? Last time in Dongbei, it was because the supplies weren't ready, but what is it this time? Captain Wang sat down on his bed and explained, the batch of fabric we transported is meant for Badar's production team, but it also needs to be distributed to several other nearby teams. Tomorrow, the heads of each team will come to inspect the goods and discuss distribution, and then they will send their cattle and sheep over. This back and forth will take about 3 days. So we need to wait for the other teams to inspect the goods before distributing the cattle and sheep. Captain Wang nodded, continuing, exactly. Moreover, this time we are transporting live livestock, which requires time for preparation. Chun Shifu, noticing their ongoing conversation, reminded, it's getting late. Let's all get some rest. Kaixin and Captain Wang finally paused. Chapter 70, Experiencing Mongolian Life. Wow. Where am I? Wu Tian's voice echoed from inside the yurt. Kaixin, Captain Wang, and Chun Shifu were startled awake by this sudden exclamation, all staring at Wu Tian. Captain Wang, exasperated, got up and gently tapped Wu Tian's head. You rascal, what are you making noise for so early in the morning? Are you trying to keep everyone from sleeping soundly? Wu Tian, noticing the 3 pairs of eyes on him, shrank his neck and mumbled, I thought we were still drinking. Captain Wang, looking at Wu Tian's state, was both amused and exasperated. How can you say that? Out of the 4 of us, you were the only one who got completely drunk. How was I to know that wine would be so intoxicating? Wu Tian replied, even more quietly. Upon witnessing the scene, Master Chun hastened to mediate, urging everyone to temper their words. All right, let's speak less. It is only natural for a young person to be a bit unrestrained on their first experience with mare's milk wine. Kaixin, standing nearby, seized the moment to interject. Has everyone eaten yet? Shall we prepare a meal first? With that, he proceeded to ignite the charcoal stove. Captain Wang shot Wu Tian a glare, but refrained from further comment. Inside the yurt, a large pot awaited, and the 4 of them combined their provisions to cook. During the meal, Wu Tian incessantly offered smiles to Captain Wang, attentively serving rice and asking, Master, is this enough for you? If not, I can serve you more. In truth, Captain Wang had long since calmed down. Seeing Wu Tian's demeanor, He could not help but chuckle. All right, enough with the flattery. Upon witnessing the captain's smile, Wu Tian recalled the previous night's revelry and culinary delights, immediately perking up to inquire, Master, will there be another bonfire party tonight? What are you thinking? We cannot feast every day. Last night was a welcoming banquet, Captain Wang remarked, shaking his head at Wu Tian. Wu Tian's spirits visibly sank, but Captain Wang added, however, on the last day before departure, they will hold a farewell gathering. Instantly rejuvenated, Wu Tian's face brightened with a cordial smile. Kaixin, who had been eating in silence, mused to himself, since following Captain Wang, Wu Tian is becoming increasingly like a naive creature from the northeast. After finishing breakfast, Kaixin greeted Master Chun and made his way to the square from the previous night. In the distance, he spotted Zhao Lu and he already waiting. Zhao Lu, and he, sorry for being late, Kaixin called out as he jogged over. Zhao Lu greeted him with a hearty smile, patting Kaixin on the shoulder. No worries. Kaixin, we just arrived as well. And he nodded in agreement with a smile. As Kaixin approached, the two men took him by the arms and led him towards the horse ranch. Today, you must experience the thrill of galloping across the grasslands. Zhao Lu exclaimed excitedly as they walked. Upon arriving at the horse ranch, Zhao Lu instructed Kaixin, wait here while he and I fetch the horses for you. Before Kaixin could respond, the two hurried off. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Lu returned with two horses, while he led one. Kaixin, have you ever ridden a horse? Zhao Lu inquired with a grin. Kaixin shook his head. I have barely seen a horse, let alone ridden one. Perfect. Zhao Lu's eyes lit up. And he and I will teach you. With that, Zhao Lu exchanged a glance with he, who understood and promptly began demonstrating how to mount and dismount. Kaixin observed intently, committing every detail to memory. As soon as he finished his demonstration, Zhao Lu eagerly asked, Kaixin, have you got it? Zhao Lu, I think I can manage. May I give it a try? Kaixin replied, filled with anticipation. No problem. Zhao Lu exclaimed, quickly guiding Kaixin to mount the horse. With both hands gripping the saddle, Kaixin leaped up. Although it was his first attempt, his remarkable physical prowess allowed him to stay mounted steadily. Zhao Lu and he were taken aback. Emerging from his shock, Zhao Lu incredulously asked, Kaixin, is this truly your first time riding a horse? Kaixin replied with a smile. Indeed, Zhao Lu, this is my first experience. Zhao Lu and he could only attribute it to Kaixin's extraordinary talent. They then taught him how to steer the horse, urging it to gallop and halt. Kaixin learned rapidly and soon mastered the art of riding. As the three rode back, Zhao Lu sincerely praised, Kaixin, had I not witnessed your initial clumsiness, I would have thought you were an experienced rider. You flatter me. Zhao Lu, Kaixin humbly responded. And he then proposed, since you ride so well now, shall we venture out and let you enjoy the scenery of the grasslands? Absolutely. Kaixin agreed with enthusiasm. Soon, the three of them galloped across the vast expanse of the grasslands, with Zhao Lu leading the way, Kaixin in the middle, and he bringing up the rear. They rode until nearly noon before returning to the horse ranch. After tending to the horses, Zhao Lu warmly invited, Kaixin, don't head back for lunch. Come dine with us. Kaixin initially intended to decline, but their earnest insistence left him no choice but to acquiesce. I will just return to the yurt to gather a few items. Zhao Lu and he nodded, accompanying Kaixin to the entrance of his yurt. They kindly waited outside, not entering. The yurt was empty, presumably because Captain Wang and the others had gone visiting the nearby herders. Kaixin retrieved 2 bottles of Fenjiu and a pack of Dekimen cigarettes from his mystical space, placing them in a cloth bag before exiting. After reuniting with Zhao Lu and he, the two led Kaixin to a yurt. They hurried up to 2 middle-aged individuals, affectionately calling out, Father, Mother. It was then that Kaixin realized the brothers Zhao Lu and he were indeed siblings. Zhao Lu introduced Kaixin to a robust man. Father, this is my friend Kaixin, whom we met yesterday. The man, named Yuliki, stepped forward with warmth. Friend, welcome to my home. Kaixin respectfully bowed. Uncle, I apologize for the intrusion. This is a small token of my appreciation. As he presented the cloth bag, Yuliki did not accept the gift in the direct manner common in the cities, showcasing the Mongolian hospitality unencumbered by formality. He then graciously invited Kaixin to take a seat. The table was adorned with various dishes Kaixin had never encountered before. Noticing Li Kaixin's astonishment, Zhao Lu introduced each item. This is Yao Mian. This is Yang Jia Zy Mian. The meal left Li Kaixin with a pleasantly full belly. Yuliki continued to inquire with concern. Friend, are you full? Would you like another bowl? It was only when Li Kaixin could eat no more that the offer ceased. After the meal, Li Kaixin rested on the felt mat, engaging in casual conversation with Yuliki, during which he learned that they were near the Daxing Onling Mountains. Yuliki pointed towards the distance. Friend, further north lies the Daxing Onling. Li Kaixin followed Yuliki's gesture and silently committed this information to memory. As Chapter 71, on Mongolian Wrestling unfolded, Li Kaixin had nearly recuperated when Zhao Lu and he exchanged glances and, taking Li Kaixin by the arms, said, Father, we're taking Kaixin brother for a stroll. Li Kaixin quickly stood, respectfully addressing Yuliki. Uncle Yuliki, thank you for your generous hospitality. I must take my leave now. Yuliki laughed heartily, clapping Li Kaixin on the shoulder. Kaixin brother, you are always welcome here. Next time, I will have your aunt prepare hand-pulled meat for you. Certainly. I will bring specialties from Shijiazhuang to visit you. Li Kaixin replied earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Lu and he eagerly pulled him out. Outside the yurt, Li Kaixin could not contain his curiosity. Zhao Lu, and he, where are you taking me now? Zhao Lu laughed as he explained. Kaixin brother, we are about to hold a Natum festival here, and many are training. We want to show you. Upon hearing this, Li Kaixin felt a surge of excitement and willingly followed them. Subsequently, he and Zhao Lu brought Li Kaixin to a grassy field surrounded by Mongolian men. Before they got close, the sounds of encouragement reached their ears. Go, Badu, give it your all, and you will win. Suhi, hold on. Amidst the rising cheers, Li Kaixin found himself at the forefront of the crowd as the match reached its conclusion. A burly Mongolian man named Batu exerted his strength, effortlessly throwing his opponent, Suhi, to the ground. As he and Zhao Lu waved at Batu, they called out, Batu brother. Batu spotted the two approaching and inquired with curiosity, Hey, what brings you brothers to seek me out? Seeing Batu arrive, Kailu greeted warmly, Brother Batu, this is our newly acquainted friend Li Kaixin, who arrived yesterday with the transport team. As he spoke, he gently nudged Li Kaixin forward. Undeterred, Li Kaixin extended his hand with a smile. Brother Batu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Batu responded with hearty laughter, grasping Li Kaixin's hand firmly and embracing him warmly. Brother Kaixin, welcome to the vast grasslands. Nearby, Kailu chuckled and proposed, Brother Kaixin, would you like to spar with me? I can teach you some fundamental moves. After a moment's thought, Li Kaixin, unwilling to offend Kailu's kindness, nodded in agreement. The surrounding Mongolian men, seeing Kailu leading a stranger of Han ethnicity into the arena, immediately erupted into cheers. Batu called out loudly to the crowd, This is Brother Li Kaixin. Let's cheer him on. The onlookers responded with enthusiastic shouts, though inwardly they doubted the slender-looking Han youth's prowess. Kailu swiftly taught Li Kaixin the basic techniques, and the match commenced. With a foundation in martial arts, Li Kaixin skillfully countered Kailu's fierce attacks. To spare Kailu's pride, Li Kaixin feigned resistance for several rounds before finally throwing him to the ground. The crowd was momentarily stunned before bursting into applause, their doubts dispelled. Grateful, Li Kaixin helped Kailu to his feet and returned to Batu and his side. Batu patted Li Kaixin's shoulder admiringly. Brother Kaixin, you are full of surprises. You look so slight, yet you are remarkably formidable. Li Kaixin modestly scratched his head. Brother Batu, you flatter me. It was mere luck. Kailu, however, spoke candidly. Brother Kaixin, don't be modest. I gave my all just now, and you didn't even budge. If you had truly exerted yourself, I doubt I could have lasted a single round. This remark instantly piqued Batu's interest, and he eagerly challenged Li Kaixin. Brother Kaixin, would you spar with me as well? Let us do it. Let us do it. The crowd shouted in support. Seeing such enthusiasm, Li Kaixin consented. At that moment, Wu Tian and Shijiazhuang arrived with several Mongolian men, surprised to see Li Kaixin preparing to duel Batu. They had come merely to watch the spectacle and did not expect to encounter Li Kaixin. How many rounds do you think Kaixin will last? Wu Tian whispered to Shijiazhuang. Shijiazhuang shook his head, maybe one round. Both were skeptical of Li Kaixin's chances. The match began, and Batu initially assumed Kailu had exaggerated. However, upon engaging, he realized Li Kaixin's strength rivaled his own. After several rounds, Li Kaixin feigned a narrow victory, winning the match. The crowd erupted once more in thunderous cheers. Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang watched in astonishment, recalling the events of the night watch and shivering involuntarily. Li Kaixin extended his hand to Batu with humility. "Brother Batu, a narrow victory indeed." Batu laughed heartily. "There is no such thing as a narrow victory. A loss is a loss. Your strength truly surpasses mine." Returning to the side of Kailu and he, Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang hurried over, exclaiming in amazement, "Kaixin, you are incredible." Both nodded in agreement. Li Kaixin smiled at them. Brother Batu was holding back. He then introduced them to Batu and the others. Afterwards, he and Kailu took Li Kaixin to experience archery, while Batu continued wrestling training. Wu Tian and Qian Dazhuang remained at the wrestling ground to watch. The afternoon slipped by swiftly. When parting, Li Kaixin asked he and Kailu, Brother Kailu, may I borrow a horse tomorrow?" Both were somewhat surprised. Kailu inquired, "Brother Kaixin, what do you need the horse for?" Unwilling to reveal his plan to venture into the Daxing Onling, Li Kaixin offered a reason. "I wish to ride alone and explore the grasslands to admire the scenery." Kailu nodded, but cautioned with concern, "All right, we will wait for you at the horse ranch early tomorrow morning. But be sure to return before nightfall. The wolves roam the grasslands at night, and it's dangerous." "Thank you for the warning, Brother Kailu. I will definitely return before dark," Li Kaixin replied gratefully. He and Kailu then invited Li Kaixin to dinner, but he politely declined. They did not press and only reminded him once more to meet at the ranch in the morning before taking their leave. Upon returning to the yurt, the three occupants all turned to look at him in unison. "What is it?" Li Kaixin felt somewhat self-conscious under their gaze. It turned out Wu Tian had animatedly recounted the afternoon's events, leaving Master Chun and Captain Wang astonished. Seeing Li Kaixin, they could only say, "Kaixin, you are truly remarkable." Their reaction made Li Kaixin feel bashful. Dinner concluded amidst Wu Tian's continuous praise. Chapter 72. A solitary journey to the Daxing Onling. Early the next morning, Li Kaixin proceeded to the horse ranch. To his surprise, Kailu was already there, holding the reins of two horses and glancing repeatedly toward his approach. Upon seeing Li Kaixin, Kailu led the horse closer and smiled as he handed over the reins. "Here, this horse is for you. It's very gentle and strong, perfect for long rides across the grasslands." "Thank you, Brother Kailu." Li Kaixin accepted the reins and glanced around. "Is Brother he not here?" "He left early to herd sheep," Kailu explained with a smile. "Today is our turn to tend the flock. I must help, so I'm off now. Have a great time." With that, Kailu mounted the other horse and departed. "Farewell, Brother Kailu." Li Kaixin waved goodbye. After watching Kailu's figure fade into the distance, Li Kaixin mounted his horse and rode toward the direction Wu Ji had pointed out the day before. Along the way, he saw many older children herding sheep, gazing upon the vast grassland and the flock. He felt a deep sense of appreciation. Such scenery was unattainable within the confines of the Sijukan. After an hour's ride, the surroundings began to change. The grass grew denser, and more trees appeared, signaling the approach to the outskirts of the Daxing Onling. Li Kaixin reined in his horse, scanned the area to ensure solitude, and entered the secret realm with his horse. He placed the horse alongside his rabbits. The rabbits had recently given birth to a litter, and Li Kaixin, who had been feeding them fresh wheat shoots, felt a pang of sympathy. Considering that outside the secret realm lay endless grasslands, he made a decision. After carefully preparing for his journey into the mountains, he exited the secret realm and began harvesting the surrounding grassland. Since this was the Daxing Onling, evidently unclaimed territory, Li Kaixin felt no hesitation in gathering the grass. Only after laying down a thick layer of grass in the rabbit enclosure did he stop, satisfied. Then he ventured deeper into the Daxing Onling. As with his previous journey to Qinbei Mountain, Li Kaixin marked trees along his path. This expedition's purpose extended beyond hunting. He intended to collect precious medicinal herbs. The abundance of natural resources in the Daxing Onling was astonishing, far surpassing the vicinity of Sijukan, even outshining Qinbei Mountain. Within less than an hour, Li Kaixin gathered more than 10 varieties of valuable herbs, including huanqi, chehu, and shashin. Continuing onward, he soon encountered his first quarry of the day. Raising his rifle and taking aim, a shot rang out and the prey collapsed. Approaching to inspect, he found he had taken down a yellow sheep. Although puzzled by the solitary actions of the Huangyang, Li Kaixin did not dwell on it. speculating that it might simply be a case of it having strayed from its herd. After securing the Huangyang within his spatial realm, he continued his exploration. After some time traversing the terrain, a crystal-clear stream came into view. Kaixin felt a surge of energy, based on his numerous experiences venturing into the mountains. Areas near water sources are invariably teeming with wildlife. As expected, he soon encountered a group of wild boars, comprising 3 large ones accompanied by 5 piglets. Instead of fleeing, the boars charged at him aggressively. Kaixin refrained from firing his weapon, opting instead to utilize the secret realm to capture them all alive, placing them alongside the pigs he had previously raised. During his subsequent exploration, Kaixin encountered a plethora of wild animals he had only witnessed in the animal kingdom in his past life, such as otters, huanjiao, red foxes, and minks. For the larger creatures he could capture, he placed them in his spatial realm for rearing, while those he could not subdue were swiftly dispatched. The meat reserves within the secret realm grew significantly. Naturally, carnivorous animals like the lynx were met with no hesitation as he shot them down, for to him, such beasts, which are difficult to rear and offer little in terms of meat quality, held no value in cultivation. The most thrilling encounter came when he stumbled upon 2 moose. As he parted the thicket, he found himself face to face with these colossal creatures, towering nearly 2 meters high. The male moose, with its enormous, palm-like antlers, directly targeted Kaixin, snorting heavily while its front hooves nervously scraped the ground. In that moment, Kaixin held his breath, cold sweat drenching his back, and felt an overwhelming urge to shoot. Although moose are generally gentle, their aggression, when startled, can rival that of a tiger, and a mere sweep of those antlers could be lethal. Clearly, the moose were frightened. However, after some contemplation, Kaixin made a bold decision. He slowly stepped back, immersing himself in the secret realm. Just as the male moose charged, he wheeled both moose into his spatial domain. Only after confirming their presence in the secret realm did Kaixin exhale deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His foraging for medicinal herbs also proved fruitful, with the most precious being a wild ginseng plant estimated to be around 50 years old. Faced with such abundant resources, Kaixin found himself pondering the delightful prospect of residing here permanently, a notion he had never entertained during his time in Chunbei Mountain. As noon approached, Kaixin discovered a cave near the stream, kindled a fire, and prepared his lunch. He sliced some meat from the Huangyang and roe deer he had hunted, and processed a wild rabbit he caught in the Daxing and Ling, then savored a delicious feast of roasted game. After his meal, Kaixin entered the secret realm to tally the morning's harvest. The net meat obtained from his hunts included 1 lynx weighing over 30 pounds, 2 roe deer totaling over 90 pounds, 3 adult sika deer amounting to over 260 pounds, 2 large wild boars exceeding 500 pounds, 1 huangyang weighing 50 pounds, and 1 wolf weighing 40 pounds. The animals he was rearing comprised 2 moose, over 20 rabbits, and 7 sheep that had grown considerably. The chickens and ducks had begun laying eggs and had hatched a batch of chicks and ducklings, each reaching a scale of over 70. The pigs had increased to 14, with the previously captured piglets now weighing around 100 pounds. Observing the growing scale of his cultivation, Kaixin contemplated. Currently, the consumption of grain had reached 1/5 of the spatial output, and once it reached 2/3, he would need to regulate the scale. As for the medicinal herbs collected that morning, aside from the 50-year-old ginseng, which he planted alongside the century-old ginseng, the remainder was sown haphazardly, left to grow naturally. After meticulously organizing his findings, he exited the spatial realm with a sense of fulfillment. Instead of retracing his steps, Kaixin continued to explore in roughly the direction he had come. Although sightings of wild animals diminished, the variety of medicinal herbs flourished, and Kaixin delighted in his foraging. Along the way, he encountered a herd of wild donkeys, capturing 3 young ones and hunting 4 adults, yielding over 600 pounds of net meat. Just as he finished organizing his catch and prepared to advance, a chilling cry echoed from a distance. Instantly alert, Kaixin gripped his firearm tightly and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Upon reaching the location, a scene unfolded that tightened Kaixin's heart. 2 youths clad in Mongolian attire were being besieged by 2 brown bears. One had already been knocked to the ground, his clothing torn in multiple places, blood seeping from the gashes. The other Mongolian youth, though aiming his hunting rifle at one of the bears, stood frozen in fear. Without a moment to spare, Li Kaixin raised his weapon and fired at the attacking bear. The wounded bear let out a deep roar, but did not fall immediately. Instead, it turned and fled into the dense forest, followed by the other bear. Only when the bears had completely vanished did the youth with a rifle seem to awaken from his stupor, dropping his gun to the ground. He stumbled toward his fallen companion, tears in his voice. Chagenji, are you all right? It's all my fault for insisting you come here. He then knelt before his friend. Once Li Kaixin confirmed the area was secure, he stepped forward, halting a few paces away, and softly addressed the Mongolian youth. Hello, do you need assistance? The kneeling youth abruptly turned his head. Seeing that Li Kaixin was not dressed like a local, he wiped his tears and immediately became wary. Who are you? Instinctively positioning himself in front of his companion. This gesture of protection stirred something within Li Kaixin. He softened his tone, focusing on the unconscious Chagin. I have some medical knowledge. May I examine his injuries? This statement caused the Mongolian youth's defenses to drop instantly. He quickly moved aside, his voice laced with desperation. Big brother, please save Chagenji. I will do anything if he can recover. He even attempted to kneel again. Li Kaixin hurriedly reached out to support his arm. No need to kneel. I will help you. He then crouched down, first checking Chagin's pulse, lifting his eyelids to examine him, and finally inspecting the wounds. Fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries likely caused by the bear's paw, with no significant bite marks. Li Kaixin felt reassured. The boy was most likely only stunned and had not been mauled. It's all right. He merely fainted. Li Kaixin smiled at the Mongolian youth. The youth, still sobbing, confirmed. Big brother, is that true? Indeed, Li Kaixin nodded, continuing, I will search for some herbs nearby. You stay here and keep watch. Remember to shout for me if anything happens. Li Kaixin did not venture far, stopping just behind a nearby hillside. He selected several hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs from the secret realm. Upon his return, he found the Mongolian youth scanning the surroundings warily, gripping his rifle. But he visibly relaxed upon seeing Li Kaixin. Li Kaixin approached him and handed over the herbs. Chew these and apply them to Chagin's wounds. The Mongolian youth accepted the herbs without hesitation and began to chew them, carefully applying the mixture to his companion's injuries. After applying the medicine, Li Kaixin pressed a few acupressure points on Chagin and pinched his philtrum. After a short while, Chagin groaned and his eyelids fluttered. Once fully conscious, the pain from his wounds caused him to cry out in agony, springing upright. This was precisely why Li Kaixin had first applied the medicine before rousing him. Now that you are safe, I shall take my leave, Li Kaixin announced, rising to his feet. Chagin finally realized who had saved him and, suppressing his pain, expressed, Big brother, thank you for your life-saving grace. Li Kaixin waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need for thanks. Our meeting is fate. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. The two young men gazed at Li Kaixin's silhouette until it completely vanished among the trees. Suddenly, the Mongolian youth slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Chagin. I forgot to ask for the elder brother's name. Chagin shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his face. It's uncertain if we will meet again. Let us inquire next time. Come, it's time to descend the mountain. With that, he attempted to rise, only to gasp in pain. Observing this, the Mongolian youth hurried to assist, but inadvertently brushed against the injury. Pain. Buyer, do you wish to end my life? Do not touch my wound. Chagin shouted in agony. The Mongolian youth quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing, I'm sorry, Chagin. It was unintentional. He stood there, flustered and unsure of what to do. Li Kaixin followed the trail of blood left by the brown bear, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a cave. He paused to scrutinize the traces at the cave's mouth. Fresh claw marks and drag marks on the ground confirmed the bear had indeed sought refuge within. Instead of recklessly entering the cave, Li Kaixin retrieved some partially decayed animal entrails from the secret realm and placed them at the entrance, then concealed himself behind a nearby tree. Before long, there was movement at the cave's mouth. The uninjured brown bear cautiously poked its head out and, upon detecting the scent of blood, slowly emerged. Without hesitation, Li Kaixin raised his firearm, aimed, and emptied the magazine. The bear collapsed instantly, failing to utter a sound of despair. Subsequently, Li Kaixin rushed forward to deliver a few more shots, ensuring the bear was utterly lifeless before storing it in the secret realm. He then returned to his hiding spot behind the tree, waiting for approximately half an hour. Noticing the cave had fallen silent, he cautiously ventured inside. The cave was shallow, and at the far end, The injured bear lay in a pool of blood, still warm. Kaixin promptly collected the bear into the secret realm and followed suit. Inside the secret realm, he meticulously processed both bears. The first bear yielded the lowest quality gallbladder, resembling cauliflower, but fortunately, the second bear possessed the rare golden gallbladder. This expedition added over 1,000 pounds of meat to the secret realm. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. After finishing with the bears, Kaixin began his return journey. Upon arriving at the horse ranch, he found the sky had begun to darken. Zhao Lu and In he were anxiously scanning the area, and upon spotting Kaixin, they hurried towards him. "Brother Kaixin, if you hadn't returned soon, I would have sent someone to search for you," Zhao Lu exclaimed with urgency. Kaixin, seeing Zhao Lu's worried demeanor, replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhao Lu. The scenery of the grassland was too enchanting, and I inadvertently lost track of time." Zhao Lu waved his hand, his concerns dissipating as he said, "As long as you're safe, it's fine. Just be mindful of the time next time." Acknowledging his oversight, Kaixin felt guilty and promised, "Tomorrow I will prepare a gift to make amends." Zhao Lu's eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together, smiling shyly. Brother Kaixin, do you still have those document cigarettes?" And he nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed on Kaixin. The previous day, they had sampled a box and were instantly captivated by the flavor, only for their father to take the remainder after falling in love with it as well. Kaixin chuckled knowingly. "Rest assured, I will bring a pack for you tomorrow." As they exchanged banter, night had fully descended. After bidding farewell to the two, Kaixin headed towards his yurt. Inside the yurt, Master Chun, Captain Wang, and Wu Tian were seated in a circle, seemingly awaiting someone. The moment Kaixin lifted the curtain and stepped inside, Wu Tian, noticing him, rushed forward. "Kaixin, where have you been today? We missed you all day," he exclaimed, giving Kaixin's shoulder a playful punch. Master Chun and Captain Wang turned their gazes towards Kaixin, as if expecting an explanation. Realizing he had left in haste without greeting them, Kaixin began to explain, "I apologize, I left too quickly this morning and forgot to say goodbye." After a pause, he added, "I just wandered around a bit." Master Chun, seeing Kaixin's reluctance to elaborate, shifted the conversation. "Kaixin, you haven't eaten yet, have you? We were just about to prepare dinner." Captain Wang, seeing Master Chun's lead, refrained from further inquiries. Wu Tian, noticing the reactions of Master Chun and Captain Wang, swallowed his words, having intended to ask why Kaixin had returned so late. Understanding that Master Chun was covering for him, Kaixin quickly interjected, Yes. Everyone must be hungry. Let us cook." He then reached for his bag to retrieve the food supplies. During the cooking process, the 4 men remained silent. It was only during the meal that the atmosphere lightened. Master Chun was the first to speak. "Kaixin, would you like to join us tonight at the underground market in Inner Mongolia?" Kaixin looked up, puzzled by Master Chen's inquiry. Noticing his confusion, Master Chen patiently clarified. "This underground market, much like the pigeon market in Siju City in Northeast, is a place for trade." Upon hearing its similarity to the pigeon market, Kaixin understood and, after some contemplation, deemed it worthwhile to take a look, nodding in agreement. Wu Tian, brimming with excitement, was eager, as this would be his first visit to such a place. Soon, the clock struck midnight. Kaixin, Wu Tian, Captain Wang, and Master Chen quietly rose from their slumber. After lighting an oil lamp, Master Chen handed Kaixin a set of Mongolian attire. "Kaixin, put this on. Everyone in the underground market wears this." Understanding the necessity, Kaixin accepted the clothing without hesitance and donned it. This time, he omitted the headgear as it was unnecessary in this context. Once everyone was appropriately dressed, Captain Wang reminded Kaixin and Wu Tian, "Make sure to bring your firearms. There are wolves on the grassland for self-defense." The 4 of them grasped their guns, while Captain Wang carried a torch wrapped in cloth, and together they exited the yurt. Outside, Master Chun and Captain Wang did not rush to depart, but instead waited for a moment. Shortly after, 4 figures approached them. As the 4 figures drew near, Kaixin and Wu Tian recognized them as Qian Dazhuang and his master, along with another pair from the transport station. The 2 groups exchanged greetings before Captain Wang led the way in a specific direction. Along the way, Wu Tian chatted incessantly with Qian Dazhuang and Kaixin. Both Kaixin and Qian Dazhuang felt somewhat exasperated, but could understand his enthusiasm. Finally, after traversing a hill, the group came to a halt. In the hollow of the mountain, oil lamps cast a dim light, illuminating the silhouettes of people coming and going. The underground market was clearly visible, stretching out like a long dragon. Captain Wang paused and cautioned the uninitiated Kaixin and the others. When we enter, do not wander aimlessly. Stick together. And do not venture too far from what you wish to buy. With that, he led everyone inside. Kaixin, taken aback by the warning, quietly inquired of Master Chun. Master, is there something different about this place? Master Chun, seeing his curiosity, patiently explained, Kaixin, while this place is similar to the pigeon market in terms of trade, it differs significantly. It has formed spontaneously without any management. Though it involves commerce, it is considerably more dangerous. It is safer to stay together. And carrying guns is not solely for protection against wolves. Kaixin nodded. So, there is no order here? One could say that. Master Chen replied. The entrance of the underground market was quite rudimentary, marked only by a few stacked stones. Once inside, everyone adhered to Captain Wang's advice, remaining close and browsing the nearby stalls. Most of the stalls offered sheep and beef, as well as various dairy products. Kaixin inquired about the prices and was pleasantly surprised to find them exceedingly reasonable. Fresh beef and lamb were merely 3 mao per jin, equivalent to the coarse grain prices at the pigeon market in the city of Sijio. At that moment, Master Chun approached and cautioned Kaixin, while I am unaware of how you managed to preserve that tiger meat for your return, I must advise that if you intend to purchase meat, it is best to opt for dry varieties. It was then that Kaixin realized, despite possessing a secret realm, he had not considered this aspect. He could only vaguely respond, "Thank you, Master, but I do have some methods for preserving meat." Master Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well. You may proceed as you see fit." He then turned his attention elsewhere, continuing with his shopping. Following the main group, Kaixin purchased nearly 400 jin of dried beef at the price of 1 yuan per jin, spending a total of 400 yuan. Given the affordability, even if they could not consume it all, he could certainly bring some back to Sijio for later. However, as he purchased, he discreetly stored the majority of the dried beef into his secret realm, leaving only 50 jin outside. When asked about grain prices, Kaixin merely shook his head. Although slightly lower than those in Sijio, they were still not particularly cheap. He couldn't help but lament that grain was indeed more expensive than meat. This realization made him appreciate the high standards with which he and the Zhao family had once hosted him. As they traversed the final stretch of the dark market, Kaixin spotted a medicinal herb, goji berries, which were absent from his realm, and without hesitation, he procured some. Soon, the group completed their journey through the dark market, each person laden with various packages. While others in the market may have been tempted, the presence of 8 men, armed and resolute, quelled any greedy thoughts. Upon exiting the dark market, the group commenced their return journey. As fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. Shortly after descending a slope and onto a flat, grassy expanse, a wolf's howl pierced the air. Qian Dazhuang, Wu Tian, and another apprentice, upon hearing the howl and spotting the eerie green eyes ahead, tensed up. Kaixin, having acclimated to such encounters, remained relatively unfazed. The seasoned veterans, including Captain Wang, were evidently not new to such occurrences. They ignited their prepared torches, and Captain Wang remarked, "It seems the scent of our meat has attracted these beasts. Everyone, ready your firearms, and let's scare them off." Without hesitation, the group raised their weapons and fired, the cacophony of gunshots echoing across the landscape. After a volley of shots, the wolf pack vanished from view, yet caution prevailed, and they proceeded with vigilance until they returned to the yurt, finally exhaling in relief. Chapter 75. Experiencing the hunt on the prairie back at the yurt, as Wu Tian dropped his burdens and plopped down onto the ground, he exclaimed, "That really scared me. The night on the prairie can be quite perilous. A few years ago, Old Chun and I faced far more danger." Captain Wang patted Wu Tian on the shoulder, while Master Chen interjected, "By the way, Kaixin Xiaotian, how many bullets did you fire?" "I didn't use any. I brought my own gun and ammunition," Kaixin replied. Wu Tian, sitting on the ground, looked puzzled and asked Kaixin, "What are you and Master Chen talking about?" "You don't know? Think back to our return from the northeast to the transport station. Even when we encountered bandits, didn't we return every bullet we fired?" Kaixin replied in surprise. Wu Tian remained confused. Captain Wang, seeing Wu Tian's lack of understanding, succinctly clarified, "Under normal circumstances, you must return every bullet fired." Finally, Wu Tian comprehended the gravity of the situation, but still foolishly asked, Master, what happens if bullets are missing? You will face a salary deduction, and in severe cases, dismissal. Captain Wang replied tersely. He then looked at Kaixin and Wu Tian, pondering why his apprentice was so dim-witted and how fortunate old Chun was. Growing increasingly frustrated, he couldn't help but glare at Wu Tian. Wu Tian, bewildered by the glare, innocently asked, Master, what's wrong? Nothing. Just refrain from speaking, Captain Wang replied, turning his head away. Master Chun chuckled, having noticed Captain Wang's gaze flitting between Kaixin and Wu Tian, sensing his underlying dissatisfaction. Rather than exacerbate the situation, Master Chen turned to Wu Tian, shouting on, how many bullets did you use today? I'll make sure you're compensated. Oh, thank you, Master Chen. How much do I owe you? Wu Tian inquired. Master Chun waved his hand with a smile. We'll settle that upon our return to Cgeo. Besides, you still owe your master money, don't you? As he spoke, he retrieved a box of bullets from his bag and handed it to Wu Tian, prompting him to replenish his supply. Time for bed. It's getting late, a voice called out. Kaixin and Master Chun turned to see Captain Wang already lying down with his eyes closed. Exchanging amused glances, they ceased their conversation and extinguished the kerosene lamp. The three of them settled onto their bedding, sinking into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, Zhao Lu and In He awaited outside Kaixin's tent. As Kaixin groggily emerged to relieve himself, the two brothers approached him with beaming smiles. Upon seeing their eager faces, Kaixin's sleepiness dissipated instantly. Good morning, brothers, Zhao Lu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Kaixin, aware of their intentions, replied, Good morning, Zhao Lu, and he, please wait for me a moment. After excusing himself to the corner to relieve himself, he returned to the yurt. Inside, Master Chun and the others were still asleep. Kaixin turned to his secret realm and retrieved a large front door. Exiting the yurt, he handed it to Zhao Lu, who eagerly accepted it. Thank you, Kaixin. Zhao Lu and In He chorused in gratitude, their faces alight with joy. Kaixin waved his hand with a smile. It's merely an apology. No need for such formality. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile with Kaixin before they opened a pack of cigarettes to share. Zhao Lu took a puff and asked Kaixin, By the way, Kaixin, do you have any plans for today? Nothing in particular. Why do you ask, Zhao Lu? Kaixin raplia, pujlat. Zhao Lu's excitement was palpable as he said, Perfect. We're going hunting. Would you like to join us? Are we heading to the Greater King'an Range? Kaixin kidat. Zhao Lu quickly shook his head. Kaixin, what are you thinking? The mountains are far too dangerous for us. We're hunting on the prairie. After some contemplation, Kaixin ultimately agreed. After breakfast, Kaixin grabbed his firearm and headed to the horse yard, where the two brothers awaited with their horses, mounting their steeds. Zhao Lu led the trio as they galloped in unison. After riding for about half an hour, they slowed their pace. Kaixin, harboring a question, seized the moment to ask, Zhao Lu, how do you differentiate between wild and domesticated animals while hunting on the prairie? We graze within designated areas, and domesticated animals typically travel in large herds and bear distinct markings, making them easy to identify, Zhao Lu explained with a smile. Just then, a rabbit suddenly darted across the grassy terrain. Without hesitation, and he raised his gun and fired, instantly killing the rabbit with a well-placed shot. He then rode forward to retrieve his prize. And you are truly impressive, Kaixin praised. Hearing the compliment, and he smiled and replied, Kaixin, you could do this too. After riding a while longer, they finally encountered a more substantial quarry, a roe deer, staring at them with its characteristic vacant expression. This time it was Zhao Lu who took aim, but in his eagerness, he missed. The startled roe deer bolted, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Zhao Lu felt a bit embarrassed, having intended to impress Kaixin, but failing to do so. The three of them then spurred their horses to give chase. As they closed in once more, the roe deer sprang ahead again. Zhao Lu and he fired their guns repeatedly, yet the nimble roe deer evaded their shots effortlessly. At that moment, Kaixin raised his gun, aiming carefully, and struck the deer squarely in the head. Zhao Lu, I hit it, Kaixin exclaimed, turning to his companion. Zhao Lu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, forced a smile and replied, Brother Kaixin, you truly possess remarkable skill. And he, unable to contain his laughter, chuckled beside them. Zhao Lu, already feeling a loss of face, snapped at he in frustration. What are you laughing at? You didn't hit anything either. But I did manage to hit a rabbit earlier. and he retorted, suppressing his laughter and adopting a serious demeanor. Li Kaixin stepped in to diffuse the tension, saying, "Brother Zelu." "Brother," and it was merely luck that allowed me to hit it. With that, Zelu relented. However, he noticeably urged his horse to quicken its pace, eager to find another prey to prove his prowess. Unfortunately, the entire morning passed without a sighting of another deer. Although they did encounter some yellow sheep and wild horses, those creatures bolted at the first sight of the three men. Li Kaixin realized that hunting on the grassland proved far more challenging than in the forest. The animals could detect human presence from afar and would flee before one could even approach. Ultimately, their morning's haul consisted of only 4 rabbits and a single roe deer. Upon returning, they visited the production team leader, Badr, to submit half of their catch. Zelu explained that the local custom dictated that half of any hunted game must be surrendered. In the end, they were left with only 2 rabbits and half a roe deer. Li Kaixin, who had come to relax, did not mind the small bounty and ultimately kept just a leg of the roe deer, giving the remainder to his 2 companions. The brothers attempted to decline, but Li Kaixin insisted firmly. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked back to his yurt. Chapter 76. Preparations before the return. Holding the leg of the roe deer in one hand and his gun in the other, Li Kaixin returned to the yurt. He found Master Chun and the others gathered together, so he raised the leg of the deer and called out, "Master," Captain Wang shouted on, "let's have a feast for lunch today." Upon seeing the meat, Wu Tian wasted no time and stepped forward to take the leg of the deer, saying, "Kaixin, let me help you prepare it." He then busied himself with the meat, knife in hand. Master Chun beckoned Li Kaixin over. "Come, Kaixin, sit beside me." Li Kaixin set his gun aside and readily took a seat beside Master Chun. "Kaixin, we aren't going anywhere this afternoon. We need to start loading the vehicles." Master Chun informed him. "Understood, Master," Li Kaixin responded with a nod. Captain Wang glanced at the deer leg and turned to ask with a smile, "Kaixin, did you go hunting today?" "Indeed, Captain Wang, I went hunting on the grassland with 2 Mongolian friends," Li Kaixin replied. Captain Wang laughed. "Then we shall have a delightful meal at noon." After lunch, Wu Tian rubbed his belly and chuckled. "Finally, we get to enjoy a good meal." He then turned to Li Kaixin and said, "Kaixin, take me with you next time you go hunting, will you?" "Next time, I suppose that could be arranged." Li Kaixin and Surat Sumawat disingenuously. Wu Tian's spirits lifted at this. "That's a promise. I'll show you my marksmanship." Captain Wang, unable to contain himself, interjected, "You little rascal, can't you see that Kaixin is too polite to refuse you? With the cowardice you displayed last night when facing the wolves, who would dare take you along?" He continued, "Besides, we leave tomorrow. There's no time left for hunting." Wu Tian, chastened by Captain Wang's words and noticing Li Kaixin's reluctant expression, fell silent and turned away, muttering under his breath. Observing his disciple's antics, Captain Wang awkwardly smiled at Li Kaixin and Master Chun. "Captain Wang, we've herded the sheep to the vehicles," Badr's voice called from outside. Captain Wang and Master Chun promptly walked out in response. Seeing Wu Tian still sulking, Li Kaixin approached him. "Xiao Tian, let us go. It's time to get to work." Wu Tian looked up, asking aimlessly, "Kaixin, do you really think I'm that useless? You're the most useful. Let us go. If we dawdle, Master and the others will hurry us along," Li Kaixin encouraged, patting him. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's demeanor instantly brightened as he sprang up and rushed outside. At the door, he turned back to Li Kaixin with a grin. "Kaixin, hurry. Master and the others are waiting." Li Kaixin watched this series of antics with a wry smile before following suit. Outside the yurt, Master Chun, Captain Wang, and Badr were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Li Kaixin and Wu Tian emerge, Master Chun instructed, "Kaixin, Xiao Tian, go gather everyone." The 2 nodded and promptly set about rounding up the transport team, efficiently assembling everyone in a short time. Following Badr and Captain Wang, the transport team made their way to the parking area. Upon arrival, they found the area surrounded by a flock of sheep, and the Mongolian brothers had already laid down hay in the vehicles, ready for loading. 2 middle-aged men overseeing the operation approached them immediately. Badr warmly introduced the transport team to the 2, revealing that they were the leaders of the nearby production teams, one named Seren and the other Dorji. After exchanging pleasantries, Captain Wang directed the transport team, "Count carefully while loading. Each vehicle must carry 50 sheep." As soon as he finished speaking, the transport team swiftly moved to their designated vehicles and began loading. Fortunately, with dozens of Mongolian brothers assisting, The task was not overly strenuous for the transport team. In less than an hour, the loading and counting were completed. The transport team members and the Mongolian brothers stood behind their respective leaders. Captain Wang Bader and the other two production team leaders shook hands, completing the handover ceremony. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a sudden exclamation from the Mongolian brothers drew everyone's attention. Kaixin turned to see one of the two Mongolian youths he had encountered in the Daxing Onling the previous day. Beer excitedly approached Big Brother. How did he expect to see you here? He then turned to production team leader Dorji, saying, Dad, this is the Big Brother who saved me and Chagan yesterday. Upon hearing this, Dorji immediately stepped forward to shake Kaixin's hand. Aware that the events in Daxing Onling could no longer be concealed, Kaixin graciously extended his hand in return. The others present watched this exchange with puzzled expressions. Dorji, filled with emotion, was the first to speak. Hero, thank you for saving my son and Chagan. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. I merely lent a helping hand. Kaixin replied with a smile. Beer chimed in, Big Brother, if it weren't for you, Chagan and I would have been devoured by a bear. This remark only deepened the confusion among those present. Beer, what on earth happened? Bader asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Beer briefly recounted the events of the previous day. After hearing his account, not only did the transport team members' expressions change, but the Mongolian brothers also displayed admiration. Bader praised Kaixin. Young brother Kaixin, you are truly remarkable. As he gave a thumbs up, only then did Beer learn Kaixin's name and warmly invite, Big brother Kaixin, please come to my home tomorrow. I wish to host you properly. I'm afraid that might not be possible. Kaixin replied with a resigned smile. Bader explained to his nephew, your big brother Kaixin is leaving tomorrow, as you can see from all these sheep we loaded today. However, you can express your gratitude by attending tonight's farewell banquet. Beer then realized, turning to his father Dorji, Dad, since there is still time, let us go prepare a gift for big brother Kaixin. Just as Kaixin was about to decline, Dorji preemptively addressed everyone. Everyone, we have something to attend to. We'll take our leave. With that, he and his son turned to depart. After watching the lively scene, the crowd gradually dispersed. On the way back, Kaixin felt the scrutinizing gazes of the Mongolian brothers as they passed by. Even Captain Wang and Master Chun looked on with curiosity. Under such scrutiny, Kaixin hastened back to his yurt. Upon entering, he had just settled down. Wu Tian excitedly leaned in, exclaiming, Kaixin, I was wondering why you returned so late yesterday. He then squinted his eyes and urged, do share the details of your heroic rescue. I only heard a brief account earlier. Master Chun and Captain Wang also displayed expressions of keen interest, directing their gazes towards Kaixin. Observing the curiosity of those around him, Kaixin decided to share the full account of his encounter with the two individuals from the previous day. Wu Tian listened with fervor, and Captain Wang nodded in agreement. Master Chun, upon hearing the tale, refrained from advising Kaixin against taking risks, but instead solemnly cautioned, Kaixin, please exercise greater caution when venturing into the mountains. Understood, Master, Kaixin replied earnestly. Chapter 77. The official return journey time flew swiftly, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Zhao Lu and he and Baya Air arrived at Kaixin's yurt, accompanied by Chagan. Inside, the four were still resting. Kaixin, are you there? Zhao Lu called out to the yurt. Hearing the commotion, Kaixin opened his eyes and stepped outside, where he found Zhao Lu, and he, Chagan, and Baya Air, who was carrying two bags. Upon seeing Kaixin, Baya Air eagerly handed him the bags, saying, Big brother Kaixin, this is a token of gratitude from me and Chagan. Please accept it. Kaixin graciously accepted the gifts, knowing that refusing would cause discomfort to the givers. With Kaixin's acceptance, Baya Air and Chagan exchanged relieved smiles. Zhao Lu then stepped forward and said, Brother Kaixin, the farewell party is about to commence. Please set your things down. We must have a good chat later. Certainly. Brother Zhao Lu, Kaixin responded, smiling and nodding at Enhe, Baya Air, and Chagan before returning to the yurt. After placing the bags down, Kaixin awakened Master Chun, Captain Wang, and Wu Tian, informing them of the impending festivities. Upon their emergence, others from the transport station, summoned by Zhao Lu and his companions, joined them. The square was decorated similarly to the previous bonfire gathering. Sao Lu, Ine, Vea Jair, and Chagan made a point to seat Kaixin among them. As Bate Air raised a bowl to toast, the party officially began. The atmosphere around Li Kaixin grew lively. Zhao Lu was the first to raise his bowl and say, "Brother Kaixin, I truly admire your bravery in venturing alone into the perilous Hingenling." He downed his bowl of mare's milk liquor in one go. Observing this, Li Kaixin followed suit, chuckling, "I often hunted in the mountains back home. It's merely a matter of habit, not skill. But that shot you made this morning at the roe deer was surely not just luck, was it?" And he inquired from his side. Li Kaixin medhi li sumai, choosing not to reply. And he, sensing his response, turned to jest with Zhao Lu. "I told you, among the three of us, you have the weakest hunting skills." Just as Li Kaixin was about to intervene, Chagan held him back, saying, "Big brother Kaixin, that's just how they are. Don't mind them." Despite NHS few words, he's been competing with Zhao Lu in hunting skills for years. It's all just banter. Let us enjoy the show. Understanding that the group had known each other for a long time, Li Kaixin refrained from interfering further. Chagan lifted his bowl and addressed Li Kaixin. "Big brother Kaixin, thank you for saving me yesterday. I toast to you." He then tilted his head back and drained his bowl. After returning the gesture, Li Kaixin, with a tone of concern, cautioned, "Brother Chagan, don't drink so hastily. Your wound hasn't fully healed." "No worries, big brother Kaixin. I'm almost fully recovered," Chagan replied, thumping his chest, which led to a fit of coughing. Li Kaixin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking how stubborn this person was. Soon, Baya Air and he also raised their bowls in tribute. Li Kaixin initially thought this would conclude the toasts, unaware that he had become the focal point of the evening. Following the afternoon's chatter, the Mongolian brothers present began to glance in Li Kaixin's direction with increasing frequency. Once Li Kaixin and the others completed their round of drinks, some could no longer contain themselves. The first to approach was Batu, who approached Li Kaixin with a bowl in hand, declaring, "Brother Kaixin, you are a true warrior. I toast to you." Li Kaixin readily returned the salute. This prompted a flurry of other Mongolian men to come forward to offer their toasts. Even Bate Air, the captain, joined in. Li Kaixin had inadvertently become the center of attention at the party. As the night progressed, despite Li Kaixin's robust physique, he found himself struggling to keep pace and resorted to discreetly utilizing his secret space to cheat. By placing his finger on the rim of the bowl, he cleverly directed the liquor into his secret space while appearing to drink. Though he had not intended to resort to such measures, he found it necessary. With over 20 Mongolian brothers present, each taking turns to toast, the individuals from the transport station began to monitor Li Kaixin after he reached his seventh bowl, transitioning from initial astonishment to a state of numbness. They silently resolved never to challenge Li Kaixin to a drinking contest again. Ultimately, Li Kaixin pretended to be intoxicated to extricate himself from the situation. On their way back, Master Chen supported Li Kaixin while Captain Wang aided Wu Tian, who was once again inebriated. Upon entering the yurt, Li Kaixin quickly regained his composure, leaving Master Chen and Captain Wang astonished. Captain Wang could not restrain himself from asking, "Kaixin, you're not drunk?" "I have a higher tolerance for alcohol. I'm still sober." Li Kaixin replied with a shy smile. Master Chen and Captain Wang exchanged incredulous glances. "Let us rest. We must rise early tomorrow," Master Chen said, extinguishing the kerosene lamp. Onward. At Captain Wang's command, the transport convoy officially commenced its return journey. As Li Kaixin was the sole occupant of his vehicle, he placed all 4 packages in the passenger seat without securing them outside. The first day was spent traveling within Inner Mongolia, surrounded by vast grasslands. That evening, the convoy set up camp on the grassy terrain. Wu Tian, Qian de Zhuang, and Li Kaixin gathered around to chat. Wu Tian was the first to speak. "Kaixin, you said we both got drunk yesterday. Why is it that today Master only scolded me, while you said nothing to you?" "I wasn't drunk. Why will my master scold me?" "Li Kaixin Tuka." Wu Tian grew agitated. "I saw you fall over. If I hadn't thought you were intoxicated, I wouldn't have drunk so much afterward. Was I not convincing enough? Were you counting on me to take the blame, thinking that if I got drunk, Captain Wang wouldn't admonish you?" "Li Kaixin Poitendin Zima." Wu Tian awkwardly scratched his head, falling silent. Observing his demeanor, Li Kaixin knew he had hit the mark. Qian de Zhuang chimed in. "Kaixin, you were incredible yesterday, drinking bowl after bowl." I was left speechless. Just as Li Kaixin was about to respond modestly, Captain Wang approached, his tone serious. The night may not be peaceful. Don't let your guard down. With that, he went to inform the others at the transport station. Kaixin, Qian Zhuang, and Wu Tian exchanged glances, losing interest in their conversation. Late at night, the apprentices kept watch, but this time, the experienced drivers remained alert and did not sleep deeply. The night passed quietly. The following morning, as everyone awoke, they appeared weary. Both apprentices and seasoned drivers struggled to mask their fatigue. The convoy moved at a much slower pace than the previous day, frequently stopping, clearly indicating that everyone was forcing themselves to stay alert. That evening, after setting up camp, Captain Wang reminded everyone to remain vigilant as usual. However, several apprentices relaxed, thinking that since nothing had happened the day before, they were safe today. In contrast, the experienced drivers heightened their vigilance, immediately waking at the slightest noise. Chapter 78. The ambush. Wu Tian is injured. Time passed, and before long, it was just past 5 in the early morning, and the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, an apprentice on watch shouted in alarm, "Wake up! A pack of wolves is approaching." Kaixin and the others who were asleep were abruptly awakened by the piercing sound. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Upon seizing his firearm, Kaixin realized the wolf pack had already closed in nearby. Without hesitation, he took aim and swiftly neutralized the wolves closest to him. At that moment, a seasoned veteran shouted hoarsely, urging everyone to form a back-to-back circle, warning them to beware of wolves leaping from behind. Almost simultaneously, Captain Wang's voice echoed from the opposite side, commanding them to guard the vehicles and protect the sheep from being seized by the wolves. The night was pitch black, with no time to illuminate the vehicle headlights. Only a few scattered campfires faintly lit the vicinity of the trucks. Under these dire circumstances, the wolves had closed in stealthily, their numbers so vast and dense that no one could count them or know their true extent. An apprentice, trembling, suggested retreating by car, a proposal that sowed doubt among the others, who then anxiously looked to Captain Wang for approval. His resolute refusal echoed loudly. Boarding the vehicles now was absolutely forbidden. Though reluctant, Wang's experience warned that panicked attempts to escape would only doom a few who might be left behind, dragged down by the wolves, a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Some apprentices harbored resentment towards Wang's command, but the veterans understood his prudent judgment. The standoff dragged on tensely, with wolves being shot down only to be replaced by fresh attackers. Kaixin and Master Chun's vehicle was positioned at the rear, a prime target for the wolf assault. It was here that Master Chun truly witnessed Kaixin's prowess. Any wolf that came near was either felled by a precise bullet or forcefully kicked away. The sound of cracking bones echoed repeatedly, causing Chun's heart to wince. Thanks to Kaixin's formidable defense, Chun only needed to focus forward, bearing the least pressure among the entire convoy. Others fared far worse, especially the pairs of veterans and apprentices who not only had to fend off attacks from the front and sides, but also vigilantly protect their vulnerable comrades behind them, a combination that accounted for more than half the convoy. At the front, Wu Tian and Captain Wang stood back to back, enduring pressure comparable to the rear, perhaps invigorated by Kaixin's earlier heroics. Wu Tian fought with fierce tenacity, showing no trace of fear. Captain Wang cautioned him to stay alert and safe, to which Wu Tian confidently responded. The struggle seemed endless. Just as ammunition ran low and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, a faint light appeared on the horizon. A distant wolf howl signaled the pack's retreat in all directions. The weary convoy exhaled collectively, sinking to the ground in relief, including Wu Tian and Captain Wang, who sat back to back, gasping heavily. Suddenly, a wolf lying motionless beside Captain Wang sprang up and lunged fiercely at his neck. Wu Tian, still seated, caught the attack in his peripheral vision and instinctively pushed Wang aside with all his might. The wolf shifted its target, clamping down viciously on Wu Tian's back. A scream of agonizing pain escaped him. Captain Wang scrambled up to pull the wolf off, but its grip was unyielding. Hearing the commotion, a few uninjured veterans hurried over, though their steps were slowed by fatigue. At the rear, Kaixin observed the scene and told Master Chun he would investigate, swiftly dashing toward the front. Captain Wang, seasoned and composed, regained his composure quickly and had subdued the wolf by the time Kaixin arrived, rescuing Wu Tian. Wu Tian, gritting his teeth despite the pain, managed a smile and asked if he had proven his courage. Captain Wang's eyes reddened as he scolded the young man for not evading the attack. Wu Tian replied quietly that had he dodged, the wolf would have bitten Wang, who still had to drive. Li Kaixin knelt beside Wu Tian, offering to examine the wound with his modest medical knowledge. Wang revealed the injury. Li Kaixin inspected it carefully, palpated the pulse, and gently pressed around the wound. Relieved to find no broken bones, only severe flesh wounds. Master Chun and others soon arrived. Wang anxiously inquired about Wu Tian's condition. Li Kaixin instructed them to prepare saline solution while he fetched medicine. Master Chun offered his vehicle's medical kit containing gauze and alcohol, which Li Kaixin used alongside herbal anti-inflammatory and analgesic remedies retrieved from his secret space. Li Kaixin cleansed the wound with salt water, disinfected the surrounding area with alcohol, and applied the herbal poultice. Wu Tian cried out sharply from the sting, but endured. Once stabilized, Li Kaixin carefully bandaged the wound and tended to other wounded drivers and apprentices. By dawn, those unscathed began collecting the slain wolves and sheep lost to the attack. 30 sheep had perished, while over 70 wolves were killed. Notably, around 20 wolf corpses surrounded Li Kaixin and Master Chun's vehicle, nearly 1/3 of the total kills. After securing the wolf bodies to the trucks, none wished to linger, and the convoy accelerated away. That night, no one dared rest. They pressed on in darkness, the pervasive scent of blood a grim beacon that might attract further danger. Li Kaixin experienced night driving for the first time. It was not until the following afternoon that the convoy finally reached the gates of Siju City. Instead of heading to the designated slaughterhouse, they proceeded directly to the transport station, drawing astonished stares from passers-by along the way. At the station's entrance, the gatekeeper, alarmed by their appearance, hastily opened the gates and rushed to notify the station chief. Upon disembarking, all but Li Kaixin staggered with exhaustion and reddened eyes. Some collapsed outright. Station Chief Zhao and Director Xie, alerted by the gatekeeper's urgent report, hurried out and were stunned to see the trucks laden with wolf carcasses. Captain Wang approached Zhao, who, noting Wang's swollen, bloodshot eyes, inquired anxiously about their ordeal. Wang explained the wolf attack during the early hours and the non-stop journey since then, mentioning the injured among them. Zhao, assessing the miserable state of the convoy, immediately asked about the wounded and their severity, then turned to Director Xie for assistance. Quickly, summoned Dr. Su from the infirmary. Director Xie, not daring to delay, hastily made his way to the infirmary. Captain Wang pointed in a direction, stating, "My apprentice Wu Tian has sustained serious injuries. A wolf has bitten his back. The other injured individuals are less severely hurt." Upon hearing this, Director Zhao fell silent, and for a moment, no one spoke. Soon, Director Xie returned with Dr. Su, who carried a medical kit. Upon arrival, Dr. Su called out, "Who is Wu Tian?" "Here." Li Kaixin immediately raised his hand. Li Kaixin had been by Wu Tian's side since he got off the vehicle, continuously checking the condition of the wound. Dr. Su hurried over and set down the medical kit. After a day and a half, under the influence of the herbal medicine provided by Li Kaixin, Wu Tian's wound had begun to close and scab over. Dr. Su meticulously examined the wound, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Observing this, Li Kaixin smiled and explained, "Doctor, I applied some anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving herbs I found earlier." "You understand medicine?" Dr. Su was somewhat taken aback. Li Kaixin nodded and continued, "Doctor, could you please administer an injection of anti-inflammatory medicine? That would be more prudent." "Certainly," Dr. Su responded promptly, retrieving a syringe from the medical kit and administering an injection to Wu Tian. After attending to the most serious case, he briefly assessed the other lightly injured individuals before swiftly approaching Director Zhao and whispering a few words. After listening, Director Zhao visibly sighed in relief. He first nodded appreciatively at Li Kaixin, then began to inquire in detail about the incident from Captain Wang. Before long, Director Zhao had grasped the general situation, including the status of the supplies on the vehicle and the wolf carcasses. He then turned to the weary driver and apprentice, saying, "Comrades, you have worked hard. Due to some comrades being injured, you'll have an additional day of rest, totaling 3 days. Those who still have energy may return home. Those who are fatigued may go to the rest area and return home after recuperating." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "Regarding these wolves, the transportation station will purchase them at market price, and Captain Wang will distribute the funds to everyone." Upon hearing this arrangement, The exhausted group nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the crowd divided into two groups. One group, carrying their belongings, headed to the rest area, while the other group directly took their things and walked home. Kaixin was then called aside by Director Xie and taken to the office. In Director Xie's office, Director Zhao was also present, seated in the main chair. As Kaixin entered with his bag, he stood formally across from them. "Kaixin, no need to stand. Please take a seat," Director Zhao said with a smile. Kaixin, feeling comfortable, sat down and looked at the two men, asking Director Uncle Xie, "Do you need something from me?" Director Zhao chuckled. "Kaixin, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. I never expected you to not only be capable in combat, but also skilled in treating injuries." "Director, you flatter me," Kaixin replied, appearing somewhat bashful. "This is no flattery." Director Zhao's smile faded somewhat, and his tone became formal. "Comrade Kaixin, you displayed remarkable courage in the face of the wolf pack, actively aiding the injured, thereby exemplifying the spirit of unity and mutual assistance. The station has decided to grant you the following rewards: a bicycle ticket and a cash bonus of 100 yuan. "Thank you, Director." Kaixin promptly stood up, receiving the rewards with both hands earnestly. After presenting the rewards, Director Zhao also stood. "Kaixin, continue your discussion with Uncle Xie. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he exited the office. "Kaixin, why are you still standing?" "Please sit down," Director Xie said, beaming with a smile. Kaixin then sat down once more. Director Xie rubbed his hands together, somewhat bashfully starting to speak. "Kaixin, you see." Kaixin immediately understood. He then lifted a large bag from beside his feet, reaching inside to discreetly retrieve a slightly inferior bear gallbladder from his hidden space. "Uncle Xie, what do you think this is worth?" Director Xie took it and examined it closely, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. It was not that the item was poor, it was simply of lesser quality. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a price of 100 yuan. Kaixin recognized that the item he presented was somewhat of a compromise. He then rummaged through the bag again, effectively retrieving 4 bear paws from his hidden space. "What about this?" Director Xie's disappointment vanished instantly as he picked up a bear paw and weighed it in his hand. "This is good. I'll offer you 40 yuan each. How does that sound?" "Agreed," Kaixin nodded. Just as Director Xie accepted the 4 bear paws, the office door opened again and Director Zhao returned. Kaixin was about to stand when Director Zhao placed a hand on his shoulder. Stay seated. It's just us here. No need for such formality." He then turned to Director Xie, chuckling. "Good old Xie. Being a bit selfish, are we?" "Director, I just struck this deal," Director Xie replied with an air of resignation. Director Zhao, grinning, proposed, "Here's an idea. I'll pay for 2 of them, and we can split the rest. What do you say?" Under the weight of Director Zhao's authority, Director Xie reluctantly handed over 2 bear paws. Director Zhao accepted them with satisfaction and turned to Kaixin, saying, "Kaixin, next time there is something good, remember to come find me too." "Director, isn't that a bit inappropriate, taking both and giving nothing?" Director Xie muttered, observing the situation. Kaixin quickly shifted the topic. He retrieved 2 small cloth bags, each containing 5 pounds of beef jerky, handing one to Director Zhao and the other to Director Xie. "Uncle Xie, Director, this is a snack I brought back for you to try." Director Zhao casually accepted it. "Oh, I even have a share this time? I thought you were too timid to bring me any before. As you mentioned, you already hinted at it last time. How could I forget?" Kaixin chuckled. Director Zhao pointed at Kaixin. "You, truly a clever one." Once everything was settled, Kaixin stood. "Uncle Xie, Director, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Wait, you haven't collected your money yet. And don't forget about the medicine." Saying this, Director Xie handed 60 yuan to Kaixin. Adding to the 200 yuan given before departure, it perfectly covered the cost of the bear paws and gallbladder. "All right, Uncle Xie," Kaixin accepted the money, gathered his package, and left the office. Upon exiting, he noticed that several vehicles had already departed, likely arranged by Director Zhao to head directly to the slaughterhouse for processing. Kaixin did not linger and headed straight home. Chapter 80. Preparing to visit grandmother's house in courtyard number 93. Mother Qin Zayulai was chatting with Aunt Zhao in the front yard. "Zayulai, your son Kaixin has been away for several days. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Aunt Zhao inquired with a smile. Mother Qin Zayulai forced a smile. "You should be back soon, probably in a day or 2. Although she said this, a hint of worry still gleamed in her eyes. Just then, the large gate of the courtyard swung open. Kaixin entered, carrying several large bundles. Oh dear! Aunt Zhao's voice rose in excitement. Zayulai, look, your son is back. Mother Qin Zayulai turned around, and upon seeing her son, hurriedly rushed forward, barely able to speak as she took two of the bundles from Kaixin's hands. Feeling lighter, Kaixin looked up at his mother with curiosity. Mother, aren't you working today? Silly boy, today is the weekend. Mother Qin Zayulai shot him a playful glance. After realizing this, Kaixin slapped his forehead. Oh, right. I completely forgot what day it was. He then smiled to mask his embarrassment. Aunt Zhao chimed in, her face beaming with joy. Kaixin, I was just telling your mother about you, and here you are. She then noticed the large bundles, though unsure of their contents. Her envy was unmistakable. It's clear that drivers like you always bring back so many good things. Aunt Zhao, it's just that they're a bit more. Nothing particularly special. Kaixin quickly waved his hand. Mother Qin Zayulai, seeing that Aunt Zhao was eager to continue the conversation, quickly interjected. Sister Zhao, look at all this. I'll help Kaixin unpack it first, and we can chat later, all right? Indeed, I got carried away with my words. Aunt Zhao smiled and stepped aside, saying, You all carry on. Subsequently, my mother, Qin Zayulai, walked ahead while Kaixin followed closely, carrying the remaining bundles as they made their way to the backyard. Upon entering the house, they found it empty. Kaixin gazed at the desolate space and exclaimed, Mother, where are my father and my younger siblings? Your father is at the alley's end, playing chess with someone. Your brother Kai and sister Xiao have gone to join him for some fun, replied Mother Qin Zayulai as she set down the bundles. Kaixin nodded and reached out to untie the bundles. Observing her son's weary visage, Mother Qin Zayulai, knowing he must have been exhausted from the past few days, quickly interjected, Do not bother, go rest first. I will take care of this. Recognizing his fatigue after a day of intense driving, Kaixin conceded, All right, thank you, Mother. With that, he turned and entered his room. Watching her son retreat, Mother Qin Zayulai began to unpack the bundles. Inside, apart from the 50 pounds of beef jerky that Kaixin had brought, there were also 20 pounds each of beef and mutton jerky from the Chagan family and the Beer family, 10 pounds of milk jerky, 10 pounds of oats, and 100 pounds of wild walnuts that Kaixin had retrieved from the secret realm during his journey home. Once in his room, the moment Kaixin's head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, it was his brother Kai and sisterly Xiao who roused him. Checking his watch, he realized he had slept for nearly 3 hours. It was now 6 in the evening. After dinner, the family gathered around the table to chat. Nowadays, thanks to the good things Kaixin frequently brought home, both his parents had become accustomed to seeing such treasures and could now maintain their composure. Mother Qin Zayulai was the first to speak. Kaixin, what have you brought back this time? Do you have any plans? Father Li Ming also looked over. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaixin replied, Mother, just handle it as you see fit. If you wish to trade with the neighbors or extend some goodwill, please take charge. He then added, by the way, I bought this beef jerky at $1 per pound. $1 per pound? How inexpensive! Exclaimed Mother Qin Zayulai, her eyes widening. Kaixin, seeing her reaction, smiled and explained, Mother, it is truly that cheap. Fresh beef and lamb, they are much cheaper than here, comparable to the price of our coarse grains. Conversely, grain prices are about the same as here. Father Li Ming, with his broader experience, chimed in, Indeed, prices vary by region. Mother Qin Zayulai, now convinced, smiled. She then recalled something important. By the way, Kaixin, your father and I had agreed earlier that we would visit your grandmother in Kinjia go tomorrow. Are you free? Of course, Mother, Kaixin replied promptly. Glancing at his parents, he pulled out a bicycle ticket from his pocket. However, I want to be accompanying you. Upon seeing the ticket, Li Ming's expression grew serious, and he lowered his voice to ask, Kaixin, is this ticket legitimate? You didn't get it from Gazi City, did you? Mother Qin Zayulai also looked at her son anxiously. Kaixin quickly understood their concerns and reassured them. Father, Mother, do not worry. This was personally awarded to me by Station Master Zhao at our transport station today due to some issues on the road, and I handled it well. Hearing this, Father Li Ming's demeanor softened, and he nodded without further inquiry, satisfied that it was legitimate. Mother Qin Zayulai also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You can ride your bike tomorrow and arrive at your grandmother's house by noon. In the early hours of the morning, Kaixin rose from bed, donned his previous attire, and quietly made his way to the black market. Upon reaching the usual spot where Hu Laoliu set up his stall, he found him with his head down, seemingly preoccupied. "Hey, brother, who were you busy with?" "Kaixin grata." "Who is it?" Hu Laoliu looked up, his face displaying impatience. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted to one of eagerness. "Brother Zhou, you finally came. I thought something had happened to you after so many days. I had some matters to attend to." Kaixin grublia. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, "Brother Hu, what do you think could have happened to me?" This caught Hu Laoliu off guard. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his voice. "Brother Zhou, to be honest, our black market has been targeted by another group. Many of our regular clients have either been captured or have gone missing. Is that why you thought I had suffered as well?" Kaixin interjecta. Hu Laoliu nodded in response. "Are you still accepting goods?" Kaixin inquirat. "Of course. How could we not?" Hu Laoliu nearly shouted in relief. "We've been struggling to obtain goods these days, and as long as we can receive supplies, we are grateful." Seeing Hu Laoliu's eagerness, Kaixin chose not to prolong the conversation. "All right, see you at the usual place." With that, he turned and walked toward their previous trading location. Chapter 81. Vehicle purchase conflict. Upon arriving at the trading spot, Kaixin swiftly retrieved 2 wild boars, a wolf, and a lynx from the secret realm, totaling over 570 pounds. Shortly thereafter, Hu Laoliu arrived, accompanied by 2 underlings pushing a cart. After several transactions, both parties had become quite familiar with each other. Hu Laoliu wasted no time with pleasantries and immediately had the goods weighed. Then, leaning closer to Kaixin, he lowered his voice. "Brother Zhou, do you still want that bicycle ticket you mentioned last time?" He watched Kaixin's expression closely, anxious that he might decline. "Yes, of course." Kaixin's eyes lit up. Although it couldn't be shown publicly now, once he obtained a certificate, it could be used openly in the future. Without hesitation, Hu Laoliu pulled the ticket from his pocket and handed it to Kaixin, eager to make the exchange swiftly. After receiving the ticket, Kaixin asked, "Brother Hu, do you have any of the tickets on hand? I would like to buy some more." Hu Laoliu, slightly embarrassed, rummaged through his pockets and produced only a few scattered tickets. "Brother Zhou, we've faced significant setbacks lately, and our ticket supply has dwindled. This is all I have." He handed the tickets to Kaixin. Upon examining them, Kaixin was taken aback. It was rather meager. A black market ticket dealer possessed only a handful of grain tickets and Class B cigarette tickets, something even an average working-class family could readily provide. With a sigh, he patted Hu Laoliu's shoulder. "All right, Brother Hu, I will take these." At that moment, the underlings finished weighing the goods. After deducting the value of the bicycle ticket and the few tickets, Hu Laoliu handed Kaixin 990 yuan. This price was comparable to what he would have received from selling on the black market alone, likely an attempt to curry favor with Kaixin. After the transaction, as before, Kaixin waited for Hu Laoliu and his men to depart before heading home. On his way back, Kaixin began to contemplate that he had no intention of visiting the black market for the next month. The following morning, after breakfast, Kaixin made his way to the department store while his parents took his younger siblings to visit their grandmother. Before leaving, his father specifically requested Kaixin's watch. Upon arriving at the department store, Kaixin headed straight for the bicycle shop. To be honest, he felt quite exhilarated, having long anticipated the acquisition of a bicycle. However, upon entering the store, his excitement was quickly dampened. The young male clerk at the counter glanced at Kaixin before returning to his task, feigning indifference. Kaixin didn't take it to heart, as this was typical behavior for clerks of that era. Approaching with a smile, he asked, "Comrade, do you have any Yangju brand bicycles?" Upon hearing this, the clerk sized up Kaixin and scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "You? Do you think you can afford one? Look at you, being so bothersome here. Do you believe I can throw you out?" Kaixin's temper flared, intentionally provoking the salesperson. "I don't believe it. Why don't you give it a try?" Instantly, the salesperson felt a pang of humiliation, and anger surged within him as he swung his arm towards Kaixin. Kaixin, equally incensed, did not relent. He lifted his leg and kicked, sending the salesperson staggering back several steps before crashing to the ground. A cry of pain escaped the salesperson's lips. Fortunately for him, Kaixin had restrained his strength. Otherwise, the man would have been unable to utter a sound. The commotion drew the store manager over. Spotting manager Lu's arrival, the fallen salesperson quickly sought to place blame. "Manager Lu, this brat not only has a terrible attitude, but also struck me. Manager Liu was aware of the salesperson's usual behavior, yet he felt obliged to defend his subordinate. He turned sternly, "Comrade, I'm the manager here. Look at what you've done. If you don't provide an explanation, we may have to report this to the police." Kaixin, unwilling to escalate the situation further, produced his bicycle ticket and began to explain, "Hello, Manager Liu. I came to purchase a bicycle, not to cause trouble." He then gestured towards the person on the ground. It was this salesperson who initiated the confrontation, and I merely acted in self-defense. Manager Liu hesitated, glancing at the prostrate salesperson, just as he was about to make a decision when a familiar voice called out, "Kaixin, what is going on?" Turning around, Manager Liu was surprised to see Lighthearted approaching. He had been discussing matters with Manager Liu when the shouting caught his attention, prompting him to come over. After waiting for a while, feeling bored, he decided to check the situation and did not expect to find Kaixin there. Kaixin, seeing him, smiled helplessly. "Uncle Li, I came to buy a bicycle and unexpectedly encountered this situation." Noticing the close relationship between Kaixin and Lighthearted, Manager Liu's demeanor softened. He turned to glare at the still-seated salesperson. "Get up and apologize to this comrade immediately. Hurry and assist him with the bicycle paperwork." The salesperson attempted to argue, but, upon meeting Manager Liu's fierce gaze, scrambled to his feet. He first apologized to Kaixin, then took the bicycle ticket, hurriedly going to process the paperwork. This time, Kaixin experienced the highest efficiency from a salesperson. Once the payment was completed, in less than 5 minutes, the bicycle was presented before Kaixin. Manager Liu approached with a smile. "Comrade, is there anything about this bicycle that does not meet your satisfaction? I can arrange for an exchange." "Thank you, Manager Liu. I'm quite pleased with this bicycle," Kaixin replied courteously. He understood that he owed this fortunate turn of events to Lighthearted, and thus he respectfully said, "Uncle Li, thank you for today. I will certainly come to express my gratitude in a couple of days." Lighthearted, butting Kaixin's Armenia. "I will await your visit. Don't leave me hanging." "I certainly want tea," Kaixin assured, adding, "Now, Uncle Li, please continue with your tasks. I need to put a license plate on the bicycle." "Go ahead." Lighthearted waved with a smile. After leaving the department store with his new bicycle, Kaixin had no intention of purchasing a second one that day. He headed directly to the vehicle management office to obtain the bicycle steel stamp. At this time, there were not many people buying bicycles, so he did not have to wait long before the process was completed. With all the paperwork in order, Kaixin mounted his bicycle and rode towards Qinjiagu. Qinjiagu is also a village within the Hongxing commune, situated south of Li village, which is to the north. The two villages are quite distant from each other. After pedaling for over 2 hours, Kaixin finally arrived at the familiar Qinjiagu. Entering the village, though a few people recognized him, they did not approach to greet him as he seldom visited. They merely cast envious glances from afar. Chapter 82. At grandmother's house, as soon as Kaixin parked his bicycle at the gate, his father and grandfather, who were chatting in the courtyard, turned their heads upon hearing the noise. His grandfather squinted his eyes and immediately beamed with joy. "My great-grandson, you have finally arrived." He then got up to walk outside. "Grandfather, please take it slow." Kaixin hurriedly parked his bicycle and rushed forward to support his grandfather's arm. His father, Li Minged, also came over, his gaze instantly drawn to the bicycle as he took it into the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, his grandmother and mother, Qin Zayulai, emerged from the kitchen. His younger brother, Li Kai, and sister, Li Xiaoxiao, followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, the two children immediately spotted the bicycle and rushed over, exuberantly surrounding their father, Li Minged, with excited chatter. Just as Kaixin was about to help his grandfather sit down, his grandmother approached, supported by his mother, Qin Zayulai. She grasped Kaixin's hand. Inspecting him closely, "Kaixin, you haven't visited your grandmother for quite some time. Let me see if you've lost weight." "Grandmother, I haven't lost weight. I'm quite sturdy," Kaixin replied with a smile, allowing her to pull him along. Just then, laughter and chatter could be heard from outside the courtyard. Turning to look, he saw that his uncles and their families had arrived. Behind the two uncles were two girls around 11 or 12 years old, a boy about 13 or 14, and two boys aged 8 or 9. The oldest girl and the two youngest boys belonged to the eldest uncle's family, while the other two were from the second uncle's family. Their grandmother had 4 children. Kaixin's mother was the eldest, with the youngest daughter married to a neighboring village. Along with these two uncles, The two uncles and their wives greeted their grandmother and grandfather before exchanging pleasantries with Kaixin's father, then turned to Kaixin with smiles, offering their greetings. With everyone gathered, his grandmother released Kaixin's hand and cheerfully addressed her eldest daughter and others. Now that everyone is here, let us go prepare the meal. His mother, Qin Zayulai, responded, and both the eldest and second aunts rolled up their sleeves, laughing and chatting as they made their way into the kitchen. At this moment, his younger brother, Li Kai, and sister, Li Xiaoxiao, approached Li Kaixin. His brother, Li Kai, spoke with a tone of pleading, "Big brother, can we ride the bicycle now?" Dad said it's up to you. His sister, Li Xiaoxiao, looked up with anticipation in her eyes. Seeing their eager expressions, Li Kaixin smiled and nodded. Sure. Just take it out slowly and ride in the open space by the gate. Don't go up the slope. Thank you, big brother. Li Kaixin. And his sister's eyes sparkled with joy. Then, Li Kai gleefully pushed the bicycle out, with Li Xiaoxiao following closely behind. A few cousins quickly gathered around, and a group of children excitedly exited the courtyard. Li Kaixin's father watched as the new bicycle was taken away, a flicker of concern crossing his face. However, he ultimately respected his eldest son's decision and did not voice any objections. As his younger siblings exited the courtyard, Li Kaixin reminded them, "Watch where you're going, and be careful." The two uncles quickly caught on. "Kaixin, this bicycle is so new. Do you think it's wise to let the children ride it? What if they damage it?" The eldest uncle expressed his concern, with the second uncle nodding in agreement. Li Kaixin waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, uncle. A bicycle is meant to be ridden. Besides, the Yangji brand is sturdy. As long as the kids are safe, that's what matters." Hearing this, the two uncles finally relaxed, smiles returning to their faces. A moment of quiet fell over the courtyard. As Li Kaixin, his grandfather, Li Minged, and the two uncles settled around the courtyard table, the atmosphere brightened once more. The eldest uncle looked at Li Kaixin with admiration in his eyes. "Kaixin has truly done well for himself. Last time I heard from your mother, you started an apprenticeship as a driver. It hasn't been long, and you've even acquired a bicycle." Li Minged, unable to conceal his pride, interjected, "Kaixin is no longer an apprentice. He was officially promoted last month and is now a bona fide driver at the factory." He deliberately lifted his wrist, revealing a watch. "Look at this. It was also bought by the child. Currently, the happy salary is almost catching up to mine." The gazes of my uncles were instantly drawn to it, their faces displaying astonishment. Upon hearing this, grandfather smiled and patted Li Kaixin on the shoulder, saying, Good. My great-grandson is indeed remarkable." Li Kaixin felt a bit shy and humbly replied, "Grandfather, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the opportunities provided by our station. Opportunities are only given to those with capability. At such a young age, being able to become a formal driver is indeed impressive." The elder uncle nodded, his tone earnest. The second uncle echoed, his eyes revealing envy. Fatherly Minged, listening to the praises exchanged between the two brothers, wore an even broader smile. Li Kaixin, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, slightly lowered his head. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. In this lively atmosphere, time unknowingly slipped into noon. During the meal, Li Kaixin was, as usual, seated at the main table. The dishes were plentiful, and the liquor was urquatu. It was then that Li Kaixin remembered he had forgotten to bring liquor for grandfather. Thinking of the dozens of bottles stored in the secret space, he silently noted to bring 2 bottles next time. The meal was particularly joyous. Just as the table was set, a middle-aged man appeared at the courtyard gate. "Second uncle, are you still eating?" He peered in and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Grandfather looked up and smiled. It's Xiaoyi, come in. What brings you here?" Qin Xiaoyi stepped into the yard, rubbing his hands together. "Second uncle, actually, I want to find your eldest daughter's family for a little favor." However, his expression revealed some hesitation. Father Li Ming stood up, smiling and inviting, "Brother Xiaoyi, don't be shy, just say what you need. I just wanted to ask if my daughter in the city has encountered any trouble." Qin Xiaoyi sighed, continuing, "She hasn't sent a word in over half a year and hasn't returned. She is doing well, nothing is wrong. As for why she hasn't come back, we're not quite sure." Father Li Ming's tone remained calm, showing no sign of emotion. Qin Xiaoyi's eyes dimmed slightly, lowering his voice. "Could I trouble you to convey a message to her? Just say that our family is facing some difficulties and would like to discuss it with her." "All right, I will definitely convey that." Father readily nodded in agreement. After Qin Xiaoyi expressed his gratitude and departed, Kaixin could not help but lean closer to his father and quietly asked, Dad, who is his daughter? Do I know her? You do know her. She is from the family in number 95 Courtyard with whom you had conflict. Father Li Ming smiled. Upon hearing this, Kaixin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Don't overthink it. Noticing his son's surprise, Father explained lightly, our families are no longer closely related, having been separated by several generations, and we do not usually interact. After hearing this, Kaixin felt somewhat relieved. Otherwise, it would have been truly disconcerting. At this moment, Mother Qin Zayulai and two aunts emerged from the kitchen. Mother Qin Zayulai smiled and asked, were you all discussing so animatedly? Qin Shaoi asked me to convey a message to his daughter, Father Li Ming replied. Upon hearing the name, Mother Qin Zayulai's expression immediately darkened. Did you agree? Don't forget how that Jia Zhenxi slandered our son last month. Father Li Ming awkwardly lowered his voice. I was just thinking that we are all from the same village, and besides, it's not her fault, is it? What happened? Grandfather inquired with a puzzled expression. Both uncles and aunts also exhibited curious looks. Father Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Mother Qin Zayulai took a deep breath and straightforwardly recounted how Jia Zhenxi slandered Kaixin. As they listened, everyone's expressions grew grim. Kaixin, noticing the rising tension, quickly interjected. Mother, actually, I've already settled this. When did this happen? Why was I unaware? Mother Qin Zayulai asked in surprise. Kaixin chuckled and explained. It was recently when I went to look at houses and encountered Jia Zhenxi occupying public property. I immediately reported her to the street office. After a pause, he added, the street fined her 50 yuan and made her clean the streets for 3 months. She is probably still sweeping them now. Upon hearing this, Mother Qin Zayulai's eyes lit up with delight. I knew it. Just a few days ago, I saw that old woman buried in her work on the street. Turns out it was you who did that, Kaixin. The two uncles and aunts exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, what kind of trouble did Qin Shaoi encounter that made him want us to call back his daughter? Mother Qin Zayulai suddenly asked. The moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere became tense. Grandfather furrowed his brows and began his family. Sigh. Last year they arranged a marriage for his son, and the bride's family asked for 40 pounds of coarse grain as a bride price. At that time, it seemed reasonable. But who would have thought that this year the village's harvest would be cut by more than half? Seeing the current situation, the bride's family hurriedly married their daughter off this year. After the 40 pounds of grain, his family probably won't make it until spring. Upon hearing about the village's harvest, Mother Qin Zayulai immediately turned to her two brothers. Brothers, do you have enough grain this year? The smiles on both uncles' faces instantly faded. The elder uncle, avoiding eye contact, spoke softly, Elder sister, my family can manage. We should have enough to last until spring. The second uncle nodded in agreement, but his expression appeared strained. Observing her brother's demeanor, Mother Qin Zayulai grew somewhat angry, her face showing displeasure. Do you still consider me your elder sister? Are you going to tell the truth or not? Seeing their elder sister's anger, the elder uncle sighed and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. My family is short about a month's worth of grain, approximately around 120 pounds. My family is slightly better. Short by half a month, around 50 pounds, the second uncle added. After hearing this, Mother Qin Zayulai turned to her husband and then glanced at her eldest son, her eyes pleading. Father Li Ming, seeing his wife's expression, felt a pang of sympathy and looked at Kaixin. Noticing both his parents looking at him, Kaixin nodded, indicating his willingness to help. The geographical conditions of Qinjiagu are even poorer than those of Oljia village. While Oljia village has a stream, Qinjiagu consists only of sloped land. With Oljia village's poor harvest this year, the situation in Qinjiagu is bound to be even worse. Kaixin had just noticed the odd expressions on his uncles' faces, and after hearing grandfather's explanation, combined with the conditions in Qinjiagu, he understood the situation but hadn't found the right moment to speak. Seeing this, Mother Qin Zayulai gained confidence and boldly addressed her two brothers. All right, we will cover the shortfall in your grain. Upon hearing this, the two uncles initially thought their elder sister was going to use her family's grain to help, and quickly waved their hands. No need, elder sister, we can figure out ourselves. At this moment, Kaixin realized it was his turn to step up, so he approached his two uncles with a smile. Elder uncle, second uncle, you don't need to rush to refuse. He then reiterated the reasoning he previously used in Logia village. We are all family. If you continue to refuse, it would seem distant. Father Li Ming also chimed in. Hearing Li Kaixin's words and seeing his brother-in-law express support, the two uncles found it difficult to refuse any longer, repeatedly thanking their elder sister in Li Kaixin. The two aunts, who had been listening nearby, also approached, their eyes slightly red with excitement. Grandfather sat there, his eyes glistening with tears. In this day and age, it is often said that a married daughter is like spilled water. Finding a son-in-law who not only remembers to send grain to them every month, but also helps his two inept brothers is truly a rarity. Meanwhile, the younger brother Li Kai, who was fiddling with a bicycle, noticed grandfather's demeanor and came over to ask, Grandfather, what is wrong? Grandfather wiped his face with his hand, gently patted Li Kai's head, and smiled. It's nothing. Grandfather is merely happy. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look at grandfather, noticing his reddened eyes, which led them to understand the situation. Mother Qin Zayulai seized the moment to divert the conversation, saying, By the way, I brought you some things. Without delay, she went to the main room and returned carrying 2 small bundles. This time, Mother Qin Zayulai had brought back a total of 15 jin of beef jerky, 5 jin of lamb jerky, and 10 jin of grains. The 10 jin of grains were fine grains that Li Kaixin had brought home. This is for both of you. Each has 5 jin of beef jerky and 1 jin of lamb jerky, she said, handing the 2 bundles to her younger brother. Uncle was quick to decline, sister. This is too much. Just bringing something for our parents is enough. How can we accept more? Yes, sister, this is too precious, echoed second uncle. Do not worry. I have prepared everything for our parents. This is exclusively for both of you. Moreover, this was specially brought back by your cousin from Inner Mongolia. Mother smiled. Hearing this, both uncles glanced at brother-in-law Li Ming, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, they finally accepted the gifts with smiles. At that moment, Father Li Ming glanced at his watch, approached Mother Qin Zayulai, and softly said, Wife, it's getting late. We should leave. Mother Qin Zayulai nodded and then turned to grandfather, saying, Father, we must be going. We have work tomorrow. Although grandfather felt reluctant, he understood the importance of their work. In the kitchen, grandmother heard the commotion, wiped her hands, and came out, reminding them to visit often, before she and her husband escorted their daughter's family to the door. Both uncles and aunts stood at the entrance, waving goodbye. Chapter 84. The proud father and son after leaving Qinji ago. Li Kaixin was about to ride his bicycle away when Father Li Ming called out to him with a beaming smile. Good son, you must be tired from riding this morning. Let me ride back while you and your mother take the bus, all right? Mother Qin Zayulai, observing her husband's demeanor, instantly understood his intentions and felt helpless. Li Kaixin, however, saw no issue and, without a second thought, pushed the bicycle towards his father. Be careful on the road, Dad. Father Li Ming, brimming with excitement, took the bicycle, saying, Rest assured, I'm not a child anymore. With that, he swung his leg over the bicycle. At that moment, younger brother Li Kai sidled up to father, whispering, Dad, can I ride the bicycle too? Father's expression suddenly soured. Give me a reason. Dad, I am your beloved second son. Younger brother Li Kai attempted to invoke paternal affection. Not a sufficient reason. I could save you a bus fare. Father fell silent at this. Mother and younger sister Li Xiaoxiao exchanged amused glances at the scene. Ultimately, it was father who took younger brother Li Kai and left first. When Li Kaixin, Mother Qin Zayulai, and sister Li Xiaoxiao returned to the courtyard, they found Uncle Zhao, Uncle Sun, Uncle Lu, and Uncle Wang gathered around the bicycle supported by father, listening intently to his tales. Occasionally, Father Li Ming would raise his hand to showcase the watch on his wrist. Meanwhile, younger brother Li Kai was animatedly gesturing with several older children, occasionally pointing towards the bicycle. Li Kaixin and Mother Qin Zayulai exchanged knowing looks, unable to suppress their smiles. At that moment, Father Li Ming and younger brother Li Kai seemed like 2 peas in a pod, reveling in their shared pride before the neighbors. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mother Qin Zayulai gently cleared her throat. Upon hearing the noise, younger brother Li Kai turned to the entrance, spotted Mother Qin Zayulai and the others, and hurried over, exclaiming joyfully, Brother Xiaoxiao, you finally made it. Riding the bicycle into the city today was quite a spectacle. Many people cast envious glances, making Li Kai feel utterly delighted. Father Li Ming paused his conversation with Uncle Wang and the others upon hearing the commotion and, spotting his wife, quickly secured the bicycle and rushed towards her, smilingly saying, "Wife, you're back. You must be tired. Let's go inside and rest." He took Mother Qin Zayulai's hand, realizing halfway through his journey that he had not invited his wife along, but instead had taken Li Kai, the cheeky little rascal. Although Mother Qin Zayulai shot Father Li Ming a reproachful glance, she allowed him to lead her towards the back courtyard. Following behind, Li Kaixin reached Uncle Wang and the others, who teasingly remarked, "Oh, Kaixin, you've really made a name for yourself, acquiring such a substantial possession without a word." "Not at all, Uncle Wang. I merely performed adequately at the transport station, and that is how I obtained a bicycle ticket. Pure luck," Li Kaixin replied. Uncle Zhao, unable to hold back, grinned widely and added, "Kaixin, no need for modesty. In our courtyard, you are the only one with a bicycle now." Uncle Lu and Uncle Sun nodded in agreement, chuckling along. Li Kaixin felt a flush of embarrassment. Uncles Lu, Wang, Zhao, and Sun, you all enjoy your conversation. I'll head back inside, he said, hastily retreating towards the back courtyard. "This child is still shy," chuckled Uncle Wang, prompting laughter from the other three. As time quietly passed, after dinner, the family gathered around the table, as usual. Mother Qin Zayulai pulled out the key to No. 94 from her pocket and handed it to Li Kaixin, saying, "Now that you're back, here's the key. I've already tidied up the place a few days ago." "Thank you, Mother," Li Kaixin replied, taking the key. Then, Mother produced the 300 yuan that Li Kaixin had given her earlier, adding, "Take this money, and when you have the chance, purchase some items for No. 94, like a bed, table, and stools." "No need, Mother. I still have enough money. You should keep it." Li Kaixin quickly waved his hand. Then, with a playful tone, he teased, "Mother, are you trying to get rid of me, sending me off to that place? What nonsense are you thinking? I just want to ensure your new place is ready. It's only proper for a potential wife. Isn't it?" Mother Qin Zayulai replied, somewhat exasperated. Li Kaixin was taken aback. Having deflected the topic last time, it seemed he could not escape the marriage pressure this time. Thus, he quickly laughed it off, saying, "Well, Mother, let me tidy up the house first. Besides, I'm not of age yet." "What if you're not of age? You could get engaged first. And then when the time comes, you can register the marriage," Mother Qin Zayulai countered. Younger brother Li Kai chimed in eagerly, "Brother, when your house is ready, can I stay there for a few days?" This question successfully shifted Mother Qin Zayulai's attention. "Stay where? Isn't there enough space for you here?" she replied sharply, interrupting her second son. Younger brother Li Kai immediately deflated. For the first time, Li Kaixin found his brother endearing and smiled at Li Kai, saying, "Sure, you can come over. Once I get everything sorted, you're welcome to stay." Younger sister Li Xiao, watching her brother with longing eyes, was also noticed by Li Kaixin. Xiao, you're welcome too. Come whenever you like." "Thank you, brother." Younger sister Li Xiao beamed. Mother Qin Zayulai, at a loss with her eldest son, remarked, "You only have 2 rooms there. What about you? Are you not going to stay? I could split the little room in half," Li Kaixin replied cheerfully. Mother Qin Zayulai had no further retort. At this moment, Father Li Ming spoke up, "Kaixin, regarding the items you brought back. Your mother and I discussed it last night, and plan to share 40 jin of walnuts and 8 jin of dry beef with the neighbors at the original price. What do you think?" "Dad, just do as you see fit. No need to ask me," Li Kaixin replied nonchalantly. In truth, Li Kaixin understood his parents' nature. They would certainly share some with the neighbors. After all, human nature is such that if one brings back good things without sharing a couple of times, it is not an issue. But if it happens repeatedly, who can guarantee that no one will feel envious? However, if they consistently shared a little each time, it will be different. Everyone would benefit, and even if outsiders spoke ill of them, the people in the courtyard would cover for them. Apart from close relatives, interests often constitute the most solid relationships. Upon witnessing this, Mother Qin Zayulai exclaimed, "I shall go call for people." With that, she hurriedly exited the door. Father then entered the room and produced 2 bags. Shortly thereafter, Mother returned with Aunt Zhao, Aunt Wang, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Lu in tow. The 4 aunts were taken aback upon seeing the contents of the bags. Aunt Zhao spoke first. "I knew it. Yesterday, Kaixin must have brought back something good. You should speak a bit less. Do you want everyone from the outer courtyard to hear?" Aunt Lu reminded. Realizing her oversight, Aunt Zhao chuckled and lightly tapped her mouth. Right, look at my big mouth. Is this for us, just like last time?" Aunt Wang inquired, glancing at Qin Zayulai. Mother Qin, Zayulai nodded, her face beaming as she addressed the four women. Ladies, the walnuts are still at the previous price, and the beef jerky is 1 yuan per pound. Upon hearing the price of the beef jerky, the four aunts were astonished and promptly purchased it all. They ultimately decided to split it, each carrying home 2 pounds of beef jerky and 10 pounds of walnuts, leaving with cheerful smiles. Chapter 85. Renovating the house that night. As Li Kaixin lay in bed, he swiftly entered the secret realm and began organizing his supplies. After accounting for what he sold yesterday, he found the remaining game meat included 2 roe deer weighing over 90 pounds, 3 adult cicad deer totaling over 260 pounds, 1 yellow goat at 50 pounds, 4 wild donkeys at over 600 pounds, and 2 brown bears exceeding 1,000 pounds. The animals he was raising comprised 2 moose showing no changes. The rabbit population had grown to over 70, and 7 sheep had reached adulthood. The chickens and ducks numbered over 300 each. Among 14 pigs, 1 domestic pig was pregnant, though it was unclear whether the father was a wild boar or another domestic pig. The 3 young wild donkeys had grown to the size of the wild donkeys he had previously hunted. Li Kaixin felt that the 4 wild donkeys he had hunted earlier must have also been juveniles, merely appearing larger. As for the fish and shrimp in the stream of the secret realm, the fish could only grow to the size of a palm. So he retained only the crucian carp and cleared out the rest. Regarding the shrimp, aside from occasionally checking on the more than 100 amphipods caught in the northeast, he paid no further attention to the other river shrimp. Regarding the medicinal herbs, apart from caring for the 2 older ginseng plants, he neglected the rest. Exiting the secret realm, a night passed swiftly, and dawn broke soon after. The next morning, Father Li Ming reluctantly returned the watch to Li Kaixin. However, he had requisitioned the bicycle to take his wife to work. Glancing at the watch, which showed just past 8 o'clock, Li Kaixin picked up a cloth bag and stepped outside. Today, however, he was trailed by 2 small shadows, his younger brother Li Kai and sister Li Xiao Xiao. Li Kaixin thought there was nothing illicit about his dealings in the morning, so having them along was inconsequential. Before long, he arrived at the street office, guiding his siblings with familiarity to the office of Director Wang. He gently knocked on the door a few times. "Guomin," came Director Wang's voice from within. Upon entering, Li Kaixin was met with a surprised expression from Director Wang. "Oh, Kaixin, it's been almost a week since we last met. Hasn't it? Did you go on a long trip?" "Indeed, Aunt Wang, I made a trip to Inner Mongolia," Li Kaixin replied, handing her the cloth bag. Director Wang quickly waved her hands. "Kaixin, what are you doing? Why are you bringing me something again?" "Aunt Wang, this is beef jerky from Inner Mongolia, specially brought for you and Uncle Xie," he said with a smile. "I've already given Uncle Xie his share, so please don't refuse this small token of my appreciation." Director Wang, upon hearing this, accepted it with a smile. She then noticed the 2 little ones behind Li Kaixin and asked cheerfully, "Kaixin, who are these 2? "Aunt Wang, this is my brother Li Kai," Li Kaixin introduced, pointing to the side, "and this is my sister Li Xiao Xiao." The siblings promptly approached, greeting, "Hello, Aunt Wang." Director Wang was amused by the 2 children, saying, "Come here. Annie has some candy for you." She then produced 2 large white rabbit creamy candies from her drawer. "Thank you, Aunt Wang." The siblings chorused, gratefully accepting the treats. Director Wang affectionately ruffled their hair, then turned her gaze back to Li Kaixin. "Kaixin, do you have other matters?" "Aunt Wang, you truly possess foresight. I do have something to discuss with you today," Li Kaixin flattered her. Director Wang playfully scolded, "Stop with the flattery. Just speak. I still have work to do." Li Kaixin got straight to the point. "Aunt Wang, do you know any skilled renovation workers? The unit just allocated houses, and I wish to tidy mine up." This was indeed the primary reason for his visit to the street office. After pondering, Director Wang wrote down a name and address for him. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, Li Kaixin led his siblings to the address provided. They arrived at an independent small courtyard and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman opened it, her expression wary as she saw 3 unfamiliar young faces. "Who are you?" she inquired. Seeing the door open, Li Kaixin smiled. "May I ask if Master He Dapping resides here? I was sent by Director Wang from the street office to inquire about renovations." Upon hearing that he was referred by Director Wang, the woman's demeanor softened, and her face broke into a smile. "Ah, you're from Director Wang. Please come in." She warmly welcomed Li Kaixin and his siblings into the courtyard. After settling them on a stone bench, she turned to enter the house. Shortly, a middle-aged man with stubble emerged. Li Kaixin quickly stood up and extended his hand. Hello, are you Master He? Master He reciprocated the handshake, observing Li Kaixin's youth. He asked uncertainly, young comrade, are you the one looking to renovate a house? Yes, Master He. Li Kaixin nodded, realizing he was referred by Director Wang. Master He smiled and inquired, may I ask how large the house is? Li Kaixin had not measured it precisely, so he replied, 2 rooms. But I haven't taken the exact dimensions. Then leave me to take a look. I need to see it before providing a quote. Sure, I can take you there right now, Li Kaixin responded, calling for his siblings, and the group headed towards number 94 Courtyard. Approximately 15 minutes later, they arrived at No. 94. The ant in that courtyard recognized Li Kaixin, having seen him previously at the alley entrance, and knowing he had been allocated a house there, did not obstruct their entry. Master He began to survey the premises as soon as he entered. It wasn't long before he inspected the 2 rooms and approached Li Kaixin. Young comrade, do you want a standard renovation or a more refined one? Noticing Li Kaixin's confusion, he elaborated. A standard renovation involves just painting the walls and patching up the surfaces. A refined renovation would include replacing beams, doors, and windows in addition to painting the walls. Let's go for a refined renovation, Li Kaixin decided without much contemplation. Master He nodded and continued. Will meals be provided? If not, the labor cost will increase. No meals. So please add that to the cost, Li Kaixin replied. Master He took out a notebook and began calculating, finally quoting a price of 270 yuan. Li Kaixin accepted the price without bargaining and handed over a deposit of 135 yuan. Seeing Li Kaixin's promptness and observing the emptiness of the 2 rooms, Master He asked, young comrade, do you need furniture made? I can also do that. Li Kaixin considered checking at the trust shop first and did not immediately agree, saying he would think it over for 2 days and get back to him. A hint of regret flashed across Master He's face. But realizing that the refined renovation was still a substantial job, he refrained from pressing further. Li Kaixin then inquired, Master He, when can you start the work? Tomorrow will be fine. I'll go gather materials and call in the workers today, Master He replied after some thought. Li Kaixin nodded. Please come by tomorrow. Master He. Subsequently, Master He carefully tucked the deposit into his pocket and departed the courtyard with purposeful strides. Chapter 86. Visiting the trust shop after Master He left. Li Kaixin glanced at his watch and noted that there was still ample time. He resolved to visit the trust shop at once. Li Kaixin first inquired if his younger brother Li Kai and sister Li Xiaoxiao wished to accompany him. Without hesitation, they both nodded in agreement. Li Kaixin said no more, locked the door, and led them away from the Saiheiwen at number 94, heading directly toward the trust shop. The trust shop, located not far from the nearest department store, was a place Li Kaixin had stumbled upon during a previous visit to the department store. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Though he had some understanding of the trust shop, recognizing it as the largest legitimate trading venue for second-hand items, he was surprised to find only a few dilapidated bicycle frames and some benches. There wasn't even a decent table. For a moment, he wondered if he had walked into a recycling station. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that apart from the elderly gentleman at the counter, there was no one else in the shop. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a pack of Kaixin cigarettes from his secret space. A smile gracing his face as he approached the old man. Sir, I see you have only small items on display, and some of them are rather shabby. Why are there no larger pieces of furniture? He asked, offering a cigarette. The old man accepted the cigarette with a deft motion, struck a match, took a puff, and then responded slowly, Young man, is this your first visit to the trust shop? Li Kaixin nodded, his face showing confusion. No wonder, the old man exclaimed, then continued. What's outside are all worthless items. The valuable pieces are locked away in the backyard. Sir, could you take me to see them? Li Kaixin asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. The old man scrutinized Li Kaixin for a moment, and ultimately, perhaps moved by the cigarette, he stood up and led into a room in the backyard. Upon entering, Li Kaixin's eyes immediately fell upon a large wooden bed, followed by various tables and chairs, with a few old bicycles leaning against the wall. Ignoring the old man beside him, he approached the furniture to examine it closely. After a thorough inspection, disappointment washed over him as he realized none of the furniture was crafted from precious wood. The old man, seemingly reading Li Kaixin's thoughts, remarked, You're not thinking of picking up bargains here, are you? Caught off guard, Li Kaixin awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he had indeed harbored such hopes. The old man promptly dismissed Li Kaixin's unrealistic expectations. Don't even think about it. Everyone isn't foolish. Finding a bargain here is impossible. We categorize everything based on material and condition. Upon hearing this, Kaixin's hopes reignited, as he discerned from the old man's words that there were indeed pieces made from valuable wood. He then pulled out another cigarette and offered it. "Sir, could you take me to see the furniture made from precious woods? That stuff is quite expensive. Are you sure you can afford it?" The old man did not take the cigarette this time, but scrutinized Kaixin instead. Kaixin replied lightly, "I just want to see it. Even if I can't afford it, a mere glance will suffice. Could you do me this favor?" The old man hesitated slightly, glancing at the pack of cigarettes in Kaixin's hand. Understanding the hint, Kaixin presented the entire pack to the old man. The old man discreetly accepted it, a broad smile spreading across his face. "All right, young man, follow me," he said, leading Kaixin into another room. In this room, the furniture was indeed of a markedly different quality. The least expensive was made of mahogany, while the most exquisite pieces were crafted from small leaf red sandalwood and huanghuali. Kaixin inquired about the prices of the huanghuali table and the small leaf red sandalwood bed. The old man promptly stated the prices, 500 for the table and 1,001 for the bed, adding, "No negotiation." Kaixin, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Considering his current finances, he could afford only 4 or 5 of such tables at most. Thus, he shelved the idea of purchasing any furniture, deciding instead to first clear out the items in his secret space to acquire some funds. Without further delay, he bid farewell to the old man and left with his brother and sister. Upon exiting the trust shop, it was already noon. Kai tugged at Kaixin's hand and looked up at him. "Big brother, I'm hungry. What are we having for lunch?" Li Xiaoxiao remained silent, gazing at her brother alongside Kai. Checking the time, Kaixin noticed it was nearly 12 o'clock and cheerfully replied, "Let us go to the state-run restaurant today." At his words, Kai leaped with joy, having been longing to return to the state-run restaurant since their last visit. Although Li Xiaoxiao expressed her excitement more subtly, her joy was undeniable. Upon entering the state-run restaurant, Kaixin surveyed the surroundings and noticed a fair number of customers present for lunch. He wasted no time and walked straight to the kitchen window. Chef Su Daba was busy frying dishes when he noticed a customer, but didn't lift his head, saying, "The menu's on the blackboard. Order whatever you like." Kaixin remained silent, patiently waiting at the window. After finishing a dish, Chef Su Daba lifted his head, noticing Kaixin hadn't ordered anything yet. "Oh, it's Kaixin. It's been a while. What would you like today? I'll whip it up for you." "Chef Shu, long time no see. Please prepare one of everything on the blackboard." Kaixin responded with a smile. "All right." After paying, Kaixin joined his brother and sister at a table to wait. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Just then, a disgruntled voice from a nearby table called out to the kitchen, "Chef, we arrived first. Why are they getting served before us? What is wrong?" "Not happy. If you don't like it, you can leave." Chef Su Daba's face appeared at the window. The man fell silent, realizing he had acted impulsively. Kaixin observed this exchange, casting a glance of apology at the man before focusing on enjoying the meal with his siblings. Once they had finished and set down their chopsticks, Manager Wu approached with a beaming smile. "Kaixin, have you finished eating? Would you like to sit in my office for a bit?" Suspecting that Manager Wu had something to discuss, Kaixin nodded. He turned to his brother and sister, instructing, "Xiao, Kai, wait here for a moment. I need to talk with this gentleman." Kai and Xiao obediently nodded in response. Manager Wu signaled a nearby waiter to keep an eye on them, and then the two of them walked toward the office. Upon entering the office, Manager Wu invited Kaixin to sit down, pouring him a cup of tea with an exaggerated display of hospitality. Noticing this demeanor, Kaixin felt uneasy and said, "Uncle Wu, if you have something to say, please just tell me. Your behavior is making me anxious." Realizing Kaixin was perceptive, Manager Wu cut straight to the point. "Kaixin, a 1T beat around the bush. The meat processing plant has cut our restaurant supply again. The higher-ups want us to figure something out ourselves, and I was hoping you could assist us." Kaixin had already planned to provide some goods, so he interjected, "Uncle Wu, how much do you need? Do you have 200 Jin?" Manager Wu asked tentatively. When Kaixin did not respond immediately, he bit his lip and lowered his voice. "Kaixin, what about 100 Jin?" Leaning forward, he added earnestly, "Kaixin, if you don't help us, our state-run restaurant won't be able to keep operating." Understanding the urgency in Manager Wu's tone, Kaixin responded gently, "Uncle Wu, don't worry. I was just momentarily surprised. I can provide more than 200 gene. Really, Kaixin? That's truly wonderful. Manager Wu exclaimed, his initial worry vanishing as he rubbed his hands together in excitement. With the arrangement settled, Li Kaixin stood up. Uncle Wu, I'll go prepare it and bring it over to you shortly. Great, great. Manager Wu nodded repeatedly. Soon after, with a beaming smile, Li Kaixin escorted out of the office. Upon reaching the restaurant's lobby, Li Kaixin called for his younger siblings and made his way outside. Manager Wu accompanied the trio to the entrance before pausing. Back at the Saihewan, Li Kaixin carefully instructed his siblings a few times and slipped each of them a dime for pocket money. He then turned and hurried towards the state-run restaurant. Upon his return to the state-run restaurant, Li Kaixin bore a large package on one shoulder and held a bag with the other hand. Since Li Kaixin's departure, Manager Wu had been waiting at the door. Spotting Li Kaixin from afar, he hastily signaled Su Dabao to join him in welcoming him. As they approached, Manager Wu took the bag from Li Kaixin's hand, while Su Dabao helped Li Kaixin unload the heavy package from his shoulder, and together they carried it. As soon as Su Dabao grasped it, he felt its weight and struggled to carry it to the restaurant's entrance, eventually setting it down. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, Brother Kaixin, this must weigh nearly 300 pounds. You brought it all by yourself, truly impressive. He gave Li Kaixin a thumbs up. Upon hearing the weight, Manager Wu could not help but smile broadly. He then weighed the bag in his hand and curiously inquired, Kaixin, what's in this bag? It's some beef jerky, especially for you and Brother Su to taste. Li Kaixin replied with a grin. Su Dabao quickly waved his hands, his face filled with embarrassment. This is too generous. You must take it back. Brother Su, aren't we friends? As friends, you should accept it, Li Kaixin insisted, turning to Manager Wu. Uncle Wu, you tell him. Isn't that right? Manager Wu secretly admired the young man's ability to handle matters and chimed in, Dabao, Kaixin means well. You shouldn't decline. If you do, it will seem ungracious. Seeing both of them insist, Su Dabao looked earnestly at Li Kaixin. All right, then I will graciously accept it. If you ever need a hand, especially with kitchen matters, just let me know, and I will certainly help you. Then I must thank Brother Su in advance. Li Kaixin raplia, smiling, and then turned to Manager Wu. Uncle Wu, shall we weigh it now? Yes, yes. Manager Wu eagerly nodded and turned to call someone to bring the large scale. The 3 sick deer were weighed, totaling over 260 pounds. This time, Manager Wu offered a price slightly higher than before, concluding with a total of 508 yuan. After Li Kaixin collected the money, he bid farewell to Manager Wu and Su Dabao. Leaving the state-run restaurant, Li Kaixin headed straight towards the steel mill. Having received assistance from Li Huade the previous day, he intended to pay a visit. As he approached the entrance of the steel mill, he found himself with an additional bag containing 5 pounds of beef jerky. He had previously given 2 pounds to Manager Wu and 1 pound to Su Dabao. Before he could enter, a guard armed with a firearm raised his hand to stop him. Comrade, whom are you looking for? Li Kaixin appraised the guard and silently marveled at the stringent security of the large factory. Without further ado, he stated directly, Hello, I am Li Kaixin, here to see Director Li Huade. Could you please convey that for me? The guard's gaze lingered on Li Kaixin's face before glancing at the bag he held, then nodded. Please wait here for a moment. He turned and walked into the guard booth to make a phone call. Shortly after, he returned briskly, a smile on his face. Comrade Li, my name is Zhou Dehong. You may enter now. He gestured towards a 3-story gray brick building within the factory premises on the 2nd floor. At the end of the corridor is Director Li's office. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Li Kaixin smiled in gratitude and proceeded in the indicated direction. Upon arriving at Li Huade's office, Li Kaixin knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened from the inside. A young man gestured for Li Kaixin to enter before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Li Huade was seated behind his desk, and upon seeing Li Kaixin, a smile immediately brightened his face. Kaixin, you're here. Come in and have a seat. He gestured toward a chair across from him. Li Kaixin stepped forward a few paces and placed the bag on the desk. Uncle Li, this is some beef jerky I brought back from Inner Mongolia for you to try. Li Huade, not one to be impolite, accepted the bag and set it aside with a smile. You're too kind, my boy. Sit down and let us chat. After Li Kaixin took a seat, Li Huade, with a grin, inquired, Kaixin, your visit today must not solely be for this beef jerky, right? Uncle Li, last time you mentioned wanting to be remembered for good things. So here I am as soon as I got something good. Li Kaixin replied with a cheerful expression. Oh, Li Huade leaned forward slightly, intrigued. What is it? 2 brown bears, weighing around 1,000 pounds combined, Li Kaixin whispered. Li Hui's eyes brightened, and his tone revealed barely contained excitement. This is indeed a rare find. Uncle Li, should I bring them directly to the factory, or do you have other arrangements? Li Kaixin brumli inquirat. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hui decisively responded. For now, Kaixin, do not bring them directly to the factory. I will give you an address. I will wait for you there after dark tonight. After discussing the specifics of the transaction, Li Kaixin borrowed a cart from Li Hui and left the steel mill. Chapter 88. The first transaction with Li Hui after leaving the steel mill, Li Kaixin returned to the pharmacy he had visited previously. However, this time, he was not there to purchase medicine. At the counter stood the same elderly gentleman with a gray beard. Li Kaixin approached the counter slowly, a smile gracing his face, and politely asked, Sir, do you have any silver needle for sale? During his time in Inner Mongolia, whether treating the Mongolian brothers or assisting the injured Wu Tian on the return journey, Li Kaixin realized the limitations of his medical skills and belatedly understood that without silver needles, many techniques were unattainable. Yes, young man, the elderly gentleman replied, bending down to retrieve a package of silver needles from beneath the counter. Li Kaixin accepted the package, withdrew a few needles to examine them closely, and upon finding them satisfactory, raised his head to ask, How much for these? 10 yuan. The elderly gentleman quoted the price and began to scrutinize Li Kaixin with narrowed eyes, as if he found him somewhat familiar. Your memory is remarkable. I was here last time to buy some aphrodisiac and kidney-denifying medicine. Li Kaixin laughed while handing over the money. Oh, it's you. The elderly gentleman suddenly recalled. Leaning forward and lowering his voice, how effective was that prescription of yours? His curiosity regarding the efficacy of the medicine was genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. Eager to strengthen their rapport and inquire about the medicine jars, Li Kaixin smiled. It was indeed effective. He then seamlessly followed up with, Sir, do you have any medicine jars available? The elderly gentleman maintained his composure. Medicine jars? You need to purchase those from the ceramic factory. I do not sell them here. Sir, do you have any extras? Could you spare me one? The price is negotiable, Li Kaixin earnestly asked, his sincerity evident in his words. The elderly gentleman, realizing that a single medicine jar was not a significant matter, nodded in agreement. All right. He then turned and walked toward the area where the medicine was brewed. Shortly after, he returned with a ceramic jar and handed it to Li Kaixin. Just give me a piece for it. Thank you very much, sir. Li Kaixin gratefully accepted the medicine jar. After completing the payment, seeing his goal achieved, he did not linger. Exiting the pharmacy, Li Kaixin first stored the 2 items in a secret space. He then took out some donkey meat, spices, and 2 bottles of fenju, making his way home. Upon returning to the Sai Heiwen, he encountered Aunt Zhao in the front yard, greeted her with a smile, and headed straight home. Inside, his younger brother Li Kai and sister Li Xiao were nowhere to be found. Li Kaixin directly entered the kitchen, placing down the items he was carrying. He then fetched some coal and stepped into the secret realm. Upon entering this mystical space, Li Kaixin's first task was to gather the necessary medicinal herbs from his cultivated plants, subsequently placing them into the cauldron in precise proportions. He then ignited a fire and set the cauldron over it. By now, Li Kaixin's technique had become significantly more adept compared to his initial attempts, aided by the presence of a professional cauldron, which ensured a smoother concoction process. Before long, he had produced a dozen well-sized medicinal pills in the palm of his hand. After successfully refining them, he did not cease his efforts. Rather, he repeated the process 5 times, accumulating over 60 pills before extinguishing the fire. Exiting the secret realm, Li Kaixin busied himself in the kitchen. Shortly after, his younger brother Li Kai and sister Li Xiao entered the house, engaged in cheerful banter. Hearing the commotion, Li Kaixin looked up from his work at the stove, a smile gracing his face. Xiao, you're back. His brother Li Kai immediately approached, inquiring eagerly, Big brother, what delicious dish are you preparing today? As he peered into the pot, braised donkey meat. I assure you both have never tasted anything like it. Li Kaixin replied with a laugh. His brother jumped with joy, while his sister Li Xiao dutifully moved to help her elder brother stoke the fire. After dinner, their mother Qin Zayulai inquired about the house at number 94. Kaixin, how is the situation with the house over there? I hired a craftsman today. They will reinforce the place in the coming days. I haven't decided on the furniture yet, Li Kaixin responded. Mother Qin Zayulai nodded. All right, you take care of it. If you need more money, just let me know. I understand, mother. As she went to tidy up the dishes, Li Kaixin glanced at his watch. Feeling it was about time, after exchanging greetings with his fatherly Minged, he hurried out the door. Not far from the agreed meeting place, Li Kaixin maneuvered 2 brown bears and a cart out of the secret realm. He left only 2 bear paws, placing the rest on the cart. Subsequently, Li Kaixin stopped in front of a secluded courtyard. Following the prearranged signal, he knocked twice on the large door. The door was quickly opened, and 3 individuals emerged, with Li Huade at the forefront. Upon seeing the 2 brown bears on the cart, Li Huade's face lit up with a broad smile as he hurried towards Li Kaixin. Kaixin, you've arrived. Please come inside. He gestured to the 2 others beside him. Understanding his cue, they promptly stepped forward to take the cart. Once the cart was inside the courtyard, the door was swiftly closed behind them. A few oil lamps illuminated the stone table in the courtyard, casting light on the figures of the other 2 individuals. Li Huade led Li Kaixin to them for introductions. He first pointed to an older man with a stout appearance. This is Zhang Bohai, the head of the procurement department at the steel mill. He then turned to a slightly plump middle-aged man with sharp eyes. This is Wang Yanlong, the director in charge of the cafeteria. Li Kaixin respectfully bowed slightly to both men, a sincere smile on his face. Greetings, Director Zhang and Director Wang. I am Li Kaixin, and I hope to receive your guidance. Both Zhang Bohai and Wang Yanlong nodded amicably. Li Huade patted Li Kaixin on the shoulder, chuckling. Kaixin, if I'm not at the factory in the future, you can directly approach Director Zhang and Director Wang for any matters. Understood, Uncle Li, I will remember that. Li Kaixin Raplia. At that moment, the 2 men had begun to examine the cart closely. Li Huade crouched down to inspect the 2 brown bears. Quickly noticing the discrepancy in the number of bear paws, he turned to ask, Kaixin, why are there only 2 paws left? Uncle, I sold 4 to Uncle Xie and Station Chief Zhao. I kept 2 for myself, Li Kaixin answered candidly. Although Li Huade felt a pang of regret, he refrained from asking Li Kaixin for the remaining paws. He then instructed the 2 to weigh the bears, which totaled over 960 pounds, though not quite 1,000. It was close enough. The price Li Huade quoted was comparable to that from Manager Wu at the state-run cafeteria. Upon hearing the offer, Li Kaixin readily agreed. Subsequently, Li Huade filled out the receipt on a stone bench, as had been prearranged for the afternoon. The purpose of their transaction here was to keep it discreet from the factory workers, likely due to Li Huade's personal intent to reserve the goods for entertaining purposes. The transaction retained the nature of a personal trade. After Li Kaixin secured the money and receipt, he bid farewell to Li Huade and the other 2, departing from the small courtyard. On the way back, Li Kaixin pondered. His initial transaction with Li Huade had gone smoothly, and his funds had now reached over 4,500 yuan. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of the 4-sided courtyard, the main house still radiated light. Li Kaixin entered to find his parents, Li Minged and Qin Zayulai, waiting for him. Their expressions visibly relaxed upon seeing their eldest son return. Father, mother, why are you still awake? Li Kaixin inquired with a smile. His mother Qin Zayulai shot him a disapproving glance while I was washing the dishes. You slipped out without a word in the late evening. How could we rest easy? It dawned on Li Kaixin that he had indeed only informed his father of his departure. He quickly apologized. Father, mother, I was wrong. I did not mean to worry you. Hearing her son's apology, Mother Qin Zayulai nodded and refrained from further comment. Father Li Minged added, you should rest early. Before turning with his wife to head back inside, they were merely waiting for their eldest son to return. The next morning, Li Kaixin arrived early at the courtyard at number 94, awaiting Master He. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, engaging in light conversation with Li Kaixin. You must be Li Kaixin, the eldest son of a Li family at number 93. Auntie, may I ask who you are? Li Kaixin Kirat Pujlat. The woman smiled warmly. I am Lu, living in the house across from yours. Just call me Aunt Lu. Hello, Aunt Lu. Li Kaixin greeted politely, then continued the conversation. Are you here for something? I saw you come over early and wanted to ask if you were planning to move in. It's still too early for that. I need to fix up the house first. I've been waiting here for the renovation workers, Li Kaixin replied. As he spoke, Master He arrived, carrying a toolbox, followed by 2 young men, each laden with tools. Aunt Lu, we'll continue our chat later. The renovation workers have arrived. Li Kaixin said, turning to greet Master He. Approaching closely, Li Kaixin greeted, Good morning, Master He. He then glanced at the 2 young men. And who are these 2? Master He set down his tools and smiled. These are my apprentices, De Zhuang and Ernyo. Just watch. We'll make this house beautiful. The two young men nodded earnestly at Kaixin. Thank you for your hard work, Master He and your brothers, Kaixin said, producing his keys to unlock the door. As for the specifics, I'll rely on your expertise. Once the three entered the house and began their work, Kaixin stepped outside. After exiting the room, he noticed Aunt Lu had not yet returned home and hurriedly called out, Aunt Lu, are you free at the moment? I'd like to ask you for a favor. What is it? I'll definitely help if I can, Aunt Lu replied, although she had her reservations. Kaixin earnestly stated, I would appreciate your assistance in introducing me to the neighbors in this courtyard. Oh, is that all? That's easy. Leave it to me, Aunt Lu said, her demeanor warming instantly. Seeing Aunt Lu's quick agreement brought joy to Kaixin. That's wonderful, Aunt Lu. Please wait a moment. I'll grab something and come back to invite you. With that, he swiftly walked out of the courtyard. Upon his return, Kaixin carried a thermos in one hand and a cloth bag in the other. He first headed to his room, where he found Master He and his two apprentices already starting their work. Kaixin gently placed the thermos in the corner and stepped forward to take out 3 packs of document from his bag. He handed them to 3 individuals in turn, Master He and 2 brothers, urging them to take a smoke and relax. Upon seeing the document, Master He hastily declined, saying, Boss, this is too extravagant. It cannot be accepted. Please, do not be so modest. Just take it, Kaixin replied, directly pressing the cigarettes into their hands. Noticing that Master He could not refuse, he glanced back at his 2 apprentices and nodded slightly. Only then did the 3 accept the cigarettes. Gratitude evident on their faces as they repeatedly expressed their thanks. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. You all have worked hard, Kaixin said with a smile as he turned to leave. Not far from the house, he heard Master He speaking in a hushed tone to his apprentices. The boss is generous. We must ensure our work is even more meticulous. Hearing this, the corners of Kaixin's mouth lifted slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. Upon reaching the opposite house, Kaixin lightly knocked on the door. Aunt Lu opened it, her face beaming with a smile upon seeing him. Kaixin immediately pulled out a pound of beef jerky and a pound of walnuts from his bag. Aunt Lu, here is some beef jerky and walnuts for you to try, he said, extending them towards her. Oh my, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this. Aunt Lu repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Seeing her reluctance, Kaixin quickly explained, Aunt Lu, please listen to me. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I will need to trouble you to keep an eye on the house while it is being repaired. If you do not accept this, I will feel guilty. I cannot let you bear this burden for nothing. As for that, no problem. I will make sure to look after it properly, Aunt Lu assured him, no longer declining. Wait here a moment. I'll tidy up and then take you around to meet the neighbors, she said before turning to head inside. When she emerged again, she led Kaixin straight to the backyard. At this moment, Kaixin realized that the layout of the Saihewen at number 94 was quite similar to that of No. 93, also featuring 2 courtyards in front and behind. Having only glanced at the house before, he had not taken a closer look. Aunt Lu first brought him to stop in front of the room belonging to the caretaker of the number 94 courtyard. She called out, Sister Yi, our new neighbor would like to meet you. Please come out and say hello. Her clear voice prompted several households nearby to peek out. Here she comes. Just as the words fell, a middle-aged woman in her 50s opened the door. Kaixin immediately smiled and stepped forward, saying, Aunt Yi, hello. I am Kaixin. Here is a small gift for you. He handed her a small cloth bag containing about an ounce of beef jerky and 5 or 6 walnuts. Aunt Yi hurriedly in it. No need, no need. That is too much. Aunt Yi, please accept it. I will be doing renovations, and I am afraid it may disturb your rest. Consider this my apology, Kaixin said sincerely, gently pushing the cloth bag towards her. Seeing his earnestness, Aunt Yi no longer refused and smiled as she accepted it, saying, You are too polite. Thank you. After visiting Aunt Yi, Aunt Lu continued to take Kaixin around to meet the others. Although the layout of this Iowan was similar to that of number 93, it was evidently more crowded, with a total of 8 households. Approximately an hour later, they completed their visits to the last household in the front courtyard. Just as Aunt Lu was about to head back, Kaixin called out to her, Aunt Lu, please wait. He retrieved the last prepared small cloth bag from his own bag and handed it to her. Kaixin, did you not already give me something? I truly cannot accept this, Aunt Lu said, puzzled. Kaixin smiled and explained, this is different. The previous gift was a separate token of thanks for your help in watching over the house. This one is the same as what I gave to the other neighbors. A gesture to ensure goodwill among all. Aunt Lou understood, promptly accepting the cloth bag, her face beaming with joy. That makes sense. Then I shall shamelessly accept it once more. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lou, Kaixin turned to leave the number 94 courtyard. Chapter 90. A return to the trust shop in the afternoon. Kaixin, carrying a satchel, once again strolled to the trust shop. The elderly gentleman behind the counter recognized him immediately, a smile spreading across his face. "Young man, what brings you back today?" he asked, recalling how he had sold an entire pack of Kaixin to this young man the previous day. "Excuse me for the trouble again," Kaixin said, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the gentleman. Without hesitation, the elder accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before squinting at Kaixin, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Kaixin smiled and stated his intention. "Could you take me to see the furniture again from yesterday?" "Of course, follow me." Without any urgency regarding the cigarette in Kaixin's pocket, he led him inside. They arrived once more at the room filled with exquisite furniture. The elder opened the door and stood aside, saying, "Take your time to have a look." After which, he leaned against the door frame, hands clasped, waiting. Kaixin nodded and stepped inside, examining the items with great care, particularly the small rosewood bed, inspecting it from every angle for an extended period. Noticing Kaixin's focused demeanor, the old man thought to himself, could this young man be bewitched by this furniture? Just as he was lost in thought, Kaixin finished his inspection and approached him, speaking earnestly. "Sir, I will take these items. Please let me know the total cost." This time, he not only pointed out the small rosewood bed and the huanghuali table, but also included the rosewood dressing table and several huanghuali chairs. In fact, apart from a few ordinary mahogany pieces, he had nearly selected everything of good quality. "What? You want all of this?" The elder snapped back to reality and reminded him. "I told you the price yesterday. It is not cheap. Are you truly able to afford it?" Kaixin confidently nodded and opened his satchel, revealing stacks of cash inside. The elder's eyes widened instantly, his expression turning cautious as he leaned back slightly, seemingly ready to call for help. "Young man, where did you get this money?" Understanding the misunderstanding, Kaixin remained calm and quickly produced a neatly folded receipt from his pocket, unfolding it and handing it over. It was the invoice issued by Li Hui from the steel factory, complete with the factory seal, detailing the transaction amounting to over 1,700 yuan. The elder took it, examined it closely, and gradually relaxed, exhaling a long breath. He had genuinely feared he was dealing with someone of dubious origin. Soon, a smile returned to his face. "All right, it seems I was overly cautious. Please wait a moment. I will calculate the total for you." As he spoke, the elder retrieved a small notebook and a half-used pencil from his pocket, muttering to himself while writing down figures. After a while, he looked up and said, "The total is 2,200 yuan. Would you like to reduce one or two items? This is quite a bit more than what your receipt states." "No need. I will take all of this. I brought some savings with me today," Kaixin replied firmly. The elder did not press further and led Kaixin to the counter. Upon reaching, Kaixin began to count out the cash in neat stacks. The elder meticulously counted each bill, going over them several times before finally organizing the money and issuing a purchase receipt. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he remarked, "After so many years, this is the first time I have personally counted such a large sum of cash. Sir, with the prices of this furniture being so high, if you sold a few more sets, the money you handle would be far more than this, right?" Kaixin inquired with curiosity. The elder replied without hesitation, "The items you picked are about the best we have in stock. Besides, who doesn't know their prices are high? It's not every day we get customers like you." As he spoke, he abruptly halted, glancing at Kaixin, swallowing the latter part of his sentence, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Kaixin comprehended the situation, feeling both amused and exasperated, realizing that he had unwittingly become a rare fool in the eyes of the elder. The elder quickly diverted the conversation, asking, "Young man, are you planning to take these pieces of furniture right now?" After some contemplation, Kaixin decided to return after work on that day to collect them. Thus, he replied, "Elder, may I store them here for a few days? I will come back to fetch them once I have everything arranged." "Certainly. It won't be moved more than twice a year anyway," the elder readily agreed. "Thank you, Elder," Kaixin said, handing over a pack of Kaixin cigarettes from his pocket. The elder accepted the cigarettes, his smile deepening, and assured him, "Rest assured, your belongings will be kept safe here. nothing will be lost. Once the matter was settled, Li Kaixin nodded to the elder, saying, "Elder, I shall take my leave now." "All right, young man, take care, come back when you have time." The elder smiled, waving the pack of cigarettes as he watched Li Kaixin exit. Upon leaving the consignment shop, Li Kaixin recalled that he still had a bicycle ticket in hand and decided to use it. This time, he did not purchase from a nearby department store, but instead took a detour to another one. By the time he completed the bicycle purchase, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, he had no intention of registering the bicycle, so he pushed it to an unoccupied area and stored it in the secret space. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp voice echoed from the alley, "Don't run. Stop." Following that, 2 gunshots rang out. Li Kaixin turned to see a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, running while firing backward. The man, noticing Li Kaixin, smirked ominously, "You're unlucky today." As he spoke, he dashed closer, pressing the icy barrel of his gun against Li Kaixin's temple. A sense of dread washed over Li Kaixin, silently cursing himself for not checking the omens before venturing out today. At that moment, 3 public security officers pursued from behind. The leader, an older officer, shouted sternly, "Li Chong, release him. Stop resisting and come back with us. You might still receive leniency." "Bah, spare me that." The man in the Zhongshan suit spat defiantly, pressing the gun harder against Li Kaixin's head. "Let me go. Otherwise, I'll shoot him." The older officer was about to respond when he suddenly froze. Seizing the moment when the man was distracted, Li Kaixin swiftly struck, knocking the gun from his hand. Following that, he delivered a forceful elbow strike to the man's chest. The man crumpled to the ground in pain, unable to react. Li Kaixin, fueled by anger, continued to kick and curse, "You bastard! How dare you point a gun at someone?" The man writhed in agony, howling in distress. Finally, Li Kaixin delivered a decisive kick aimed at his groin. The man instantly rolled his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. Chapter 91. Rescuing the public security officer. The 3 officers initially felt a chill in their groins, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to intervene. "Stop! You might actually kill him," the older officer exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Hearing the shouts, Li Kaixin delivered one last kick before stepping back. The officers were taken aback by the scene. The older officer approached Li Kaixin, extending his hand, his tone softening. "I apologize, young comrade, for the scare." "It's all right, officer." Li Kaixin immediately donned a facade of innocence, pointing at the man on the ground. "He pointed a gun at me first. This was self-defense, right?" The older officer waved his hands dismissively. "No need for that. You've done us a great service. We must apply for a commendation for your bravery." "That's good to hear." Li Kaixin patted his chest, murmuring, "That really scared me just now." Observing Li Kaixin's demeanor, the older officer was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, "The ferocity with which you kicked him certainly doesn't reflect fear." Meanwhile, the other 2 officers had already begun to lift the unconscious man in the Zhongshan suit. Li Kaixin, curious, inquired, "Officer, what crime has this man committed?" "Enemy agent," the older officer whispered. "I cannot divulge further details. However, given the current state, I worry he may not awaken." Li Kaixin felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. Just then, a panicked voice echoed from the alley. Team Chun, it's bad. Brother Lu has been shot in the carotid artery. The bleeding won't stop." Shortly after, a young officer rushed over. "What?" The older officer, referred to as Team Chun, turned pale, not bothering to speak further with Li Kaixin, and dashed back the way they had come. Li Kaixin, without hesitation, followed suit. Upon arrival, he saw an officer being supported as he sat on the ground, his face ashen, blood oozing from a wound on his leg, clearly suffering from excessive blood loss. Team Chun hurriedly approached, asking the officer supporting him, "Xiao Ma, why haven't you taken him to the hospital yet?" "We can't, Team Chun." Xiao Ma replied in a panicked tone, beginning to explain, "Brother Lu was shot in the artery. The blood keeps gushing out. And Brother Lin has gone to borrow a cart." "Let me take a look. Perhaps I can help," Li Kaixin interjected. Team Chun, now focused solely on the situation, grasped Li Kaixin's hand urgently. "Young comrade, please find a way to save him." Xiao Ma also cast a hopeful glance in Li Kaixin's direction. Without further ado, Li Kaixin squatted down, reached into his bag, and retrieved the silver needles he had purchased yesterday from the secret space. He swiftly inserted them into several acupuncture points on Officer Lu's leg. Before long, the bleeding from the thigh ceased. Seeing that the situation stabilized, Li Kaixin stood up. Team Chun hurriedly leaned in, asking young comrade, "How is it?" "The bleeding has stopped for now, but he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately for treatment." Kaixin raplia. Team Chen examined the wound closely, confirming that the bleeding had indeed halted, and promptly shook Kaixin's hand. "Thank you so much, young comrade." As he spoke, Officer Lin rushed in, breathless, pushing a cart. Without further ado, they carefully lifted Officer Liu onto the cart and quickly made their way to the hospital. Upon reaching the hospital, Xiaoma urgently called out, "Doctor, doctor, we have an officer shot. Please come quickly." Hearing the cries, several nurses and an elderly doctor with graying hair hurried over. Upon seeing Officer Liu's pale face and the wound on his leg, the doctor immediately diagnosed him as suffering from excessive blood loss and instructed the nurses to prepare a stretcher. Kaixin reminded from the side, "Be careful not to disturb the silver needles on his leg. They are for stopping the bleeding." The elderly doctor looked down and noticed the fine needles, confirming that the bleeding had indeed stopped. Although numerous questions lingered, the priority was to save the patient. Nodding at Kaixin, the doctor hurriedly joined the nurses in wheeling the injured officer into the operating room. About an hour later, the operating room door opened and the elderly doctor emerged. Several officers immediately surrounded him, anxiously inquiring about the situation. The doctor removed his mask, his tone laced with relief. The surgery went smoothly. Turning to Kaixin, who stood nearby, he added, "Thanks to this young comrade's earlier intervention with the needles, there was hardly any bleeding during the bullet extraction. Otherwise, given the amount of blood lost, the situation could have been dire." Hearing this, the officers turned to Kaixin, bowing solemnly in gratitude. No, please don't. It was just a small effort." Kaixin quickly waved his hands. The elderly doctor shifted the conversation, his curiosity piqued. "Young comrade, how did you administer the needles?" "The hemostatic effect is remarkable. It's just some old methods I learned from the village elder. Nothing worth mentioning," Kaixin replied modestly. "By the way, I need to retrieve the silver needles now. Can I enter the operating room? The patient has been transferred to the ward. You may all go in and take a look." The senior doctor nodded. "Thank you, doctor," Kaixin replied, and proceeded toward the ward. The senior doctor had more questions to ask, but was unable to voice them in time. Observing Kaixin heading to the ward, several police officers followed suit. Upon reaching the bedside, Kaixin removed the silver needles from Officer Liu and checked his pulse, which was steady and strong. Satisfied, he turned to leave. The officers, noting that Officer Liu was sound asleep, refrained from disturbing him and exited the ward alongside Kaixin. Outside the ward, the senior doctor was still waiting. Upon seeing Kaixin emerge, he hurried over, his tone earnest. "Young comrade, could you share your hemostatic technique with us?" He looked at Kaixin with hopeful eyes. "This may be difficult to teach," Kaixin replied hesitantly, shaking his head. "The location of the injury determines the method and depth of needle insertion. It cannot be explained in just a few phrases." The senior doctor, though somewhat disappointed, understood that such skills are often not easily shared and did not press further. Having resolved the matter, Kaixin was about to leave when Captain Chen cheerfully stopped him. "Young comrade, please don't rush off just yet. We need you to come with us to the station to document the situation. We must issue you a commendation for your bravery." "Certainly, officer," Kaixin did not decline. He understood that in this era, such accolades held significant value, akin to a protective talisman. Please refrain from calling me officer all the time." Captain Chun patted Kaixin on the shoulder, his tone becoming friendlier. "Just call me Chen Shu." "All right, Chen Shu," Kaixin replied, playing along. Thereafter, he followed Captain Chun and the others toward the station. Chapter 92. Meeting the police chief along the way, Kaixin briefly introduced himself to the other police officers. Upon arriving at the police station, he initially thought it would merely involve registering his information and collecting the commendation before departing. However, Captain Chen led him to the reception room first. "Kaixin, please sit here for a moment while we report the situation," he said before hastily leaving. Once alone, Kaixin settled into a chair in the reception room. After about half an hour, Captain Chen returned, a smile gracing his face. Kaixin quickly stood up, perplexed. "Chen Shu, why did the report take so long? I just finished reporting to the chief." He then called the higher-ups. "Coincidentally, a leader heard about your situation and wishes to meet you," which delayed things a bit, Captain Chen explained with a smile. He then approached, patting Kaixin's arm. "Let us go. The leader is inside." Kaixin, somewhat bewildered, followed Captain Chen out. pondering why a simple commendation would warrant the attention of higher authorities. Soon, they arrived at the office where two middle-aged men were seated. The one in the main seat, exuding a composed demeanor, was presumably the visiting leader. The other, smiling, was likely the station chief. Captain Chun introduced Li Kaixin and stepped out, closing the door behind him. The middle-aged man, resembling the station chief, warmly welcomed him. "Are you Comrade Li Kaixin? Come, have a seat. There's no need to be formal." "Certainly, leader," Li Kaixin replied with a smile, walking directly to the chair opposite. Once seated, the chief personally poured a cup of tea and introduced the man in the main seat. "Comrade Kaixin, this is Director Liu from our Public Security Bureau." At this, Li Kaixin's expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Noticing Li Kaixin's reaction, Director Liu stood and solemnly bowed. "Comrade Li Kaixin, thank you for saving my son." Suddenly, Li Kaixin recalled that the injured officer also bore the surname Liu, and his confusion was alleviated. He quickly rose, responding sincerely. "Director Liu, please don't say that. It was the least I could do. The police officers risk their lives to protect the people. We are grateful to you all." This remark not only soothed the station chief, but also impressed Director Liu with the young man's high level of awareness. Seeing that both were still standing, the station chief hurriedly gestured with a smile. "Director Liu, Comrade Li Kaixin, please sit down so we can talk leisurely." Once they were seated again, Director Liu engaged Li Kaixin in casual conversation. After sipping his tea, he kindly asked, "Comrade Kaixin, before I arrived, I specifically inquired with the doctors at the hospital. They praised your acupuncture technique immensely." "Director Liu, you flatter me. It's merely a minor skill. Nothing noteworthy," Li Kaixin humbly replied. Director Liu smiled, but did not pursue the topic further, instead asking, "Given your age, you must still be studying?" "I just graduated from junior high this summer and have already started working," Li Kaixin admitted, slightly embarrassed. "I see." Director Liu nodded thoughtfully, then smiled warmly. "Would you be interested in working within our system? I can help arrange it." Upon hearing this, Chief Huang could not help but show envy. Li Kaixin recognized that this was an olive branch from Director Liu, a gesture of gratitude for saving his son. Accepting such an offer, leveraging Director Liu's connections, would undoubtedly lead to a smooth ascent in his career. "Thank you for your kindness, Director Liu," Li Kaixin replied almost without hesitation, his tone sincere. "However, I am quite content with my current job and do not plan to change positions for now." Upon hearing this, Chief Huang was taken aback. He was well aware of the director's background, having secured the position of Public Security Bureau Chief in his 40s, with both family lineage and capability far from ordinary. Such an opportunity was one many would covet. Director Liu initially appeared taken aback, then his expression turned serious, exuding an air of authority. "Comrade Kaixin, you must think this through. The opportunity one offer is not comparable to your current resources." "Thank you, Director Liu. I have considered it carefully." Li Kaixin met Director Liu's gaze steadily, his tone calm. Suddenly, the subtle pressure dissipated. Director Liu's expression softened, a genuine warmth returning to his smile. "Very well. Since you say so, I won't press the matter. However, please don't always call me Director Liu. If you don't mind, just call me Liu Shu." "All right." "Liu Shu," Li Kaixin replied promptly, then added with a broad smile. "And please don't call me Comrade Kaixin anymore. Just call me Kaixin." "Sure. I'll call you Kaixin." Director Liu beamed, then took out a small notebook and a pen from his jacket pocket, jotting down a few lines before handing it over. "This contains my personal phone number and home address. If you ever encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out or give me a call." "Thank you, Liu Shu." This time, Li Kaixin accepted without hesitation, taking it with both hands. Chief Huang watched, eyes wide with a mix of envy and admiration. He realized that had he been in Li Kaixin's position, he would have undoubtedly accepted without a second thought. Director Liu checked his watch and smiled at Li Kaixin. "Kaixin, I have some matters to attend to. The rest can be discussed with Chief Huang." With that, he stood and walked toward the exit. Li Kaixin and Chief Huang accompanied Director Liu to the door. "Kaixin, Lao Huang, you may stay." Director Liu waved as he stepped into the jeep parked in the courtyard. The two stood at the door, watching the jeep drive away before turning back to the office. Once seated again, Li Kaixin, with a hint of embarrassment, asked, "Chief Huang, regarding my commendation, Kaixin, don't be so formal. Just like Director Liu, call me Huang Shu." Chief Huang replied with a friendly smile. Then he continued, "Rest assured about the certificate. I have already submitted it. According to the procedure, we must wait a few days for it to be processed. When the time comes, I will include your workplace in the mailing. Does that sound better? Kaixin, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude in a warm tone. Thank you, Uncle Huang. He then promptly mentioned his workplace. Upon hearing this form of address, Director Huang's smile deepened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation for a while. Realizing it was getting late, Kaixin stood up to bid farewell and left the police station. Chapter 93. Director Zhao's quest for Shinbei medicine. After departing from the police station, Kaixin hurried homeward. By this hour, his parents should have returned from work. Along the way, in a secluded spot, Kaixin retrieved over 150 pounds of grain from his secret space. Just as he reached the alley entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Jiazinshi. She was brandishing a broom, swinging it wildly in the alley, as if venting some pent-up frustration. When Kaixin approached, Jiazinshi turned her head and, upon recognizing him, said nothing. Like a frightened animal, she hurriedly fled. Observing her demeanor, Kaixin understood that the previous incident had genuinely frightened her. Upon entering the courtyard, Kaixin noticed the lively atmosphere. Everyone who had been at work had returned. The neighbors greeted him warmly as they recognized him, having come to regard him as capable of acquiring sought-after items after their previous transactions. Kaixin responded with a smile to each greeting. Upon arriving home, he found his father, Li Ming, assisting his mother in the kitchen. His sister, Li Xiaoxiao, and younger brother, Li Kai, were squatting by the stove, one passing firewood and the other tending to the flames. Witnessing this scene warmed Kaixin's heart, prompting him to raise his voice playfully. Dad, Mom, I'm back. His father, without lifting his head, grumbled in response. So you've returned. Why such a loud announcement? Can't you speak to the children more calmly? His mother, Qin Zayulai, lightly tapped her husband's arm, mildly reproaching him. Then, she noticed Kaixin carrying a large bag and hurried over. Kaixin, what have you brought back this time? Why is the bag so big? Mom, it's over 150 pounds of grain. Prepared for Uncle Da and Uncle Air, Kaixin replied with a smile as he set down the bag. Upon hearing this, his mother beamed. Kaixin, then I thank you on behalf of your uncles. As she remembered something, she added, how much did this grain cost? I will have your uncles reimburse you later. Mom, didn't we agree it was for Uncle Da and Uncle Air? No need for reimbursement, Kaixin asked, puzzled. Kaixin, we help in times of need, not in times of poverty. Your uncles are in the countryside and currently lack grain, not money. We should assist in filling that gap. The payment will still be collected. Qin Zayulai stated with seriousness. After a pause, she continued, besides, I only promised to help them with the grain, not to give it away for free. I understand, Mom. Kaixin nodded. He then mentioned a price significantly lower than the market rate. At that moment, his father approached quickly. Together, the three of them lifted the grain to the storage jar. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the next day. Kaixin walked to the transport station. While his bicycle was once again commandeered by his father, Li Ming, his father's exact words were, Kaixin, it's just a short walk. It won't be a bother. I'm fine, but your mother's factory is so far away. Are you willing to make her walk such a long distance every day? Kaixin had no choice but to agree. Upon reaching the transport station's entrance, Kaixin was swiftly seized by Director Xie, who led him directly to the office. It turned out that Director Xie had been waiting at the entrance of the transport station. As soon as they sat down in the office, Director Xie eagerly lowered his voice and inquired, Kaixin, has the medicine been prepared? Yes, Uncle Xie, replied Kaixin, reaching into his bag to produce 10 pills from the secret space, presenting them to Director Xie. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked with a smile, Uncle Xie, why are you even more anxious this time? What's going on? Director Xie accepted the pills, shooting Kaixin an irritated glance. You are still young. Now is not the time for such inquiries. When you reach my age, you will naturally understand. Just as he finished speaking, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Old Xie, we have a meeting soon. Let's discuss it, Director Zhao was saying, but abruptly halted upon noticing Director Xie carefully holding something and Kaixin beside him. He quickly approached, fixating on Director Xie's hand. Old Xie, what are you holding? Nothing at all. Director Xie, looking guilty, hastily shoved the pills into the drawer, attempting to appear nonchalant. Kaixin, observing this, stifled a laugh, fearing he might burst out. Seeing his unease, Director Zhao directly reached for the drawer. Oh, you, Old Xie, are you trying to hide a treat for yourself? Show me what you have. After some coaxing, Director Xie ultimately relented and slowly retrieved the pills from the drawer. Director Zhao picked one up, inspecting it closely, perplexed. Old Xie, what exactly is this? Director Xie, no longer concealing the truth, leaned in to whisper a few words to Director Zhao. Is it really effective? Director Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Director Xie retorted, I've tried it several times. Do you think I would deceive you? If you don't believe me, return that one to me, extending his hand. Who said I don't believe it? Director Zhao tightened his grip on the pill. Let me see those as well, he said, reaching for the remaining pills in Director Xie's hand. Director Xie became anxious, dropping the formal address. Old Zhao, you can't take them all. In the end, after a spirited debate, Director Xie and Director Zhao divided the pills between them. Kaixin, who had initially been astonished, stood frozen in place. Both Director Zhao and Director Xie soon regained their composure, clearing their throats and resuming their authoritative demeanor. Director Zhao's commanding voice rang out. Kaixin, did you just see nothing at all? Huh? Kaixin still seemed dazed. The penetrating gazes of Director Zhao and Director Xie fell upon him simultaneously. Kaixin instantly jolted back to reality, recognizing the stern expressions of his superiors. He quickly feigned ignorance. Director Zhao, Uncle Xie, what were you discussing? I was lost in thought and didn't catch anything. Director Zhao and Director Xie withdrew their gazes, their faces revealing a sense of teachability. Director Zhao then donned a friendly smile and asked Kaixin, I just heard old Xie mention that these pills were made by you. Do you have any more? None left, Director Zhao, Kaixin replied, palms up, displaying an untroubled demeanor. Kaixin understood well the principle that rarity enhances value. The more scarce an item, the more significant its worth. Director Zhao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He had already heard from Director Xie that the medicinal materials were rare, and his question was merely to confirm this once more.